Happy New Year, everybody. 2025, we are here. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to all the overnight dancers. Hopefully you made it killing to start the new year. Good morning to all the garbage men, firefighters, police officers. Kids kids are on break right now, so your kids better be asleep. You better be asleep right now. Go get those Z's, grow, get healthy. Anyway, Lubman, Happy New Year. Spadoni, Happy New Year. Shasky will be back on Monday. What's up, Spadone?
How you doing, man?
Good to be back.
Yeah, we've missed you. Bonte Hill, believe it or not, we've missed you. No, Bonte walked through this morning, through the hallway, through the front door, both doors actually, because we got a door to the sales area. Biggest grin and smile on his face. You know why? Because college football was on fire yesterday.
Sports are on fire.
It was just incredible. And it's just been a fun week of sports really. And thankfully, Brock Purdy's arm, his elbow is okay, Bonte. We were freaking out on Tuesday. Oh, boy. I'm sure you caught a little bit of it. Yeah, it was, or if you didn't, you saw it on social media. Shasky just, he didn't know what to do. The worst season of his life, he said, for the 49ers.
I saw the clip, and I said, "Ooh, I'm going to log out of Instagram right now." It's not the worst season that we've ever endured as Niner fans. I get a sentiment. I get the disappointment, the expectations, but really, what were the expectations of the 49ers? A lot of us thought they couldn't get back to the promised land after losing the way they did last February in Las Vegas. But look, man, it's been a doom and gloom season. I get it, but I actually took some positives away from the Monday night loss against the Detroit Lions. To me, it didn't matter if they won or lost. To me, who looks good in terms of the youngsters? Do I have a player in Ricky Pearsall? Well, you know what? I was encouraged. with his route running, his sure heads. What about the little pivot route he ran on the sideline in front of the Detroit Lions? I like what I saw from Ricky Pearsall. Renardo Green is a player. All of a sudden, I got Renardo Green and Diamador Lenore at corner. So whatever I do with Charvarius Ward, who, by the way, shout out to him, they welcome him in Baby Boy, the Wards did. If they move on from Charvarius Ward, then I know I got two good corners, Renardo Green and Diamador Lenore. I'm good. There's a lot of positives to take away, but as you mentioned here, Brock Purdy's elbow is good. And you're right, the college football playoff. Let me start here before we get back to the Niners. And we got a lot of Warriors stuck to take on the Sixers today. The Sixers last night, Spadoni, they were rolling up 9. They were not up 9. Paul George is having a game. Sixers are on the verge of going to 10-3, improving to 10-3 in the month of December.
No, they've been playing well.
The Kings ended the game on a 15-0 run.
Oh, no.
15-0 run. Sixers lose.
You know what that tells me? Doug Christie's got this team back, baby. That's what that tells me. Mike Brown was the problem all along. Vivek was right. And you know what? Watch out for the Kangs and De'Aaron Fox, a great leader.
Lit the beam last night. Lit the beam. He was great yesterday. Oh, not only did they light the beam, the Kings players and coaching staff went to the roof to take a picture in front of the beam.
Oh, my. When they fired Mike Brown, someone said they're going to light the beam at half-mast.
I saw that.
I was like, oh, my God.
That's really good.
That is really good. But they've won 2 in a row, the Sacramento Kings. The Sixers, though, they were 8-2 in their last 10. Now I believe they're 7-3 in their last 10. They'll be down at Chase Center later today. So the Warriors are trying to get back on track after that brutal loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Oh, my God, that was disgusting.
Cavs are good. They just handled the Lakers, too.
Yeah, I was watching that, too.
Yeah.
Cavs have a championship look.
Yeah.
They have a championship look. But this college football playoff, and I've been looking for the right word or how to phrase this, but I believe, Spadoni, the college football playoff is going to become the second most watched sporting event in all of America. I think the expansion of the college football playoff is something I've been waiting on for so many years. But not only is it a moneymaker, it's going to be a ratings boost for any network. These bowl games for quarterfinal games, I mean, wow, the theater, look at the uniforms, look at the teams that are involved. And then the household names that it's going to create, like Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. We can't wait for this guy to leave for the NFL. He's got 2 more years left. And they had a graphic of him looking like Julio Jones and T.O., who he was comparable to. And I agree with all that. This guy's a stud.
He's a physical specimen.
He's a problem, but Spadoni, I do believe what this tournament is going to do. Like March Madness in college basketball for many, many years, we're going to be able to grow with players, especially with the NIL and all the transferring, everything like that. This is the second best, like we talk about the shift, right? The shift, how it just changed baseball. Taking away the shift, having a pitch clock. Oh, wow, we can digest baseball games in 2.5 hours. Great. This college football playoff, I think, is going to be up there. You know, the Super Bowl is one thing, but I don't think anybody's going to touch the college football playoff in the next 5 years.
I mean, a guy named Cam Skattebo is now a household name around the entire United States of America. Cam Skattebo, redshirt senior running back out of Arizona State University by way of Sacramento State, baby. Yeah. So you know what? He's our guy. I'm going to claim him, all right? Because Sacramento likes to claim us all the time, Bonte. We'll try to claim them too. But no, the guy's 5'6". He's listed at 5'6", 215 pounds. Yeah. He's like a new muscle hamster. That's exactly who's my guy? Doug Martin? Yeah. Doug Martin. Muscle hamster. Doug Martin did not like that nickname, by the way. It was not his favorite.
That is a good one.
But it was just fun watching. He was literally trying to do everything he could in that game. He was receiving, he was running, he was throwing the freaking, he's throwing dimes out there.
4th and 2. Dude, this Coach Dillingham is so unbelievable.
Real quick, they are unbelievable. I don't know who the defensive coordinator is, but my God. 4th and 13, you're doing everything right leading up to that point. You don't need to do a cover 0 blitz. Who are you? Who does that? Greg Williams? Steve Wilkes? Like, what do we cover Wilkes. 0? Oh, my God.
Dude, and they got no heat on yours.
They picked it up perfectly.
They picked it up perfectly. I was like, oh, my God, he's got too much time.
Right.
And he threw the bomb. So at that point, I picked up the Wingstop because I thought the Rose Bowl was going to be an all-time classic.
I can go for some Wingstop right now.
And we were all disappointed. So I got me some Wingstop. The girls are out of the house.
What's the go-to?
Lemon pepper?
Okay, all right. What, you like blue cheese, ranch, garlic?
Ranch. You go ranch.
All right, there you go.
You know, get some strips on the side. Yeah, I would.
Cajun fries?
I went cheese fries.
Okay, not mad at that.
Cheese fries. It was New Year's. I was like, you know what? I'm watching football. I'm a cheat meal my first day. First meal of the year. Whatever.
I got some In-N-Out. I'm not mad at that. So there you go.
So I'm watching. So I got the phone out because I'm thinking, all right, Arizona State's done. So when I go pick it up, all of a sudden Arizona State, I got the game on in my car, and I'm like, what? They're about to tie it? So I got the game on the phone. I'm rewinding it back as I'm stopping. And all of a sudden I'm in the car when I pull up to the house. And it's 4th and 13. I'm like, oh, my gosh, Arizona State's going to do this. Because remember the second down play? They smacked the hell out of Texas. And I was like, wow, look at them swarm to the football.
I felt like they kind of got hosed because it should have been like a 3 or 2 yard loss on the run or whatever it was. But they called forward progress, I guess. It's Fugazi, but whatever.
But, yeah, I went crazy with the 4th and 13. The cover 0 plus was like, oh, my God, they picked it up.
And even leading up to that point, there was 2 opportunities from Texas to win the game. And the kicker, God love the kicker, I forget the guy's name, but even Sarkisian goes up to the guy before he misses the second one. He gasses him up, put both hands on his helmets. They both smile at each other because I'm listening to it on the radio side too. So when they're describing it, it's so much funnier that they missed it because they say it after the fact. He was just gassing up. They smiled at each other and then he goes out there and misses it.
On the TV broadcast, I think Bert Auburn is the kid's name. And they were talking about how, like, this kid is so money from inside 40 yards. They're setting him up perfectly. I'm like, oh, you can just see, like, the broadcast jinx, like, Grim Reaper standing behind the kid. Like,
and shout out real quick, as you mentioned the television broadcast, Joe Tessitore. Might have been a master class in everything.
Tessitore is good, alongside Jesse Palmer. Jesse Palmer, to love this point, he was like, oh, this is perfect. Just center the ball for the kicker. They didn't center it. It was from the right hash, and he still missed
most predictable miss ever.
It was the most predictable miss. And Skattebo and company are going to overtime, and they take the lead, and it's 4th and 13, and they picked up the cover 0 blitz perfectly, and Quinn Ewers is a star. Oh, my gosh. So, anyway.
At least for the day, he's a star.
At least for the day.
Joe Shasky, by the way, if he didn't listen on Tuesday, he thinks that Kyle Shanahan might draft him.
Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers might be back in college. Who knows?
Well, apparently he said he's like a $6 million NIL deal on the table.
No, he might. There's people out there rumoring that he may go to Notre Dame next season. Oregon may need a new quarterback. They do. Dylan Gabriel, by the way, looked very small against Ohio State. For his draft prospects, I did not like what I saw from Gabriel.
Tell me if you've heard this one before. Oregon looking small in a championship window. Oh, no. Sorry, Mark Grandy.
Sorry, Mark Grandy. But they go to the Rose Bowl, right? It's already 7-0. And it's the crowd's roaring, and I'm already having withdrawals. By the way, shout out to everybody out there affected by the New Orleans tragedy.
Yes.
The Sugar Bowl got postponed. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody who was hurt out there. What a senseless act. Just disgusting to have this year start like that way. So shout out to everybody in New Orleans. Hopefully everybody is safe. So they postponed the Sugar Bowl, and when they did that, I started having withdrawals. I was like, damn, maybe I should have went down to the Rose Bowl. Right. So when it got postponed, I'm not going to lie to you, Spadone, I looked at my phone and looked to see if there was a quick flight. I'm 10 minutes away from SFO. Is there a 12 o'clock flight down to LAX?
Right.
I'll get my ass to the Rose Bowl.
Spirit? I think they're bankrupt, though.
Yeah. Well, they had one available. So yeah, probably not.
One still,
no. They probably stay away from that. Nobody had anything available at that point. But that Rose Bowl with that setting and the grass,
it was like
just picturesque. It's beautiful.
And you were there last year when you watched Michigan, Alabama. By the way, Michigan, Alabama, part two. Alabama still loses, even though everyone still wants them to be into the college football playoff for some reason.
Ridiculous.
It's just
they were all lost a lot of money.
Kirk Herbstreit was getting community notes. It was hilarious on Twitter. But there is something about like the outdoor scenery when we're getting all these domes, and I get it. Like for like the East Coast, like that has to be a thing. But let's just have like. It sucks that Levi Stadium isn't having these games. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm getting it back out to kind of tie it locally. Because they did for a little bit. They had, Clemson, Alabama, right? And Dabo Sweeney famously said, I don't know where the hell I am.
I'm in the middle of California.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of I don't know where the hell I am. Santa Clara, where's that? Like, that's the lasting image for me when it comes to college football here in the Bay, is that we had a chance to maybe be part of that rotation going forward, and now we're not. But to your point, just there is something special about, the Big Ten versus, and I know it's not, they're both the same conference now, but the Pac-12 school, Big Ten, Rose Bowl, like New Year's Day, that's what it was for me growing up. That's what I would watch with my dad, whether it was USC, whether it was Penn State, right? And by the way, Penn State, maybe they are going to get the monkey off their back. Finally, we'll see.
By the way, Louis Riddick, I like Louis Riddick.
Yeah, he's good. He's great on the broadcast. Yeah, I like Louis too.
He speaks with so much intensity.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten another front office gig. I know he's really good at what he does broadcasting, but he wasn't like a scrub or anything. Like he was part of a respected organization with Andy Reid in Philadelphia. So I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, a banner day for college sports yesterday.
You brought up the grass fields, and I was actually thinking about this during my break. There's nothing like a good grass field during a big game. All right, like we're gonna get that at Arrowhead Stadium, where the grass, it's not as green because it's cold, it's winter. That's football,
right?
That's football.
They're gonna be at AT&T.
Yeah, Notre Dame, Indiana, which was great to kick off the college football playoff. But I'm thinking to myself, how does South Bend, Indiana, Notre Dame, how are they playing on next turf? Give me the grass. Right. Give me that great grass that they used to have that would grow high, slide on the opposing teams. Ohio State, we're watching give me the grass again. Give me the grass fields. I need it. Like, that's what's so great about Michigan and Alabama, right? Tampa Bay, it's raining to start that bowl game. All of a sudden, the rain clears up. It's sunny, but you see the all-white uniforms in Alabama with all the green and all the paint on it. It's dirt. It's hard-hitting. Paint's flying. The end zones are painted. It's grass. Give me grass fields in big games, like that Rose Bowl grass. It's just unbelievable. It's the best grass. It's the best setting, I think, in all of sports. I can't wait to go back. But give me a good grass field, Spadoni, in big-time games. Like Pittsburgh, even though they lost to Kansas City on Christmas Day.
But they had the grass.
They had the grass, man. Give me that grass field. I hate turf. I hate how turf has ruined some of these iconic stadiums and iconic visuals of these stadiums. Like the Big House. The Big House used to have grass. Give me grass. And I'm not talking about weed. I'm not talking about turtle pie. I'm talking about football fields.
Oh, it could be both. Porque no los dos, right? But we won't get into that.
Oh, what's that?
It's a little Spanish.
What
up? This is turtle pie.
And by the way, I haven't seen you since the Doobie Awards because you were over there. But turtle pie, there's certain callers and people that we got to see for the first time in the flesh. I didn't expect turtle pie to look like that. I'm gonna be honest, but you guys have seen him before. He's hooked you guys up with some goodie bags.
Oh yeah, the Louis Vuitton beanie and the studs in his ear. Now, along with a bunch of weed.
Now, Robin Sambruno, I haven't seen before. You've seen in the past, so he looked exactly how I thought Robin Sambruno was going to look. Tony in Oakland.
Unbelievable.
Roaster of the year, Tony in Oakland.
Roaster of the year.
Maybe she'll make an appearance later on the show today. She's called the last few days.
She will probably make an appearance around 9:45, probably.
The Twilight Zone is what we call it. There we go.
Twilight Zone.
But we haven't really got so much.
Antonio in Oakland.
There you go. It's just Antonio in Oakland. There you go. Every time. Yeah, I love Antonio because I always say it as a producer. He is very succinct in what he wants to talk about. When I'm screening a call, know what you want to talk about, people. Yeah. The producers in the back don't want to hear your life story. Just say, this is Antonio in Oakland. I think the Warriors are going to be fine. Steph is still the guy. Look at that. There you go. And that's usually his calls for every single time with the Warriors. But other than that, what did you think of, the NFL, NBA, Christmas? Like, we haven't been able to talk in a while, Bonte.
I thought it was fascinating. Netflix, obviously, with the NFL games, and obviously you're tapped into it. Was tough because Wemby was going crazy at Madison Square Garden against the Knicks.
There's a lot of good games.
The win by Yama. I thought the better games were produced by the NBA. I thought it was a step in the right direction for the NBA.
Okay.
If you could bottle that up, guy like Nick Spurs to start the morning. A lot of people are not going to wake up for that. I don't know how much Wimby is translated, but it became box office by the second half. And then the second game was Mavericks and Timberwolves. And this Timberwolves team, you watch Julius Randle just become a complete train wreck, but it was a fascinating basketball game. Luka gets hurt, but you got Kyrie going crazy. You got Anthony Edwards holding on for dear life, and they win that game. It was a good basketball game. Then you get Warriors-Lakers.
It was the game of the night?
No. You get Sixers-Celtics.
Oh, yeah.
The Sixers trying to turn their season around, and they beat Boston in Boston. Very good basketball game. You get Warriors-Lakers, Steph and LeBron. Turned out to be a very good basketball game. And then even the nightcap, the Nuggets and the Suns.
Yeah.
Very good basketball game. You got Kevin Durant, you got Jokic. I thought the NBA, it was a step in the right direction. I think they had a really good day. Texans are obviously fading, and we watched Lamar. Lamar was great. Yeah. He had the Beyonce concert and whatnot.
The Beyonce Bowl. Yeah.
Beyonce Bowl. The NFL is going to do what they do. They're going to try to take over every holiday.
And I think they've already taken over Christmas. I think it's over.
Ratings-wise, sure.
Yes.
Ratings-wise, they're going to get it because middle America, they're going to look around and say, why do we care about the Sixers?
Yep.
Why do we care? Like, there's a lot more. Obviously, football's going to be king, but I thought the NBA held their own on Christmas Day. I really do. It was a good day for them because they need some positive PR.
Right. That's what it is. As we're doing positive PR right now about college football, which is the second most watched sport in America behind NFL football.
This playoff is great.
No, to your point, when you open up the show saying this is going to be the second most watched sporting event other than the Super Bowl, and you're right, because we just can't get enough football. It doesn't matter whether it's college or not. And yes, give me more football. Like, this is what we've been wanting. Yes, we're going to have some blowouts. Like, even in a blowout, though, I was surprised. I didn't expect Oregon to get blown out by that much.
Well, wasn't it great? Like, watching the blowout. So, because I got the sits, I was like, wow, okay, Ohio State's
They looked like on another level
three plays in.
Yeah.
And then they force a punt, and they move the ball, they punt, they get the ball back, and they go 14-0. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, this may be a blowout. I don't know what Oregon can do. They're trying to run the football. They can't run the football. They can't stop the pass. They can't stop the run. But you start to see the stars of tomorrow with Ohio State. Jeremiah Smith. Who's the receiver number 2? Ibuka? I forget his name. But he's going to be a star in the league. He's going to be a nice little player. Not a star, maybe, but a nice little wide receiver.
Ibuka.
Yep. Trayvon Henderson, Junkin, the running backs. Going to be good. They got that defensive line. Caleb Downs, the safety who left Alabama and went to Ohio State. I want this guy on the 49ers. This guy looks like a playmaker. He gets his hands on all type of footballs, deflections, near picks. You got guys who are going to be ballers on Sunday. So then you're watching them just flourish and demolish an Oregon team that looks so good. That had a Heisman Trophy finalist in Dylan Gabriel. There are some good things you can take away from a blowout. I thought Ohio State looked very impressive in that blowout. That was fascinating.
Caleb Downs, his uncle, by the way, Dre Bly. Did you know that?
Wow, I did not know that.
In his blood.
I did not know that. What year is he? Is he a junior?
He's a sophomore.
Sophomore.
Yes. So he
is he a redshirt sophomore?
No, so he played the year last year for Alabama, this year, so he could technically come out, right? Am I right? Correct with that?
No, just he has to come out. He has to play 3 years.
It has to be 3. Okay, that's what it is.
So
okay. If it's a red shirt, okay.
So if he's not redshirted, damn, he's got to wait another year for Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
So that's what was fascinating about the blowout. It's like, how much are they going to dismantle Oregon by? They were 34-0 midway through the second quarter against Oregon.
Right. Oregon's usually doing that to other people.
And look how hard Oregon had to try to score that touchdown before halftime. It was almost depressing. And then on top of that, we didn't get to this. Chris Fowler is like in the booth saying, well, you have no choice but to come out for the second half if you're Oregon. He was basically like feeling sorry for them.
Right.
It was unbelievable. Chris Fowler's tone just taking shots at Oregon. So anyway, I'm fascinated with college football playoff. I'm fascinated with sports. We're a week away from the NFL playoffs, Mado.
Well, I mean, I thought you were going to mention the Australian Open coming up shortly. Bonte Hill, come on. Come from the land down under.
Oh, don't do that to me, man. Where's BG Tennis Station at? Where's he at? He's actually texting about the Warriors. He's freaking out about the Warriors. We'll get to all that stuff. Hey,
we got to get to the Warriors. We need some Bonte Hill calmness here, people.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that.
No.
You want calmness with the Niners? You want calmness with the Warriors?
The Warriors are scaring me right now. Bonte, you're the face of my Golden State Warriors. You got to help me out here.
Panic meter might be out.
Oh,
Who knows,
no.
Man? Who knows, man? Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8:30. Cam Emmett at 9:20. And all gas on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. 888-957-9570. Roasters, what is happening? Happy New Year. We got a buffet of things to talk about. The Niners. Joshua Dobbs, excuse me. Caleb Downs is on my mind, man. I can't get Caleb Williams number 2 out of my mind. The guy's a baller.
The Pastronaut.
The Pastronaut. Joshua Dobbs is going to start on Sunday. Does anybody care? We'll talk some Dubs here as they get ready for the Sixers later on tonight at Chasener. As that segment will be brought to you by Showdown.
from down and out to up and in. But can they advance? Texas must convert 4th and 13.
It's a blitz look here. Quinn Ewers trying to audible.
To stay alive. Can they hook them? Touchdown, Matthew Golden.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yee!
Joe Tessitore, Jesse Palmer on the call for ESPN, Arizona State. Oh, they were game. They tied the game at 24. They take the lead in overtime, 31-24. Texas, 4th and 13. Ewers to Golden, and you heard Jesse Palmer. Looks like, they're audibly. It's a blitz look. Blitz look. What's the point?
The worst blitz I've ever seen in my life.
I got picked up so easily.
Nick Sorensen thought that was a horrible play call. All right?
No, Steve Wilkes is somewhere saying, I'm sort of built for that. Come on, man.
The horns are up and the forks are down, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a three. That's a three. That's a three.
Yep.
Forks down, horns up.
But it was a good season. Like for ASU, that's come on. That's the greatest football season they've ever had, right?
I mean, they were picked to finish last in the Big 12. That conference that Lubman scoffed at. They were picked to finish last in the Big 12.
And then
they win the Big 12 championship. They had some big-time wins. They even beat Kansas State in Kansas State, Manhattan, Kansas. It's not an easy place to play, Spadoni, in case you didn't know that. You beat up on Iowa State.
Sure,
yeah, no, that's Kansas State. Noted for being very difficult.
Hey, Manhattan, Kansas, man, tough place to play.
Right. Topeka, I'm sure.
Not a single person in America could point out Manhattan, Kansas.
Wichita, Wichita.
Hey, I'm telling you, man.
Shockers.
Driving through Kansas,
State.
not easy. They got 2 airports, right? Anyway, but Arizona State, they lose.
That's how you know you're big time. You got 2 airports.
Yeah, you got 2 airports, baby. One in Lawrence and one in Manhattan.
How many does California have? Hold on. How many
you're talking about the state. The state's big time because that's
state
airport.
of Kansas, yeah. California. I mean, LA's got 5 itself.
No.
Did you know I found out there's a little airport in Concord?
I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, Buchanan Field Airport. There's a little golf course and a driving range right next to it.
Wow, you knew that?
Well, I live by it. So.
Can you fly out of there?
Oh, yeah, well, you have to be like rich to have a private plane out there.
Oh, no, so it's a private, so I'm saying, there's little rickety, Monterey
no, it's not
has
like,
an airport.
It's not like an SFO or Oakland type airport. It's like a private jet airport.
Okay.
Right. I know St. Mary's, sometimes when they fly out, they'll sometimes fly out of there. It's a little bit closer, obviously, than Oakland or San Francisco. But
Santa Rosa, I think, has an airport, too. Where you can fly out and take...
LAX, Hollywood Burbank, Long Beach, John Wayne, Oakland, San Jose, Palm Springs, San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento, Fresno, Monterey, Santa Barbara, Redding. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot
going on.
California, big state.
Kansas. There you go.
Yeah. I don't know if there's 2 in Kansas. I don't mean to take a shot at Kansas. I don't mean to take a shot at Kansas, but they get a lot of recruits there. Shout out to the Jayhawks.
Rock Talk?
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
Yeah, that's what it is. I didn't know what it is. There you go.
Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
I always like the symbol, little Jayhawk.
So we'll get Notre Dame, Georgia today at 1 o'clock. That'd be nap time, but your boy will probably get up at around 1:15.
You'll put it on.
We'll lock in for that one. We'll thug it out. 405. We need to chat back in 2025. We had enough of the timeout. Oh man, just a one-time thing during the Doobie Awards. What else has been going on around here? All right, so you got college football playoffs. We know that's great. And if you want to call in about that, your thoughts on that, 888-957-9570. I find people who complain about the playoff to just be boring people, to just be lame. Because, yeah, sure, there's some flaws in the system. They will tweak the system. But the playoff, it's awesome. It's awesome. We've needed this for at least 30 years. It is awesome. Anybody complaining about the college football playoff, go seek help, please.
Well, the only thing that I would tweak right now, and maybe it's not a tweak, and maybe it's just something that they're going to have to deal with like the professional teams do, is when you have multiple weeks off, it's going to hurt you even more in college than the pros, I think. Like I'm looking at Oregon yesterday. That looked like a team that just was a step slow. Yeah. And a step they were groggy. I don't know what it was. It looked like a team that had a lot of time off. Yeah. And, we see that a lot in college, in Major League Baseball, but when you see it with football all the time. If you're a great team, it usually doesn't matter. If you're like a Kansas City Chiefs, if you're a LA Dodgers, usually it doesn't matter. But for a college team, like that's when it comes to head coaching. That comes to Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon football. He did not have his team prepared. No. And Ryan Day, for a guy that has been eviscerated left and right because they didn't beat Michigan, but could still win a national championship, that had to have felt good for him and all that shoe polish in his beard.
them losing to Michigan may be the best thing to happen to Ohio State. The way they lost, the embarrassment of what happened at the Horseshoe, and to get that time off and get one more crack to end their season at home on the right foot against Tennessee. Then they go out there and blow out Tennessee. It's like, oh, now we have some momentum. Now we have a shot. Now we play a familiar foe that we lost to early in the season where we felt like we should have beat them in Eugene, Oregon. And you get that rematch at a neutral site at the Rose Bowl, where Ohio State is known to win a lot of Rose Bowls. We think about the Rose Bowl and Rose Bowl champions. I think of Michigan, Ohio State, I think of USC. Yep. Those teams win them. And dark horse is Washington. They won some Rose Bowls as well when I was growing up. But those teams live for Pasadena. That's what they do. And so it was the perfect storm for Ohio State. And to your point about having a time off, yeah, with kids, it's because you go away for a little bit. You go away a little bit. I don't know, man. It is tough. They'll try to figure that out. There's going to be some flaws in the system. Yeah. But I think overall, this is a slam dunk home run hit. This is a slam dunk. Yeah. Right. I personally would want 16 teams like D1 AA.
We'll probably get there.
We'll probably get there because
just like we're going to get that 18th game in the NFL schedule.
Absolutely.
We'll get there with college football.
And you'll get to the point where the top seeds will get at least regional games.
Yeah.
So, Arizona State being a top 4 seed, maybe that game's not in Atlanta. Maybe that game gets moved to Phoenix, Glendale, Arizona, where they're at.
Or Allegiant, right?
Yeah, Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas, L.A. Maybe it'll be a West, kind of like the NCAA tournament in basketball, where you get those neutral sites. Oregon, okay, if they're a 1 seed, okay, maybe that second round game's in Seattle, the Pacific Northwest, where you have a regional home field advantage. So there's some tweaks here and there, but I think overall the product is going to be awesome. And Oregon, look at them just missing tackles. All they did was miss tackles and have bad angles. They were embarrassing.
I got to tell you, no team in college football history has looked better in losing in big moments than Oregon. They got great uniforms.
Great uniforms. I didn't like the combo. I wasn't in love with the combo yesterday.
They just have so damn it's so many. It's too much.
Delayed.
Honestly, they're built for the NBA with the amount of jersey combinations that they do. And speaking of things I've jumped the shark, the fact that the Lakers were wearing their whites in Chase Center, it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that was a little weird. Yeah, I didn't like that. Anyway, the
We're
Warriors.
Old Bonta.
Where you at? Where you at with the Warriors? They're 16-16 now. So the first 15 games, they go 12-3. The second 15 games, they go 3-12. Now they're 1-1 after beating the Suns Saturday night. Very good game. Down 9, Jonathan Kuminga takes over. And then you get the Cavaliers game on Monday, a revenge game, and they score 11 points in the second quarter.
11 points.
They were 4-24 from the floor, 0-for-8 from the three-point line. It was awful. And then Cleveland comes out in the third quarter, and it's a 20-2 run, and they're like, damn, this one's over. So where are we at with the Warriors right now? 888-957-9570. It's Nick in San Jose who we got to meet at the Doobie Awards, which was awesome to see Nick in San Jose.
He's wearing the
tracksuit.
The tracksuit.
Dude, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
How's he feeling about the Dubs right now? Where's the Dub Nation at? How are we feeling about Jonathan Kuminga? Because as I was taking time off, I feel like that's been a name that's been a polarizing figure around for the last 6 weeks. What to do with Jonathan Kuminga? Well, I'll tell you what. I certainly don't want to trade him, Spadoni. He's a guy I could build with as opposed to trading and trying to – where's the quick fix for a championship? I don't know if they're there. So can you build around Kuminga? Can you keep one of these youngsters here? Kuminga's dropping double-doubles now, and he does things differently that nobody else can do on the team, which is get downhill, put pressure on the rim. He's starting to hit his free throws. He's starting to defend a lot better on the ball. He's still got to fix some things off the ball, but where are we at with Jonathan Kuminga, Dub Nation? I've been out for a week. What has been the chatter around the Warriors, Spadoni?
It's a lot of doom and gloom. We need to maximize Steph Curry. So, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The saying goes, Bonte. So, they started off hot, 12-3 this season. Everyone thought, wow, maybe, Western Conference Finals? Maybe? Can this team actually get to a championship?
Deep playoff run?
Deep playoff
run?
Some were saying that, not me. But some were saying potentially a deep playoff run. Might have been Bonte and Joe Shasky.
No.
I said might have been.
Because we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
That was last season after the Warriors beat the Bucks. I just want to make that clear for all the people who are joining us for the new year.
I will be fair to Bonte. He did say this is a great start. Let's see what this team looks like after December when they have a massive, massive gauntlet. And they fell back down to earth a little bit. So I think this is about where teams, where I would have slotted the Warriors. Like, if I told you this, Bonte, the start of the new year, this team would be 16-16.
Yeah.
What would your reaction be? basically the same as last year was where this team was.
Yeah,
this time last year, they're on the same spot.
Honestly, I don't think I would have been surprised, but I am surprised at the 16-16 start with the way the season started. I did not anticipate a 12-3 start. What I anticipated was something around, okay, first 15 games, can you go 10-5? Can you go 9-6? Because you look at the schedule, you see all the new parts here, Spadoni, all the turnover from last year's roster to this season, but you started 12-3, so you're thinking, whoa, 12-3. Okay. Now maybe after the first 30, can I get to 20-10? Can I get to 21-9? We'll pick this up on the other side because I want to break this down, Spadoni, but I'm a little surprised on how they've gotten to 16-16. And there's a lot of moving parts again. We'll get to it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
Hey, Steve, 2 for 2 to start the new year. 2 for 2. All right, Steve.
Huge.
See you tonight.
Yay!
Warriors taking on the Sixers. Sixers 7-3 in their last 10. Warriors trying to figure it out here at 16-16, 8-8 at home. That was the other thing. They wanted to establish a home court after last season. Remember last season, Spinoni, they were very mediocre at home. Very mediocre. If I'm not mistaken, their record was 21-20 at home. Yep, 21-20.
Definition of mediocre.
Yeah, there you go.
And what are they right now, Bonta?
The definition of mediocre. Even Steph Curry said that. Steph Curry said, let's hear it from Steph.
How the kids say it, we're very mid right now. We're just very average. I think we understand that better days can be ahead if, you're not in that big of a hole in the Western Conference. If you look at the standings, you go on a 5-6 game run. To us, that sounds like a lot, but it is like the numbers. You can make up a lot of ground pretty quickly. It's a tough task, but that fine line between losing hope and confidence and understanding, one good week, you're kind of back in it. That's where we are.
That's Steph Curry right there after Monday night's loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And think about this, as Cleveland is 29-4, their numbers are astronomical. They had a stretch of 4 straight games where they hit at least 23s. Second team in NBA history to do so, the Cleveland Cavaliers. But you think about the last week for the Golden State Warriors. They've had a players-only meeting. They bounced back and beat Phoenix. Kuminga has a great game, back-to-back 34-point nights. Of course, they had done on last Friday against the Clippers, where they weren't even into it. They made a late run in the fourth quarter to make it interesting, but they were down 19 after 3. And then you get blown out with Cleveland, where you don't even look like you match up. You don't even belong on the same floor as them right now. They're that good. Garland's getting 2 feet in the paint, blown by everybody. And you're trying to find consistencies, but only in the lineups and the rotations, and injuries are happening. You have all these lineup changes. Some guys are playing, some guys are not. Stephen Curry, look, he's getting defended at a high level, and you're starting to see his age. You're starting to see it. That's the reality here. Draymond Green is starting to see it. These guys are banged up and nicked up, and that's why you don't want Draymond Green playing the 5 for long periods of time, because he's at a point in his career where he can't do it for a long period of time. It's going to wear him out. So it's just we're in an impasse here with the Golden State Warriors, and what to do before the trade deadline's been done, I don't know. I don't know if you trade the youngsters. Do you ride it out? Do you try to make a last-ditch effort on trying to build a championship team? Or do you wait until the offseason to try to get into the mix of making me trade for another superstar? You're in a tough spot right now if you're Mike Dunleavy.
Well, like that, and you just said it right there, a last-ditch effort to be a championship team. I don't even think that's like on the table right now. Like, I don't know what the move is or multiple moves that turn this roster into a championship team, quote unquote. But I'll say this, and for the doom and gloom right now, I understand it. But when I look at the Western Conference as currently constructed, there's really one team that gives me like pause, where it's like, all right, if it's a 7-game series against this team, it's going to be hard. And that's the Oklahoma City Thunder for me. Now, maybe other people think that the Grizzlies would be tough. They still have a lot of respect for the Denver Nuggets, who 7-3 in their last 10. They've played well. They've won 3 in a row. They're champions, obviously. Mavericks, I don't know. The Luka injury is a big question mark. Is he even going to come back? If he does come back, is he going to have to monitor? I don't know. Clippers are the Clippers. Kawhi, he's going to stub his toe, be out for 4 weeks. It is what it is at that point. They've been playing well, and they played the Warriors well. The Rockets are kind of fugazi a little bit to me, just their style of play offensively. I know
they don't shoot well.
They don't shoot well. They have a lot of talent. I think it was a Ryan Hollins who does the pre and post game for them. He said it well. They rely a lot on their talent, and that's true. But that can only get you so far in the NBA. And they're young, they're explosive, but if they have a bad shooting night, they're going to lose most likely. And then you got the Lakers. We'll see. The Lakers, could they make another move? Maybe that's the other team that makes it. But that's
made a good move in getting rid of Russell. That's for sure.
They did, and then they bring in Dorian Finney-Smith, Shake Milton. They played well in their debut actually as Lakers, both of them, in a loss to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I like the move for the Lakers.
And then you got the Timberwolves, you got the Spurs. Spurs feel like one of those teams that has a lot of assets, and maybe they make a big move, and maybe they try to go all in this season. Not all in, but try to pair Wemby with someone for the future potentially. So I want to take a quick pause here. If you're a Warriors fan that says, "Oh, we're done. This season's good," there's no super teams right now in the NBA. There's no super teams in the Western Conference. It's very deep. It's better than the East, and I think that's why we view it as such, because the Western Conference is so much deeper than the East that it feels like it's such a gauntlet. But you said, and all of us here, pretty much in the station, we all thought heading into the season, if they can just be a playoff team, win a series, maybe 2, that's a successful season. Right now, they're a playing team.
Yeah.
2 weeks, they could be the 5 seed. Like that, a 2-week stretch here, they're playing good basketball, they could be the 5 seed. Now, a 2-week stretch where they're not playing good basketball, they could be the 13th seed.
They could be out the box.
They could. But I'm just saying, let's pause the panic meter just for now, because I know they started 12-3. There's just no one in the West right now that I see other than the Thunder that really is going to give me pause saying, oh, well, there's just no shot for the Warriors this season. For me, that's how I view it.
You know, you look at Philadelphia coming up, and then you play Memphis Saturday. No Ja's going to be out.
AC joint sprain.
Yeah, he's out week to week. Then you get the new look King Sunday.
Did they lose like by 50 last time they played the Grizzlies?
Yeah, they got blown.
Oh, my God. But they beat them at Chase earlier.
They beat them at Chase, but they lost, and Steph Curry scored 2 points against them. Because Jalen Wells, look, I've laughed at Taylor Jenkins a lot. I actually see Memphis growing as an organization. And I scoffed at the way they played, and I thought they had to clown Dillon Brooks, who really held them back. They rid themselves of Dillon Brooks. And now they look a lot more professional. They're taking the game a lot more seriously. And that was a team. Even though they were clowning, they had won 56 or 51 games before last season. And last season, of course, started with Ja being suspended for 25 games and then getting injured. You bring in Marcus Smart. He's hurt. Desmond Bane is hurt. Everybody, they just dropped like flies. But Memphis is tough. And what they did in that game against the Warriors, which is, I don't understand why other teams don't do it. Now, I'm not mad if they don't do it, but Jalen Wells, the young man from Memphis who's playing as a guard by way of Sonoma State, he face guarded Steph Curry for 94 feet. And now you're starting to see teams do that a lot where, you know what, we know Steph is playing off the ball. Let's just pressure him and don't leave him, whether it's running a box and one, running some press, but do not leave the chef and press him all 94 feet. He's already dealing with tendonitis in both knees, Spadone. He's 36 years old. It's a lot of moving around for him right now. And so if you face guard him the way Jalen Wells did from Memphis, all of a sudden you need other playmakers to step up and make plays. And right now, enough guys are not making plays around Stephen Curry to help this team thrive.
And that's what's been, frustrating from, a Warriors fan perspective that loves Steph, and they're just used to him just dominating every single night. And now he's getting older. And these teams, this is the NBA. They're not going to take it easy on you because they're getting older. They're not taking it easy on LeBron. They're not going to take it easy on Stephen Curry. They're not going to take it easy on Jimmy Butler. No, and if anything, they're going to make it harder because they know that they have the younger legs and they're going to go after you. And to your point, they're going to pick them up 94 feet. They're going to be irritants. They're going to, get in your face. They're going to be more physical with you at this age because they're going to try to stunt on you right now because you've been dominating the league for this long.
Exactly.
Now it's my turn, Steph. Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to try to make you look foolish at times. And, it sucks because you don't like getting older. I don't like getting older. You don't like it. No one likes getting older. And to see your heroes get older, it start like, sooner or later, I'm going to look at my dad, who's 75 right now, and there's going to be a day where I look at him and he's like, man, my dad's old. Like, there's part of that. And then it comes to that with your players that you love, too. It's like, LeBron James just turned 40. Bonte, I've been watching LeBron James since I was in 4th grade.
That's
no, since I was in 4th grade, I've been watching LeBron James. I have 2 kids now.
Yeah, that is insane. That is wild.
It's crazy, right?
Yep.
We've been watching Steph for this long. Like, and we're not saying it's over. No one's saying it's over for him right now. He's still a very good player.
Still creates that gravity.
If you're trading Stephen Curry right now, you're still demanding a massive haul. Like he is still an amazing player, and no one's trading Steph. Don't worry. But it does concern you if you're a Warriors fan. Like this championship window, then maybe there was never a championship window, but just getting Steph another ring right now seems like it's the furthest you've ever been from it. And I think that's why fans are having a hard time.
It's a harsh reality.
Coming to grips with it. Exactly.
No, it's a harsh reality of where the Warriors are at right now with their superstar. And 888-957-9570 is a number where you at with the Golden State Warriors here. And Draymond Green falls into this equation as well. Is he going to be able to last this season with his injuries? He's getting banged up here. At times he moves great, at times he doesn't. He's got lower back issues right now. So where's he at? In this month of December, shooting-wise, it's dipped. It's dipped from his hot start from the three-point line. They still need him to be aggressive offensively. They need Draymond to shoot those wide-open threes. They need him to shoot from the perimeter. They need him to be aggressive offensively. Obviously, they need Kuminga to be Kuminga and be the player that he has been for the last 2 weeks, and we're seeing a glimpse of that. But is that going to translate to wins? He's only 22 years old. So probably right now, it's going to be tough to win a lot of games against good competition. Kuminga's learning how to win. He's learning how to play this game, and it's finally slowing down for him. And he looks awesome in doing it. But is there a tweak in the system that they need? Do they need to tweak the motion offense? Do they need to run more pick and roll? Do they need to run more high ball screens here? 888-957-9570. And plus the size, I think, is starting to get. The one thing about Cleveland, Spadone, they were so long and athletic, and they contested everything at the rim. Everything. Their guards are big. Their guards are quick. They're contesting every shot. I mean, good Lord. I was like, what? That team looks like they're going to be competing for championships.
That's the team that makes you feel old. Like, when you watch, like, that's like, and I watched it on back, and they had a back-to-back again.
They had a back-to-back.
In Los Angeles against the Lakers. And the Lakers have been playing pretty well. And they just didn't skip a beat. They did.
No.
They got off to a hot start there. The Lakers came back a little bit, but then they're so quick. And, credit to Kenny Atkinson, who right now is probably the leader in the clubhouse for Coach of the Year, at least for me, just with what this team's been able to do. Just blowouts left and right. Doesn't matter if it's the Western Conference or not. And right now it is looking like a 2 or 3 team. I don't know how much people are buying into the Knicks right now. They've been playing well. They're 9-1.
Knicks are playing.
They won 9 in a row.
Yeah, Knicks are going to be there.
Okay.
Knicks will be there.
The Celtics and then the Cavs right now.
And then the Cavs right now.
The Magic, we'll see.
We'll see about the Bucks too.
Yeah.
You can't sleep on the Bucks because of Giannis. We'll see where they're at.
I am sleeping on the Miami Heat. I don't think there's any Heat culture coming out there. And
no, not with the way Jimmy Butler's talking.
Yeah, that's even getting more nasty as it goes by. And
I don't think you're a Jimmy Butler away for the Golden State Warriors.
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
And what it's going to cost you. I'm not there with that. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland.
Oh, our guy.
Oreo Cookie, man. What's happening? What up, Oreo Cookie? Happy New Year.
Hey, what a happy New Year to you guys, and happy New Year to the roasters out there. I just wanted to ask you guys both a quick question, man. When do we start looking at Kerr? I know that the players are getting old, and we're blaming all of this on Father Time. But when are we going to start looking at the coaching, man? I don't think this guy can develop much. The first 15 games, he was all bragging about a 12-man rotation. The last 15 games, what has that gotten him? And when he said that, I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was like, what is this dude talking about? I just think that he doesn't make decisions. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think he's an aw shucks. Where's the coaching at? When do we start looking at Kerr?
Well, you need talent, right? And I think we have all looked at Steve Kerr and some of the lineup combinations. He's trying to find the right lineup combination. I think the rotation, though, Spadoni, has been shortened. They've been going 9 deep. Now, part of that is Brendan Podolski's out with the abdominal strain. But Kyle Anderson the other night did not play. Against Phoenix, he did not play. Kevon Looney did not play against Phoenix. Okay? Moses Moody was out with an injury. Gary Payton, second, out with an injury. He went 9 deep. Now, against the Cleveland Cavaliers, it became a blowout. But literally, they were going about 8 deep. Kuminga, Hield, Moody, and then Lindy Waters played about 14 minutes and 28 seconds. So I do think Steve Kerr is shortening the rotation. But what is the tweak that will help the team win games? Is it putting the ball in Jonathan Kuminga's hands more? Is it putting it in Andrew Wiggins' hands more? What is the tweak, Spadoni? What can Steve Kerr do to help improve the team?
That's why, and we love Oreo Cookie, but the callers that call in and say, it's the coaching, it's the coaching. Listen, it's a combination of things. Sure, the head coach is going to be, that's the easy one always, is blaming the head coach. We do it with Kyle Shanahan constantly. Trust it. We do it all the time. But if Phil Jackson's coaching this team right now, what are they? 20 and 12? I don't, come on. I don't know. I don't think that it's just some, X's and O's thing right now with this team. I think the depth was going well early on. Mm-hmm. Now those players aren't playing as well. Buddy Hield just isn't making, he's 1 of 8 last game.
Right.
He's just not shooting the ball well. And that was a big factor and reason why you were winning on earlier in the season. Is it Steve's Kerr fault that he can't hit water if he fell out of a boat? It's not his fault.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. When you're relying on guys too, like a Dennis Schroeder, who's in your starting lineup, who you just acquired and who is struggling to try to, apply himself into the system, if you will. That's another thing you have to worry about. Is that Steve's Kerr fault that Dennis Schroeder, the acquisition, hasn't, he hasn't done what you came in here to do? It's early.
And let's be real, Spadoni. Dennis Schroeder's he's not accustomed to playing his style.
No.
He wants the ball.
That.
Yeah, the ball sticks in his hands. He wants to run pick and roll and get deep into the paint. Hey, right now, the Warriors like to play .5 basketball, and he's struggling with that right now, Spinone.
Oh, and to your point, and he mentioned that, and I did like what he had to say last week. He was like, listen, it's an adjustment, but I'll get there. It was an adjustment when I had to play with LeBron James, too, with the Lakers. It took me a long time to figure out how to play with these superstar players. It's just not as easy as it's not. Like, you have to make sure they get their touches. You got to be in the right spot. There's a lot baked into it. And yeah, he's a ball handler, and that's what he's used to doing. He's not used to moving without the ball as much. And it's something that's going to be an adjustment period for him. But again, is this adjustment period now getting to the inflection points? Like, okay, Dennis, like let's move it up here. And so I get it.
He mentioned it Saturday though after the win against Phoenix. He goes, man, it's been tough. Maybe it was against Phoenix, maybe it was earlier in the week. But he basically said, look, my family's not here. It's the holidays.
Yes.
I've had to move. It's kind of weighing on me a little bit there, and I get all that. And he said also that it's a challenge of playing next to Steph and Draymond, because of their rapport.
Yes.
And you have to play a certain way with Draymond Green. If he's going to be handling the ball at the point forward spot, he's going to be at the top of the key, operate that real estate. You got to do different things playing up the ball. So to your point, Spinoni, he's not accustomed to doing that right now. And he's struggling to fit in offensively with the Golden State Warriors. You brought up Buddy Hill. It got out to the hot start. In the month of December, Buddy Hill.
Oh, no.
Shooting 36% from the floor. Shooting 30% from the three-point line. Averaging 8.5 points per game in the month of December. Now, that's in 13 games. Right now, he looks like he's pressing. He looks a bit lost. And you heard the soundbite from Draymond Green against Phoenix, where he said, wake your ass up. If not, sit down.
Yeah.
And I'm paraphrasing. And Draymond Green mentioned that after the game. Well, Buddy's is this just who Buddy is? Is this a guy that we've all kind of watched throughout his NBA career, or is he more the guy that we saw in October and November?
Well, right now you're hoping he's a streaky player, because that means he's going to come out of this, right? You're hoping he's a streaky player, because if he's not, then this is going to be a tough watch the rest of the season, because you relied so heavily on him early on in the season, being your second, best three-point shooter. And if your best three-point shooter, if the best three-point shooter in the history of the game is struggling on top of that, then yeah, it's going to be noticeable. And that's why I don't fault people and players like Jonathan Kuminga who are trying to manufacture something always. Like, listen, Kuminga's shot wasn't falling last week against the Cleveland Cavaliers. He was 4-15. But you know what? What's I loved seeing in that box score? I'm looking at it right now. 14 free throw attempts. God, that is so refreshing for a Warriors team. When was the last time a Warrior player had 14 free throw attempts?
Think about this.
It probably was Jonathan Kuminga.
Think about his last 3 games, Benone. Jonathan Kuminga's last 3 games from the free throw line, starting with the Clippers. Actually, I'll go back to his last 5, starting with the Indiana loss. Warriors are 1-4 since starting this homestand. Remember, they had 8 and 9 at Chase Center. The one lone road game was down in LA at Intuit Dome. And they've basically lost 3 to 4 home games.
Damn.
But JK, 6 and 9 from the free throw line against Indiana. Christmas Day against the Lakers, 6 of 8 from the free throw line. Friday night against the Clippers, 11 of 14 from the free throw line. Against the Phoenix Suns, Saturday night, 8 of 12. And then against the Cleveland Cavaliers, 10 of 14 from the free throw line. So JK's doing what he's got to do. And let's not act surprised that JK is doing this. He did this last season. He did it at times the season before that, so I'm not surprised that JK is showing his abilities here. But you're right, Spadone. He's getting to the free throw line. He's grabbing more rebounds. Through the last 5 games, look at those last 3 games, 10, 9, and 10. That's his rebounding numbers. So he's doing everything that everybody's asked of him right now. So JK, in my list of issues for the Golden State Warriors, JK's not one of them.
No, one of them right now for me, and maybe issue is too strong, but I'm seeing a little bit more inconsistency, and at least this is the offensive end. So I'm not going to paint it with a wide brush, but Andrew Wiggins, just the inconsistency on the offensive end is a little concerning. I know what I'm getting defensively, and I'm not trying to poo-poo that, because he is almost always guarding the other team's best player at times, and that takes a lot out of you. But at the same time, they're in a position where they need a lot more from him offensively every single night, because Steph he's not going to have it every single. That's not baked into the equation anymore. Draymond Green, he might have a game with double-digit points, but for the most part, he's not giving you that. You're not getting that help off the bench from Buddy Hield anymore. Dennis Schroeder, he's not getting those double-digit points. So Andrew, you're going to be there every single day, and I can rely on you for health and on the defensive end, but I need that to pick up a little bit more going forward here. He just hasn't been able to score right now. Or he's just not like being aggressive. Like that's another thing with Andrew. And Steve Kerr's talked about that in the past. Just kind of feature him early on in the game and get his touches. And maybe that's another thing that Dennis Schroeder's learning early on, having the ball in his hands. Hey, maybe I need to feed Wiggins a little bit more, get him more involved early on in the game. So
10 of 32 from the floor, Andrew Wiggins the last 3. 3 of 14 from the three-point line over the last 3. And you talk about aggressiveness. When I see Andrew Wiggins being aggressive, I see 20 field goal attempts, 16 field goal attempts. Last 3 games, 11, 12, and 9. So it's got to be a little more aggressive. Just 15 points per game in the month of December. You need Wiggins to be around 17, 18, as well as JK's play. And Steph Curry's going to be down around 22, 23. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno real quick before the break as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and Nation 1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. What up, Rob?
Happy New Year, fellas.
Happy New Year, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, look, man, we just got to come to a realization. You already know Steph ain't, he's still that guy, but he's not that guy no more that's going to go against these younger guards. The NBA is a guard league now, and your best player, Steph Curry, he's a guard, but he's an older guard. So when he go against them young guards, he got the foot speed to defend them, and then the same injuries run around all them screens and drop 30 a night. He's just getting older. Look, man, this is the Kuminga team right now, all right? The motion offense don't really work without Klay Thompson. It's with Klay Thompson, it's deal. You can win games with it. Without Klay Thompson or just Steph or just Klay, it don't work as well because you don't have that other 3-point threat out there. So and then you got Draymond running the 4. He's not going to consistently get you 10 points a night. So you got to guard him. You got guard the 3. He's not really going to drive to. He's just a player out there because Steph Curry out there. He's a player out there because he knows the system. It's time for Curry to scratch the system. Okay. I mean, you gotta get rid of Draymond. That's the call. I'm Wiggins. He shouldn't get more touches than Wiggins or Kuminga. Draymond needs to come off the bench. He did come off the bench. I think Kurt made the right decision. But you have folks. Oh, Draymond needs to come on for nostalgia points. Look, he's not that guy no more. All right, teams don't respect his shot, his ability to score. He's just a guy with the ball, and he's not a threat. So it's 4-on-5 every time. This is Kuminga's team now. Curry needs to work around him. Curry can still dribble, shoot, and do his thing, but he needs to work around Kuminga. And Draymond needs to get off the floor. Let Wiggins and Kuminga handle the ball. Because at the end of the day, this is an athlete. You got to be athletic up and down the court, just air. And Draymond's just not that.
Rob and San Bruno, everybody. 888-957-9570. Is that the move the Warriors need to make? Is that the move the Warriors need to make right now? What move would you like to see them make? How can they tweak this? They're 60-16 right now after a 12-3 start. They're at 500, and they're flirting with being under 500 against the Sixers tonight, who are coming in. They had a catastrophic loss last night. Kings scored the last 15 points of the game. I couldn't believe it. I'm watching it. It was like, wow, I'm going back and forth, oscillating between Kyle Draper and Kate Scott, who's on the call tonight for Philadelphia. And I'm thinking to myself, damn. What
if you love Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Eagles, they scare me. They scare me as a legit Super Bowl contender. I can't stand that fan base.
They actually have a defense, so yeah, unlike the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I can't stand that. I hate that fan base with a passion. Real quick, before the break. Not a King's tale, but I'm walking out. It was either the Phoenix game or the Indian. I forget which home game it was. Over the last week, I'm walking to my car, and a van pulls up, just drives right by me, almost like they were waiting for me. Slows up.
Sounds scary.
Yeah, it does sound scary. Rolls up, slows down.
Kidnapper's tale?
Yeah, no, dude, slowed up, roll the window down, and go, hey, go Birds. And I go, F the Birds. And there's all these fans waiting for autographs and stuff like that. He goes, go F you, Bonte, you suck. And I'm like, man, screw the Birds. I swear to God, it happened last week. I was like, Eagle fans are now coming out of the woodwork, talking that talk.
They're chirping.
They're chirping. Okay. They're chirping hard.
We'll see. Like they squandered a huge opportunity against the Washington Commanders a couple weeks ago where they could have had the number 1 overall seed. And going through Philadelphia, I would have thought they would have been a shoo-in to make it to the Super Bowl. Now I still think I have them slightly above the Lions, and I think they're right there with the Vikings. So that's going to be interesting to me. But I trust Jalen right now a little bit more than I trust Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's going to show me. But that's a conversation for another time.
All right, more on the Warriors. 888-957-9570. What to do about the Golden State Warriors? Where are you at with the Dubs right now, 16-16? And then also, what is your New Year's resolution with your sports teams? 2025 is here. Each team, the Sharks, the Giants, the Niners, the Warriors. What is your New Year's resolution for each team? Let's do that on the other side. 888-957-9570. What is your New Year's resolution for each of your teams here in the Bay Area? We'll do that on the other side, brought to you by Safeway.
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
All right, Kate, I'll see you later tonight at Chase Center. I'll make sure to pull your Bay Area car from you. Say, you don't need that no more. You're all about the 215 in Philadelphia.
I was going to say, she a Penn Stater right now, too?
Oh,
she can add that
I don't think Philadelphia likes Penn State because it's on the west side of Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
It's so far Happy Valley away from – it's like Philadelphia and the rest of PA.
Oh, okay.
It's the rest of Pennsylvania, and then there's just Philadelphia.
Gotcha. Steiny also kind of says that, too. Anything western Pennsylvania is like the countryside.
Right.
They don't acknowledge it.
They're closer to Ohio. I don't know if you've been watching the Hard Knocks on the AFC North.
I have not.
Dude, it's fascinating. But they show – they take the bus ride, Cleveland and Pittsburgh. They take the bus to each other's city. There, turnpike or whatnot, 2-hour drive.
Yeah, you don't need
right
to take
there.
a flight.
It's close to Ohio. No need to take a flight. I know Philadelphia did that going out of Baltimore. They just took the train. Took the train out to Baltimore, old school.
I did watch, like, how like you're on Instagram, they have the reels, or YouTube, they have the shorts. So like I did stumble upon one where it's just like an NFL player, like what they do after a game, right? And to get on and just get through a flight and stuff like that. A lot more taxing than I actually thought when it comes to going through the TSA. Now, it's a little more expedited,
right?
But there is a lot when you're a big, like 6'8", like 300-pound offensive lineman. And I am jealous of the little lunch boxes they get, though.
Yeah, the little lunch boxes.
It's great.
Like that little lunch
you
box.
Get, you get that anytime, Bonte, huh?
No, I don't.
NBC Sports, they got little lunch boxes for all you guys?
No, I don't get to travel. The only place I get to travel to is Chase Center.
Oh, that's a good spot, though. I mean, they got a lot of good food options over there, Chase Up.
Hey, you have dumpling time. You have God's. You had the JP Morgan Club, fresh sushi. Had some sliders last week. That was really, really good. Food aside, Chase Center is.
I have been to dumpling time. It is good. It is a good
really
time.
Good. It is a good time. Tony's Pizza inside. You got Sam's Charter. You got a lot going on at Chase. K Fico's out there now. I mean, you got a lot going on at Chase Center. You got no shortage of food options there. But look, we're back. Happy New Year, everybody out there. Download the Odyssey app in case you forgot. 2025. It's time you get on the app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries, Baseball Guys are all available. And follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors stations and radio shows like Steiny Goo or The Morning Roast, of course. Catch amazing interviews you missed, too, like with Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibs every single week. Now, Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8:30 to discuss the state of the Dubs.
Slates.
Cam Inman, 49ers insider for the Bay Area News Group, will join us at 9:20. Talk about the state of the Niners heading to their last game of the regular season against the Arizona Cardinals. And don't forget, all guests on 85.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, but isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? I need to make another trip out there because I hate my folks out there, River Islands. But when it comes to New Year's resolution, we got the Warriors, we have the Niners, we have the Giants, we have the Sharks, we have the Earthquakes, we have Bay FC. Got Cal, got Stafford. We can go wherever you want to go with this. But I'm taking championships off the board because we all want championships. We all want MVPs. We all want championships. That's an obvious one. But what is a more attainable resolution? Like, for example, if I'm looking at the 49ers, my New Year's resolution, it would be to give me a ball hawking free safety and then improve the trenches. Those are my resolutions. I want better line play, and I want a ball hawking safety. That's just one example. With the Warriors, I would love size and athleticism. Would love that. With the Giants, man, it'd be nice to get a home run hitter in the middle of that lineup. Those are just some of the resolutions I have. What are some of the resolutions you have?
No, it's a good point because you don't go into like, and I'm not a big New Year's resolution. Like you can start it whenever. It doesn't have to be January 1. I get it. Right. It's a clean slate for a lot of people, so they try to do positive visualization, all that sort of stuff. Like that's fine. But for me, I'm not going in next season if I'm, let's say, a lot of people are working out, right? Like right now, a lot of people are probably at the gym. They're watching us on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
Gyms are packed.
They're packed right now. It's not going to be like that in a couple weeks. Why? Because they don't have whatever it is that next step to really, want to be that next person, that better person. And I think of if I'm working out, I'm not going to have a 6-pack in 3 weeks. That's just not how it's going to happen. Yeah. But you know what? Maybe by the end of the year,
the dream.
We can all dream. Maybe by the end of the year, I could have the semblance of something.
Maybe I have a 1-pack. Maybe a 2-pack.
There you go. Yeah. But if I'm looking at it for my sports teams, I'm not expecting like a championship all the time. I'm not expecting a championship. That's great. That's easy. But if I'm the Warriors, first and foremost, size. And I want to know what the direction of this team is. Like, I want a clear, solid direction at the end of this season.
Direction and identity, right?
Correct.
What would the identity be for the Warriors right now?
I don't know. I seriously, I don't know.
Yeah.
Then that's a problem.
Yep.
Like, I know what it is for the Boston Celtics. I know what it is for the Cleveland Cavaliers right now.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it is for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I know what their identities are. I don't know what it is for the Golden State Warriors. And for the San Francisco Giants, just show me. Like, at this point, like, I just, it's been a lot of talk from this team and from whether it's Farhan, whether it's, I want Buster Posey now to imprint his will on this team. I want to see this team be like what Buster Posey was for the San Francisco Giants. Respectable. That's a guy that you can respect, an organization that you can respect. And the Willie Adamas signing was great. Corbin Burns missing out on him.
Oh.
That's tough.
Oh.
I know Shasky thought it was a lock. The more I looked into his background, though, maybe Arizona should have been the favorites all along.
He lives in Scottsdale.
He lives in Scottsdale. His family lives there.
Right. And he's from Bakersfield. He's from Bakersfield. Here's the thing that got me, because I thought it was a lock too, actually. I thought Corbin Burns, it sounded good. And you're hearing conflicting reports about whether or not it was the money or the years or the opt-out, whatever it is. But the more I found out that Scott Boras was his agent, the more I felt, like, oh, this may not happen.
Right.
Scott Boras is involved. Corbin Burns ain't signing right now. He's not going to get pressured into putting the pen on the paper just because the Giants fans want him. And so, yeah, you're right. Looking at that Scottsdale, he's right there at home. They have a good staff already. Zach Gallen's pretty damn good. Who's my other guy? Zach Gallen. Merrill Kelly. They have a good lineup.
They still have Jordan Montgomery, right?
Yeah,
he had a bad year, but he didn't have the strength training.
Yeah.
There's a lot built into that.
I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine.
So all of a sudden you're still the fourth team, it feels like, in the NL West, which is tough, but you know what? It's not over. Hot stove, turn it back on, turn off that gas burner, electric, whatever the hell you got. We'll see. But it's similar to what the Warriors are, the identity, right, of the Giants. Mm-hmm. They do have more, I feel like, if you could build around, Logan Webb as your number one, which is a fine number one still. It sucks that you lost out on Blake Snell. Robbie Ray's guy won a Cy Young.
Yep.
All right. And he did show me enough, I felt like, last year to be excited. Now, it's kind of like that old thing, like, oh, it's great. He's going to be really good this year, and then is he going to leave us again? Well, if he's really going really great and everything's really good, maybe you do try to get that contract during the season, right? So that's what I'm looking for with Buster Posey. Can you make some more moves, and can this team kind of be under his shadow? And I want, because for the longest time, when I watched the Giants, all you saw was Farhan. It's just, you couldn't get that out of your image out of your head. And that's why it was hard for fans to even go to the stadium.
Well, I saw this over the weekend, that the Giants have the worst farm system in baseball.
Yeah, that was tough.
And now I don't get caught up in ratings. Yeah, I don't get caught up in the rankings of farm systems, because how do we know? But the whole time Farhan was supposed to be, oh man, the farm's going to be such in a better place. It's going to be so much in a better place with Farhan's ID. And you look at the rankings going into 2025, and they have the worst farm according to Bleacher Report, farm system rankings. And a lot of those rankings are in the 20s. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, what did Farhan do? But if I had a resolution, it'd be to see Bryce Eldridge, that everybody's hyped up, and I'm eager to see. I want Bryce Eldridge to play at least 120 games with the Giants, just to see what it is. And I don't care if he goes through a month-long slump where he bats 051. I want Bryce Eldridge to play at least 100. If I had a resolution for the Giants, that would be it. Bryce Eldridge, pencil him in for 120 games to see what I got. No yo-yoing like Marco Luciano or Elliot Ramos or who's my other guy, center field. I already forgot his name because he doesn't play much.
Exactly.
Luis Matos.
There you go.
Luis Matos. Give me 120 games of Bryce Eldridge. That is my resolution. I want to see it.
Bryce Eldridge. Like, again, I
want to see it.
We get so involved in these prospects just thinking they're going to hit, and it's just, baseball is so hard to predict. Like, so we did this with Kyle Harrison, and he's fine. Kyle Harrison's fine. He wasn't what everyone thought he was going to be. At least at this point. Everyone thought he was going to be a phenom, number one, best pitcher in baseball. Like, he's not Paul Skeens.
No.
And that's kind of what Giants fans kept telling me he was going to be, was Paul Skeens. I saw Paul Skeens and Kyle Harrison last year. There's a night and day difference.
Not even close.
Sorry. So Bryce Eldridge, he at least looks the part. He's big, he's strong, he's powerful. Let's see how that translates. I'll wait and see on that one. You can be excited. I don't like telling fans not to get excited.
Right.
Just cautiously optimistic is what I would always just urge people to do as fans. Cautiously optimistic. And real quick, going back to your Corbin Burns thing, and why he chose Arizona, and he's not from there, but he lives there. He got his family there.
Yeah.
Are you noticing this trend more and more? And maybe it's the millennial generation that I think players from our generation, Bonte, because we're both millennials, we're on the opposite ends of them. They're more willing to, accept a situation. Maybe they're not the best team and it's not a championship team, but what's best for their family.
Yeah.
I feel like we're seeing that more and more, and that mindset of championship or biggest bag, it might not be there, and it's what's best for my family. I just feel like we're getting to a place now where winning might not be the only thing for these guys. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I feel like I'm sensing that trend more and more.
Well, you look at Arizona last year, right? Or 2 years ago, they advanced to the World Series. They advanced to the World Series by winning 84 games. 84.
No one saw that.
Nobody saw that coming, but they advanced to the World Series. Last season, Arizona Diamondbacks won 89 games. They finished 9 back of the Dodgers, but just 4 back of the Padres. So they're right there. They have a great young player in Corbin Carroll, who got going in the latter half of the season. First 3-4 months was awful. But Corbin Carroll's a player. Suarez is a player. Gurriel Jr. can play. This guy's they've got a roster here. Jock Peterson, he's not there anymore. Christian Walker signs with the Houston Astros, but Marte Parte.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He's a good player. So when you get to Scottsdale and you're right there, it's Phoenix. The weather's great. You're playing in a dome. You got the retractable roof. If you're a golfer, it's great to golf out there. Yeah. You're in the West. You're not too far from L.A., Bakersfield, where your roots are. Your family's out in Arizona. I still think this is a winning situation in Arizona.
It is.
It is. And they love their baseball down there. So, but I don't know if I see some players sign with the Astros, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe they think the championship pedigree is still there. The championship pixie dust with the Houston Astros. But I do think players aren't saying, you know what, I know I'm going to get money wherever I go. I know I'm going to get money. But to your point, the family, the situations, it matters. And can I potentially win here? And now Corbin Burns, he protected himself. What does he have, an opt-out after 2 years?
Something like that.
So he can get out of that. If things are not going well for the Diamondbacks, he can get out of that and get himself a new contract. So Arizona's a destination that we all kind of scoff at and say, you don't really want to win.
Correct.
But
so after the first 2 years, he has an opt-out.
Right, he has an opt-out. So he can opt out after 2 years if he doesn't like the situation or if they're not winning or being competitive in the National League West and the National League. But you look at Arizona, the way they develop talent and the way guys go there, they do have a chance to win in Arizona now. They do. I think that is a winning culture in Arizona. But to your point, being comfortable with your family and in a spot to where, you're not going to get a lot of limelight because the media is not going to cover the Diamondbacks like they are the Dodgers or the Padres. So it is a good landing spot to just kind of fly under the radar, do your thing. Phoenix is a relaxed market.
I was going to say, even in Arizona, they're like the third team, right? Like you got the Suns and you got, the Cardinals. Even though the Diamondbacks are the only ones to win anything there, but
no doubt. So I to your point, I do think people want to win and they want to go to a situation to where they think they can win something. But is it all about winning?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Fair enough. And listen, we're doing our New Year's resolutions. What are some of your New Year's resolutions for your sports teams, your favorite teams? 888-957-9570. They got to be attainable too. We're not doing the, the championship. No. Let's just do something concrete. We're saying identity. Bonte wants to see Bryce Elger with the Giants. And, I want to see some more, just fun players on the Giants. I think that's where you're kind of tiptoeing around here.
Right.
Can I get some more like zest? Like Elliot Ramos, great player. Was I wowed by him a lot? No, but I think if I get more players like that up and down the lineup, I might be more wowed.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, now we got some legit depth here, and I could be excited. Would a guy like, Pete Alonso, the polar bear, who's still out there,
would love him. I know
I
Elger's
can see the hats already. We've already all said it.
Yeah,
Come on.
But you know what? I have no problem signing Pete because I got a DH and a first baseman.
Correct.
Hey, one day it's Bryce Elger, one day it's Pete Alonso. I don't really get caught up in this guy wants to play in the field. I just want to get some ballers in the lineup.
Yes.
You got to have some threats to help your pitching staff out. Guys are pitching in 1-1 games and pitching in high-stress situations. That's so you know you fall behind and you don't believe in your lineup to get you back into a game. I will not mind Pete Alonso. You missed out on Corbett Burns. What's the pivot here for Buster Posey? So what's your resolution when it comes to the Giants? What's your resolution when it comes to the Warriors and Niners? See, somebody said San Jose State. San Jose State lost a tough bowl game. The Hawaii Bowl.
We were all watching on Christmas Eve, too.
Oh, the Hawaii Bowl.
In.
I had South Florida in that one. In my little college bowl pick'em, but that overtime was wild. 5 overtimes?
No, I know a lot of people that had the over, and they were like so rooting for overtime there.
My gosh.
They got it, and then eventually, obviously, it ended up being like 70, whatever it was.
Right.
But it was a crazy game. Sparty up, baby. Sparty down right now.
Sparty. What's the resolution for San Jose State, Cal, and Stafford? For crying out loud. 888-957-9570. If it's the Warriors.
Ooh.
Spinotti, what's your resolution for the Warriors? I love it. You get in on this. Get in on this too.
Well, I would like to see again. Who's going to be the guy I'm building around after this season? That's going to be the question for me. Are we still building around Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and that final ember, if you will, that's flickering in that fireplace that was the Golden State Warriors dynasty, or am I going to be looking at the young guy and Jonathan Kuminga? And I feel like we've been tiptoeing around this conversation for so damn long, but if they're another one and done, or they fail to make the play-in, or they lose in the first round, I think there's going to be a very, very hard look at this team if you're Mike Dunleavy and if you're Joe Lacob and saying, what do I have here? And
so maybe the resolution is finding an identity.
The identity. Exactly. The identity. And
the identity still be Steph and Dre?
I think it's you almost can we take these two timelines and just finally condense them down to one? Like I feel like that's the resolution I have for the Warriors in terms of just pick a direction and go with it.
Are we seeing that right now? Are we seeing that come to fruition, Sam and Bonte? There's just Jonathan Kuminga playing all these minutes. He's finally become a focal point on this team, albeit off the bench. And we're seeing Stephen Curry, the struggles there. Aren't we finally seeing these two timeline things come to head? A lot like if you ever play with the Hot Wheels.
Oh, yeah.
When the two tracks come together and you got the little fast thing in the middle that shoots them both.
Is it that, or are they just trying to showcase Kuminga so they could trade him in a couple months? So do we think we're going one timeline, then they do the old switcheroo, where actually, no, it's the Steph Curry timeline?
It's a very good question. And I have no idea what Mike Dunleavy is going to do with this roster with the trade deadline coming up. The trade deadline's coming up in just over a month. What is it, February 6th, I want to say?
I think so.
February 6th is the date. Maybe it is a showcase for Jonathan Kuminga. But how will fans feel if they actually do trade Jonathan Kuminga?
February 6th at 12 o'clock Pacific time.
Big day around here. Huge day. Because they could still flip Schroeder if they want. They could flip Buddy Hield. Who knows what Mike Dunleavy's thinking right now? Because you know the owner, Joe Lacob, wants to win. You know Steve Kerr wants to win. You know Steph wants to win. So what is going to happen here before February 6th? And what's your resolution for the Golden State Warriors? Do you want them to pick a lane? Do you want them to just say, you know what, we're all in on the Jonathan Kuminga experience? Or are you holding out hope for Jimmy Butler or another star to try to coax one more championship out of this core? Or is that even unrealistic? 888-957-9570. I don't know where Warrior fans are at right now. I think all Warrior fans are a little confused on what direction they want to see this front office go with.
You know, we're talking about all three of these teams right now, and I could make the argument, and you can say John Lynch or Buster Posey, but I know Buster's not technically the GM, but I'm just going to, he's the president. Like, I'm just,
right.
He's that guy.
He's the guy making the decision.
Exactly. Yeah. You think Mike Dunleavy has the hardest job right now amongst those three major teams in the Bay?
I do.
Just given the wow and star power of his guy, Stephen Curry, and where he's at in his career right now?
I do, because when I look at John Lynch and the Niners, Lynch and Shanahan, by the way, they're coming back in case anybody thought that.
Yeah, Adam Schefter reported, don't worry, and Jed York said it.
They're coming back, so they're back.
I think it was our friend Tim Kawakami who originally got that scoop.
TK show.
TK
Odyssey.
Show. Odyssey family member. So John Lynch knows that I feel good with Brock Purdy moving forward. If I signed him to a massive long-term deal, we can get to that a little bit later. I know he's coming off that Monday night game where he threw for a bunch of yards and some touchdowns, but he had the egregious interceptions. We get all that. But Brock Purdy's not my biggest issue on the 49ers. I know I have Fred Warner, who's going to get that ankle right in the offseason. Nick Bosa played well on Monday Night Football. Renardo Green and Diablo Lenore are some players. So I got some pieces here with the 49ers where I said, okay, I look at the schedule next season. We could be back at the top of the NFC West and get back into the playoff mix. You're right there playing nip and tuck football with the Detroit Lions, who are battling for a number 1 seed in your own conference. You're not far away.
No, and you just look at your own division, and that's where you have to look first and foremost. Like, is Stafford going to be back next year with the Rams? I don't know. What's he going to be like? Kyler Murray, people are already talking about trading him potentially. Yeah. It's because the Kyler Murray experience has just been nothing but a dud after signing him to that big deal. And then Geno Smith's not the guy. Are the Seahawks going to make a trade or something? So I feel actually, in a weird way, we're going nuts around here. I feel the best about the 49ers quarterback situation than anyone else.
I feel, look, I think
I get it. Matt Stafford's won a Super Bowl, but
it's a disappointing season. Yeah. It's a down year to me. I think it's a one-off. I think the Niners will be back and being a competitive football team next season. I truly do. And I look at the season, they haven't gotten blown out with the exception of those 2 East Coast games, Green Bay and Buffalo, and one of them when you're starting Brendan Allen, who's not even going to start this week. And the next week, Brock Purdy comes back in Buffalo to snow. It's going to be a tough game already. But I look at the way they've lost these games. Some tweaks. They need some tweaks. No doubt about it. And maybe Debo's gone too because you look at the last lack of targets in the pass game. It kind of tells you that maybe they're moving on to Pearsall and Jennings and waiting for Brendan Ayuk to come back. Well, but I'm with you. John Lynch is in a great spot. Mike Dunleavy may be in the most difficult spot because not only are you replacing Bob Myers, but you get tasked with how do you build around Steph and Draymond. That is the key, right? And I'm looking at a text right here from the 415. My resolution for the Warriors is J.K. needs to become the number 1 on this team. Curry's too old to be a number 1 and needs help. Definitely need some help, right? We definitely need to stabilize the lineups. We definitely need less roster turnover. We need to stay healthy or whatnot. But to your point, Spadone, I do believe Mike Dunleavy has the toughest task as a GM of an organization in this market to figure out where to go with the Warriors. Because let's just say, hypothetically, he blows it up and says, you know what, Draymond and Steph, we're going to move on. We're going to go with the youth movement. Boy, there's going to be a lot of blowback there. Mm-hmm. If he decides within the next month or the offseason to say, you know what, we're going to trade Kuminga, we're going to trade Wiggins, we're going to trade some of the youth to try to add for Steph and Dre, there's going to be blowback there. Because a lot of people think that, Steph is not the same player, and he's not. He's 36 years old. He's still a damn good, effective player, Spadone, but he's not as effective as he was 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 4 years ago. You look at the game logs here, and it's getting tougher, especially with the bilateral knee tendonitis. So, to your point, Spadone, you're right. Dunleavy has the toughest task out here in the Bay Area. It's not even close. Yeah, and Buster Posey, he's just not Farhan, so I think he's already looked at public. He's a made guy. So this year, I don't think he can do anything wrong. Like, the Giants cannot be great, or maybe, but they could just give him some time a little bit here. He's in a great spot. But yeah, I look at what Mike Dunleavy has on his plate right now, and to deal with an owner like Joe Lacob, and we love Joe Lacob because he demands excellence from his team. He demands excellence. He's going to put his money where his mouth is. He does everything that John Fisher with the Oakland A's and now just the Athletics didn't do, and that's why we love Joe Lacob, because we have had so much bad ownership in the Bay Area when it comes to these iconic brands that once he came in here, once he put this team on his back financially and with the move and everything, he has shown us his willingness to win. Now, Bob Myers is gone. In his first season, I thought Mike Dunleavy did some good things. He had to make some hard decisions. Now, are we looking back right now, and I saw you send this to the thread, are we looking back at that Jordan Poole move? Saying, well, Mike, in his first year, he kind of had to make sure the locker room was okay first and foremost. And in his first move, is he going to really not re-sign Draymond Green, a legend? That puts Mike in a very peculiar spot. Now, it would have been a ballsy move. It would have been something where it's like, wow, you know what? Mike Dunleavy, he's not here to play. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's not going to take a no for an answer. It's his show. But he didn't do that. He traded off Jordan Poole. I think it was the easier decision to make given the two. But was it the right decision looking back? I don't know. I don't know if it was the right decision then. Well, I know the argument a lot of people are going to say, the Wizards aren't winning anything. They're not winners. Jordan Poole's not winning games. And we get that. They're a long way away. Does that make his stats not matter? They're a long way away, but he is having a career season. Career high in points, assists, steals, and his three-point percentage is at 40.7%. The number that's actually not even any of those. That's the most, I would be happiest with
It's the age number.
Yeah.
He's 25 years old.
25 years old.
Like, that's why you draft guys and want to keep them within your organization. That's why a lot of people are hesitant with the Jonathan Kuminga thing, because of the age. And like, that's a guy that can still build. Now, you've seen him for a few seasons, and I get it. The Jason Timps of the world who joined Steiny and Evan filling in for Goo early in the season of the Volume Network, and I think Jason does a hell of a job on his podcast. We don't have it yet, but I'll paraphrase basically what he was saying.
What was he saying? He
was saying his whole thing about trading, because he's on the team of trading Jonathan Kuminga. Not that he doesn't think Kuminga's good. It's just that he doesn't think he's going to be one of the top 5 number ones in the West if you build around him. He doesn't believe he's going to be that guy, that number 1 championship player, which you're going to need in the West. Like, he's not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's not John Morant. He's not Luka Doncic. That's already top 3 right there. And if you get, he's not, Anthony Davis. That's top 4. So, like, you start getting there. Now, can he get there? That's going to be the question. I don't know, Bonte.
Look,
but
let's just talk about his play.
You got to plant your flag somewhere, right?
Yeah, well, just look at JK. And there's a graphic I sent to you guys a couple of weeks ago where JK plays at least 30 minutes a game. And you compare that with Franz Wagner. And this was, what game was this entering? I think it was entering the Indiana game, maybe. I could be wrong. But it was a couple of weeks ago. Where I had this graphic. Here
Same draft class, obviously.
Same draft class. This was back on December 10th. So at that point, December 10th, JK had 36 games in which he played at least 30 minutes. 36 games. This is back on December 10th, where he had played at least 30 minutes a game. 36 games where he played at least 30 minutes a game. And in those games, he averaged over 20, 5.5 rebounds, shot better than Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner shot 47% from the floor in these such situations. And he had 193 games played in which he played at least 30. JK was shooting over 54% from the floor in those games, at 42 from 3 compared to Wagner's 33%. And we're seeing JK over the last three games here really come on. Crunch time situations where he's defending Kevin Durant. He's going out on the break. He's finishing over Plumlee. He's drawing the foul on KD. He hits the 2-game winning free throws. Athletically, you have nobody like him. And in the playoffs, but this is where I look at Kuminga. In the playoffs, especially the Western Conference. Yeah. Hell, even in the Eastern Conference, you need 3D guys and you need wing defenders. Because the Tatums, the SGAs, the Lukas, the Kyries, you need wing defenders. That's why Andrew Wiggins is so valuable on this team right now, because he could defend at a high level on the perimeter. Well, JK's getting there. JK's closing in on that, and he's getting there. So you have to ask yourself, he may not be your number 1, but is he a guy that you can win with? Can you win high-level games with JK? We just haven't had the opportunity to see it yet, so we don't really know.
I don't think we're going to get that opportunity. I don't, just where this team is at right now, unless Mike Dunleavy makes a bold decision here. And what's that bold decision going to be? Is it moving off again? It trades Draymond Green. I think Robin St. Bruno said that earlier. It's interesting. I could see a team that feels like a Draymond Green piece away. Like there are that's a luxury piece for a champ, like a team that's right off the fringe of a championship.
What
right?
would the blowback be if you decided to make that move? And I don't think
there'd be that much blowback. I honestly don't. Given what Draymond, I get it. He's been a nice model citizen, quote unquote, this season. But given everything that's happened the last few seasons, I don't think there'd be as much blowback as you'd think if Mike Dunleavy decided to trade Draymond Green.
It's crazy because I don't even think Draymond Green's the issue.
No,
Draymond Green's played good basketball.
I don't, but I do think if you're looking at moving forward
and just starting over
a little bit.
If you decide to do that,
that's signaling to me that you don't think this team is going to be contending for at least next season, probably. At least this season, but definitely next season.
Yeah.
Because he's a guy, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Go ahead.
But he's a guy, too, that, like, we're just talking about Steph diminishing returns. Like, Draymond's getting old.
He is getting old.
And his position and the wear and tear on him, specifically, having to go against these big guys, the Anthony Davises of the world, year in and year out, those big bodies, Joel Embiid coming up here. Like, I'm more worried about his game aging here and maybe the rapid decline within this next year or two. And so that's why I would make the argument, the Bill Walsh theory, moving off from a player a year or two too soon, rather than a year or two too late. That would be the argument there.
He's had a tough December when it comes to shooting, Draymond Green. 37% shooting, 32% from the three-point line, but you need him to remain aggressive to open up this offense. If he's aggressive, look, Saturday night against Phoenix, he had a hell of a game, 16, 8, and 7. He was barking 6 and 9 from the floor, 3 threes. I thought he stabilized the game in the first half, where the game could have got away from the Golden State Warriors against Phoenix, and he scored all 16 in the first half. And then Cleveland goes 1 for 10. The size and length of Mobley and Allen got to him offensively. He's in heaven in that game, left the game for a little bit to check on an injury, but he's not shooting well right now. So where is Draymond Green at health-wise? And it is a concern given his age and the wear and tear and the miles that he has on those legs. And he mentioned it Saturday night where he said, look, I don't enjoy playing the 5, but if we're winning, I enjoy winning. So I'll do what I got to do to help this team win. But playing the 5, it's tough on him, and I get it. So what do you do there if he can't play the 5 for an extensive amount of time? You know, if you're asking him to play 20 minutes at the 5, then you're asking for Draymond Green to get worn down, and you're not going to have him for an extended period of time because he's going to wear out. So what do you do here? Because he does play the 4 next to TJD, but Kuminga plays a 4, and Kuminga's balling right now. So there is a little dilemma here in that spot, although Spinoni, they have been playing well together down the stretch, Kuminga and Draymond and Wiggins. But it's him at the small ball 5, which he's not a big fan of.
And whenever we bring in these conversations about trade talks or anything, because that's going to be the conversation leading up to this next month, the February 6th trade deadline, I'm just not moving Andrew Wiggins. I'm just not. Just given what his age and what he can bring on the floor, I know he's been having a tough stretch offensively, but defensively, he's been engaged. He's been locked in. I know what I'm getting from Andrew Wiggins for the most part, and I think he's just playing with his head much clearer, obviously, with the passing of his father. He doesn't have that weighing on him as much anymore. He just looks so much looser on the floor. But when we start discussing this, I'm not moving off a guy like that. If anything, again, it's Draymond Green. We're not saying they're going to. We're not saying any of that. I'm saying it would be a ballsy move, and I don't think he would get, Mike Dunleavy, that is, as much brushback and blowback that you might think.
I don't know. We can ask later.
The way these last few seasons have gone, though, Bonte. But the Draymond Green love fest is not what it once was.
But a lot of people ride for Draymond. A lot of people sided with Draymond when it came to the Jordan Poole incident. A lot of people sided with Draymond when it came to the Gobert and Nurkic situation. So you got to think a lot of Warrior fans do love Draymond. There's a lot of people in this community who love Draymond and would be ticked off if they trade him. Believe me, Spinoni.
What if he is part of a trade package that brings in a Zion Williamson?
I don't know. Zion doesn't do it for me.
I think it would for a lot of fans. I think it would satisfy a name, and you could sell me on the future if he stays healthy that he could be a best player in the Western Conference.
See, that's a problem. That's the problem right there, though, with Zion. We're asking him to stay healthy.
Well, we have the best trainer in the league, right? Rick Celebrini.
The guy hasn't been healthy since he's been.
Well, we don't have a lot of, just.
I mean, this guy. Look at his game log: 24 games, 61 games, 29 games, 76 games this season. I mean,
well, just get him on that San Francisco diet. He'll be fine. The New Orleans diet's a little different. All right.
You trade a legend like that for a guy who can stay on the court?
No,
it doesn't even
I sell it saying I trade a legend for a potential future legend.
Well, also you don't even know if he loves the game.
Well, can I, to that point, we had Nick Friedel on. We were kind of asking him about this when we talked about like the culture in New Orleans, the winning culture in New Orleans or lack thereof.
Yeah.
You come to the Warriors. I mean, it's a totally different attitude around here. It's a totally different, like the standard of how you act is a lot different. And as Spadoni was saying, you do have, Rick Celebrini, who he's, not a wizard or anything, but he is one of the better trainers in the league. This team has shown an ability to take guys who are injured, like Andrew Bogut or Klay Thompson. See the rehab job they did with him, get them back into playing shape. They've taken guys who have, quote unquote, personality issues or whatever, like JaVale McGee or Nick Young, turned them into, useful pieces in a championship team. Is there something to be said about a Warrior culture kind of having a positive effect on Zion, or am I stretching that?
You can sell me on that, but Willie Green's no chump down in New Orleans who came from the Warriors.
Yeah.
He was an assistant coach with the Warriors and won some championships with the Warriors. So can you bring him out of New Orleans and he plays better? Sure. They all have the best trading in the world.
Has Zion played with a leader like a Steph Curry? Ever?
He's had some players down there.
Sure.
I mean, he's had some players down there.
Leader.
Well, he's supposed
Brandon
to be.
Ingram's not a leader.
He's supposed to be. C.J. McCollum
Yeah, please.
played a lot with Portland. He's supposed to be,
cries on
right?
his podcast way
No,
too much.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. I hear you. Zion.
And
maybe
by the way,
Zion does need a trade of scenery. Maybe a change of scenery does help.
In this scenario, obviously, Kuminga would be the major prize. It'd be him and Draymond going to New Orleans.
Yeah, see, I don't like that.
But
I don't like
you would
that.
retain Andrew Wiggins. You'd still have Steph, and you'd have Zion Williamson.
Can you make the argument that you see more potential for Kuminga than Zion?
Ooh, no. I saw Zion in a play-in game last year against the Lakers look like the best player on the floor with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. I don't think I've ever seen that with Jonathan Kuminga.
JK may have been the best player on the floor Saturday with KD, Steph, and Draymond.
Oh, KD's a little long in the tooth there.
He's still balling, though.
It's true.
He's still balling.
But
and you talk about the Lakers, and LeBron James was long in the tooth.
No, but
and
I'm saying,
AD's had his
but
issues.
Anthony Davis in that game, I just saw what he did, the physicality. Again.
Well, look at what JK did against Phoenix.
It's fine. I'm saying in their biggest games, and I've seen Zion Williamson be an absolute force and monster.
We just haven't seen JK get the opportunity in big games.
But that's the thing.
We haven't seen him get the opportunity in big games.
Will we ever?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not on this team. Maybe not.
Maybe in New Orleans he would.
Maybe not. Yeah.
By the way, we are thinking of all those in New Orleans as we're talking about the New Orleans right now. All the senseless tragedy of all those people losing their lives and the families affected and all the people that are still injured in the hospital. Just horrible. Horrible.
888-957-9570. We have the injury report coming up here. Christian at Fairfield, Oscar at Stockton. They have all their resolutions. And Film on Mike as well. Film on Mike is on the line as well. We'll get to everybody on the other side. Please hang tight. I want to get to all your calls before we get to Anthony Slater. But first, we need to do our first injury report of the new year.
Ow!
Will Steph be on the floor or not tonight for the Golden State Warriors? He is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Sixers with their right thumb sprain. Don't forget the Warriors have a back-to-back over the weekend against Memphis and Sacramento. So we'll see how the Warriors deal with that. Not much is known about the sprain or when Steph sustained the injury. We'll ask Anthony Slater about that at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast. Also, Draymond Green listed as probable to play, even though he's dealing with a lower back issue. So the Warriors beat up at 16-16. Again, we'll get to your calls. Warriors resolutions on the other side. Nobody has Niner resolutions. If you got a Niner resolution, a Giants resolution, would love to hear it. 888-957-9570 is the number. The injury report brought to you by our great friends at Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Christian, Oscar, Philbo, Mike. Your Warrior resolutions. Can't wait to hear them. That's coming up with Spinoni and Bonte here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. is good to be back on the roast. Good morning to everybody out there and Happy New Year to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, all the truck drivers, all the firefighters, all the kids sleeping in during their winter break. Shout out to the teachers who get a little vacation now. Shout out to the college football playoffs and the committee for getting this right. Give it to me. Scatterboo. Give me more scatterboo. Good morning to all the overnight dancers.
Oh, you forgot about them,
Oh,
Bonte.
I never forget about them. I never forget about them.
Was business booming on New Year's?
It should be. I know I wasn't out and about. I was asleep by 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Scatabooming.
Oh, that's
Cam was there, maybe. Find his wallowing in his
He was in
misery.
Atlanta playing in the Peach Bowl.
Magic City?
Magic City.
You got overnight dancers out there?
Hey, they do. They definitely do. The wigs are popping. The wigs are popping. All right. Spinotti for Shasky. Lutman's in the building. Doing a damn thing.
I'm sorry. I keep watching the highlights from it, and everyone's watching it right now. Just the craziness of the college football playoff and that
It's
one
great.
game has made up for like some of the duds that have happened.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just the 4th and 13, 0. Just cover zero blitz. Oh, my God.
Cover zero blitz. Here you go. Spadone. Where is it at? Oh, did we take it off the board? Oh, we took it off the board. Oh, man. Anyway, the 4th and 13.
Joe
Cover
Tessitore
zero.
was on fire.
He was on
Down
fire.
and out
Look at him.
to up and in. But can they advance? Texas must convert 4th and 13.
It's a blitz look here. Quinn Ewers trying to audible.
Thanks, Jesse.
To stay alive. Can they hook 'em? Touchdown, Matthew Golden.
Now I'm looking. They just rushed 5. So they had 6 in coverage.
It's just.
They rushed 5.
Oh, that
Or maybe they should have rushed 4.
So the safety, it felt like it was cover 0 because the
Right.
safety was just shifting over to
I
the
don't know
left
what he
all
was
the time. I
doing.
don't know what.
Oh,
He didn't know
man.
where he was going.
He didn't
He whiffed on that coverage
He
there.
whiffed. They all whiffed.
It's tough to say it's a bad loss because, no one gave you a shot in the game and you were down by 16 in the game in the 4th quarter. You came back to tie it up. They should have won the game, though. Like that, at
Should
that
have won
point,
the
4th
game.
and 13.
Scatterboo was throwing up on the
You know what?
sideline and
He
then going
was.
out there and bulldozing into the end zone.
But I do think when Ohio State plays Texas, we'll all be grateful that Texas did win because I don't think Arizona State would be able to hang with Ohio State.
No, that's when it's,
that would have got ugly.
I think it might, I get it, it's going to be a home game for Texas, quote unquote home game, but I think we're acting like Ohio State fans don't travel well. Like they're going to be showing out at Jerry's World too.
Oh, they'll be at the Cotton Bowl.
But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State also, I'll kick the crap out of Texas too. They look like they're a level ahead of everyone else right now.
No doubt.
I was going to say in the NFL, college football.
In college football.
Maybe we get a Penn State, Ohio State. Maybe we get that.
Maybe.
James
Franklin.
James Franklin. I don't trust him either.
I don't trust him at all.
I don't trust James Franklin. I don't trust Steve Sarkisian. I got to trust Kirby Smart because he's been there before.
Yeah, I do
trust
Kirby.
I trust that matters at this time of the year.
This is a big game with Notre Dame and Georgia today at 1 o'clock.
Marcus Freeman.
I love what Joey Galloway said yesterday at college football.
The gray
final.
beard.
Oh, the gray beard. I love Galloway. I do love Galloway on the coverage. Saban's great. ESPN's got the college football. They got it down packed. But
Nick Saban talks about college sports like my dad does, with disgust and disdain all the time.
He is unreal. The way he moves his hands, the way he talks about it. Well, this quarterback, I'm telling you, dude, he is great.
His little
But Galloway,
draw. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But I do love but I do love Galloway, who said, look, this Notre Dame Georgia game, the way he hyped it up, I don't know why it got to be like this. I'm a sucker for this stuff. But he goes, this is an old school football game. Paint's going to be flying. It's going to be a lot of contact. Pads will be popping. Like Ohio State hit the living crap out of Oregon. That was the one thing. They weren't just executing and taking deep shots down the field. They were smacking those dudes. They knocked the running back out. Tez Johnson was out for a while. They were hitting these dudes like they were JVs. It was unbelievable how much contact was being laid out there by the Ohio State Buckeyes.
They looked like that physical Urban Meyer type of Ohio State team that we saw a decade ago, right? Like where they're just going to physical. They're gonna outbeat you with their just sheer talent and also their physicality.
Yep.
When you combine the talent that they got with the physicality, it's like
God.
what we see with like the Alabamas of the world, right? Or the LSUs, or again the Ohio States, who obviously have been kind of a down period for Ohio State of just not winning a championship or competing one. Right. And they haven't competed in a few years other than the CJ Stroud, which is it was an incredible game.
Yep.
CJ Stroud and Ohio State against Georgia. Yeah. We knew CJ was going to be a baller from that game. The kicker missed a field goal. And remember in that game, Kirby Smart was smart because they were going to call a fake and they were going to get it. But he noticed it right away. Ohio State is going back a few years ago. Called the timeout. rest is history. Georgia goes on and wins the national championship. But you mentioned Joey Galloway, and we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors and New Year's resolutions here in a second. Joey Galloway, I know he's not remembered as having a great NFL career. He was a top 10 draft pick. Finished with 10,000 receiving yards.
Joey Galloway, whether it was Tampa Bay, Seattle, Dallas,
New England?
the guy can run a go route.
Yes, he's fast.
The guy can run a deep post. I mean, Joey Galloway was a problem. He had speed.
700 receptions, almost 11,000 receiving yards, 77 touches. Like, that's a pretty good career in the NFL.
He was no bum.
Okay.
He was no bum. And that's why I love Joey Galloway in college football. He's just chill, nonchalant.
Yep.
He tells it like it is. Dude, he was a problem. He's got swagger. I love the way he talks on college football final.
He's kind of taken away, or not taken away, he's kind of taken over that mantle. For a long time, it was
Mark May.
It was Mark May, it was Lou Holtz, and Reese Davis.
Yep.
That was a great crew. Like, they were really good talking. As I've heard.
Who's this guy now? The new guy. I kind of like him. He does it with Galloway.
Barry? Is it Matthew Barry?
Matthew Barry?
Or is it the other young guy? I always get him confused.
Yeah, no, he's good, though. He's legit. All right, let's get back to Warriors resolution.
But that goes back to, knowing the ESPN talent anchors. We used to know him at the back of our hands.
Yeah.
I don't really know him as much anymore.
Yeah,
So,
nah.
SVP. By the way, rumors with Scott Van Pelt maybe taking over the Masters from Jim Nance.
He said he doesn't want it.
He says he doesn't want that. So I wonder who the CBS will pivot going forward there. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, Nance is done, huh?
He's getting older, man. He doesn't want to do as like. I don't think he's there with the Masters yet.
Matt Berry, you're right.
It was Matt Berry. Okay, yeah.
Matt Berry's good.
Because it wasn't there another Matthew Berry. Matthew Berry was the fantasy,
football.
so that's why it sounded a little different.
Hate. I do love me, Matthew Berry. He helped me with a fantasy championship. Shout out to the
sometimes.
SF Players
I feel
Club.
like I used some of his advice.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah,
so I went with my gut more often than not.
Shout out to the Waller Street Hustlers and the
There you
SF
go.
Players Club. Let's get to these Warriors resolutions. Warriors resolutions.
And when we
What
were
is your
talking
Warriors
about, and we were talking about, one for me was finding an identity before it started, and part of that is finding out who your number one is. And I would not fault Mike Dunleavy if he decided to say, you know what, I'm gonna do a ballsy trade. Trade deadline's a month away. Zion Williamson's there to be had. He's a number one overall pick. He's a baller when he is healthy. That's a key here. But you know what? I'm going to move off Draymond Green. I'm going to move off Jonathan Kuminga. I'm going to move off of maybe
for Zion.
For Zion
you move
Williamson.
all that for Zion.
It's a bold trade.
I wouldn't move Kuminga and Draymond for Zion Williamson.
Do you think the salaries have to match, and also
they do have to match?
Then also you got to have a piece that the Pelicans are going to want. Now maybe the Pelicans trade Draymond right after that, right? Like they do something like that. Maybe it's a 3-team trade, 3-team weave. I don't know.
Wow, you're on the trade Draymond hype, huh?
I just think his value, Bonte, is not going to be, increasing anytime soon.
No.
It's going to only decrease from here on out.
A championship team may love him, though.
Well, I think a team like the Lakers might love Draymond Green.
They might, it wouldn't be about, wow. I haven't even wrapped my head around trading Draymond Green. I haven't even got there yet. But I do think that if the Warriors want to make it to the playoffs, something is going to have to shake. Something will have to shake with this roster. There's a lot of pieces that right now just doesn't seem like it's going to fit. But you know what? Let's see what Moses Moody does. I think Moses Moody's going to get a crack. Oh, 19 points, 7 of 8 shooting. I do want to see Mo Money. Ran into him before one of the games last week, and I want to see him get a shot here. I want to see him get a shot. Boop.
There you go. Got to do the.
By the way, I haven't talked to you about Bob Myers. Bob Myers, how about that?
You noticed acceptance? The drop. That was awesome. Him and Dave Fleming, to be quite honest, they're great. Dave.
And Bob Myers said, I thought it was a little, what did he say? What was the word he used?
Yeah, he used
I thought it was a little cruel that you used that drop.
He thought I was being mean.
Yeah, it was like, it was a little.
No, we do the drops. It's okay.
It's a little offensive.
We like to pat ourselves on the back around here on 95.7 The Game when we meet all these favorite people. Like,
you guys love to pat yourself on the back.
I've talked to Jerry Rice, a couple times this season already. Me and Jerry
I don't even bring it up, man. I don't even bring it up. I try to be as humble as possible, man.
Sure.
Shasky's the one who goes in the Kaiser Permanente once a week for right hand issues because he's patting himself on the back left and right.
I didn't know what else he was doing there with the right hand issues. 888-957.
We may be a left hand guy. Who knows? Let's go to Christian and Fairfield. Here, let me click on this. I love it. You got it, Christian and Fairfield. What's up, Christian?
Happy New Year,
Happy New Year, Christian.
First, before my resolution, something's in this guy's eggnog with the Draymond trade. No, you can't trade Draymond.
Why can't I trade him? Why can't I trade him?
Because he's the reason Steph Curry doesn't have a scratch on him every game. Because if you foul Steph hard, you got to see Draymond. So you can't trade him. You want to be the We Believe Warriors, trade Draymond. And Draymond, when he was going to be a free agent, it was Warriors of Memphis. So he's not going to go to the Pelicans for the guy that wants to date strippers. Come on now. He doesn't want to play basketball. Ben Simmons and Zion Williams don't want to play basketball. They're just basketball players.
I'm lukewarm
You know
on. I'm lukewarm on Christian. I'm lukewarm on Zion too, man. I haven't seen enough to make me want to move any big time assets from. Oh, we let him go. You let him go. His resolution.
It's okay.
Hey, Christian Fairfield, call back. We've quick trigger figure here.
That's
my bad, Christian. I dropped you.
Christian, call back because I want to get your resolution here.
Lubman's New Year's resolution is not to cut these people off so fast.
There you go.
Fine. It's all right.
I thought I was screening calls.
No, you thought you were Joe Spadoni for a second. Let's go to Oscar.
There you go. That was pulling my Spadoni dropping, guys.
Let's go to Oscar Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
to you
Oscar.
guys.
Happy New Year, Oscar.
Okay. Hey, Bonte, I'm glad you're back. My thing is that I got a couple things with this. This trading Kuminga, Draymond, come on, for Zion Williams, like Stephen A. says, Spadoni, stay off the weeds. Man, we're not going to trade for Zion. That's okay. But I'm saying, Zion, I love Zion. Zion can't stay healthy. And for to give up on Kuminga, have you guys been watching Kuminga? This is we drafted Kuminga. We need to keep our homegrown. Kuminga is going to be the best one. Like you said, Bonte, I heard you when you had your graphic with 30 minutes plus. When he played 30 minutes plus, you see what happened. He's comparable to all the ones in his draft class.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching Kuminga since high school. We had to let Kuminga go. We got to let him play 30 minutes a game. And guess what? We're going to get into the playoffs. And another thing, Steph is looking kind of tired. People don't understand. He played the whole year. You understand me? Carried America on his back. He had a fourth child. If anybody knows about kids, I have four. Fourth child. Okay, at 36. That's draining also. And one reason, the biggest reason why he's playing like this, he hasn't played without Klay Thompson in years. And we can say all we want to, the missing piece is a two guard, and we need that. And right now, the inconsistency of the two guard, that's what's happening. And another thing, we got to get shorter. We can't play two small guards like that. We shorter got to come off the bench. We need to start Moses Moody as a two guard or Kuminga. We have to start. We cannot start two small guards, man. We can't.
Hey, Oscar, real quick, I don't want to cut you off here because you're on fire. But what's the move that needs to be made? Like this isn't a championship roster right now is what I'm trying to say. I would like to find out what this team is at the end of the season, or, if I feel like if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm not going to have the opportunity to trade for another big star at any point. Like, I need to kind of do it now. So, where do you see this team at the end of the year?
Right now, I see the Warriors making the playoffs, but we got to understand, Steph Curry and Buddy Hield, all the team, this whole month, 25% from three-point line. You got to understand, our shooting is bad this month. We do need to make a trade.
Right.
But what trade are we going to make to get another consistent score that's out there without giving up the whole farm? Come on now. The Warriors will be all right, man. We 500. We're going to be all right, man. That's why we got Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob.
Oscar, though, to Spadoni's point, and I'm with you, Oscar, to Spadoni's point, I think everything is on the table. I think when you're 16-16 and you started off 12-3, you go 3-12 the next 15 games, and all of a sudden you're searching and you make the deal for Schroeder, and it still hasn't paid dividends yet for your roster. I do think everything is on the table. You have to operate like that. That's how the big boys operate. The Lakers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, Oscar, everything's on the table. Now, I'm not saying trade Draymond or trade this guy or trade that guy. I haven't got there yet. I don't know what piece you can trade that's going to make you better. But you have to operate, Oscar, as if everything is on the table. You're going to take the phone call.
Yeah, Joe Lacob is doing that, but guess what? We can't give up Kuminga, man. The rest of the players on the team, they got to start stepping up. They got Buddy Hield, everybody. They got to start playing, man. Or Joe Lacob going to get rid of them. That's a fact. But you guys have a nice day, man. Go Warriors, man.
All right. Good call, Oscar. Let's go to Philmo on Mike. Good call. We'll respond to Oscar and Philmo on Mike. What up, Philmo? Happy New Year, man.
What's up, Philmo?
Happy New
Year, brother.
Yep.
For real. Happy New Year, everybody, man. On some real talk, though. I talked to you wasn't here about that, but I told Spadoni you can't let nobody disrespect you and say Spadone.
Oh, he did say that. I don't mind it as much, Mike, because it's something that I haven't heard that nickname until Steiny gave it to me here, which was okay. But I appreciate you liking my nickname or my last name that much, Spadoni. that you said, no, I got to promote that more. So I appreciate you.
Spadoni.
It's classic.
Spadoni.
We
There
did.
we go.
We had that conversation on air, and then you gonna let 20 minutes later, you let Purdy call you Sam Lubman the whole interview.
No, real quick. Did you hear me? Hey, Phil, no, did you hear me?
Purdy called you Sam Lubman?
No, he called me Sam multiple times.
Over and over again. It was great.
Interview to say, yeah, you know, Baldy, Sam Lubman's doing a great job producing the show right now. I'm Joe Spadoni alongside Joe. I said my name to him, and he still called me Sam, Phil.
Oh, my gosh.
It hurt.
Oh, man. Baldy, what are you doing, Baldy? Oh.
Oh, my God. Hey, with that being said, and all due respect to you, Spadoni, we don't care about names. We really don't. We just want a winning culture. You know what I'm saying? I'm a realist. You're not going to win the champion. Guess what? You're not going to win it every year, right?
Yep.
So let's just fall back, chill out, and I went to Sutro Elementary School, and we sang Whitney Houston, and I need Steve Kerr to believe in the future. I believe the children are the future. Steve Kerr, play Moody, play the youngsters, dive into it. He has to. I kid you not. On some real talk, when you're empowered by someone above you, you feel invincible. Mm-hmm. Steve Kerr is not in. Tony is crazy, but she's right. Sometimes you need a coach to empower you. You feel me? Like when Tony be like, "What John Lynch does this? He's a power figure." I understand what she's saying. Steve Kerr, he don't empower them. He empowers Draymond. He empowers Curry, but he don't empower Kuminga and Moody. And I just feel like if he empowers them and believes in the future and the youth, it's nobody out there. I don't want Zion Williams fat ass. Come on, man. He's a poop bud. He ain't no real baller. He don't love the game like Draymond or like,
love it like that, huh?
Steph.
Yeah, that's what
he don't
I'm
love
with
it like
you.
that.
Filmo, yeah, I haven't seen enough from him. I haven't seen enough for him to say, yeah, we want to hand the keys to Zion Williamson and run our franchise. I'm not a big fan of that right now.
Kuminga, I'll give it to Kuminga, not Zion. Kuminga cares.
Yeah.
He really cares. You can say what you want. He really cares about the game of basketball. You can see it. Some people would just be thinking about their tattoos, Eddie Curry syndrome.
Yeah. Good call, Filmo. That's a hell of a call. Look,
I'm not saying it doesn't have some drawbacks. Hey, Zion Williamson is a major risk. I'm not here to say he's not. A major risk. He's had a lot of problems. He's also, when he's healthy, he at times is the best player on the floor.
Well, that's
the floor.
That's the problem.
Again, on the problem. That's a risk.
Never healthy.
There's a risk.
Like never, ever healthy. It's derailed seasons down in New Orleans. He's just never healthy.
Well, it's derailed season in New Orleans, too, because he is the guy.
I'll tell you this.
If I have Steph still.
If there's a guy I'm going to take it from New Orleans, it's not Zion Williamson. I'm taking Trey Murphy III.
Well, we're not trading him. What about Brandon Ingram?
Yeah, I'm out on him.
Would you rather have Brandon Ingram or Zion Williamson, if all things being equal? Because Brandon's not going to give you as much baggage.
I rolled the dice on Zion in that situation because I already have a guy like Brandon Ingram or an Andrew Wiggins or a similar type of player. That's Jonathan Kuminga. I have JK. I'd rather roll with JK, but with Filmo saying empower, he wants Steve Kerr to empower the youngsters. What I do think Steve Kerr is starting to do Leaf. I do think he's starting to maximize Jonathan Kuminga.
He spoke glowingly about him last week.
Not only that, he's giving him 30 minutes of action. And then you get Trace Jackson Davis. We're all forgetting about Trace Jackson Davis.
TJD.
He was reinserted into the starting lineup 6 games ago against Minnesota. Since that point, in 6 games, I've seen a lot from TJD. 14 points a game, 10 rebounds a game, 2 block shots a game. He's shooting over 60% from the floor. He's running the floor. Look at these numbers that he's had over the last 6, Spinotti. 15-9, 13-8, 11-9, 15-9, 16-6, 16-16 against Cleveland. And he's blocking shots. And he's running the floor and dunking and bending rims. TJD, over the last 6, has played well. So that's another youngster who's been empowered, and he's playing 26 minutes a night over those last 6 games in which he started, Spadone.
I have liked what I've seen. Yeah, it's fine. Well, it's okay. I know Phil. I did this.
Or Sam Lubman.
Or Sam Lubman. That one hurt me. He didn't call me Sam Lubman. He just called me Sam. It's like, it's all right, Baldy. I've only met you like 3 or 4 times. But he meets a lot of people. Trayce Jackson-Davis has been a big positive this season for me. In a year where guys are struggling that had really good rookie seasons, like Brandon Pajemski, coming back down to earth a little bit, and he's been battling the injury bug as of late, it's been tough for him. And it was kind of like the summer of pods, if you will, right? And now it's all of a sudden like, is Brandon Pajemski is even going to be like a backup point guard on this team going forward? It's still early. We'll see. But what I've seen from Trayce Jackson-Davis, and we saw it last year too with him, he's not afraid of the big boys, Bonte. Like, whether it's Anthony Davis, who we saw sparingly in that Christmas Day matchup, he stuffed him. He was going at him. He wasn't mad at that. I've seen him block the Greek freak, Zion. Yep. Like, he's all about the big matchups and the big games, and that's why I like him. Because that's ultimately where the Warriors want to get to. And I feel like I could trust him in big spots. Now, he's got some room for improvement. He doesn't have great hands when he gets the ball sometimes and it gets knocked away from him. He's a big guy, so it's not the end of the world. But he does have great footwork, which I appreciate. And this was a guy that I remember, Jay Billis, who's Mr. College Basketball, knows a lot about these players and how they translate to the NBA. He was huge on him when the Warriors drafted him and saying they got a steal in Trayce Jackson-Davis. A lot of people weren't really familiar with his game. Remember his teammate, Jalen Hood-Schifino, who's already out, by the way, from the Lakers. Jalen Hood-Schifino, he was their first-round pick from Indiana University. So, I like what I see from him, and I don't think they're going to trade him or anything like that. Is he untradeable? Again, we're talking about these trade talks.
But everything's on the table.
But everything's on the table.
And what's your resolution?
What I've seen from him. Yeah.
Yep. What's your resolution? Let's go to BPA before we get to Slater.
Oh, Brian.
BPA, what's happening? Happy New Year, Brian and Palo Alto. And I'm with you on Wink Martindale. I like that. That's what I'm talking about, BPA. Think a little outside the box.
Cal's not going to do it. The more you antagonize Shanahan about his DC role, the more inclined he's going to be to keep him. Just out of spite, I think, literally. My New Year's resolution is get Steph a second or third option and stop teasing article after article after article about the Warriors could be interested in so-and-so, which that's coming from the Warriors, by the way. Go get it. Go do it. Decide. There's no second timeline. Like, whenever you close shut the book on Steph and Draymond, I guess, right? You're starting over. And, Kuminga, it's not a matter of, does Kuminga have potential or whatever else? I don't want to pay Kuminga $42 million a year, period, for a guy that he still can't shoot, right? If he plays against a team with rim protection, he's really nullified. So, yeah, just get Steph a second or a third option, or ask him where he wants to go, send him on his way, and Lakeup can, he can make his bets alone with the franchise and the valuation Steph created. That's my resolution.
There it is. BPA with his resolution. Warriors resolutions here. What time we got to break, Love? At 27? Got a couple minutes here?
Yeah, I got 2 more minutes here.
Got 2 more minutes? All right. Trades. We're getting to the trades. There's a lot of texts that I do want to get to. There was one I saw from the 402 that was very interesting.
Love the Comcast business text line.
Love the Comcast business text line. But I'm not going to let it derail the show, as the boss man is probably thinking somewhere around
He's
there.
not here. I don't see the boss man.
Yeah, I don't see him. Maybe he's taking another day off, huh? Yeah. He's been taking a week off. What's up with him?
He was there Monday, Tuesday.
Gosh, what is...
oh, no. We lose our spot?
Yeah, I lost my spot.
Oh, no.
But there's one that I did run into now. 239. Always love these. New Year.
Where's the 239?
Hey, I think it's a fake number. There's fake numbers that come in here, and they just text slanderous things.
Rick Tittle always used to say that's from Neptune, so I'll use that. I think that's from Neptune.
This guy...
Fort Myers, Florida. So I'm from Florida, so there you
go. So here it is, a fake number from Florida. Bonte's New Year's resolution. Be the highest paid sports media member, get his own podcast on the volume, and upgrade to a custom Cybertruck.
I'm not mad at the Cybertruck. I think Bonte could pull that off great.
Rough day for Cybertrucks in Las Vegas yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not a Cybertruck fan, nor am I a fan of the volume because Colin Cowherd. Now, I wouldn't say no to Buddy, but I'm not the biggest Colin Cowherd fan out there. I think
maybe your working relationship could be different, Bonte. You haven't had
the herd with the hill.
See,
come on.
That's pretty good right there.
The King's podcast?
Yeah.
Oh,
King's Cast?
Yeah.
King's
Cast.
Those are not my resolutions.
That's already kind of Sacramento, but we'll workshop it.
Well, they're the Kangs again. Yeah. So.
Hey, my resolutions are lose some weight, get in shape, hit the gym a lot more. That's my resolution.
Go Fuel. That'll help right there.
Go Fuel.
That's
Very
right.
Shout out to him. But we're going to ask Anthony Slater, what do the Warriors need to do here moving forward?
Slate.
December was tough. We all looked at that schedule. We're like, dude, December's going to be treacherous.
Last week we had
him on
Bonte. Like I felt like Shasky and I were so not mean, but we were really hammering because it was the day after Christmas, just the NFL versus the NBA. And it felt a little bit like Slater was taking it personally, how much we were saying the NFL's cleared the NBA with certain things. And he was having this bad. No. I felt bad after the interview a little bit. I was like, were we too hard on the NBA when Slater's covering it at such a high level?
But the NFL games sucked on Christmas.
They did, but
the NBA had better games.
But it doesn't matter because they still quadrupled on whatever.
Yeah, the ratings are going to be what the ratings are, and I understand why people are going to watch football over basketball. But you missed out on a great
part of that.
You missed out on a great day of basketball. I'll just say that right now. You missed out on a great day of basketball.
And I don't want these people to miss out on a great interview next with Anthony Slater.
Yeah, there it is. Tune in for Warriors Live today as well, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. All right, let's come up in the game. Sponsored by Safeway. Safeway, folks. Safeway. The one and only Anthony Slater. Do you know the secrets of moving better?
might be suggestible.
And that's just one hell of a rejoin right there. I mean, wow. Alizan. And the whole crew down at the Stretch Lab on Brandon Street. They're great. They are great.
Get stretched.
Get stretched, man. I'm telling you, it works. It works. It makes you feel so much better, too. I'm telling you, when I'm on that table getting stretched, y'all are laughing at me. But I do feel like Kobe or LeBron out there on the floor before the game.
Who was Kobe's longtime trainer? The old bald guy. Who was that? Hold on.
Oh,
I know his
man.
name. Hold on.
I forget his name.
Yeah.
Flip. Was his name Flip?
Hold on. It was not Tim Grover. Hold on.
Was it Flip?
No, Gary Vitti. Gary Vitti.
That's
right. Yeah.
Gary Vitti, a long-time Lakers trainer.
Yeah. Gary Vitti.
Gary freaking
always
Vitti.
There on the app, just doing whatever he needed to do.
Yeah, but Angela, Rikishi, all of them. Rikisha too. Rikisha.
Oh, okay.
Her father's
Rikishi
a big
was
roaster.
from WWE.
Yeah, that's WWE. But Rikisha, her father's a big roaster. So
love that.
She knew. She just Stretch Lab. They're great people, man. They know everything. By the way, Pro Bowlers. I don't know if anybody cares about the Pro Bowl anymore, but
what? That was me waking up from last year's Pro Bowl right there. Yeah.
But just
Flag
to name
football.
a few, Kyle Juszczyk named a Pro Bowler. George Kittle named a starting tight end.
That's about right.
Fred Warner named a starting linebacker. Nick Bosa named a starting defensive end.
Starting. Wow. I guess now that I think about it, all the best defensive ends / outside linebackers are like in the AFC this season. If it's TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, right?
Michael Parsons missed half the season. He's
exactly.
In the Pro Bowl.
Oh my God, you're right.
So there's that.
But that goes on the record. Like, that is a thing that they use. Like, I know we hate it, but like when it's the Hall of Fame time, they will use that. I know all pros mean more to me. I mean, we had Lomas Brown on last week, by the way.
Yeah.
Guy's like 5 or 6 time all pro, not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
How's that even
Lomas
possible?
Brown was really good for a long time.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. I was just looking at all of his numbers. It's unbelievable that he's not. I was upset on his behalf.
He's legit.
Our very own Lorenzo Neal should be in the Hall of Fame, too.
Yeah, Lorenzo Neal should be in the Hall of Fame. Eli's getting in on first ballot.
Oh, it's going to be great. I don't even start. I was so mad.
Yeah.
I'm going to be mad because it's going to happen.
All right, I'm not mad at this. Anthony Slater's on the River Islands guest line right now.
Anthony's first ballot, not Eli Manning.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Slates, Happy New Year to you, my man. You probably were you in Sacramento last night, cover the Kings and the Sixers? Oh, wait, we got to pot him up. Where's Slates?
Oh, no, Slates.
What's up?
Oh, he's
there
back
he is.
now. He was in the twilight zone for a second.
We didn't hear a thing there. Maybe it was on our end. Were you in Sac last night, cover the Kings and Sixers?
Yep, I was at the game.
So we get the Sixers tonight at Chase Center. So we'll get your thoughts on them and the new look Kings with Doug Christie. They in the game on a 15-0 run. Very riveting stuff at the Go-to-One Center. But let's talk some Warriors here as they dropped to 16-16 on Monday night. And again, Happy New Year to you. Where are the Warriors at right now, other than being 16-16 and 8-8 at home? The trade deadline's coming up February 6th. Do you believe, as you take a lens to the Golden State Warriors, and you're looking at this roster after they start 12-3, what is on the table? Is anything on the table in terms of trades, roster movement? What's your take on the Warriors right now, Slates?
Yeah, I mean, certainly stuff's on the table. I mean, it's going to, this will be a hot topic of conversation mid-January into early February, deadline time. But clearly they're searching. The fact that they even made the Schroeder trade morning one when trades were eligible should indicate something to you there. And I think what they do over the next few weeks is probably going to dictate, how aggressive or non-aggressive the front office is when it comes down to it.
Anthony, we're talking about like New Year's resolutions, right? Like it's just the time of the year. It's just what can some of these Bay Area franchises do right now? The word we kept coming back to with the Golden State Warriors is identity. I would like for them to, solidify like who are they as a team? And how would you answer that? If someone asked you right now, Anthony, to describe the Golden State Warriors, like who are they?
What Steph called them average the other day?
Mid.
Hey, both words. He used both. Yeah, I mean, they honestly haven't been average in the last few weeks. They've been well below average. I mean, their offense is basically like, Wizards Hornets level. I do believe that they are, play in, maybe with the right move, with kind of, an improving rotation, just better shooting percentages from guys historically who can, that they could maybe bump up towards 6 seed type, which is, to me, is the goal, right? Get in the playoffs, firmly in the playoffs. But I don't think they're there right now. But who are they? They're a fading giant that, is in year 4 of like a kind of a slow fade, while also obviously trying to build up this younger core below them. And they're struggling a little bit to do that. So, we kind of know who they are because they've kind of been this for a while now.
Right. Warriors Insider here Warriors Insider for The Athletic. Also part of the Odyssey family, Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game Insider on all things Warriors and all things NBA. All right, so let's get to Schroeder first, and then we'll get to JK, TJD, and some of the youngsters and what may happen over the next 5 weeks. Schroeder, so far, the fit hasn't looked great, right? He comes from a high usage situation in Brooklyn. He's got the ball in his hands. It sticks. That's his game. He hasn't played in this system under Steve Kerr before, and he's struggling to start. He had the big 3 against Phoenix with $1:23 left in the game Saturday night, but overall, the returns haven't been that great. What's your take on Dennis Schroeder in the addition here with the Golden State Warriors?
He's making 29% of his shots through 7 games, which is, that's one of the worst, subsections, small samples of his career. We know that is going to correct just because historically, what is he, year 12 now? He's not, nobody's that poor a shooter, especially a higher volume type shooter. So he'll make more threes, he'll make more shots. And that will, just generally make him look better. I've been impressed with him defensively. I do think he's kind of as advertised as a pest on that end. Clearly, they're pretty committed to, making him one of their real core, I would say the core 6 members of the rotation, which is the starting lineup now, which is Steph, Schroeder, Wiggins, TJD, and Draymond, and then Kuminga, high usage off the bench. They seem really committed to that 6, and that puts a lot of pressure on Schroeder to improve because they got him to basically fill in for what Melton was supposed to be and was for 6 games when they looked so great early in the season. He's a different type of player. But they need him to score relatively efficiently, shoot the 3 much better and kind of organize and basically, remember how well the Nets were playing in, his short time there? A lot of that was due to him leading kind of a ragtag group. They almost kind of need him to do that when Steph's off the floor, figure out a way to turn that lineup into a decent, efficient lineup with some pick and rolls with TJD, with Kuminga. And he hasn't done that yet. But honestly, I just think if 29% from the field becomes, 45%, which is pretty typical of Schroeder, if whatever he is from 3 right now, 20% becomes 38% or 35%, he was shooting 38 in Brooklyn, he looks like a lot better player.
Speaking of Schroeder's struggles, another guy's been struggling mightily is Buddy Hield. For as good as it was, Anthony, the start of the season, they were 12-3. It was the splash buddies. It was everything is all good. It's been just as awful with these last 15 plus games with the Buddy Hield experience. Just his shot's just not there. And I guess if he's a streaky player, that's fine. You're hoping the streak comes back around the positive end coming up here. Is there a possibility that he could be on the trading block for the Golden State Warriors here?
Yeah, sure. I'd almost say everybody besides Steph. And, Draymond is very unlikely. I would put him, single him out as number 2. But, salary matching stuff matters here. And, all the guys that signed this summer are trade eligible. You saw them shift the Melton deal already. Schroeder can't be moved or at least aggregated in a move until right before the deadline. But, I think everyone's kind of on the block in a sense, especially with how tight money is and how they have to be pretty creative and how they build up these deals depending on who they potentially go get. If we're talking a Vucevic, a Kyle Kuzma, Cam Johnson, you gotta kind of creatively get up to almost an exact number. And one of the things they do have is kind of financial flexibility in that sense of all these guys on middle level deals. And Buddy Hield's one of them. It's certainly a tradable contract. So they're going to be searching for answers and they're not just going to tie themselves to the idea that they kind of like this signing at a decent price this summer.
Anthony, and we're talking to Anthony Slater here on the Morning Russ on 95.7 Game. We do so every single week on the show. Slates, obviously, Steph is dealing with the bilateral knee tendonitis, and at times he doesn't look great. At times he does. Cleveland they're one of the best teams in the NBA, if not the best team. That looks like a championship roster right now. We'll see about them in the Eastern Conference. But Draymond Green, where is he at health-wise, physically? I know he had to close Saturday night after the win against Phoenix where he doesn't, he's not a big fan of playing the 5, but he'll do so in order to win games. But how effective is that to play him at the 5 for more than, say, 5 minutes at a time or more than 10 minutes at a time? Because it does feel like it will wear him down at some point this season.
I mean, it depends on the opponent, right? I mean, you mentioned that Phoenix game where he played a lot of 5 and Kuminga was great. He was Mason Plumlee and nobody else were the 5s. He was guarding KD late, and you could be creative with the matchups. But if they're playing Denver, I don't know how much 5 you do want him to play. I think Trace Jackson-Davis is playing really well. Looney's always kind of in Steve Kerr's back pocket as far as Draymond's health goes. I mean, it's clear he's banged up. He's on the injury report again tonight with a lower back contusion. Expect him to play. I believe he's probable, but it's just, it feels like he's on the injury report like 2 times a week with something minor. He's had the calf thing. Clearly he's, physically at a stage of his career that, not even just, it's not like, it's just because he's playing center, he's, getting beat up. It's just because he's playing an 82-game marathon. And, he's an undersized big in general, even when he's playing the 4. And he's kind of has to guide his body through this. And typically, historically, he's been really good about managing it all the way up until playoffs and being able to kind of put the full throttle on. But as we've learned as consumers over the last, few seasons, like, the Warriors can try to manage their vets like Steph, like Draymond during the regular season, but if they don't put the pedal down enough in the regular season, sometimes you get to the playoffs and you're not in the playoffs. So it's kind of what they're dealing with. But the thing, they got to maximize the amount of time they can play Draymond at center and figure out the right matchups for that, or rest Draymond maybe a little bit, because it's clear they got to get Kuminga on the floor. They've realized that. They seem again to be recommitting to that right now, where they're getting him at least around 30 minutes. And it's just their best lineups is when Kuminga's on the floor and typically Draymond's at the 5.
His shot. I want Draymond to stay aggressive offensively. I think the Warriors are at their best when he is aggressive offensively, but the shot has evaded him. What are you seeing with his offensive game lately in the month of December, Anthony?
Yeah. I think he's like 9 of 34 during this little recent slide. He's not shooting the 3. Well, I don't know what he's down to from 3, but remember he was really hot early in the season. And that was part of their winning streak. It was like, you mentioned it, Buddy Hield was scoring like 20 a night in like 22 minutes, and Draymond was hitting 3s at like 43%. And, I feel fine. Like, he is who he kind of is offensively. I don't think he's looking hesitant. I just think he's not hitting it as much. Defenses are going to do what they're going to do with him, but you got to kind of just believe that's who he is at this stage. You just hope he hits a couple 3s because teams are going to give it to him.
Speaking of injuries and statuses, Stephen Curry dealing with the right thumb sprain. Do you expect him to play tonight, Anthony?
Yeah, I do. But it's another older player dealing with the bumps and bruises of the season. I mean, it's always possible he doesn't play tonight, but he's clearly going through some stuff physically. He's not shooting the ball that well.
Kaminga, you brought him up, and some of the youngsters, TJD's had a really good stretch since he's been reinserted back to the starting lineup in the last 6 games. He's averaging a double-double, especially coming off that game against Cleveland where he had 16 to 16. But Jonathan Kuminga, it's a big 4 weeks for him, the organization, Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr. When it comes to JK, now you mentioned it, they've recommitted themselves to maximizing JK. Where do you think JK's at in terms of the pecking order, in terms of his play, his long-term future with the Golden State Warriors? Where is JK at mentally?
I think if he's getting 30 minutes, good. You know what I mean? Like if he's getting the runway to try to prove himself in year 4, by the way, I think he's comfortable. And this is he just wants like a heavy usage. Like he feels like he's ready for that type of role in the league, and they're giving it to him currently. So I mean that would make him happy because he needs to not only financially set himself up here, but I just think he's really he loves the sport and he wants to blossom, and he thinks he's ready for that. And I think right now, with this current moment, it seems like he's been given the stage for that. The one thing I have really liked from him lately, like he's getting to the line so much right now. 14 the other night? Yep. I think if you look over the last 4 or 5 games, it's like nearly double digits every game. The efficiency kind of waxes and wanes, but I do think he's more committed right now to a healthier shot diet, right? Since Steve Kerr criticized him after the Minnesota game, where I think some of that Minnesota game was just, he wasn't that into the game because he had just been, yanked from the starting lineup again, and it seemed like he was going to be playing 20 minutes, and he just kind of came out and was shooting the mid-rangers. I think Steve really got on him, and, he since then it's been downhill, slashing, getting to the rim, getting to the line, and, that's an effective player. And if you kind of diagnose this little patch of the season right now, what's going right, what's going wrong for the Warriors, I think Kuminga's in the what's going right category. I mean, I know the other night he didn't shoot it that well, but nobody on the team did. He was at least trying to, he was manufacturing points by getting to the rim, getting to the line. So I like how he's playing. And I think we all agree, like at this point, they got to figure out who he is, and that means like 30-something minutes a night.
Yeah, 9, 8, 14, 12, and 14 are the free throw attempts over the last 5 games. For Jonathan Kuminga, I'm with you. When he's diving downhill, not taking the shot, the three-point shot, when it first serves him, when he first gets the ball and he's got that three-point shot, he's passing it first. I think JK's playing at a high level right now. But what is a league? When you're talking to your insiders around the league and you're talking to your buddies, how does the league view Jonathan Kuminga? Because we view him here differently. A lot of people here in the Bay Area believe he could be the guy who can carry the franchise once Steph retires. Some people think that you need to trade him to maximize Stephen Curry. What do league insiders, how do they view Jonathan Kuminga right now, Anthony?
I mean, it's all over the map, and it feels like it changes on like a weekly basis, right? And there, I would say unknown still, which is like year 4, like entering like a very interested restricted free agency. That's like still kind of a problem, entering like a trade season where his name's going to be, kind of bounced around. But it's like, remember he enters the starting lineup with no Steph, no Draymond in L.A. Actually, he didn't even enter the starting lineup, but he played like 34 minutes off the bench and had 34 points. And I had a few scouts on the way out the door like, oh, that was interesting. It's kind of seeing him, going at Zubac late and kind of being featured. And then he did it again the next night where they were really getting him downhill, attacking bigs. And like that type of stuff at least makes people who are, there's always teams and people in the league searching for a guy who could really pop if given the right opportunity. And while I think there's skepticism at times on what he'll ultimately be from an efficiency standpoint and, in like an ultimate winning environment, there's still like a load of talent in there. And on the right nights, he really intrigues a lot of people in the league. But there's also we understand what his salary desires are. And the fact that his salary next season probably, if he has his way, is going to bump up from, single digits, like the 9-ish millions up towards, 30 beyond, like that makes him, that makes the league kind of question whether that's worth it or not, right? Like there's a lot, somebody is going to have to take, pretty heavy, like pricey risk on him. And I think that's what everyone's trying to figure out. That's also why everyone in the league doesn't mind the fact that, hey, play him 30 minutes so we can get information on him.
Speaking of a guy who you said what's going right with the Golden State Warriors this season, I think another guy you can add in there is Trace Jackson-Davis. Definitely as of late, you just look at his game log, 16 points, 15, 11, 13. He's getting 16 boards, 10 boards. He's going up against guys, albeit it was a small sample size, but against a guy like an Anthony Davis, who's he's played in the past and done pretty decently against. He's obviously had some success at times. You think of the block he had on against Giannis Antetokounmpo. You just think of a guy like Trace Jackson-Davis and what his role could be going forward with the Golden State Warriors, Anthony. First and foremost, A, is he like a big part of their plans going forward? And B, just what have you seen from him this season?
Starting center, I'd say like a probably top 6 minutes guy at this point. He's re-leaped Kevon Looney at this current moment. I think he was lower physicality, lower energy early in the season and getting pushed around a little bit inside. I think we all saw that. He wasn't running the floor with as much juice. That's changed since, really a couple weeks ago. And he's been like he didn't finish that well the other night against Cleveland's length. And that's a concern about him, right? He's 6'9". He's a little bit undersized when you go against the giants of the league, the shot blockers. But generally lately, I think he's just, he's been better, more efficient, on his finishing. And he's an intriguing player as like, kind of your spot starter or, high energy backup big, depending on like who your starter is. And it's fine, like considering the price, they have him at like incredibly cheap, like minimum type price over the next 3 seasons of control. Like he's who you want. And honestly, he might be a guy come trade deadline that a team might be like, hey, can you toss that, contract in? Because he's a rotation big at a very reasonable number.
No, Anthony, I heard last week they gave you a hard time the day after Christmas.
I felt like we did, Anthony, as a Spadoni, and I just felt like we were crushing the NBA right when he got on, comparing him to the NFL.
Think about these guys crushing the NBA.
Those numbers hit later that day, and they actually came out pretty well for the NBA.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the NFL games, but
But the NBA had the better day. The NBA produced the better games, Anthony.
They did, and if I don't think anybody was predicting that they were going to outrate the NFL games. Like, reality is reality. They're not. Nobody can deny what the NFL is as a Goliath, but I think the NBA is having a good season. I'm intrigued on a nightly basis. I was at that Sixers Kings game last night. You mentioned it's like it's good. It's good theater. Like, now we could discuss the intricacies of like the length of the schedule and some of the rules and this and that. Like, sure, there's ways to nitpick, but I think the sport's in a fine place, honestly. And the TV money they just signed would indicate there's still a lot of value there.
No doubt. They're getting a lot of money for these new deals with NBC and Amazon, of course. And I do think the games have been like Sacramento to Philly last night was a good game. Cleveland and the Lakers the other night was a good game. Boston's playing well. Orlando's playing hard and playing well, and nobody cares because they're in Orlando, but they've got a good roster. I do think the NBA, the Thunder are 16-1 in their last 17. Minnesota's starting to figure it out. I mean, Dallas, you got that. Cleveland, I just mentioned it. Cleveland, they look, Anthony, that looks like a championship team. That really does, man.
I'm still a little skeptical. I'm like, they almost are going to have to like be holding the trophy up before I'm going to be like, yeah, you know what, maybe they are a contender. But yeah, I mean, they look awesome. One of the criticisms of the league is like, oh, well, the regular season doesn't matter. And like, I get that from like maybe the casual fan isn't tuning in, tonight, for example, for Warriors Sixers. But if you're on the ground level covering this stuff like we are, like, this is a big game for the Warriors tonight. Like, it feels like a lot on the line. Right. I cover a Kings team that's so panicky. They just fired a coach they gave an extension to 6 months ago. Like, you don't think the December regular season games matter to them? Mm-hmm. So, like, everything feels, enormous for these teams, even though it's an 82 games.
The Cleveland, I do think they need one more wing defender. That would scare me. Isaac Okoro's a good defender, but if he can't stay healthy, I need one more wing defender on that team with Kenny Atkinson. And is Mobley going to do that in a long playoff run? But I do like where Mitchell and Garland are at. There's no doubt about that. Spinodi, get in here.
Oh, just real quick, as you were covering the Kings, and you did a great job as well with Kings coverage, Anthony, with The Athletic. De'Aaron Fox, obviously, they made their bed. They picked De'Aaron, it felt like, over Mike Brown. Is that basically what it comes down to at the end of the day? No, is that not even close?
No, that was it was a smear campaign on De'Aaron Fox. He loved Mike Brown.
Like him and Mike were fine, and like Mike's not like believing De'Aaron, pulled the trigger on that. That was an organization that all the way up to the ownership that just made a panic move. And maybe part of the panic move is them staring at De'Aaron Fox's uncertain future and just trying to figure anything out during this regular season. But that was not them picking Mike over De'Aaron, because if I'm being honest with you, I don't think they're going to have it either. In the long run.
Well, just real quick, just because I know was it you and Amick that did the piece together in regards to Rich Paul going to the games a lot. Mm-hmm. Like, what? So am I reading too much into that?
No, you're not. I mean, he's like, De'Aaron Fox is certainly peering into his future and wondering whether it should be in Sacramento or not. And I think it's that future is going to come into an uncertain focus. I could see there being rumblings. Deadline, my guess would be closer to the summer. He has that, he has another year. He's under contract, but he's already turned down their extension offers. And the way they're looking, their record, and how sustainable they look as a contender, which he wants to be in a winning environment on a consistent basis. And if he stares at his current situation, I think there's understandable skepticism that it's there. So you're not reading too much into that. There's a lot to be read into that. I would just say that may have led to the Mike Brown firing, but that wasn't because De'Aaron ordered it at all.
Got it.
DeRozan unhappy? Was that rumor true about DeRozan maybe being asked to come off the bench to give them some bench depth and maybe open up the game for the starters? What's going on with DeMar DeRozan? Because I did not like that signing for Sacramento. He's a good player. I just didn't like the fit.
Yeah, he just hasn't played that well. He's older. What's it? It's like year 17, I think, for him.
Yep.
And he's smaller. They need better defense on the wing, and he certainly doesn't provide that. He'll have his nights. He's had some 20-point nights, but I mean, I was kind of skeptical of the fit early on. A lot of people were, and it's played itself out that way. It just hasn't worked that well.
All right, Anthony. Good stuff as always. I'll see you later on tonight at Chase Center. Sixers in town after a brutal loss last night, but the Warriors, they get back on track, man. 8-8 at Chase Center this season, 16-16 overall. Who would have thunk it after a 12-3 start? Slate, you're the best, man.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Tony.
Time. Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line, discussing all things Golden State Warriors. And he mentioned that everything's on the table, although Draymond's a long shot in terms of trade talks. Stephen Curry's going to have nights where the knees are going to bother him. Kuminga's, he's coming around. We know that. You just look at the league real quick on the Sacramento thing.
Yeah, that was interesting.
What I heard over the weekend about Sacramento was that maybe Domantas Sabonis wasn't the biggest Mike Brown fan. And Mike Brown challenges guys. De'Aaron Fox wants to be challenged. He got challenged by John Calipari. He wants to be coach charged. So Fox and Brown, hell, when Brown got fired, his last conversation with Fox, they were talking after the practice because obviously they found a three-point shooter. So, but Fox wants to be coached hard. And Fox came out on Twitter basically saying, hey, stop slandering my name. You guys are blaming me for the firing. It's not the case. But his message, Mike Brown's, that is, it got a little stale in that locker room right away. And then when you got a lot of mouths to feed, like this is why I didn't like the DeRozan fit. De'Aaron Fox is your clutch time player. One clutch player of the year a couple years ago. But now when you have DeRozan, he needs the ball in his hands. Well, what about Malik Monk? He needs the ball in his hands. Domantas Sabonis needs the ball in his hands. And guess what it's done? Signing DeMar DeRozan, I think in a way it's taken away from Keegan Murray. You don't hear anything about Keegan Murray right now. He's having a down year. So I just think the fit was wrong, and Mike Brown was trying to find answers. It's a bad fit, but it wasn't on Fox from what I heard.
Just from what I saw from the article, again, that Anthony Slater and Sam Amick wrote together for The Athletic, and just, you see it and you hear it. Rich Paul, sidelines, clutch sports. Your mind goes there, obviously. But yeah, I mean, no one wants to be associated with something like that. And I don't think De'Aaron Fox is that kind of player. But to Anthony's point, he also just said, he wants to be on a contender. And the Kings, I don't think are going to be contending anytime soon. It's just historically they just don't. So you add him to the mix, but Anthony seems to think it'll be more of a summer acquisition than this trade deadline because the Kings still want to obviously try to salvage the season somewhat. It just looks very difficult, just in this muddled Western Conference. And I know I made the argument earlier for the Golden State Warriors. Hey, you're 2 weeks away from being the 5 or 6 seed. The Kings, 2 weeks away. But I just have a hard time seeing them bounce back from this. Doug Christie, I
would be trying to hold on to De'Aaron Fox at all times.
Well, he's the guy that can do things that no one else on that team can do.
Yeah, I would build around him. I'm not trading. Like, if I'm going to trade some guys on Sacramento,
I'm looking at Malik
I'm looking
Monk.
I'm looking at Sabonis. I'm looking at DeRozan. I'm looking at I got to build this thing. Let me build around Fox and Keegan Murray and even Malik Monk. I don't mind Malik Monk on that roster, but something's got to give. And
he can net you something. I'm saying
net you something. Oh yeah, Malik. Yeah. He can net you
his
something.
Contract's not horrible to where I could trade off that. And if I'm a contender, I'd be like, that's a great piece off the bench for me that I could boost up like a super sixth man.
Yeah, no, signing DeMar DeRozan where he operates in a mid-range game, it did not make a lot of sense to me in real time. And it was just basically the Kings wanting to make a splash and getting a big name. And they got that big name, but it just doesn't feel like it fits. So Doug Christie's taking over that roster. What's your big takeaway from what Anthony had to say about the Golden State Warriors?
Well, I like that he said what's going right, what's going wrong with the Warriors. It's a great way of looking at it. If you just kind of encapsulize a season, because they're 500 right now. So there's been right and there's been wrong. They're the definition of mid, as Stephen Curry said. But he puts Kuminga in the right category. And I would toss in Trace Jackson Davis there too. So as we're having these conversations, it's always kind of hard for me to say, and I know I've been talking about it because I just want the Warriors to just finally do something. I think a lot of fans, Brown and Palo Alto, call the same thing. So that's why I said, hey, Zion, maybe. You could do something. That is something that's planting your flag into the ground. You're moving off of Kuminga. You're maybe moving off of Draymond or a Wiggins. But it's hard for me to hear an Anthony Slater, who knows the team so well, saying, this is one of the few things that's going right for the Warriors. So we're going to trade him?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It just sends a weird message when you put it like that.
No,
right?
Kuminga, he gets better by the game. And again, his free throw numbers, the last 5 games. Hell, 6 of the last 7. I'll go with the Memphis game where they got blasted by 51 points, but Kuminga went to the free throw line 10 times. All right? A couple games later against Indiana, he goes to the free throw line 9 times. Goes to the free throw line 8 times. The next night against the LA Lakers. Next thing you know, he goes 14, 12, and 14. So he is going right. And it always goes back. Tim Roy, who filled in for Fitz on television.
I like that.
Yeah, no, he was good.
TV Tim.
Yeah, TV Tim. Look at that, TV Tim. I talked to Tim a little bit before the Cleveland game, but I'll never forget what he first told me when he first laid eyes on Jonathan Kuminga at the California Classic up in Sacramento. This guy reminds me of Ron Artest. He could be a Ron Artest physically, the way he plays. Now, I see a little more Kawhi to his game because of the mid-range game and the way he dives downhill, but I get what Tim's saying. He has that build. He has that ability to be a two-way player. He's got double-doubles in 2 of the last 3 games. In the game he didn't have a double-double, he had 34 and 9 against Phoenix. It went right at Kevin Durant, went right at Plumlee. This guy is growing in front of our eyes. I mean, he's 22 years old. 22 years old. This guy can ball. All of a sudden, his numbers are up to 17, 5, and 2. Now, is the IQ there? I think he can. He's a smart player. I don't think he gets enough credit for his IQ, honestly. Now, shot selection is going to be rough. He's 22 years old, folks. He's 22 trying to figure this thing out while still trying to acquiesce to Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. So, Kuminga, on my list of issues, he's not there. I want to hold on to this guy. I really like Kuminga and where he's at right now, mentally, physically, and where his game is at.
Well, and to your point, Anthony kind of backed this up too. It's like, hey, the shots, the efficiency's not going to be there, but what impresses him more than that is just the free throw totals.
He's getting to the free throw line when the shot's not working. If your shot's
not there, just drive to the hoop.
Yep.
Something's bound to happen. It's the NBA, man. Like Russell Westbrook made a name off that. Just go and drive in there. Hey, athleticism, something's going to happen. They'll probably call a foul, right? But you see his size and strength and agility. And it's even more so, especially on this team, it's highlighted because it's just, other than Andrew Wiggins, you don't really have that.
Yeah.
You just don't. So it's even highlighted more so on this team. If he was on like an Oklahoma City Thunder, then sure, he might feel like a diamond. Like it might just be like, yeah, we have that everywhere. So maybe we don't need that. But for this team and in this conference, yeah, it's going to be very hard to replace that. I just seem to think that I don't know if the organization is showing him the love though. Like, that's the thing. I think
the organization, I think Lacob loves Kuminga. Loves him. Steve Kerr's trying to figure out how to utilize him. Because, again, you go back to training camp, Jeremiah says JK's not a 4, but Steve Kerr comes on and says JK is a 4. So if he is a 4, and look, I always look at it as positionless basketball anyway, because ideally I want JK on the ball defending, not off the ball, because right now weak side defense can be a problem at times, but on the ball, JK, I'm not mad at that. But is he a 4? Is he a 3? Right now, we know he's attacking to the rim, and he can get a shot off against anybody, and he attacks the rim with reckless abandon, which is what you need on your team, right? You need somebody who can do that, and he can do that. We're always talking about Eric Congo on the postgame show. He's a guy, I don't know if he's a number 1, number 2 on the championship team. How could we know? He's 22 years old, and we haven't seen him get a runway like this. I don't even think he's played 40 games yet in which he's gotten 30-plus minutes, and he's into year 4 of the league. So I would rather keep JK to see what's happening here, but I don't know where Warrior fans are at with that. I really don't.
I don't know what Mike Dunleavy is
time for the legal.
Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, Goo. Is Goo back today?
No.
I saw Evan. I saw Evan tucked in shirt. Evan's back.
Evan's tucked in shirt.
Tucked in shirt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Kim Emmons going to join us at 9:20 to talk some 49er football. And we get to the Niner resolutions of what you want with the 49ers. I need trenches. I need offensive line play. I need D-line play.
Everything.
I need a ball hawking safety. I want Caleb Downs from Ohio State. I don't even know if he can come out in the draft this
bring
year.
him out now.
I just say, Caleb Downs, just wait a minute. I want you to be a 49er. You can't wear number 2 because Lenore wears it. But how's number 3 look on you?
Right.
Number 1 may be available soon. You want number 1? Who knows?
I do like that we finally made the transition to where the college numbers are now on the pro numbers. So seeing like Josh Jacobs go back to the Alabama, like that's pretty cool. I like that. Right. Yeah, the 49ers resolutions are fascinating for me.
Real quick here.
Sorry, really quick, Bonte, sorry to cut you off here. You mentioned, does Kuminga have 40 games of 30 or more minutes? He has exactly 40 games of 30 or more minutes now, 4 years
He's
into his
there.
career.
Yep. And I read the numbers off earlier. He's very efficient when he plays 30-plus minutes a game. He just gets better and better by the game, so give him those minutes, and now he's starting to play better. 415, Comcast Visit text line. Can he make a free throw in crunch time? Well, he made 2 of 2, gets a Phoenix Suns, is still the deal. Mm-hmm. And he said he was nervous.
He made some against the Lakers in that fourth quarter, too.
Right.
So,
again, I mean, look, the percentages aren't great, but 6 of 9, 6 of 8, 11 of 14, 8 of 12 against Phoenix, and he hit the 2 big ones at the end of the game, and then 10 of 14 against Cleveland. After going 4-15 from the floor, he found a way to be productive, and he's crashing the glass. He's getting better, folks. JK's not an issue. I think we got a player there. But in terms of trying to get this team to the playoffs and the championship,
it's tough right now. I think that's just the ultimate. That's just because we're viewing it in that lens, and it makes it so difficult to just. Well, yeah, if you're viewing it in the lens of championship moves and stuff, like that's where we need to take a step back for a little bit, at least for this year. Like, there's not a championship to be had this year, probably. So I don't know what you want. Like, there's not some just move where you're going to be, you're playing Monopoly. You're going to, go around, collect $200, whatever. Pass go, collect $200. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. That's just not on the table right now. It's just not. Jimmy Butler's not going to be that guy. Like, I even mentioned Zion Williamson. He's not going to be that guy right now. Like, Brandon Ingram, Vucevic. Vucevic should be solid. It's not a championship move, but that's a move maybe, as Anthony Slater, who we just had on, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as he just said, that's a move that might not cost Kuminga, and you could still improve your team. So something like that, a big that can shoot, that knows his role, high EQ guy. He's not the most gifted physically, but he's big, and that is something that they've been missing, size. TJD, he is nice. He does some good things. Thank you, Fitz. He's 6'9", though. He's 6'9".
Yes. He is. I like where JK's at, man. But
really quick with JK, we talk about crunch time and whatnot. Outside of Steph, you look at the numbers. You can check it out on NBA.com. They break it down, clutch time stats. Mm-hmm. Outside of Steph, Jonathan Kuminga has low-key been their best player in crunch time. Steph leads crunch time points with 22. Jonathan Kuminga, though, 16.8 total points, I guess how they measure it, in 26 total minutes of crunch time this season.
There you go. There you go. You put the ball in his hands. He's either going to draw a foul, he's going to rise up for the mid-range jumper. JK's played well. So I think a lot of Warrior fans like what they see from JK. But right now, 16-16, and I can't wait for this game tonight to respond to this game tonight on the morning roast tomorrow morning. Sixers and Warriors. And if the Warriors fall below 500, oh my gosh, the chatter around this team.
Wow. It wasn't too long ago where we were talking about Joel Embiid maybe being someone that the Warriors could target, or a Giannis Antetokounmpo. Maybe you could still get Joel. I don't know. I don't know if they're married to him out in Philadelphia anymore. You got to ask your girl Kate Scott over there.
I will.
Maybe we'll get into that at some point. I know we have Cam on. Maybe Joel Embiid. Like, is that someone you could still target at this point?
I don't know. I think
they were teammates.
I think we got to figure out. I think we got to figure out what's going on. I think we got to figure out what's going on in house with the Warriors.
We had Howard Eskin on a few years ago, and didn't Eskin just like crush Embiid is just like a loser?
He crushes everything.
Well, that's true. But
Embiid is, Embiid's a baller, man. But I don't.
30 years
Steve
old.
Kerr's system and how he plays and the way Embiid plays, is that a fit? I don't know. And do you want to trade for a guy who can't stay on the floor consistently? That's a problem as well. The Warriors need healthy bodies. We need guys who can play 80 games, 78 games. Last thing I want to do is trade for a player who you don't know if you're going to get 50 games out of him in that season. You just don't know. Now, the 50 games you'll get from him is going to be high-level games, but I can't make that. I can't make a move like that.
Speaking of games played, the Draymond Green bet, how's that looking right now, Bonte Hill?
There's Draymond Green bet looks.
For those of you who don't know, Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, start of the season, made a bet, House of Prime Rib, and it's going to be for the entire show, not just for the one of them. House of Prime Rib, whether or not Draymond Green plays, how many games was it?
65.
65 games. Now, he can miss the games due to injury, due to suspend, doesn't matter. But will Draymond Green play 65 games? Bonte Hill said yes. Joe Shasky said no. Right now, I think Bonte Hill's in the leader in the clubhouse.
28 games played. 28 games played. But I'm a little worried about this back.
Oh, no.
A little worried about the aches and pains.
Did Anthony Slater,
we got a long way to go.
You got to get a little concerned after Slater?
We got 37 games to go. It's going to be a long 37. Long 37.
Sam and I will get the reservations. Sam and I will get the reservations regardless, so we'll get the ball rolling on that.
But you know what, though? I did have the caveat of injuries, and you guys didn't give me that caveat. So
no,
anyway.
We did not. As a show, we did not allow that.
Shady business. Shady business.
Shady McCoy.
Shady McCoy. All right. Cam Inman's not shady.
No, he's not.
Go read his book, The Franchise.
Don't call him Scam Inman either. He doesn't like that.
You've called him Scam before?
No, we don't call him Scam Inman. We don't. He doesn't like that.
How you know that? We should ask him if he likes
I
it.
think Dan Dimley called him Scam Inman once.
Hey, what Cam say?
He said, I think Dan said it in a way where it was, start calling you Scam Inman is what he said. I think he was just poking fun at something he said. So there you go.
Scam. Cam's no scam. That's for sure. You get your money's worth from him. All right, this is going to come
I did.
up.
When I played him in fantasy football a couple of years ago when he was in the 95-7 league.
Cam Inman was in the 95-7 league?
Yeah. Didn't end well.
What happened?
I don't think he qualified for the playoffs.
Oh,
That'll do it.
By the way, congratulations to producer Carter for winning the 95-7 the game fantasy football.
Who'd he beat?
He beat Lucas Alexander.
Oh, Lucas was in the playoffs.
Yeah, he smoked Lucas.
Wow.
In fairness, Carter smoked everyone. This
Wow.
was a wire to wire. Like,
did he lose a game?
No, this was 2017 Golden State Warriors.
Oh, so he was like 16-1.
He was, he lost like one or two games.
Wow.
Yeah.
Super team.
He did have a super team.
Who do you have on the team?
He did have Brock Bowers. Did he have Devontae Smith? He had Jalen Hurts, I want to say, too.
Saquon?
I think he had Saquon as well. Yeah.
Damn.
A lot of Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Feels good to be a fantasy champion. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
feels really
humble
good.
right there. So you didn't want to...
See, I wouldn't know. I finished at the very bottom of our league.
Yeah, I would know. I would know this year. Shout out to the SF Players Club. I don't. I feel like a winner. All right. Cam Inman coming up, sponsored by... Yeah, he always does. Screw it. A lot of people here at the station are against me, but guess what? I always come out on top. Segment is sponsored by Chilled Auto Body. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Hopefully you had a great holiday as we flip the calendar to 2025. And one of these teams going to pop, man. Our teams are struggling right now. Who knows where the San Francisco Giants are at? The Niners will not be in the playoffs. They have a meaningless game on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. The Warriors, after a 12-3 start, are all of a sudden 16-16 on the season. The definition of 500. So where do we go with them? Cam Inman will join us in moments, but let's get to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening, man? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to be on. Hey, real quick, you know, Bonton, I was looking at JK, right, and I was trying to see who he kind of reminds me of or who I would like him to be. And do you remember Michael Finley from the Dallas Mavericks?
Oh, yeah, Michael Finley out of Wisconsin. Yeah.
I wish JK could have like a type of career like him, right? I think he averaged like 15 points a game, 4 rebounds, maybe 5 rebounds.
More of a two-guard, though. Different position than JK.
And Bonton, you know me, I always wanted JK to play the 2. I actually thought he was going to run alongside Curry this year, but they had other plans. But that's what I wanted him to do, Bonton. And I just wanted to say that I think what will greatly help Kuminga's game is having a center. And I know people, they need a big man, but no, we need a big man for spacing. We know JK can get his own shot, but a lot of times things get bogged down where he doesn't have the space to move because we don't have these big guys setting screens, or we don't have a guy that can pass out of the post, right? And, Bonton, I was looking at this guy, Jakob Poeltl, out of Toronto.
Yeah, Jakob Poeltl. Double-double guy.
I love him. I mean, he's averaging 15 a game, 10 rebounds,
but he plays more
assists.
He plays more in the paint, Leroy. He's if you're looking for a guy who spaces the floor at the 5 spot, maybe your guy is Vucevic from the Chicago Bulls.
We can take him too. But I just think we just need somebody that can set some screens and can be a big boy down there. And I think that will help JK, because if you look at Michael Finley, who'd he have? Brendan Haywood, right? And he had those 7-footers. He had another set for Tyson Chandler, right? Other 7-footers that, just freed up his game. So I hope we go ahead and do that, man, and just give it a try. Try with a big man.
I love when he said, thanks, Leroy, when he said, we'll take him too. It was kind of like in American Gangster when the Detective Richie, Russell Crowe's character, is talking to Denzel. He's like, yeah, what if I give you, the Italians? And so he's like, yeah, I'll take them too. Yeah. I'll take them all.
Yeah, give me them all. Oh, man, American Gangster. All right, from that to Cam Inman. Cam Inman, of course.
Our American Gangster.
Our American Gangster. Our Bay Area Gangster, for sure. Bay Area hero. 49ers beat writer for the Bay Area News Group. Go check out his new book, The Franchise. Really, really good. Cam, happy holidays to you. Happy New Year's. Cam Inman joins us here on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Cam, what's happening, man? Did you have a good New Year?
I had a great New Year's, and first of all, I have to agree with Leroy, and I think he figured out what's wrong with the 49ers. They need to get more big boys in the paint.
There you go.
They're not getting in the end zone enough.
There you go. Work on the trenches, man. That's my New Year's resolution when it comes to the 49ers. Rebuild this offensive line. You got Purdy there, who's going to be solid. You found something there at right guard. Defensive line, I think, needs to be tweaked. You have some corners here who I really like in De'Amon Lenore and Ronaldo Green. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom with the 49ers after the Monday night loss to the Lions. Hey, I didn't really care about the win or loss, whether they won or lost, Cam, I should say. But what did the youngsters do? Is there somebody I could build around? Is there somebody I could pluck from 2024 to 2025? And you know what? Ricky Pearsall showed up to the party on Monday, running some great routes there at the receiver spot, Cam.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, the whole point of that game and this coming up game was, well, it doesn't matter now, but you just didn't want Brock Purdy to get hurt. You needed to go into the next offseason going, my quarterback's all set. We'll get him paid. We're going to build around him. The fact that he didn't sustain a long-term elbow injury, that's great. So he can throw it to Ricky Pearsall in the spring. He just won't be doing it Sunday in Arizona. So, I mean, when it comes to building around this team, you got to keep Purdy in mind, right? So you talk about the offensive line, but I think I got to get more out of that defensive front. I mean, that defense was really bad this season, and they brought in a lot of new guys around Bosa and Warner, and it just did not work. And they just need to get more game-changing A-caliber talent. And, they ignored the defensive line in the draft for the first time in years. And I think it came back to bite them because there just wasn't a lot of youthful playmaking skills going after quarterbacks besides Bosa.
So you mentioned it. Brock Purdy looking like a bruised elbow, nothing too serious, but not going to play this final week. How much of that is a concern, though, when they start doing these contract negotiations? If you're the 49ers, the injury history, Cam, how much is that going to play a part in these contract negotiations? Because you're looking at a guy who's 6'1", maybe 6'1". I mean, that's generous. I've stood next to the guy. I'm 5'11". Feels like he's the same height as me. So you're already looking at a smaller frame. He's had major surgery on his throwing arm. He already has limited arm strength in said arm. How much is that going to play a factor in these negotiations?
I would imagine they have to have some kind of safeguards in it. I don't know how you can do that in today's NFL's contracts and stuff, whether it's the length or the guaranteed money. But you're right, Joe. I mean, he's had elbow and shoulder trouble this season, along with past seasons. So I'm not so worried about his frame. I mean, Brock's a pretty durable guy otherwise. I mean, he's one aspect he really impressed this season was his mobility and a way to escape the pocket. Ran for like career high 300-something yards and 5 touchdowns. So you kind of saw that mobility that you want out of a smaller guy that can escape collapsing pockets. But that also circles back to, what kind of money can they throw at him? And they've been budgeting for this for a couple of years. So now it's just a matter of how do they hammer out a contract that's fair to him. I don't think it's fair just to say, look, you get hurt a lot. You're going to get a bargain basement deal. But there's a lot of things that the Niners, if they want to play hardball, I don't know if they would do that because I think everybody's so positive with Brock that he's their guy. Everybody's seen it. This was such a down year across the board for the team. I mean, there's so many breakdowns on special teams and defense. You'd love the quarterback to rescue you out of a couple of those games. And Brock didn't, but he also has to cut down on those fourth quarter and second half interceptions on some plays where you go, what's going on here? So I think everything is going to be under evaluation.
Yeah, I think so too. Parag Marate, Cam, has done a good job of structuring some of these deals here. So who knows what the details may look like? They could front load it. They could get out of it like they did with Jimmy every single April. So I'm okay with Brock coming back because what's the alternative? Maybe Kirk Cousins is available. Do you really want to go to Kirk Cousins? Sam Darnold, what would he look like without Justin Jefferson or Jordan Addison and T.J. Hockenson? It feels like a perfect spot. The verdict is still out on Sam Darnold, so I'm not sure what to do. I'm okay with coming back with Brock Purdy, but what about Deebo Samuel? Because I thought it was alarming to me that Deebo, sure, he was involved in a run game early in that football game on the first drive, 3 carries, 16 yards, but in the pass game, he was MIA. All the targets with the Jennings, Ricky Pearsall. It almost felt like, in a way, they were moving on from Deebo, saying, look, in the pass game, I don't know how effective you can be. What do you think about Deebo in the season he's had? Because it wouldn't shock me, Cam, if that was his last game as a member of the 49ers this Sunday in Arizona.
Yeah, or if it was last game last week. I mean, it's been a really disappointing season, a season where they really needed Deebo to step up into that versatility role since they didn't have Christian McCaffrey for most, if not all, of the season. They just didn't do it. Instead, there was too many distractions you saw the confrontation he had getting in a fight with a teammate in Tampa. You saw him after they blow out the Bears, and the next day he goes on Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm fine. They just don't give me the ball." And it's like, what are you talking about? And it's just not what you want. And he's I don't think he's washed. I don't think he's done. I think the Niners have to really debate whether it's worth keeping him, if they can do a post-June, get some salary cap relief. But I think you're right. I mean, for a long time, entering the season, he restructured his contract, right? Okay, well, he's not going anywhere for a couple of years. But, if it's not a negative issue, then I think they could move on without him.
One of the big storylines, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Cam, obviously from the game, and we had Brian Baldinger on our 95.7 The Game, NFL Insider. We've had a lot of people on talk about this, so I want to get your perspective because you cover the team inside and out every single day. John Lynch, that was the most animated I've seen him during a game, maybe ever. Just what he was going through. He felt like he was like symbolic of the fan base. I felt like if I was a Niners fan, I was feeling how John Lynch was feeling in that booth, when the interceptions happened, whether the touchdown happened with Amon-Ra St. Brown. What did you make of John Lynch and his frustrations on Monday night?
I think it's probably I think there's a lot of frustrations, not just Monday night. If you had a camera on John Lynch all the time, I bet you he'd be like pulling his hair out, because this is a Hall of Fame safety who's built this roster and a perennial contender with Kyle Shanahan. And when there's all these blown assignments, bad communication, that is not what they do. And it's happened all season long. And so the cameras caught him once or twice banging the table. Great. I mean, remember when Trent Baalke was the GM of this team, he sat behind us in some press boxes and would be banging the table. And it's as a general manager, you're kind of helpless, right? These are the players you want out there doing their job. When they don't do their job, it's just very frustrating. But I think that's great. That shows that John Lynch is very passionate about this team and this roster still. So he's going to be intent on getting it back on track, because there's a lot that still needs to be done with this team. And there's a lot of personnel moves I think they have to do. I don't think they do have a great core coming back, and they got a nice schedule. I mean, this could very well be an outlier season if they can amend a few things and get some better talent in here.
I'm with you. Cam Edmond here on the River Islands Gasline Bay Area News Group beat writer for a long, long time, covered the 49ers. Does a hell of a job doing that. I thought it was unnecessary. Obviously, Tim Kawakami asked Jed York about the status of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and I'm not in that camp of saying, hey, man, somebody needs to go. Shanahan's he's done fine. When you look at the games that have been lost, I more put it on the players not executing. Now, sure, he's had some issues with the red zone and clock management and whatnot, but Shanahan, on the list of issues with the 49ers, he's not even in my top 10, maybe not even in my top 15. So they're going to be back here. Brock looks like he's going to be back. But how quickly do you think? You just kind of alluded to it, but you do believe that they could be back to they could compete for a division title next season with a couple tweaks. What would those tweaks be?
I think you got to upgrade the defensive line. One thing that on that defense, and I think this year everybody was holding out hope that Dre Greenlaw would come in and rescue, and all of a sudden he and Fred Warner are back as like the hot boys and just dominating, right? And it's just that didn't happen. And so, do you bank on Dre Greenlaw coming back fully healthy? You just got to get some younger, faster linebackers that know what they're doing. Devondre Campbell was a disaster since training camp. D. Winters has some speed, some instincts, but he's often out of position. That drives Fred crazy, and you can see it out on the field. To me, I really think you really got to fortify that defensive front seven. The safeties need some help, because there's too many guys that get past the safeties that just seem like out of whack. Offensive line, it's like, okay, what's going on with Trent Williams? Is he going to be fully healthy? I don't expect Trent to retire, which would be great for Brock Purdy and the line going forward. But you do have to think down the road and get somebody in place maybe in a couple of years ready to go. Jalen Moore, who was his backup and played well this year, he's going to be a free agent. Right. So he's going to make his money elsewhere. I can't imagine that the Niners are going to pay him for that. There's a couple spots on the offensive line. Purdy did well. I think McKivitz is fine at right tackle. I don't think that they'll pay Banks, because the money's got to go elsewhere to skill position guys. And then you got to get Ayuk back healthy, right? Now, here's the thing. Brandon Ayuk was in the locker room yesterday. He's been in here and there the last couple of weeks, and he hasn't wanted to do like an interview about his knee and stuff. But we talked to him a little bit yesterday, because he's shooting 18-foot jumpers. In one end of the 49ers locker room, they have a basketball hoop. No dunking is allowed. Guys always have shooting contests. Debo's usually right in it. Ricky Pearsall, Ronnie Bell. So Brandon Ayuk was in it yesterday, and he's shooting shot for shot with Ronnie Bell, about 18-footers. And it's not just he's not flat-footed. He's getting elevation while he's shooting. And I'm like, this is the same guy that just had ACL and MCL surgery a couple months ago. But I'll tell you what, he looks so healthy and happy. And if that stays on track for a few months, and come training camp next year, he should be ready to go and be back in form. There's no contract to worry about, and he'll have Purdy. So there is optimism there a lot, especially with Brandon Ayuk, and I think that's a really good sign.
I'm in the camp that I believe the Niners could be competing for Super Bowl next season with the right tweaks. Now, changes. Do you think they'll make a change to anything, whether it's player personnel or the coaching staff? A lot has come down on Nick Sorensen. At the last season, we all talked about Steve Wilks, and I thought there was a lot of unwarranted noise towards Steve Wilks. What is Nick Sorensen's status right now? Because his defense, as you mentioned, has not played well.
No, it has not played well. And, is it his fault that some of the personnel didn't fit? No. But there's some other stuff that they're just glaring issues of how bad they are in defense, in the run defense, the lack of ingenuity in the pass rush. So I think they really do have to look hard at that spot. I mean, if he returns, would it shock me? No, because I think Kyle Wanna has some allegiance to him. He seemed very much more supportive of him than he was Steve Wilkes at this time a year ago. Brian Schneider, the special teams coordinator, is also on the hot seat, considering how absolutely bad the special teams were for the first 2+ months of the season, plus whatever's been going wrong with Moody. So, yeah, there will be changes because that's just how it is in the NFL every year. It's not going to be changes at the top, which Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. I can't envision that. At least from the 49er perspective, I can't envision Shanahan wanting to go somewhere else because I think he and John work really well together. And that they're going to be determined, you're right, Vontae, get back to the Super Bowl. And where's that Super Bowl going to be? It's going to be at Levi Stadium. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a big caveat to say, stick around, let's build this thing up, and win the Super Bowl on the home field. And I think that's what they're going to go after. I think one other thing is they got to like kind of hold off on like Super Bowl talk, because obviously this year was like, how are you going to bounce back from the Super Bowl hangover? I think this year has humbled them, and it's going to make them hungrier that they have to prove themselves all over again. And I think they can. I mean, the division went to the LA Rams, team that beat them twice, but they didn't manhandle them. And so I think the Niners are going to think that the division can be theirs and they have a path to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, just hope it doesn't rain at Levi Stadium. That's just all I'm hoping out. Real quick, I mean, you kind of mentioned his name there, and I feel bad for the guy. It's been a tough season, a tough stretch. I mean, you got your own teammate was going after you at one point, but Jake Moody.
Yeah.
You kicking for his job on Sunday?
No, I think that ship's almost sailed. It's I think one thing that the Niners have to understand is he came back from a really gruesome ankle injury to kick for them because they went through two other guys, and he's missed 8 of his 18 field goal attempts since then, plus that point after attempt at the end. So there's issues with him, and look, he's under contract with a rookie deal, so you don't have to cut him. You bring in competition and have to answer those questions all through training camp. I don't see if that's a problem because every position should have a challenger. So if they want to bring him back, fine. If they're that convicted in him that he's got the leg, he was hurt, okay. But if they think that that he just needs a fresh start, then they need to go out and find somebody new. And my guess is it's not going to be a young rookie. It's going to be a veteran guy because, I mean, that has been a big issue, but the whole special team has been a lot of problems this year. So, yeah, that is one.
All right. So you've been so good to us, Cam, and I'll get you out of here with this one. We're doing New Year's resolutions, right? We're doing so I'm not saying, everyone wants to say win a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, that's the obvious one.
Yeah, let's win a Super Bowl. But if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're the leader of this team and you've got your imprint everywhere, offensively, defensively, when it comes to player personnel, all of that, what's one thing you would like to see Kyle Shanahan tweak this offseason? Whether it is the defensive scheme, whether it is his own zone running scheme, I don't know, something. What do you think Kyle Shanahan should hone in on this offseason and say, you know what, this is what I need to fix?
You need to fix Christian McCaffrey's Achilles and calves because that guy is such a difference maker for the offense. If you want to get 30 for Purdy, get McCaffrey back on the field. I think that impacted so much with that team this year. And so if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I want to make sure that McCaffrey is healthy and ready to go. And if he's not, you better have somebody ready because Jordan Mason stepped up big time those first couple months. Was running for 100-something yards. So you need to restock that running back room. Mason's a free agent. Garendo, you've kind of seen hints here and there that he could be good, but there's nobody like McCaffrey. So if I'm Shanahan, I want to make sure McCaffrey's fully healthy because he's going to be the one that leads that charge to a Super Bowl 60.
I'm going to keep you along, Cam. I'm sorry. I'm going to hold you hostage here.
Yeah.
Trent Williams, how would you assess his play this season before he was injured? Because you brought up Trent Williams, and I believe with all that money on the table and with the pride that Trent Williams has, I don't think he wants to end his career on this note. So I do think he'll play again, and there's a lot of money to be had if he does play. But how would you assess this season?
Well, he did not make the Pro Bowl today. He had made it the past 11 seasons he's played. He probably will make it as an alternate because one of these three guys that made it ahead of him will probably be in the Super Bowl or playing or without an injury. So, but he'll make it by name. He won't play in it because obviously he's hurt. He missed the last 7 games of the season because of an ankle injury, and he probably should have missed the last 8 because he took a pain-killing shot to play through it before. I think it was against Seattle, right, before he went down. How is he? He wasn't the dominant force that we saw in past years. I don't think he was bad. I think he's still a top-level left tackle that you'd want back on your team protecting Brock Purdy. I do think he's fully motivated to keep going in his career. You know, he held out through training camp, and he got a nice pay raise, but he expressed a desire to play into his 40s. And he's about 36 now, so I figure he's got a couple more years because he was talking about he wants to do something that other left tackles don't do. And maybe there's a reason they do not do that because it's such a demanding position. But Trent's been an athletic wonder, and he just was not that this season. And I'd like to see him back because I think when Trent Williams is on his game, that offense gets rolling, and you can go behind the left side, and it's just a lot of fun to watch. And instead, it was basically the George Kittle show all season, and Kittle was far and away their best player, and he's going to the Pro Bowl because of it.
Yeah, I love to see him get an extension. He's probably going to make an all-pro team. George Kittle was special this season, and he's spoken up as a leader. I think as a leader, he's really stepped up to the forefront. So a lot of good core members here. I think the Niners could be back in contention next season for big things here. But Cam, thanks always for the time, man. Should be fun. Are you heading down to Phoenix for that last game? Should be a fun trip to Phoenix, huh?
I am going down to. I'm going to Phoenix. So I'll be reporting live for you. So Bonte and Joe, Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to everybody out there.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Cam. Cam, man, one of the good guys out there. Cover the team. And this is always funny during the interview. I glance at the Comcast business text line from time to time. This is why I say there's no gray area anymore when it comes to sports talk.
No nuance?
No nuance. No, it's either got to be this or that. Black or white. All or nothing. 601. Bonte, why are you hesitant to say the 49ers could win a Super Bowl with this roster next season? No confidence in Purdy? I just mentioned that I do believe they're going to be Super Bowl contenders next season. One's healthy, and I think it's not as bleak as people think. But then you get the 925, who says, how could you be a professional radio host and expect to get respect from your audience when you say stupid things like next year this team is a Super Bowl team? You sound like a fanboy, not a host. Give me a break. Keep it real like you do with the Warriors. Now, you see their schedule next season, and it's all on paper. It's all on paper. And things can't change.
Yeah, things can change. Like people that were scheduled to play Washington this year probably thought that was going to be an easy dub. They're a playoff team. People last year thought that the Houston Texans were going to be an easy dub with C.J. Stroud's rookie season. That ended up not being the case. So things change.
Things change. So at home next year, Spadoni, the Niners will take on the Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks are divisional opponents.
Sure.
The Atlanta Falcons, who are going to be playing with Michael Penix.
Okay.
And it's a good team. Carolina, where are they going to be back? Where are they going to be at? Excuse me. Jacksonville Jaguars.
They're tough out now. I know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Jacksonville Jaguars. Carolina got their ass kicked.
They did. But they've been playing
playing better. We'll see.
Sorry, is strong. They've been playing better.
Jacksonville.
Yeah. They're going to fire Doug
Where's
Peterson.
Tennessee's going to have a new quarterback.
Ew.
Could be a rookie. And then you got the Chicago Bears. We'll see where they're at.
Ben Johnson.
Away, obviously, Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks. You go to Cleveland next year. Who knows what Cleveland's going to look like?
Well, we know they're keeping Deshaun. We do know that.
You go to Houston, that'd be a tough game. Yeah. Texans will be tough.
D'Amico Ryans.
Yep. Indianapolis, sneaky tough game. Tough to play there.
Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. Boy. Then you got the Saints at the Superdome. Saints seem like they're so far away. The Giants are probably going to have a new quarterback. And then you get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are a good team.
You might see Cam Ward and Shador next year, potentially.
On paper, the schedule looks great for the 49ers. I know Fred Warner is going to be back healthy next season. You just heard Cam bring up Brandon Ayuk. That put a smile to my face.
Yeah, he's playing basketball.
He's jumping up and down off that. So Brandon Ayuk's in good spirits. You're going to get McCaffrey back. Trent's going to be back. There's going to be moves made. Now, Cam Newton, he sounded down on Debo just like I did.
Yeah.
That Debo could be playing out.
The fact that Ayuk could potentially be there at the start of next season actually makes me more so like, okay, I can move off Debo. If I know Ayuk's going to be there at the start, that's fine.
Sorry, I may be the only one left in San Francisco who believes in Brock Purdy. And I do believe you can win a lot of football games with Brock Purdy. Yeah. Now, is he Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes? No, he's not.
Quarterback, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. But you only have to play those guys one time.
Yeah.
It had to be in a Super Bowl. You don't see them in the regular season next season.
All those guys are in the opposite conference.
Right, they're in the opposite conference. So 9-2-5, I do believe the Niners could be contenders for a Super Bowl run next season. I definitely think they could compete in the NFC. Now the Philadelphia Eagles are not going anywhere. Washington's probably going to get better. Tampa's going to get better. You got the NFC North with Detroit, Minnesota, and Green Bay. We'll see about them.
The thing that's going to be different with the Eagles this time around compared to next year, because I don't think Kellen Moore is going to go anywhere. I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job. I could be wrong. Depends on how the season ends, right? But Vic Fangio feels like he's had his run as a head coach. He's done there. Yeah. I think he's going to stick with the Eagles this time around. It's not going to be like last time where they lost Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon. They're going to be around.
They'll be around.
And the fact that they hit on both of those draft picks, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo and Cooper DeJean out of Iowa. Like, and by the way, talking about snubs, Cooper DeJean not making the Pro Bowl.
Dude, it's a joke.
God.
It's a joke. That team's going to be around for a long time. They're loaded. But would you honestly be surprised that the Niners are competing for an NFC title next season?
No, because I don't think the NFC is as loaded as we all like.
Right.
They're good teams, but they're not the AFC.
But also, hasn't it been proven that Shanahan as a head coach can win you a lot of games?
Yes.
Brock Purdy as a quarterback of your team can win a lot of games.
He went to the Super Bowl twice with two different quarterbacks.
So I'm the fanboy here. I think highly of the Niners. I think highly of the Niners next season. And you look at the games that they lost this season, we go right down the list. Right down the list.
Like, there's not all things are created equal. Like, the Niners could still have a bad season, but still have really good players and a good support system. And like, the Cowboys have good players, but I have zero faith in them next year.
The organizational structure is a mess.
Like, compare that. Like, just take a step back if you're a Niners fan and compare it to some of the states of these other franchises around here. Like, just look at the top 10 picks right now and all the coaches that have been fired or are going to be fired. Like, Doug Peterson's still the head coach in Jacksonville. He might be gone. Antonio Pierce, he's probably going to be gone from the Raiders. Like, and just the phoniest end of the year winning streak that he's going to have, by the way, too. Like, take a step back and just look at where you are in comparison to the rest of the league. And yeah, it's a bad year, but it's not like you're that far off. It seems like that because you've just had a horrible month and it feels like that. But you were in position to win that game on Monday against the Detroit team with all their starters.
Mm-hmm.
And they got everything. Well, they didn't have anything to play for on Monday, but they played all their players. They played like they had something to play for.
It was a game.
Yes.
It was a game.
Your quarterback doesn't make two bad interceptions, and he did. Brock had two bad plays.
Yeah, two bad plays. Miami. Game came. You had the ball with the chance to win the football game in Miami.
The Rams.
Seattle. You blow it against Seattle, let Geno go right down the field.
Yep.
Kansas City was a 14-12 game late third quarter. You threw an egregious interception, Brock Purdy, that is. Arizona. It's down 23-10 at the half. You were rolling in that football game.
Fumbled the ball. Ronnie Bell, drop pass in week 2. Jake Moody missed another kick. Hell, Jake Moody got hurt against Arizona. You didn't even have a kicker. Couldn't kick. You had to go for it on fourth down. So I think the Niners are close to being back in contention as opposed to being one of the bottom feeders in the league. So, it is what it is. I know a lot of people are down on the Niners. I'm going to be optimistic. And to the point, guys said I'm hesitant to say they can win the Super Bowl. I do believe they can win the Super Bowl. Now, you need some tweaks. Fix that offensive line, please, for the love of God. Defensive line. If you're going to run this wide 9 system, you got to give me some studs inside. Studs. I need stud D tackles. All right? I need a guy like Caleb Downs in my secondary. Because Hufanga, we haven't even talked about it. Hufanga's angles are from the safety position on that Monday night game. Oh, I'm sorry. That's got it. I'm sorry. The speed was on full display and the lack of speed on defense. I know we talk about the lack of speed offensively, Bonte. But what are the 49ers hanging their hat on? Speed and physicality.
Yep.
I didn't see any of that this past year. So talking about resolutions, more physical and more speed.
More speed, explosiveness. Ludman, you got something? No? No? Fast 5? Is it already time for Fast 5?
Oh, it is.
The show flew by.
Yeah.
You like that? You like that?
Oh, God. You know it's coming, Bonte Hill. Kirk Cousins as a potential backup and safety net when they pay Brock Purdy.
That was something I was going to ask Cam, and I forgot. But who are they going to go after as a backup? I think it could be Mac Jones.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
I could see Justin Fields.
That's an interesting one to me. That's just enough of a name, kind of like Sam Darnold last year, where you're like, okay.
Mac Jones, Justin Fields, my top 2 candidates to be the backup quarterbacks.
Well, it's just so funny how, like, those are all guys who came after Trey in the 2021 draft. And
I know.
The fact that we're circling back. The Mac Jones ones is especially funny to me because I think Kyle kind of liked Mac Jones at first until they traded up. And Kyle could finally get his guy.
I liked Mac Jones too. Like, it seems dumb now, and it's fine. Like, I've had horrible takes. He was awesome with that Alabama team, but again, that Alabama team was also stacked.
Dude, listen,
Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle.
Well, no, that team didn't have Henry Ruggs. That team just had Jalen and Devontae Smith.
No,
and they had Najee Harris.
Tua had that's Tua the year before. That's right.
They had Najee Harris on that team, though.
It's hard to get all these superstar Alabama players.
Yeah, no, there's. But you know what? I wasn't mad at Mac Jones either. I wanted Trey or Justin, but I wasn't mad at Mac Jones because the tape didn't look bad, and he had a hell of a rookie season with the Patriots.
My issue with the Mac Jones draft and leading up to that draft was always there is no way Kyle Shanahan moved from 12 to 3 to get the quarterback that he could have gotten at 12. That's how I always looked at it with Mac Jones. So, yeah, it'd be a fun little reunion.
Fun reunion there. Anything else, Loveman? Anything else?
Yeah, my final thought, I got a couple thoughts, actually. Number one is the college football playoff. I think the best part of it was that it confirmed what the BCS was trying to tell us for years. Boise State don't belong with the big boys. I had so much fun watching that. That was those Kellen Moore Boise State teams that are always complaining that they deserve a shot at the national championship. I hated those teams. I'm so glad that Boise got wiped by Penn State. Speaking of fall thoughts, Bonte, what's that bag right there? Yeah. It's been sitting there the entire time.
Lundman's got me a Christmas gift.
Oh, what is it?
Ooh, what is it?
A Christmas gift.
He's opening it live.
Thank you. Fits for kicks. Fits for kicks. So I'm opening it up here for the
Bobby
YouTube audience. Bobby Fitzgerald? I don't know. Oh, he's got me a pair of socks.
Oh, who's on him?
Prime Time socks. He's got me some Coach Prime socks.
No, I expect to see those on Warriors pre and post tonight.
He's got me some Coach Prime socks with an airhead, a great flavor. I don't know what you're trying to say there.
I know the airhead was included in there, I'll be honest.
We do love our grape soda, Sam. So I don't know if you're trying to say that here.
No, I'll be honest, I did not know there was an airhead in the packaging. This is what you get when you order off Etsy. That's an extra layer I did not intend.
The people, the clientele that are ordering the Primetime PM socks might also enjoy great flavored airheads.
Primetime socks.
Those are you're such a diehard Colorado fan.
I will rock this. Somebody's going to be like, yo, why are you rocking Primetime socks? Why
FSU's
not?
next coach.
Good, feel good, play good, right?
He tweeted at Coach Dillingham for Arizona State. Thank you, brother, for representing the Big 12 the way you did. Much love. COTY, Coach of the Year. Coach Prime.
Hey,
they did not go out well against BYU.
Where's Shador going?
I don't know. They did not look good at that Alamo Bowl.
Patriots can have the number 1 overall pick. They're trading that, right? You have to.
Travis Hunter.
That's a lot for a
you
corner.
imagine Travis Hunter.
I know he's a dual threat guy. I think he's going to be drafted as a corner first and foremost because that's just a harder position to find. But man,
I don't know what's going to happen in this draft. NFL take a time.
The Niners are going to be a part of it now.
Hey, top 10, top 11. I just wish Caleb Downs could leave, man. I got a man crush on Caleb Downs from Ohio State. They just said, Caleb, you're going to play in the middle of the field. You spot a quarterback, any drag route, whatever it is, Caleb Downs.
He's already picturing those Sunday Night Football breakdowns with all the players. He's a Caleb Downs. That's it. He just says the.
The.
I just can't do like a draft and stash or something.
Oh, my God.
Right.
Ooh.
Draft him and then just.
Like
there's a thought for the NFL.
Yeah. Draft and stash. Somebody would draft Jeremiah Smith number 1 overall.
Yeah, exactly.
And just leave him in Ohio State.
The Patriots right now with just, hey, Drake May in 2 years are going to be throwing Jeremiah Smith.
Well, I'll say this. For all that Jeremiah Smith love, and I get it, hey, we thought the same thing about Marvin Harrison Jr. And he did not have the rookie season I think a lot of us thought he was going to have. It's been solid, but Lad McConkey's had a better year than him.
Yes.
Malik Neighbors has had a better year than him. My guy out in Jacksonville, Ryan Thomas. Brock Bowers also had a better year. Tight end, different position.
I also love this Cody Simon kid on Ohio State, number 0. Oh, my gosh. He's a senior.
I mean, we're bearing the lead, though.
235. Oh, my gosh.
Cam Scattaboo, future 49ers.
Cam Scattaboo.
Hey, he said that. He said you're his whole thing, we just had Cam Inman on. We're going to say bye-bye. His resolution is make sure Christian McCaffrey's healthy. Yeah, I don't know if I could just bank that in.
Get Cam Scattaboo.
Go get Cam. Why not? I mean, it'd be another Shanahan pick, right? Draft a running back in the third round.
Oh, man. All right. That's it for us. It's good to be back. Happy New Year, everybody. Who's in? Evan Giddings and Steiny. Steiny, who didn't invite anybody to his party, sent us a screenshot.
Yay!
Some invite. All right. That was Fast Fire brought to you by Xfinity. At home, Raw and Go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody. Warriors and Sixers tonight. I see you on the tube.
All right, good morning, everybody. What's happening? Happy New Year, January 2nd. It's a Thursday.
2025.
Welcome in, Evan Giddings.
So not a lot's
So you'll be here today and tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You got to be a better teammate this year. I swear to God, man. Dude, we knew that Goo wasn't going to be in this week.
I'd forgotten.
This is why, again, all the things we're trying to work on, put 2024 behind us. You got to lock in.
Listen, see, you don't understand the way to look at it. And the way to look at it is, I don't care who I play with. I'm going to come to play the same way, whether it's you, whether it's Guru, whether it's Spadoni.
Gilbert
I'm
Arenas.
the kind of star that can be relied upon day in and day out. I'm like that player that the coach knows what to expect from. Oh, Steiny's playing tonight. You know what? He's going to get us 27, 11, and 8. Pencil it in. That's what he does.
We winning or losing?
That's up to the role players. It's not up to the stars.
Well, I'll try and do my best.
You got a New Year's resolution?
Yeah, but
you're going to get in shape?
It's not really for it. No, I'm already in shape. You know that.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I got some things I got to leave behind.
All right.
I got to grow up. I turned 30 last year. The vertebrae's feeling a little creaky. There's just some things I gotta put myself in a position to succeed for the next 30, Steiny.
That's not a bad thing. I've got a few things on my plate for 2025, and one is I got to be better at communicating. I got to be better at being more straightforward. I have to be better at not equivocating. And let me tell you what I'm not doing anymore. I'm not couching the way I really feel. I'm not going to beat around the bush, life in the bush alone. And it's going to start today with the Golden State Warriors.
What?
Now I've been optimistic about this team. I thought they would be better than they are. I thought they might win 48 and looks like they're on a 41 win pace. And I thought they'd be a little better. I did, Evan. I thought they'd be better.
What hit you over the holiday?
You know why they're not better? Because of their two veterans, Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That's why we're 16-16 for the most part. That's why we're not 19-13, 20-12. The veterans have not had a good start to the season. And I thought they would have less of a fall off 32 games into the season than they've had. And they are putting a little too much pressure on the young guys who aren't there yet.
Well,
there you go.
How come you're pointing the finger at the OGs?
Because they remain the most important players on this team.
Is that their fault, though?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. It is their fault because both of those players have encouraged the organization to go down this road, and this is the road that they went down, and pretty much they knew what was down this road. And sure enough, what they thought was down this road, which is mediocrity, average. That's what's down the road. Steph Curry said it. Average. We're average. We're mid. Now, that's a young person's term, but I think it means average.
Well, on the season, they're mid. December, they were not mid.
That's true.
They were one of the worst teams in basketball. In fact, offensively, the only two teams that were worse than them were the Charlotte Hornets and the Washington Wizards. That's the level of basketball that they've been playing for about 30 days. And that's why as we turn a new leaf, go into 2025, we got to figure out what the next step is, because I don't know if you want to point fingers at the front office, at the veterans, at the younger players. But to me, this season, did you think that Steiny, the Warriors, believed that this was a possibility? That they could be sitting here at the turn of the new year saying, oh my God, we might not make the playoffs again? Because I don't think with the way that they went about their business this summer that they thought that was going to happen. And I think it is because of those two players you mentioned. they didn't foresee the fall off that they've undergone. And I think it's been because of injury. I think it's been because of age. But they didn't think that it was going to be this steep this quickly.
You're probably right. But here's the way I look at it. The people that were okay with this season, like think about what we talked about last year. Well, Draymond got suspended and missed 25, 30 games. I heard that from Fitz brought that up early in the year. We won 48 games. How many games they win last year? 46. 46 games last year, and Draymond missed 25. So just do the math. We're a 50-win team with Draymond. All right? Steph Curry, still playing at an extremely high level. He's not dropping off. He's Steph Curry. We'll be fine. Wiggins didn't have a good year last year, and he struggled the year before, but we think Wiggins is going to bounce back and be a better player. Okay, he has been. You're 500. It's like everything Draymond Green's been healthy. Steph Curry has pretty much been healthy. Wiggins has been better than he has the last 2 years. Kuminga, he's been up and down, but boy, his highs have been higher than at any point in his career with the Golden State Warriors. What's on Trace Jackson-Davis? Boy, he's taking some nice steps these last few weeks. They're 16-16. Why are they still treading water if you go up and down the roster and say, you know what, this guy's been pretty good. That guy's been pretty good. He's been pretty good. Well, then why are they 16-16?
They haven't just been pretty good, though.
What? Let's just do it individually. How's Wiggins playing?
Better than last year, but last year was the worst year of his career.
How's Kuminga playing?
I would say a little worse than last year.
But the highs have been better.
Yeah, he's taken a step.
And how about Dre and Steph?
They have taken steps back.
They've taken a bigger step back than you would have thought. Is that correct?
Curry more so than Draymond, but yes.
See, to me, they've basically, like, I hear what you're saying. Curry's taken a bigger step back than Draymond.
Well, because he was at a higher level than Draymond was last year.
Exactly. And I look at it as, quietly Draymond isn't making much of an impact this year, except for very short stretches in brief games here and there. He's making, right now, he's making more plays than having good games. Like, he's still making some plays. But to me, the biggest reason this team is 16-16 is because we're still relying way too much on Steph and Draymond, and their mortality is right before our eyes. And then here's the last point. It feels to me like, okay, so 2 years ago, we won 44 games. Last year, we won 46 games. This year, we're a 500 team as we approach the halfway point of the season. Steph and Draymond have another 2.5 more years left. It just feels like are we really going to just bang our heads against the wall for the next 2.5 years? Building around Steph and Draymond and thinking there's a player or two out there that will come into this situation and allow Steph Curry to be a second or third option, and now we're a championship team again? I don't know. Today, I feel like the Golden State Warriors on January 2nd are officially on the hamster wheel. And
to hell?
No, to nowhere. To nowhere. To 44. They're on a hamster wheel to 46, 42, 40. And at some point, they've got to make a move that shows they're off the hamster wheel. And I'm not sure what the move is. What a hamster wheel,
I think that's
Evans.
why they're on the hamster wheel, is because there's not a move out there that they can really do to, I think, go one way or the other. And, well, I would say that they don't really want to go down. I don't think that this team has any intention, or the franchise has any intention of trying to tank or looking to quickly rebuild, because that's not who they've been for 10 years. I don't think that's who Lacob is. I don't think that's who even Dunleavy is. I don't think that's who Curry is. I don't think that's who Kerr is. And so if those guys are a part, the brain trust, the veteran players, if they're a part of this team, you're right. We might be banging our head against the wall, but I don't really understand where they are to go. Like, going all in is not a solution. I don't think it's a quick fix for this team. But just stripping yourself, down to the like that doesn't do anything either. They're going to be banging their head against the wall for the next month. I know that because the trade deadline's February 6th. So until that point, all you have to do is try and bang your head against the wall. And you talked about players that have played worse. You're right. Over the course of the season, Curry and Draymond have had the biggest slip. But Podziemski, would you say he's had a better or worse season than last year?
Worse.
Okay. Dennis Schroeder, since he came to Golden State, has he been playing better or worse than when he played in Brooklyn?
Worse. But I'm open to him still.
Yeah, well, you better be because he's shooting 29%.
Buddy was solid for the first 20 games. In the last 10, he's been pretty bad.
It's been longer than 10.
Okay.
My point is he's playing closer to how he played last year when he got benched in Philadelphia. That's not going to... Moses Moody, has he taken a step forward or backwards?
He doesn't matter.
That's an issue. They don't have enough players that really matter or that have taken steps forward. And if you want to say that the vets have been the ones to kind of crater us to 500, maybe they're the most responsible because they have the biggest roles on the team. But I think a lot of people would push back and say, well, they shouldn't have to have the biggest role on the team.
Well, but we knew. See, and that's a great question to get into. I'm starting to believe that as long as they're on the team, they have to have the biggest role because of who they are, who they've been, and how everyone remembers they can play. 888-957-9570 is the number. 2025. Let's go, Warrior fans. It's the year of honesty. It's the year of looking in the mirror. What are we doing? What are we doing? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plus, that segment was sponsored by Inn at the Tides. The Bayview restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthethides.com.
Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
2025, it's the year of truth. It's the year of clear-eyed vision. That's what it's about.
You just saying that because you got new glasses?
I got them before the new year started. But you know what? If you're gonna, if truth and honesty are the way to go, then you know what? Then in my face, I got to take it to 408. Steiny, you're just complaining. Quit complaining. What do you want to do about it? You know what?
Don't ask him that
Fair.
question.
That's a fair question. You know what we have to start doing about it. All right, I'm going to be honest with you. Had some people over New Year's about 6:30, 7 o'clock. It was dark out.
It was earlier than that.
Started talking about the Warriors. How do you think about the Warriors? Hey, Curry and Draymond, James. Hey, you think they... And you know what? It finally hit me. Come on, people. You all think there's a quick fix out there? You all think that something can catch lightning in a bottle? I think we know what we're really looking at here.
What are we really looking at,
What we're
Steiny?
really looking at is when are we willing to talk about? Because we're not even willing to talk about it yet. When are we going to start talking about hard decisions with this team? And that includes Draymond Green and Steph Curry. Is it a non-starter? Is it like, here's the thing. Who's the player on the Warriors that you could get the most for?
Let's just put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. You're talking about trading one or both of those players.
I would trade Draymond in a heartbeat. I just would. He's not impacting winning like he has in the past. He might have value to a team that thinks that they can be put over the top. But you know what? Listen, I'm not even, because I know this is a long conversation. I'm not saying the Warriors got to trade Steph. Can somebody out there at least raise their hand and say, when can we start thinking about it? When can we start thinking about it, at least? Or are you telling me that's just off the table? Steiny's going to retire a Warrior. He's going to retire a Warrior. You know it. I know it. Because you know what? If that's the way you're going to go, fair enough. I understand why you're doing it, but then don't expect any dramatic changes over the next 2 years. Like, why would you expect a dramatic change? 46 wins 2 years ago, 44 last year, 46 the year before. They're on a 40-something-ish this year. They got Steph and Dre for 2 more years. Come on, people. And if this is the way you want it to kind of ease out, that's fine, because it's going to happen that way then. That's what I believe.
Being in the middle.
Yes.
Being stuck.
Yes. Being 6-10.
Maybe you play in,
like,
maybe you get in, maybe you don't.
Why don't we start calling it? Hold on, let me think. Shoot. Who's our? It's like,
Who are you thinking about? Who are you thinking about?
I can't think. I want one host who used to host in the nighttime, and that's what the Warriors are. They're like that radio shift, the evening radio shift, 6 to 10.
Be careful.
6 p.m. to 10 p.m. They're going to be anywhere between 6th and 10th in the West. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at a late-night radio show or an evening radio show.
Well, some of them are pretty good.
Somebody said to me on the text line, Steiny, Comcast Business text line, would you trade Draymond for Zion? Of course. My gosh. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? Why? The question, this is the problem too, though. The question is, why does New Orleans want Draymond Green? I don't want Draymond Green.
Well, this is what I brought up last week. I don't understand why in all these hypothetical trades for Zion, for Jimmy, for Brandon, for whatever, throw a different name in there. I don't understand why everything isn't on the table. Like, the team just went 4-9 in the month of December. They look terrible against any team worth their salt. They have won, I think, 4 games of their last 17. Like, they're reeling. I don't understand why everything isn't on the table. And if that includes Curry, I'm not there yet.
All right.
But if it includes Draymond Green, I think he has to be in any conversation. Because is he helping you? Yeah, some nights he still helps you. Does he help you every night? Nope. Is he going to help you tonight against Philly? I hate to break it to you. Joel Embiid's playing tonight.
Oh, boy.
And Trace Jackson-Davis, I don't know. We might get a Kevon Looney sighting. Draymond Green's going to have to play against Joel Embiid tonight. Is he going? 2 years ago, I would be excited about that because though he wouldn't guard him the entire game, I would feel confident that he would be able to at least semi-neutralize one of the league's best centers. He'd be able to make him work. I don't know that anymore. And if he doesn't help you every single night, the way that he used to on the most impactful side of his floor, which is defense, well, then what? I don't know what to expect. And that's my biggest issue with this team is I don't know what to expect every single night. I don't know what to expect from Steve Kerr in terms of his starting lineups. I don't know what to expect from Curry, from Draymond, from Buddy, from Kuminga. Up and down this roster, they haven't had one consistent player through now 32 games. Unless they've been consistently bad.
Steiny, stop gaslighting the audience. What's that mean, by the way? Here's what I kind of...
gaslighting would be like you're putting thoughts into their head. You know, you're trying to...
I am putting some thoughts into their head. If you're willing to trade Steph, then give us a realistic package. You know what? This is where I'm smart enough to realize I know that most people aren't there yet. They're not there yet. The amount of time between deciding that you're open to you're even open to trading Steph Curry, and then the time you actually trade Steph Curry, it's still probably a year away. It's still months and months away. So, you know what? I'm going to start that process. I've thought of a couple teams, but the entire Bay Area can't be against it. Otherwise, you're not ready to do it. And I get you're not ready to do it. What if here comes the trade deadline? They just don't like any of the moves out there. They think that the moves for Kuminga to get a player in here for Steph decimates the future. They're not doing it. They're not willing to trade Steph. So everything they look at the trade deadline, it's like, you know what? There's just not a difference-making move here. All right, then we don't have to make a move. All right, you don't have to make a move. And now you finish 10th, and now you lose in the play-in game. And now we're in the off season. Does anything change then? Do we need to ride out the season as a 40 to 45 win team before we know it's a 40 to 45 win team right now?
Well, that's why I don't think you're gaslighting people. Like, you're not trying to manipulate them into questioning what's going on around them. What I think you're offering is food for thought. Like,
yeah, thank you. Well, that's what it is.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm turning a corner. 2025. What I think that we're talking about now is when's the conversation going to start? It's not, all right, let's do it tomorrow. Like, I actually don't think, well, I could be wrong. I don't think that you would trade Curry tomorrow. I don't. And I don't think that you would do that. But when is the conversation going to happen? Because what I'll say is this. Listening to him struggle to find words after getting demolished by the Cleveland Cavaliers, there's been a whole hell of a lot more of those press conferences the last 2 years than I've ever seen before. And I think we're going to have a lot more unless something happens one way or another. Hell, it could be after the game tonight. If Joel Embiid drops 40 and 20, the Warriors get ran out of the gym by a Sixers team that's playing better, but they're below 500 basketball team. Steph might look at them and just say, he's beginning to question his own reality. He's questioning his situation. He's trying to figure out, is this team actually serious about winning? Because I think he is. He said he's desperate to win. And I don't know what his idea of winning is. I can only imagine it's a championship. And he's a great guy. He's loyal to a fault, I believe. He's been a perfect teammate for damn near 20 years. But when is he going to get sick of the same thing? Sick of the cyclical cycle that is what the Warriors have been stuck, which is in the middle. They haven't been great since 2022, and they haven't been terrible since 2020. They've been probably a 46 to 48 win team for the better part of the last, I would say, 4 years.
Exactly. Let's go to Matt in San Jose. Start us off today, Matt. What's going on?
I want to remind you, gentlemen, great working gentlemen who've been watching basketball for a very long time, that Michael Jordan once said, if you want to look at this from a business perspective, have a sense of respect for the men that laid the groundwork so you could have a profitable organization. The Steph Curry effect is so great that considering trading him at this point is going to have a residual effect like it did on that 98 Bulls team. When they did all those transactions, I got rid of Scottie and everybody else, and the dynasty fell apart. Now, I'm not saying that the Warriors are in the Bulls' position because that team had just won the championship. But Steph Curry is still finding ways to make all the Warriors fans entertained and do all these great things like come back on Christmas against the Lakers, and nobody's helping him. Someone's got to come along for the ride. What was the shooter trade for if he's not going to score?
Wait, what?
He was saying Steph was great against the Lakers, and he needs more help. I can believe two things. I can believe one, yeah, you're right, he needs more help. But I can also believe he's past a point where just putting a couple really nice players around him and everything's going to be fine. Here's the one thing I've been grappling with about Steph Curry and the future of the Warriors, and you have to do it individually. You have to look at the 15 greatest players of all time because that's who he is. We talk about Ray Allen and Tim Duncan, and when they went from superstar, then they dropped down to star, then they became a role player. A guy like Tim Duncan, he showed you how it was done. But Tim Duncan was 7 feet, and he was a big man, and so his decline was not quite as impactful if he was willing to do the other. What does Steph Curry, let me ask you this. 2 years from now, we're starting the season. What is Steph Curry's role on the Warriors to start the 26, 27 season? Is he your starting point guard?
Probably.
Okay, how many minutes a game is he playing?
27.
Okay, how many points is he averaging?
Close to 20.
Okay,
one way or another.
Yeah, you can't build around that. You can't continue to. This is the part that's really starting to hit me. You can't continue to hold these guys as in the high esteem that you hold them, but then not expect them to decline from the greatness that they had. Here's what I can't figure out. How do we acknowledge that in the next 2.5 years, Steph and Draymond are getting worse? They're declining, plain and simple. But they're always going to be the two most important players on the team. Maybe not the highest scorers, maybe not with the biggest numbers. But as long as Draymond and Steph are on the Warriors, I think they're always going to be more important than Jonathan Kuminga, even if Kuminga's emerging.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
But and then so if they're always going to be important, how do you get better with your two most meaningful pieces declining? That's the question that I cannot figure out an answer to.
Well, that's what's been so disappointing about the younger players that we were promised. And it is unfair to, actually, the more I think about it, the biggest issue I've had with this season has been messaging. Messaging about Kuminga and what he either could be or could turn into in a trade. Pajemski, untouchable, future all-star. That's messaging. There's nothing about their games that has told us that any of those things that were sold to us this summer were going to just happen. We had to see it, and we hadn't seen it yet, in my opinion. Messaging about the veterans. We got to get Steph a fifth. We got to win a championship. We want to do everything we can for number 5. That's unrealistic. Did you hear messaging? Let me ask you this, because it's been rattling around my brain. What was the messaging before the 2021-22 season when they won their 4th championship? Because I think it is vastly different than the messaging we're hearing now, which is more ambitious than when they won the title. They weren't talking about Oh, we got to get Steph number 4. We got to maximize his window. And he was a better player. He had just come off a 2021 year where I think he was third in MVP. Last season, he scored 30 a game. They made the trade for Wiggins. They got Kuminga in the building. They had much more reason to believe that they were closer to a title than they are now, and they didn't talk about it as aggressively and ambitiously as they're talking about it now. That, to me, is an issue. You have to set realistic expectations for yourself, and to me, I know that you want to win. You always want to compete for a title, and you want to be the team that you've been for 10 years. But it's 2025. They got to wake up and smell the coffee. Selling this team as being a move away or doing everything for an aging player who's still damn good and has given everything to this franchise, to me, is completely irresponsible, and selling a bill of false goods to a fan base that's smarter than that.
Yeah. It's the old, I was thinking about this on New Year's Eve. Might have been talking to you. Maybe I used the line New Year's Eve.
Nah, I
said it's...
Don't really remember.
Look, I'm looking at the Warriors every which way till Sunday, and I've been looking at the Warriors every which way till Sunday for 25 years. They're the Allman Brothers right now. They're the Allman Brothers. One way out.
Gary's got a brother?
One way out. And it's Steph Curry saying, let's talk, guys. Going up to Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and saying, guys, let's have a grown-up conversation. Not one that takes place in fairyland. Let's have a grown-up conversation. Because you know and I know this can't continue. That's where I'm at. That's all I'm saying.
Well, first of all, easy on Fairyland. It's one of my favorite places.
It is a great place. Did you ever have the big key?
Yeah.
Did you? Your parents bought it for you?
Well, I used to go with my daycare when I was, like a toddler and stuff. Awesome place. But,
parents never took you?
No.
Shame.
Yeah, you hate to see it. But you're right. I do think the conversation has to start. It has to be initiated by Curry. That's where I think people, and whether it was at the party, I forget who we were talking to, but someone's like, well, they would never do that. Like the Warriors would never do that. I agree that they wouldn't be the ones to initiate that conversation because that's the respect I believe you owe a player like that. But if that player comes to you, it's totally different. Because, again, it's like listening to him struggle to figure out what's going on, what's wrong. And when he says, we're average, there's an answer before that. Someone asked him, hey, what do you think's going on offensively? He's like, dude, if I had the answers, we wouldn't be 4-9. Like, if I knew what was going on with this team, we wouldn't be in this situation. And that's what's frustrating for me to watch in real time, whether it's hearing the words, whether it's being in some of the post-game pressers and just listening to Curry try to think this thing out in real time. And I respect him going to the podium and answering the bell when he's good, when he's bad, and everything in between. But he seems to me like a player that is coming to the realization that he can't impact winning on this particular team as much as he used to, but as much as he'd like to currently. And I think that's a really hard place to be for a guy who's won 4 championships.
And look, we're really talking about 2 camps of people. We're talking about a camp of people, and I'm not even going to go as far as to say trade Steph, but there's 2 camps. Many, I believe, want Steph to retire a Warrior come hell or high water. And there's other people, other fans that think, he might be, moving Steph Curry might be the best way to get the ball rolling again on the ascension. I mean, and I'll tell you one thing that I'm terrible at. I've been terrible at assessing the love affair between Steph Curry and the Bay Area because I just tend to look at it as he's a great player and he brought this team titles, and I'm just kind of able to compartmentalize that being a basketball player from not being a basketball player, because I do believe that and I couldn't believe it. And I'm pretty sure he may say I was wrong, but a couple years ago, I said something like this to Goo. I said, so Goo,
Dallas and 6.
If I could tell you right now, okay, Steph Curry is going to play 2.5 more years, then retire a Warrior, but we're not going to go to the playoffs. We're going to be a 500, or maybe we'll be a play-in team, but we're not going to go anywhere. But you have another option. I can trade Steph Curry right now, and in 2029 or 2028, we are back to being a factor in the West. We're a top 4 team by that point. I think most people would say no to that as Warrior fans. And that to me is unbelievable, but I think a lot of people believe it, and I can't hate on them for believing it. But I think they'd rather see Steph retire a Warrior and live with what could be at the end of that, with being quote unquote proactive or maybe even light years and getting ahead of it. And now we got a ball game brewing again back in 2027, 28.
Well,
I get there's no guarantees either way, Evan. I get that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's a couple of things off that. Number one, just because you trade away a guy and you get a bunch back doesn't mean that you're guaranteed success. You give yourself a better shot, but I think the idea of just blossoming into Oklahoma City by using a player to turn into the next, like, that's pretty rare. And the Warriors, to be fair, have not had a great track record. No, they haven't had great top picks, kind of obvious ones that have fallen into their lap. But their draft history, I think, also turns a lot of people off on that idea.
But Myers isn't drafting anymore. I mean, it is Mike Dunleavy.
Okay, and his first 2 picks have been who?
Well, last year at this time, we were saying Pods was a good... I mean...
and Pods is a solid player, but you have to, like, the thing that... If you're going to sell me on, then let's just go down this road. If you are going to sell me on Curry not retiring a Warrior, I do think that you have to consider what you're promising the fan base in return. Because you cannot guarantee being a factor in the West. You just can't. So you have to sell me on, well, what's the next big thing? That's why I think that the messaging in the summer was so, I don't know, like, it was too soon. Selling me on Kuminga and Podziemski is fine, and I like those players. They're good players, but they haven't proven anything, with all due respect. And so if you're going to sell me as a fan on stripping me of really the only thing that I've known for the better part of 20 years, you're going to have to give me something in return. And you might say, hey, the Warriors don't owe you bleep. Like, they really don't. They got to win, and they got to figure out the best way to do it. Player, connection, relationship, be damned. But I do think as a fan, I'm looking at this like, all right, so if you move off this, you move off that. I mean, there are probably some people out there that regret the Warriors moving on from Klay Thompson with the way that this season's going, because that was at least a player that they loved, and it might have been souring on, but they still had that kind of, I don't know, that familiar feel, that comfortable relationship with a player that's now not here anymore, and his replacement can't throw a stone into the ocean. I mean,
well, and now all of a sudden, I'm hearing the name Jordan Poole more and more than I have in the last year or two.
And I don't buy that either. But
the one thing I did, and I'm not going to sit here and say, oh God, I hated the Poole move. But the one thing I did notice is you traded a 23-year-old for a 36-year-old. That you did. And then the 36-year-old left for nothing. Like, those are facts.
For financial flexibility.
Okay.
For optionality.
You know what? That's a word that's being stricken for 2025.
We can't use that word in 2025.
And here's the other thing. I would say to Warrior fans, like, don't you get it? Don't you get it? By continuing to try to go down this way, you're ensuring in a way that the end for Steph is going to be so painful because you're asking him to be something he can't be anymore. And you think it's hard now. Keep thinking you can do it like this. It's going to get even harder.
When's quitting day?
Bay Area, it's time to start thinking about it. I think you know it. Okay, I see. Wow, we got full lines. Burns, Tom, Austin, Jimmy, TJ, and Steel Toe. We're going to get to you all on 95.7 The Game. And don't worry, it's 2025. My New Year's resolution, We're going to get this thing turned around. We just have to be bold. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan Giddings with you. January 2nd. Hope everybody had a great New Year, all that stuff. We're going to put that to bed at the end of tomorrow.
What?
You know that.
Why?
Because
I had a great New Year's. You happened to be a part of it. I know you didn't really think about it much, but was very nice of you to invite us over. I was the only one of the station that showed up. No, Dibs showed up. I just missed him.
Dibs was there, and you were there. And here's what everybody got invited. Allegedly. You showed up, and Dibley showed up. But there was only one person at the station that RSVP'd saying, I'm not going to make it.
And why?
That's a level. That's a level of class that this gentleman has that nobody else has. And his name is Sam Lubman.
He's the only person you sent a link to?
He did not get a link.
I just got a screenshot of the invite.
And he said, Steiny, thank you so much for the invitation. The one thing he did say that was interesting was he said, we're not going to make it. And I said, well, who the hell is we? Because I just invited you.
Yeah,
but nevertheless.
There wasn't a plus one on the RSVP.
He actually had said he may bring a friend. And I was like, the more the merrier. So anyway.
First of all, the only person who needed to know who was coming was Susan. And we weren't allowed to tell her because you screenshotted the RSVP.
Who do you think knew how much beer to buy? I did.
Well, what if I didn't want to drink beer?
Yeah, okay. That's funny. All right, 888-957-9570. Warriors Sixers tonight. Joel Embiid. You know what's funny is
back to back for the Sixers.
Yeah, they lost. They lost in sack last night. By the way,
they did.
Look at the Kings, 2-1.
Shut up.
They're 2-1 since Mike Brown got fired. They're 2-1 since they made the worst move in NBA history, according to Mike Malone. Now they're 2-1. Maybe there was something there.
Yeah, I think the Jets won a game or two after they fired Robert Saleh. That turned out well for him. I was in the building last night. The Kings aren't very good.
They won. They do what great teams do, and that's shut down the opposition the last 4 minutes of a game.
You know who's the starting shooting guard for the Philadelphia 76ers last night?
Niang.
He plays for the Cavs. It was Kyle Lowry.
He's not young.
No. Although, God, he's got a caboose. Dude, Kyle Lowry was awful last night. Was in... Who's the French guy who got a job because he balled out in the Olympic finals? Yabusele?
Yabusele, yeah.
Yeah, Yabusele.
Well, there's also another guy, Kulabay, I think, in Washington got a job, too.
They got the biggest asses in the league on the Philadelphia 76ers, and they both stink.
All right, let's get to Tom in Sonoma. Let's get the show on the road. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm in a great mood. I feel like I'm seeing things crystal clear right now. And I'm seeing things crystal clear. Let's just put it that way. Hey, Tom in Sonoma, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. Happy New Year, man.
Yes, sir.
You too.
Hope 2025 is going to be great for everybody.
Well, we'll see.
What do you got, Tom?
I agree with you. Steiny, I agree with you 1,000%. We have to get rid of Draymond Green. We cannot go down this road, man, and expect a different result. He's getting older. He can't play the 5. He said it. He can't play the 5. He's got back. He's got knee. He's got ankle problems. Next year is the second year before the contract ends. As the contract gets less and less, we're going to get pennies on the dollar for this guy. We're going to get nothing for him. The window is today, not tomorrow, not next year. We have to trade him now. If we do not, we cannot rebuild. We have to rebuild this team. The only two players I say that we shouldn't trade is Kuminga and Curry. And that's about it, man. This team, we need an overhaul. If we don't do it now, it's going to take us a long time to rebuild. I've never seen a team keep 2 superstars to the very end. What team has ever done that? I know no team has ever done it. And there's a reason to it. This is a business, and we got to win. We will not win another chip unless we do something drastic. Thank you, guys.
I mean,
can we table that?
They ain't even winning another chip with something drastic.
That's another thing we got to stop doing in 2025.
What's that?
Talking about titles. The goal,
Evan, they won in 2022, and nobody thought they were going to win it.
Yeah, I'm aware, but they
just practice on what I can say to Guru. How would you answer that?
What?
They won it in 2022, Steiny. It was 2 years ago.
And it's like they're promising a 5th title more than they promised the 4th. No, I'm serious. Like that's my biggest problem is that, and I don't know if the Warriors inside the walls of Chase Center actually believe it, but you can't keep selling me on something that I don't believe. Like, you didn't even talk about a fourth championship like that. No, they're trying to be competitive. Obviously, after they started 18-2, things were good. And maybe that season has jaded us so much because once they started 12-3, it was like, oh, boom. Same idea, same philosophy, same equation, right? Get off to a hot start, bank some early wins. But the issue is that there's nobody at this point that is ready in the way that, say, Jordan Poole was that season to take pressure off of Steph's play. I mean, Steph had one of his worst shooting seasons of his career that year. Remember, because he was going for the three-point record, was forcing a lot. Draymond missed, I think, a lot of games that season, if I'm not mistaken, with a back injury. Like, they weren't reliant. They were relying on those players in the postseason. But the Warriors are more reliant on Steph Curry and Draymond Green than they were 3 years ago when they won the title. They've gone in the opposite direction, which is leaning more into their veterans instead of looking to provide help or try and find some. And that's where I do think that this season is coming to a head too. It's like, I think they are finally being forced to realize that you cannot just throw those two guys out there and expect the Warriors to be even a playoff team anymore. They're a play-in team. They are a 7 through 10 in the West. And it's because there's a lot of other good teams, and more importantly, there's a lot of other younger teams. Like, I was watching the game. I was in Sacramento last night. I went to the game with a bunch of buddies. And where does the ball go every single time down the stretch? Paul George is on the court. DeMar DeRozan's on the court. Two guys that used to go get buckets. No, the ball's going to Tyrese Maxey and De'Aaron Fox. It's going to two younger guys because Paul George was gassed because DeMar DeRozan can't get his shot as much as he used to. And I'm looking at the Warriors, and the ball's still in Curry's hands every single time down the stretch. And it's like, can he do it? Yeah, sometimes. But that's not what other teams are doing.
And the one thing that I think is hitting me from just a basketball standpoint, what Steph Curry does or did better than the best attribute to his game, to my way of thinking, was his scoring. He got you 30 a game, 28 a game, 30 a game. Then his gravity, then his playmaking. But it was the point that he was a scorer. And I don't know where I'm going with this, but let's talk about Chris Paul for a minute. All right, so Chris Paul's 39, all right? When did whoever look at Chris Paul and say, you know what, I mean, he's still really good, but you don't build around him. I mean, you don't build around Chris Paul. And that's the other thing. From a very tangible standpoint, I'm having trouble here in the Bay seeing Steph Curry wind down and it still be productive as he's winding down. Like Chris Paul, he averaged about 20 a game like the first 3 or 4 years of his career, a couple of those years. Then he settled in and he was a 18, 19 point per game scorer. So the transition for Chris Paul to more of a playmaking role isn't very dramatic because he goes from 18 points a game to 15 to 12, and now he's mostly a passer. The problem with Steph is he was first and foremost a 28 to 30 point per game scorer, and now he's down to 22. So, yes, I would like to think in a perfect world he'd get some help and we can put him as a point guard, and maybe he, could he ever set his career high? Let me ask you this, if they had a great team around him, could he set his career high in a season for assists at this point in his career?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I don't, but
I thought the question you were going to ask was how many points per game would he be at? Because I actually don't think it would be that much different. They would be winning more games, but Like his points per game is also a product of the fact that, like I would argue that they need him to score more, and his points are still down 4 from last year. I think he'd be shooting more efficiently. I think that he'd probably have bigger fourth quarters, but he's averaging 22 a game. Like would he, if he had the cast that everybody wants him to have? You just think he'd be going back to being a 30-point per game scorer? Because I don't.
No, I don't either. Like I think if, like I'm wondering here, and I don't know. I'm glad they didn't do it. But if they had Paul George and Markkanen, would Steph be the leading scorer on the team right now?
Maybe, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that either.
But again, I don't think it would be 26 or 28 like it was even last year. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it would help him kind of hold off the tendonitis. I think that's a big part of this season too. I think Draymond's been dealing with these kind of small little nagging injuries, but those don't go away. And I don't think you just get cured of those the older you get.
This is from the 510. Steiny, would you have wanted Larry Bird to get traded? No, I didn't want Larry Bird to get traded, but two things. One is I wasn't under the illusion that when he was 34, he was the same player he was at 25. He wasn't. And I'll tell you what I never remember thinking when Bird was getting up there, oh, Bird needs more help. No. Bird was one of the best players in basketball, and at the end of his career, he was just one of many really great players in basketball. But that's the way it goes when you get older. And the Celtics didn't trade Larry Bird, and then guess what happened? They stunk for a long period of time after he retired. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in Texas. Austin in Austin, Texas. All right, what's up, Austin?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. Steiny, thanks for bringing this up because I've been thinking about this, listening to you and Evan and Guru over the last few weeks. Why has Steph's name not been coming up? Like, there's a couple of things, and Steiny, we're roughly the same age, and I'm a big Niner fan, and I can't imagine back in the day the Niners even thinking about trading Joe, Jerry, Ronnie Lott, but guess what? They did, and they needed to, and it was the right decision at the right time. Steph, great player, but two things are in play. I think Lacob, as we all know, is super aggressive, and he wants to win. And I think Steph, at the same time, is aggressive and wants to win. And I think there's going to come into a time where both, like you said a little bit earlier in the show, where they both kind of come together and they both realize, like, this is probably not going to work. Hopefully it comes sooner than later because it's painfully, obviously, it's not going to work. And I think the Warriors, if they want to progress and get better down the road, absolutely Draymond and unfortunately Steph is going to probably have to go sooner than later. And as we all know, the value as the older and the longer it goes on is going to go down and down and down. Steph is no longer the corner piece. He's just a piece, and he needs more help around him. And unfortunately, I don't think the Warriors can do it. And I think Steph understands that, and maybe it's just going to take some time. But if the Warriors are smart, they're going to move sooner than later on this deal. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Austin. Appreciate the call. You know, we always... Oh, hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let me kind of reset this, too. I'm not saying the Warriors, because I know the Bay Area well enough to know I'm not coming out here and saying, they got to trade Steph Curry. But until we bring up the conversation that, can we at least think about it? Can we start talking about it? Because I think the time is now. I think, here's the other thing we better be careful about. We better not take Steph Curry's kindness for weakness. We know Steph Curry's a kind individual, but he's not a weak individual. And I absolutely do think that he's the type of player without any fanfare, if this season ends poorly and they don't go to the playoffs, that he'll quietly probably go meet Joe Lacob down in Atherton, wherever Draymond got that free meal off him, And he'll go to Joe Lacob and say, Joe, let's get a move on here. Because isn't the only, and this is the other thing, Joe Lacob, light years. There's only one move that could possibly at this point be a light years move. And we all know what it is. We don't want to think about it, but there is only one light years move for the Warriors right now, I think. And it ain't Jimmy Butler in here, and it ain't Brandon Ingram in here and giving up picks for down the line. That's just me. Let's go to Bernsey in Fremont. Talk to me.
Oh, surprise. Steinmetz wants to trade Draymond. Oh, boy. But I'll take that for another
Hey, real quick, Bernsey. I think I'm in the majority now.
Well, not after I give this little speech.
All right,
okay?
give it to him.
First of all, Warrior fans, true Warrior fans. I'm talking about the Channel 36 Warrior fans.
Steve Fiziak Warriors, okay.
That's right, KICU, baby. And, back in the day, us Warrior fans, we basically would get excited about if a Warrior would make the All-Star team, all right? Maybe they make a little run in the playoffs, and then we've travel to the days of now Steph. Steph gets here and gives us titles. And this is one thing. Bay Area does not appreciate those titles like they should, okay? They think that those were going to grow on trees, and they don't, all right? Titles don't do that. So now we've won our titles. We have Steph and Dre. For some reason, we had to lose Clay. And looking back at that now, I'm like, why did we even have to do that? But now we have Steph and Dre. Right? No doubt they're getting older, but I'm ready to run this thing into the ground. I could care less because I've been on that side. Big deal. So the Warriors suck for years and years. I could care less. They gave us the titles because you know what would make me so freaking sick?
What's the upside right now, though? I don't get. So you're willing to have 3 more seasons just like this?
At least I have Steph in my community. At least I have Steph on my team because you know what would make me so sick? To see Steph win a title with another team. Give me a break, man.
Wow.
That would be the sign of a selfless fan.
Selfish.
That's the kind of fan you want to be if you see that the writing's on the wall. Let me just take a look at this Orlando roster for a sec.
Why Orlando?
Because they got 2 young stars.
Yeah, they ain't giving them up.
No, but they've got more than one player. I like Suggs. a little bit.
Suggsy?
Who else do they have? Oh, they've got Wagner's brother. I actually do like.
Yeah, he's out for the year.
Let me look at what this guy's years having. This guy's a good. No, this guy's a good player.
You like Goga?
Healthy.
Who?
Jonathan Isaac. I like Jonathan Isaac. But, of course, these are names that aren't big enough to register in a lot of fans' minds. And
you're right, they're not. I understand what Burns is saying, and he's right. Like, the Warriors were seen as a joke, I think, before Curry got there and before they started winning championships. But you don't want to go back to that. Like,
right.
Yes, fans would be able to, who have seen it before, do it again. That's not how it works. Like, you don't just, we've been there before. We could do it again. I don't really mind not winning for 40 years. It's like, is that where really most people are? Because the other part of it too, Steiny, is Steph Curry has changed my love for the game of basketball. If they're doing this for another 3 or 4 years until he retires, I don't want to spend most of my time watching these games feeling sorry for him. I don't want to feel bad for Steph. That's the way that I felt watching and listening to his post-game press conference against the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
That's the way that I felt listening to him struggle to figure out what he's going to do, what the Warriors are going to do. And it's not even about letting him go. I'm not there yet. But if you're telling me that that's how it's going to be for the next 3 years, you don't think that he's thinking about that? that moment of sitting up there answering unanswerable questions is not going to be his future for the better part of the remainder of his NBA career? Is that how fans really want him to sound for 3 more years?
That's a great point.
That's unfair to him. And to me, that is being a selfish fan. That you just want to sit there in your Curry jersey and look at this guy and remember the old times. Well, he goes 3 for 19 every other night and looks around and says, Jesus, what am I playing for? Because to me, that is the most selfish version of a fan that I have ever heard. If you love something, sometimes
you must.
You gotta let it go.
You gotta set it free.
Now,
and if it comes back,
I'm not there yet. That being said, I'm not there yet. But what we're talking about is the beginning of the conversation, because I doubt that he hasn't had those thoughts, that the Warriors haven't had those thoughts. And I think coming into this year, to me, that was also a big storyline. It's, all right, well, if things don't go well, what's the conversation going to be about Curry? And what is Steph going to think if this team is 500 and aiming for a similar place where it was last year? We're praying to God you can get out of the play-in for an opportunity to get waxed by a first-round top 4 seed.
Oh, man, these texts are getting me feeling some kind of way. Comcast Business Text Line, 916. That tells me from SAC, by the way. Wow, this show is full of Curry hate. It's not full of Curry hate. Not at all. In fact, we're feeling a little sorry for Steph Curry. You guys want to keep him caged in this organization that's barely treading water. Now, another perspective, 415. Steiny, how come you guys baby Steph so much? I'm serious. He's a grown man, but everybody treats him like I agree with that. I hope the Warriors leave. I hope Curry leaves and the Warriors suck. They suck now. They're 4-13 over the last 17.
They suck, God.
They're mid. They don't
Listen,
suck.
The lead has just been written by Evan Giddings. Now, I didn't even want to, I came in a little bit on eggshells saying, hey, Evan, I think it's time to start talking about it at least. And Evan said, yeah, but I don't want to be the one. But Evan has put the rat on the table. The bottom line is, if you want Steph to stay here and finish his career like this, you ought to be ashamed. Then you're not a real fan. Then you just want to keep this guy attached to you for selfish interest.
Well, and I love Burns, and he's a loyal listener. I really appreciate him. But just maybe it just hit me because I've also heard it's not just him. A lot of people feel that way. Like a lot of people feel like as long as we have 30 in a Warriors jersey, basketball will be watchable in Golden State. And I would just ask, okay, then wait, what are you watching for tonight? Are you watching because you think they're going to win, or just because they're on TV? Because right now, I don't know if they're going to win tonight. I don't know if they're a favorite. It doesn't really matter at this point because I wonder what people are watching for with Curry. It's like to hope that he relives and has a Christmas Day game. Well, he's gonna have those. But they lost that game. Like he can be great, and the Warriors can lose. That's not something I'm accustomed to watching Curry do.
And this is fair from the 262. We'll take a break in a second. You got to have the Draymond conversation first. I'm not necessarily against that. And the reason I'm not against it is because if you're going to move Curry, can you really have Draymond here still? Do you even want Draymond here if you're starting to think about life after Curry?
Would he want to be here?
He doesn't want to be here now, I'll bet you. I'm talking about Draymond. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And look, the Warriors are 16-16. We got a trade deadline coming up in 5 weeks. And the Warriors right now sit at 10th in the Western Conference. Philly's coming in. Curry's questionable for tonight also. He's questionable for tonight. 888-957-9570 is the number. Will Warrior fans at least meet me, not even halfway, meet me 3 steps, just 3 steps to, You know what? It's okay to think about it. It would be okay to think about what we might do with Steph Curry. Doesn't mean it has to happen today. But how much longer can we watch what's going on, not only to the Warriors, but to Steph Curry? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. use the profanity. Expletive, Steiny. Instead of spending all show running the Warriors' hate into the ground and poking fun at us real fans, that was Evan, and start talking solutions. And when is Guru back? Because your Warriors hater sidekick is nauseating. Hey, listen. Stop it. That's not what I'm putting up with in 2025. You're out. It's not Warriors hate. It's clear-eyed vision. And I suggest you get some contacts if you think watching this 16-16 team is going to be good enough. Did you hear this? Did you hear this?
Independent of just making shots, what do you think is like the not necessarily biggest issue with the offense, but the most easily addressable issue?
If I had those answers, I would think we wouldn't be asking that question because we'd be able to figure it out on the floor. So I don't know. Everybody, I think first thing you think of is turnovers. I think tonight it wasn't that big of a problem. It was just literally the ball wasn't going to the basket, layups, mid-range threes, pretty much everything. Last game against Phoenix, there was that stretch in the second quarter where I had turnovers. Like that's something you can address. Each game's a little different, but the solution, I'd have no idea.
Come on. That's not the Steph Curry we know.
No idea? It took him 5 seconds to answer.
And then he said, because he had no idea, he went to the old tried and true turnovers. Yeah, that didn't hurt us. It really didn't hurt us. But the point is, it's not the Steph that we're used to hearing. It's just not.
Well, and look,
and it stinks.
It does. I'm watching these games, and Curry is still awesome, and he has moments where he can still mystify and just make you reconsider what basketball can be. But there's some nights where he just doesn't have it, and there's nobody else on this team to help him. And unless there is a solution of how to get that help, which I have a few ideas about, then I think that the conversation has to be, everything has to be on the table right now, because the Warriors have lost 13 of their last 17 games, not an insignificant amount of time. The one trade they did make has actually hurt them, and there's no sign of them turning this around. Outside of Curry's knees magically getting better, Draymond getting healthier, because again, those are their two best players at this point. You know, and I think Kuminga's really good, but I don't think he's ready yet to carry them night in and night out. And if he does, it's not going to lead to a bunch of wins. And I think he's awesome, and I would prefer to keep him. But he's a little too young right now, and it feels like Curry and Draymond are a little too old. And that's why they're just stuck in the middle.
Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe is in San Mateo. Let's go to Steel Toe, even though Ken's busy. That's why I'm going to say Steel Toe. What's up, Steel Toe?
Thank you, Steinmetz, Evan. Yeah, I appreciate this conversation about getting into the real situation with what's really going on here.
Marvin Gaye, what is going on?
Yeah. If you listen to Steph Curry, he's telling you, I don't know, because Steve Kerr has no creative idea how to make this Warriors better. Because Steve Kerr is a one-trick pony head coach.
Paul Simon.
Yeah. Steve Kerr is it's like that's all he knows is shoot threes.
So if they fired Steve Kerr today, the Warriors would be better tomorrow.
Remember when Steve Kerr was in the hospital? Do you remember when Steve Kerr was in the hospital and they went 24-0 with a new head coach? His name was Luke Walton.
It's true.
Right. That's right. Yeah. If Luke Walton finished the whole year, I bet you they win that title. But Steve Kerr came back from the hospital, which I wish he stayed in the hospital. Okay? I always was curious. I always was curious, how good could Steph Curry really be with another head coach with a more creative idea to use gravitas instead of one way, shoot threes?
Oh, boy.
There's other ways to score.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they
all right, Steel Toe.
They only won 4 championships off it. It's
yeah. Can you imagine if he would have played for another coach? He wouldn't. He's already a top 10 player, maybe of all time. I mean,
he would have averaged 35. Yeah, that would have helped. But I am glad Steel Toe has that opinion, because I do think that it represents a lot of fans that I've talked to, that it's all about what's happened in the past. Like, where did it go wrong? What could they have done? And we can sit here and dissect all the decisions that have led to this point, but the fact is that you got to lay in the bed that you made. And have the Warriors made some poor decisions? Yes, obviously. They've swung and missed big on a few things. I also think they've made some pretty damn good trades that have helped them get their last title. You know, they just like many front office. I know we all like to look at them like they're light years ahead, but in reality, they're like a lot of other front offices. They've just been blessed with making the proper choices at the right time. And I think they've made some good ones. I think they made some bad ones. But now it's people are looking to the front office to solve this thing. And I don't personally think that there's a quick fix. Whatever move that they make, it's going to be criticized, because there is no perfect move. Like, there is no Kevin Durant 2016 move out there, which was the obvious, clear-cut, high reward, no risk, drop them in, you're guaranteed championships. That move is not out there. So whatever they choose to do, it could go great, but it also could set them back and bury them. And I think that's what they're kind of waiting to see right now is what's the move that they feel the most comfortable with, and that maybe Curry feels the most comfortable with.
I think it's absolutely time, and I'm sure they've done it. Yeah. I mean, Steph Curry's worth and has earned the right that you got to take his temperature every so often and see how he's feeling. Steiny, you and your filling are out of your minds. There's certain players you never trade. To even suggest trading Curry is something to consider down the line is idiotic. You only make a trade if he demands it. Well, first of all, he's never going to demand it, but I guarantee you, do you really think Curry's just going to sit quietly over the next 2.5 years if this is the team around him and not say anything? I firmly believe he'll go, and I don't think it'll come out of anger. I don't think Curry's going to approach the organization out of anger. I think he's going to approach the organization out of a conciliatory tone. Like, let's do each other a solid. I can help you guys maybe turn this thing around faster. You can get me to a team where it's more realistic that I'm going to win. Have you guys forgotten what Curry means emotionally? Not only emotionally, but more important to Joe Lacob financially. And that's a question that I'm willing to get into. And I'll just be honest with you. I disagree with the feeling or the assumption that Joe Lacob will never trade Steph Curry because of what he means to the Warriors financially. That I do not believe that. I believe that's a consideration, but I don't believe that is the reason why they would never do it. Joe Lacob bought the Warriors for $420 million. It's worth what? $8 billion now. $9 billion now. So it's not like you trade Steph Curry, they're going to be worth $2 billion. But what happens after Steph Curry retires anyway, if he's not here? You know, and I always look at it as though if you're saying you'll never trade Steph Curry, I don't know. You're just taking an option off the table that every team would at least like to know they had.
Well, and teams also might be sniffing around, wondering. Like, I know it's a bit different because he's been around different places, but the Warriors have called about LeBron James. Why wouldn't another team call about Steph Curry? And again, that's what this is about. It's not about the Warriors, in my mind, going out there and actively shopping him or saying he's up for grabs or whatever, but it's about the fact that this season is going in the wrong direction. And I'm hearing Curry as frustrated as ever, as he's been as a Golden State Warrior, and wondering why isn't everything on the table? And that means Draymond's on the table too. He's the other guy we haven't got into a bunch yet. I don't understand why, and maybe it's because his value is not very high. People don't want him, and he's worth more to the Warriors than he is anywhere else. But if you are going to consider how to actually get Steph as much help as possible, like if you could get Steph help and make this team better, and it included Draymond Green, why isn't that a possibility?
It should be absolutely on the table. And I get, if I went to Joe Lacob and said, hey, did you listen to the first hour and a half of the show? And he'd be like, yeah, you guys are way ahead of yourself. We're not there with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
I might say, well, I know, but, it's getting to the point where you got to start thinking about it. If he would say the same thing about Draymond, I'd be shocked. Like, I think Draymond's absolutely on the table. Not that they're actively shopping him, but
in a month,
he has to be.
In a month, if you continue to play 4 out of 17 basketball, if they lose tonight, they're below 500.
Yeah.
They were 12-3. Like, this is a team that has not found an answer for the better part of a month. And they've played some really good teams, but that's also eye-opening, too. It's like when they play good competition, they can't win more times than not. And that's what you have to do in order to compete. If you are really about trying to challenge for a championship, you got to beat good teams. And even last season when they won 46 games, I mean, I think you had the stat, but it was like, they were like 5-20 something against teams in the top of the West or teams in the top of their respective conferences. So now for a long period of time, they haven't been able to beat good quality basketball teams. And I think that's also frustrating for not just Curry, but also for Draymond. Like, Draymond's accustomed to playing at a high level. He talked about the reason why he screamed at Buddy Hield is because he knows what it takes to win, that you have to challenge players in different ways because he's someone that has 4 championships. Okay, so if he wants to play at that level, he knows that they're not there. He has to.
Well, here's the one thing where, again, I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong, but the 408 who says, the Warriors are printing money with the Chase Center. Curry built everything on his back. What are the Warriors going to do if they trade Curry? Curry makes it. Okay, you know what? All those are valid points. But you know what I hear? And this is the part that to me is an incongruity. If you're telling me I'm out of my mind, Evan's out of his mind, there's certain players you never trade, to even suggest trading is something ridiculous. Okay, you know what you're telling me? Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. That's what I'm hearing when you say that. Because if you're telling me he can't trade Steph Curry because Curry means so much to his bottom line, then you're telling me that Joe Lacob, even though we've gotten to know him for 15 years, doesn't really care as much about winning as he said he has over the last 15 years. Because any owner that thinks there's a move out there that might make us better in the short term and in the long term, but they're not doing it, means you don't want to win. Like, I look at it that way when you start talking about, well, Joe Lacob would never trade Steph Curry. And then I'd be like, well, I thought he was all about winning. If he's all about winning, everything would be on the table. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Josh in San Francisco. What's up, Josh? How you doing, man?
I'm good, fellas. What's up with you? Happy New Year.
Same to you, man.
I wanted to call in. Thanks, man. I just wanted to call in about this Steph trade stuff. And I was listening to you the other day when you were talking about if there was anybody that could, like, match the gravitas of having Steph, right? And you were talking about SGA and how you didn't think that he would, that he wouldn't be received by the fan base as having, like, that same kind of gravitas. I was thinking about that a lot. And I read an article recently that there are no more leading men and women coming up in Hollywood. And I was like, man, like, there is no more Jack Nicholson.
Okay.
There is no more Denzel Washington, right? What is it that's going on in our society that is leading to a glut of no more leading men and women, right? So if we think that it's just like that, you're right, Steiny, that there is nobody that can replace a LeBron. There is nobody that can replace a Steph with that sort of like belovedness and that universality. Then what do? Right? If you trade him, and let's just say that hypothetically I'd be down for that, but I'm not. If you trade him, like what possibly could you gain by doing it that would trump not having somebody that's like the last gen of that universal belovedness on your team? Like, would you do a straight trade for SGA?
Oh, hell yeah. Yes.
Of course.
Right. I see what you're saying. You're find that spot.
We all know that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, right? I got you.
Right. So what would you do? Would you do it for Luka, straight trade? If you're trading for a half a dozen picks and a bunch of guys that are going to back up Kuminga, why wouldn't you let him just ride till the end?
No, perfect. I think that's said perfectly. What is it? What guy, who would be the player that would be perfect, knowing darn well that, Oklahoma City's not going to, like, you go to Mike Dunleavy, hey, Sam Presti, how you doing, Sam? Hey, we got a crazy idea. No, actually, I'm sorry, did I say crazy? I mean, we got a really sound idea for you, Sam. You guys are the best team in the Western Conference, and you might have the best point guard in the league, but we got Steph Curry, and he might be able to jumpstart your championships right. Like, no, it's not happening.
No, I mean, that's why it sucks to say, but there are teams that would not trade what they have for Steph Curry. And I feel like people can't fathom that.
How many teams, if the Warriors called them talking about Steph Curry, the other team would be like, yeah, hit the pike. Hey, Curry for Luka. And Rick Carlisle and
do you think the Timberwolves would trade Anthony Edwards for Steph Curry?
Not in a million years. Not in a million years.
2 years ago, they might have. But
right.
Regardless, I mean, the question, and really earlier, I love Denzel Washington. He's one of my favorite actors.
Okay.
And to use the caller's point about there's no more leading men or women in Hollywood, that's fair. I think they're trying to manufacture some. Timothée Chalamet, in my opinion, is the guy they're trying to kind of create regardless. He will never make Denzel another training day. He will never make another flight. Do I want to watch him make a bunch of equalizer threes? Like, do I want to watch Denzel at the end of his career make these cash grab films that he's still pretty good in, and I enjoy them and they're entertaining? Like, I'm never gonna see Glory again. I got to go back and watch it, and that's, I can't do that with my athletes. They're all on tape, but it's like, do you want to watch at the end of a person's career them just continue to make mediocre films in the hope that maybe somewhere in there there's a Golden Globe nomination? Like,
you're just down to a couple great scenes.
Exactly, and he's still capable of that.
Right.
And maybe that's where maybe that's where I'm different, is watching a couple of great scenes over 3 years is not good enough for me. And in fact, I think it would be unfair to that player or that actor to keep throwing them in the mix. Like, at that point, I'm not watching their movies anymore. You know?
Unfortunately.
I mean, I don't know.
Now, this is interesting. And it's the kind of statement from the Comcast business text line that I'm sure people are going to hate it, but I think there's some merit to it. Curry and Lacob decided they didn't want to win the moment Curry signed that $60 million extension last year. Now, that's pretty harsh, and I don't think I would even say it to that degree. But, I think you just had to do that, and that was, I can't imagine the Warriors saying to Steph, you know what, we know you're eligible for that last year, but golly gee, we're going to bite the bullet here, Steph. We have to. Like, I guess that was unrealistic. Okay, so be it. But if someone out there can tell me, it's not even about Steph or Kuminga or who's the coach, like just a very, very practical question of, If the Warriors right now are 16-16 and Steph Curry's 37 years old, how are they going to be any better in 2 years when he's 2 years older and he's making $63 million a year? So he's still going to be among the highest paid players in the NBA still, but we know that he's not one of the top 3 or 4 players. It feels like sometimes Warrior fans aren't even willing to look at that practically and say, forget it. Oh, he hates Steph Curry, loves Curry. It's like, how are you going to win with a guy who's 39 years old, 6'3", making $63 million a year? Somebody explain that one to me. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, good. Hey, I mean, you guys sort of touched on where I was going to go here, and that is, what can you get for Curry at this point? You're not going to get a top player. You're not going to get an Anthony Edwards or a Doncic or a Jokic or anything like that. So, what are you going to get? A haul of sort of mid-level prospects and draft picks? I mean, it seems like that's the only thing you can really do.
Well, I think here's what ideally, and I'll just ideally what you would do is get a player who's 23 or 24 who might turn into a future star, who's on a team that thinks they're close to winning it in the next year or two. And I admit those are not easy to find. But, the problem is example willing to even talk about some possible names because the name value isn't what Steph, like for example, I remember when the Pistons, what was it? They had Grant Hill and they traded Grant Hill to Orlando for Chucky Atkins and Ben Wallace. And it was like, Grant, and I get it, Grant Hill was banged up a little, but he wasn't banged up. And everyone was like, why would Grant Hill, he's one of the great. Well, guess what? Ben Wallace was 23 years old, and he became a Hall of Famer. And then Ben Wallace was the defensive linchpin of the Pistons championship team. Like, that's the way I think it would have to look, something like that. But again, it's going to be a tough sell. I mean, the hardest part the Warriors may have is how tough a sell it's going to be if they ever have to come to that decision.
I mean, there is one example of a recent one-teamer that turned into a positive for that franchise.
All right, well, we'll keep it right there because that sounds interesting to me. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's the new year, and the Warriors are 16-16, ladies and gentlemen. They got Philly coming into Chase Center tonight. Paul George in town.
Oh, he was great through 3 quarters last night.
I mean, Warrior fans, it wasn't very long ago where they were entertaining bringing Paul George in. Let me ask you this. We're 16-16. We're feeling kind of disappointed. Would you feel better if they had Paul George on this team? I don't know.
Sixers have won 9 of 12.
They're playing well right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Steiny, you've been soft.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Murillo. Appreciate that. Steiny and Giddings with you. Happy New Year, everybody. Oh, that's right. The college football game's going to start pretty soon. Yeah. Oh, welcome back, Evan.
Okay, first of all.
No, thanks for coming. Thanks for showing.
Was that break 3 minutes?
It was 7.
There's no chance. We came back at 46. You broke at 42 and a half, 3.
Anyway, we're talking about Steph Curry, and it's January 2nd, people. It's 2025.
Oh, my God.
Might be time to watch the Warriors and look at them in a new light. They're 16-16, and they're 4-13 over their last 17. For the last couple of years, there's always this ride it into the ground with Steph and Dre. Just ride it into the ground.
Well, that is an option.
It is. So welcome to 2.5 more years of this.
Well, it can get worse.
I know it can. I know it can. And I'm trying to help make it better because that's what I try to do. But you know what? We were talking about Steph. Is it time to at least start thinking that it's a possibility to move? But let's get into Draymond for a sec, too.
Okay.
Listen to this. Draymond Green on playing the 5.
For me coming into the season, I'll be honest, I didn't want to play a ton of 5. It's hard. And it was working. We were 12-3 or whatever we were, and it was working. When it's not working, you have to look at what works. And if that's me at the 5, like I said, I don't love it for entire games at this point, but I love to win. So, and more importantly, I hate to lose. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. You got to win games, or I told the guys we are going to get traded out of here, so we better win some games.
It's the second time I've listened to that, and for whatever reason, it kind of bothers me this time. And
I think it bothered you the first time.
But it bothers me more this time. Because what Draymond, oh, man. What made Draymond Green one of the most special players in basketball 5 or 6 years ago?
What he now doesn't want to do.
His ability to play 5. This is what I mean where it's nothing personal against Draymond Green or Steph Curry. I'm looking at the Warriors as just a basketball team. And Draymond Green is telling you right now, hey, you know what we used to do 5 years ago that made us one of the most difficult teams to match up against in all of basketball? Yeah, I don't want to do it anymore. But I can't do it anymore for the stretches well, then how are you going to be as good? That was Steph Curry was a point guard playing with Klay Thompson who was able to guard ones way better than Steph could guard ones. And all of a sudden, it made you a team with the best point guard in basketball, Steph Curry, offensively. And then you kind of had maybe the best defensive point guard in basketball because that's who Klay Thompson defended. That's like Draymond Green when he could play 5. It's what made the Warriors stand out. It's like all these things are becoming more and more evidence that why are we expecting some magical turnaround for this season, or why do we think this team should be 20-12 instead of 16-16? Draymond's telling you part of what made this team above and beyond, he's not capable of it anymore. So the one thing that made Draymond Green, one of the things that made Draymond Green incredibly special was his versatility defensively. And he's telling you he's not as versatile anymore defensively. That means you're not going to be as good of a team. That means you can't just say, well, Draymond and Steph, and we're going to be fine. That's just not the way I look at it.
No, and I know people don't think about him as an offensive player, but he's regressed there too. I have wondered what the best option for the Warriors is. And look, he's right. Does he keep them at their best defensively when he's next to Trace Jackson-Davis? Yes. But then they're compromised in other areas. If he plays the 5, well, he can't do it for that much, but that's where they're best. But that also means he's going to get worn down quicker, and these nagging injuries might be more frequent if he does that. It's, again, it feels like they're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. And that's why it's also frustrating because this would be typically the time in a franchise's cycle when you look to your younger players to help, to uplift, or to allow someone like Draymond Green. Curry's in a different category because he's still pretty damn good. But Draymond, this is year 13 for him. That's about the time when you start to look to younger players to help you if you do want to play till 36, 37, 38. And that's more possible now than ever in modern sports. But over the course of history, it's like this is about the time when you think about retirement.
Yeah.
And unless you have a younger player to help you extend your career, which is another failure of the Warriors because they haven't developed that player or haven't done it quick enough to help either Draymond or Steph or sometimes both, then I can't blame him for saying that. It might piss you off, and right. I hear you, but I can't blame him for saying that. Like, he's played 850 NBA games, not even including the postseason. He's played damn near 25,000 minutes. If you include the postseason, 30,000 minutes in his career. I wouldn't want to play the 5 either.
Right.
It's freaking hard. You got Joel Embiid coming here tonight who's 7 feet, 240. Is going to drop 30 and 15 if the Warriors aren't careful tonight. I don't want to guard him. I don't want to guard Jokic. I don't want to guard all these bigs that I was able to guard 10 years ago without even thinking about it. And it's freaking hard. And so that's why I again, it's like I feel bad some nights watching Draymond not be able to do something he's been accustomed to doing for the majority of his life. I mean, he's been playing basketball at a high level for a long time, and he's telling you that he can't do it at that level anymore every night.
Right.
And that's...
Right. Now, I want to be clear. It's like, I'm not saying, oh, Draymond's washed. He stinks. He's lousy. I'm not mad at Draymond for growing older. What can frustrate me is this belief that, what's our best starting lineup? Well, let's go with Wiggins at 3, Kuminga at 4, and Draymond at 5. Well, Draymond's telling you can't do that. But for short stretches. All right, well, Draymond at 5 used to be the guy who brought it home every single fourth quarter for the Warriors.
And he can still do it. It's actually, I really like your example, and you're like, you can still get good scenes out of great old actors, but you're not going to get a great movie every single time.
Nope. All right, let's jump into some calls. We had a lot of people being patient.
All
right. Brian in Hayward, thanks for hanging in there, Brian. Appreciate it, my man.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I know the subject that we're on right now is the Steph Curry trade, and I want to kind of reflect over the last few years. I know we've gone over this a few times, but look at all of our draft picks and like younger players that we acquired, and then who's on our roster now. I don't like to make straight comparisons, but we have spot fillers. I kind of feel like Pods was our Jordan Poole. We got lucky with that. I feel like years ago when we had Harrison Barnes and we had to swap him out for KD, that wasn't that wasn't what our long-term goal was per se, but we got lucky with a Kuminga and a Moody now in that same position. You guys definitely remember this guy. He was a little bit off the chain, Jordan Bell. I really like that guy's game. I started to see some things with what was going on upstairs with that guy, and he just didn't seem like a long-term fit for the Warriors. But I feel like we lucked out, and we, didn't get anything out of Wiseman per se, but look what we got in TJD, kind of quietly filling that big man role to ease a little bit from Draymond. Athletic, a good body size, not 7 feet, but, when you look up and down our roster now, I do feel like, we lost Poole, Wiseman, and potentially some other players, but in return, we do have some roster fillers, good players, decent potential for growth. And I really feel like in the beginning, when we got a lot of these young players, we kind of labeled them with a ceiling. And in this system, playing with these vets and these greatest of all time players like Steph and Dre and even Clay when he was here and being coached by Kerr, I think a lot of these younger players' ceiling has increased. So thanks for taking my call, guys. And I'd love to hear your response off there.
Appreciate it. No, I think, look, these young guys have higher ceilings, or I don't know what their ceilings are, but I don't.
The point is they have a ceiling.
I mean,
there is, it's, you know, they have a ceiling.
Nobody's saying, God, Warriors are sitting with unbelievable young talent.
Well, some people might.
Who?
I don't know. The people that think Kuminga's going to be, you know.
Well, he's a talented player.
Kerr's holding him back. Yeah.
Let's go to this is Anthony Slater. He was on with the morning show earlier today. He was on with Bonte and Spadoni.
I'd almost say everybody besides Steph. And, Draymond is very unlikely. I would put him, single him out as number 2. But, salary matching stuff matters here. And, all the guys that signed this summer are trade eligible. I mean, you saw them shift the Melton deal already. Schroeder can't be moved or at least aggregated in a move until right before the deadline. But I think everyone's kind of on the block in a sense, especially with how tight money is and how they have to be pretty creative and how they build up these deals depending on who they potentially go get. If we're talking like a Vucevic, a Kyle Kuzma, a Cam Johnson, you got to kind of creatively get up to almost an exact number. And one of the things they do have is kind of financial flexibility in that sense of all these guys on middle level deals. And Buddy Hield's one of them. It's certainly a tradable contract. They're going to be searching for answers, and they're not just going to tie themselves to the idea that they kind of like this signing at a decent price this summer.
All right, I want to play the beginning of this, and then I'm going to stop it and I'm not mad at Slater. I love Slater.
I'd almost say everybody besides Steph. And, Draymond is very unlikely. I would put him.
Why? Why is Draymond very unlikely? Unless I wish Anthony would have said, yeah, because nobody wants him around the league.
I was going to say.
Then I would have been fine. But I don't believe that. What? But what are you kidding? Draymond's off the table. Why? For who? Why would any organization say, yeah, well, we need to get better, but no, we can't trade Draymond Green? Come on. That kind of thinking is why next year's good. Whatever. Okay. Steph and Draymond. I don't know. That just rubs me the wrong way. Who was Draymond to be untouchable?
Yeah, I understand. But I think there is two schools of thought, and maybe this is where Slater's in the other camp. It's because he is right. If they move Draymond, what are they? That does signal that you're going in a direction where you're if there's a player out there that they can get that makes them better, I think that's the unlikely room that Slater's leaving for a Draymond trade. But because of his lack of value, his volatility, and his age, Draymond's not going to fetch you a player that's worth more than what he is to the Warriors. And that's kind of that's again why I think that they're stuck, because these guys have more than just basketball value. I think they do have brand value. And Draymond's a big part of what the Warriors have been, and I think he still helps them. And it's I don't think Draymond should be out of bounds at all.
That's all I'm saying.
And if Slater's saying he's untradeable because he's Draymond, then I think we seriously got to reconsider our thinking. But if the point is that Draymond is very unlikely because you just can't move off him, then I kind of get it. We were discussing this, went through an exercise last week, you and I, about, all right, if there was a team that would pick up the phone and call the Warriors and say, Steph, what do you want for him? What are the teams that you would actually have would have a second sentence of a conversation with? Let's do the same for Draymond Green.
Well, okay. So here's this. I'll just start it with this. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, there's a player out there that I'm not crazy about, but his name comes up once in a while.
Yep.
Kyle Kuzma. All right? Kyle Kuzma. Not crazy about him. 29 years old. But what about if Washington, they stink, but Washington likes, they like either Connect or Austin Reeves. They like him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both nice players.
So if you were to tell me, I'll just do it this way. Hey, Steiny, Warriors can get Kuzma for Kuminga. No chance. No. Never in a million years. Hey, Steiny, Warriors might be able to get Kuzma, but it would cost them Draymond Green. I'm in. I'm absolutely in. I would be in on that, believe it or not. You? Like, let's say just theoretically, and I get it. Draymond Green ends up with L.A., Reeves ends up in Washington.
Yep.
And Kuzma ends up with the Warriors.
I think that's on the table. I actually don't know why the Lakers would do that, but it's like,
if they thought,
they could be a difference maker. I get it. I mean, but that's kind of my point is like, I'm looking up and down to these teams and I mean, does Oklahoma City want Draymond Green?
I don't think so.
Does Memphis want Draymond? They were prepared to offer him a contract. You think if they could offer him a contract today, they would do it? I am inclined to believe probably not.
Let me just throw this one out there. Would you, if you were the Warriors, would you entertain something like
why would Memphis give up something of value for Draymond at this point?
Let me throw this goofy one at you.
Yes.
Denver. You think Denver would have any interest in Curry?
Oh, Curry?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Well, would you consider Curry and filler for Jamal Murray and Porter Jr. if you don't have to give up too many draft picks?
I mean, I wouldn't, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that I mean, to me, and this guy's name has also been out there. The guy that I think the Warriors do have to really start considering how, if possible, they can acquire is Zion Williamson. And
I would give up everybody but Curry for him at this point.
I would too.
At this point.
I would too, because your future's bleak. I mean, he's the only guy that is available that I think has legitimate superstar potential. And there's a reason why he's available. It's because he can't stay on the court. And it's because he's been hurt more than he's been available in his career. But if you're talking about a swing, big move that, if there's a move out there that could get you back into title contention, I don't think Jimmy Butler does it. I don't even think Paul George would have done it this summer. I think Lauri Markkanen does it. If Zion Williamson plays, and that's a big if, you are a contender with he, Curry, and characters. I mean, that's, and it's because he's young, and it's because he has talent that no one else on this team does. And that would be the guy that I would seriously try and consider making a move for. And I understand there is a massive risk attached to anything Zion Williamson does. But what other options do you have at this point? I think the Warriors, what they've shown us the last year and a half, and now probably going into 2025, it's like, again, everything should be on the table.
I agree. The other thing about Zion is because you have to look at it in every way. Because he's been so injury prone, that might allow you to get him without having to throw in 3 unprotected firsts because he hasn't been healthy. It's like when to a lesser degree, it's like when the Warriors went out and got Baron Davis back in the day. They traded Speedy Claxton and Dale Davis. And Baron came in and he was,
he was like 25, 26?
Something like that. And he had baggage, but he got here and he played. And then he became the best player on the team for 2.5 years. Let's go to Rich in Fresno. Let's get some people involved here. I'm dominating the ball like Luka Doncic. What's up? All right, we go to Rich in Los Altos. What are the Riches? Hey, Rich.
Man, I'm really liking it.
Okay.
Steiny, Happy New Year. Both of you guys, Happy New Year. Steiny, you're always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you. So here we go.
Right.
I think the Warriors, they already gave up Durant and Poole for Draymond, and now look at the guys we're talking about trading them for. So I don't think they're getting rid of Draymond. I don't think anyone really knows why, but I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he might end up owning a chunk of the team. And I think that's the main – what bugs me about the Warriors is just that. Whoever's making the decisions, I don't know. Clay's on the court for any team in the NBA on their closing 5, I say, today. Maybe you can think of 1 or 2. I'm not thinking that good, but Clay, the way they got rid of him, I don't get. Going way back, obviously the Durant thing, I totally don't understand. I don't understand Jordan Poole. I don't really understand. So that's just my take. I just think they want to win so bad. It's kind of like the Niners getting rid of Harbaugh. They'll just do whatever because they want to win so bad. But I just think it's too bad. But anyway, I don't think the Warriors are as bad as you think. But no team with the little old guys can't be your best player. They were so good when Curry was the second best player. I mean, no one wants to say that, but that's if he ends up doing that on some team, that's going to be scary. Anyway, that's all I got, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, Rich. Now, we had a little mix-up. We had a guy who was waiting for almost an hour.
Oh, boy.
Named Rich in Fresno.
Let's get him out.
Yeah, let's get Rich in Fresno. Rich in Fresno. Hey, Rich, thanks for hanging in there, buddy.
No problem. Thank you, gentlemen. Good day.
Yep.
I just want to keep it simple. The Warriors, we suck. We got to make this a good team that Steph's happy with, that we're having fun watching, because this is going to be bad. It's going to probably get worse if we don't make a big change. We might as well make it fun for everybody, because no one's going to be happy 3 more years of this and probably getting worse. Need to make a change for this team with Steph, or you got to trade Steph to a contender. Let him go shine somewhere. We've seen in the Olympics how great he is, especially with other good players. And when we'd rather have Steph, Steph, everyone compares him to Magic and is putting him in, all-time GOAT conversations. I know he wants that 5th ring. And he's going to be a Warrior for life no matter what. I mean, it would be better to have him with 5 rings, even if it's with another team, with organization, than with 4, because he's already talking GOAT. Imagine if he gets the 5th one. And, I mean, Kuminga's not going to be, in the future, the Warriors guy who's taking them to championships and stuff like that. He started playing late in his career. You got to do a major shakeup right now with Steph, or trade him to a contender. And, thank you for your time.
Yeah, appreciate it, Rich. Thanks for hanging in there. I'll tell you who'd be, it's going to come out bad and say, I'll tell you who might be dumb enough to trade for Steph right now. The Sacramento Kings.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the team the Warriors play tonight.
Like if I would say, would you take Fox for Steph in part of a package? I bet you people are like, yeah, no. Okay. You know what I mean? Like I could actually see Sacramento go, boy, if we got Steph up here and got rid of De'Aaron Fox, because he's leaving anyway, we're automatically a top 4 or 5 team. And they might be. Like, I think Curry could help the Kings more in a way than De'Aaron Fox. Because Curry would be like, I think Curry makes the Kings better.
Well, I think he'd make a lot of teams better.
But,
I mean, if you're the Kings, you'd want to put him with Fox, right?
That's too small, as Monte Ellis once said.
Really? Because the Warriors are playing a backcourt that's 6'1". I mean, it's Curry and Schroeder.
Let me throw this one at you. Even though we know he's still the best player on the team, would there be any advantage to having Steph come off the bench right now?
Right now, no.
Okay.
I don't think that there's a player that can step in and give you what he did. I mean, I don't know. But Kuminga's their best scorer right now over the last month, and he comes off the bench. I don't know. But I don't see that happening yet. But, I mean, the goal, in order to get Curry, if he wants to play, say, to the age of 40, I mean, coming off the bench is not that far out of the realm of possibility in the next couple of years.
Well, this kind of, from the 757, and this is kind of where I'm coming from, too. Curry could absolutely help the Kings because he would have actual NBA role players. I actually do not disagree with that particular thought. All right. Did we come up with any solutions?
Dibs just chimed in.
Oh.
Curry for Embiid.
Oh, Curry for Embiid. Who says no?
Philly. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's soured the organization so much.
I mean, look, you trade Curry for Embiid, and Embiid gets banged up. Now you could have, in a year, Embiid and Cooper Flag.
I thought you were going to say Embiid and Draymond.
No, Embiid and Cooper Flag. Now we got a ball game with Pods at the point.
Well, real quick, that's the other. I know it's 2025, but you really got to turn a new leaf. All right.
Like, would you
the other part about
trade
the Williamson
Curry right now for the number 1 pick in the draft, assuming you knew what it was?
Curry for Cooper Flag?
Essentially.
Boy, I actually got a stew on that. But the fact that it's a consideration is all you need to know. But that's the other part about something like Zion or Embiid is if those players can come in and do what they usually do, which is get hurt, well, then you're going to have a 2020 season. You're going to have another chance at a second overall pick. And maybe that's what the Warriors want. Or would be open to.
888-957-9570, the 510, the Comcast business text line. When are you guys going to bring back the chat? That's going to be coming up either tomorrow or Monday once the boss gets back into work. I'm gonna nail it with him. We'll
see.
888-957-9570 is the number. Come, Warrior fans. We're 16-16. We got Philly coming in here tonight. You just going to ride this out? What do we do? Let's go. Let's figure this out. On 95.7 The Game, what's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. 60 years. That's 6 decades. Full service banking without a compromise. Not a single one, people.
You're always been my favorite forever, and I always disagree with you. So here we go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Giddings, you said something interesting before the show. I'm going to throw it by Ken.
I say a lot of things.
Yeah, very provocative. Provocative's got a negative connotation.
That's okay.
Provocative. Anyway, so Ken, one of the topics we were talking about before the show, and I don't know if we're going to get to it or not, but if you'd have to bet right now on a Bay Area figure,
okay,
2025 is going to be the year of whom? 2025 is going to be the year of, and Macklin Celebrini is not available.
Oh, why not?
Because
well, I actually think it's premature.
Obvious.
No, but I think it's premature. Like, he's 18 years old. It's not going to be the year of Macklin because they're not going to be good.
What's he waiting on?
What's he waiting on? The rest of his team.
Please.
The team stinks.
You know, you guys were talking
he
about...
needs more help. Now we got an 18-year-old who needs more help. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Shout out Will Greer.
You know, you guys had a lot of good suggestions because I came in halfway through that conversation. So I heard Buster Posey was a good one. I heard Brock Purdy was a good one. You know, it just came to me. I'm going to take Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk.
He's not even going to play in 2025.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
He just got the money, and you know what? There was a lot riding on him. I mean, why not?
Is he walking yet?
For $30 million per year, he better be.
Well, you got to walk before he can run. Yeah, Ayuk. What? Does he play in 2025?
He'll play in 2025.
Or will he play in 2026?
I don't know. Let's go to Austin and San Jose. He's going to try to push back on Steiny about Draymond. Oh, yeah, no, he's great, Austin. No, he's great. I know.
Yeah, I know. I know it's
What's up, buddy?
It's always difficult, buddy. Hey, Happy New Year, man. It's always difficult to push back on Steiny anyway. But listen, the whole Draymond thing, man, it's not just about Draymond. It's about the culture that him and Steph have built. So if you really, I think where Slates was going was not so much Draymond the player now, but it's about the whole gravity of Steph. So if you start talking about keeping Steph, you almost are obliged to talk about keeping Dre. That's kind of the way I've always seen it. And if you're going to make a cultural shift, right, then that's a whole different discussion, Steiny, with your boy Lacob. And I don't think Lacob is being a killer. I know you always say he's a killer and all that. I don't see killer in the last couple years based on the moves I've seen. If he was a killer, he would have bought a big boy in here this year, because it's clear now that they're not going anywhere. And you guys have said it differently. No, they're not going anywhere with this lineup. Whether I think Steph could score 30 a night and it still wouldn't. I don't think they might still struggle to get into the play-in with this roster. And I think a couple things, guys. I think Draymond made a statement the other day about Buddy. And I know he went pretty hard on Buddy. In fact, I think he kind of went a little too hard.
Yeah.
But I think the message he's sending is that Buddy, and tell me if you agree with this, I think he's suggesting that Buddy doesn't fit. And the culture that they've been built here, the Buddy type of guy, maybe it's not Buddy, but it's Buddy types, don't fit on this roster. So I think that's something we gotta look at. The other thing I wanted to mention was Slates made a real interesting comment. He kept saying, when asked about Kuminga, he said it 2 or 3 times. He said, yeah, but it's the 4th year. And I think that you guys shouldn't dwell on the fact that he's only 22. I think the rest of the league looks at the fact that it's 4 years now, and the Warriors still don't really know who this guy is. And he's still trying to get there. And not exactly telling the rest of the league he's ready, with Steve Kerr saying, well, he's turning a corner. And, that's not exactly a commercial for a guy you're trying to promote as somebody who's going to be good in your franchise for the future. So those are my thoughts, guys. I just want to hear what you guys got to think. Thanks.
Appreciate it. You know what, in Austin, this is
good points. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the fundamental problem that I think the Warriors are running into. And it really centers on Draymond Green, and I think lesser on Steph Curry, is that if you want to talk about the culture and you want to talk about the rings and you want to talk about what they all mean to the organization, Steph Curry and Draymond Green, I believe that they're players, all right? And they're both at a certain point of their career. They're declining. But because they will never be anything less than 4-time champions, they are destined here in Golden State to have an outsized role as they get older. Because I actually do think it's very difficult for star players to wind down on the teams that they starred for. That's why when I say, tell me what Steph Curry in 2 years looks like as a Golden State Warrior. Believe it or not, I have trouble envisioning it. And I know it's easy to say, he can come off the bench. All right, well, who's starting? And I get it. We don't have to answer that right now. But like even Steph even Draymond coming off the bench is still to me is always going to be a central figure in this organization as long as he's here. And I just think at some point, either now or in the near future, I do think there's a correlation between the young players reaching their potential as players in this organization when they're playing along with Steph and Draymond. Like, that is a challenge to have those players meet their expectations individually and on a team as long as Steph and Draymond are here. I do think that's a challenge.
Well, and trying to win in the process.
Exactly.
I think a big reason is like those guys are accustomed to winning. They obviously know what winning looks like, and they're impacting it because of how great they are at maybe the least amount of their careers. The thing about the Warriors, though, is I do think that they've shown that they're willing and able to make the move or choice that's difficult if it's necessary. Like Klay Thompson, trading him or getting a couple players back this summer was something that was necessary, or they deemed it necessary. They traded Andre Iguodala in 2019. I mean, they sent a first-round pick to get off his money because it was necessary. He was also 35 years old and wasn't as good as he used to be. You know, like, just because they have champions on their roster that are culture and tone-setting players, like Kerr had the other day, I asked him a question about Steph in relation to the Cavaliers, and he actually went further in about Iguodala, about how when he got here, like Iguodala was the cultural tone setter by being the guy that came off the bench, because that meant that nobody was too big. And that was as important as getting a buy-in from Klay, Steph, or Dre. My point is they traded that guy. Like, eventually it got to a point where he cost too much, and they were able to use him to reset things, and they brought him back later, but you know, that set things in motion for a position to put them in like, they have done necessary things, even to former champions. And so I just don't think that Draymond is necessarily off the table just because he's Dre and because he's a culture guy. I think that if anything, this season might tell us that they need to change their culture, because that culture is no longer even playoff caliber.
That's kind of the way I'm thinking at this point. I don't know. Ian on the freeway. Ian is on the freeway. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Everything's on the table at 95.7 The Game, even though I guess maybe it isn't for the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Ian? How you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey.
So I like this show all the time. So I'm ready for a tank, man. You know, been at it since 75, and it was great, and it's over, and I'm looking for a tank. You know, if you could do that and keep Curry, I'd love that, man, because I love Curry. Curry wants to be a lifetime Warrior, but also, you know, wouldn't be that bad to pull a Danny Ainge and trade Curry, or pull a Nelly and trade the whole team and just tank it, and let's do it, man, and let's get back to trying to win a championship someday, maybe.
Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it.
Well, I think one of the reasons why they find themselves here is because they don't want to tank. At least I don't think that that's a strategy that they've discussed.
Yeah, Lacob doesn't like it, even though that's what started the dynasty. That's what I always think's kind of ironic.
Well, it happened a little before that.
Well, the trade of Monte Ellis for Bogut was a big one.
the Timberwolves taking 2 inferior point guards over Curry is kind of what set them up for success.
Sure. Anybody worried about Lacob and the leadership and direction of this team?
Joe or Kirk?
Both. The Lacobs.
I think they're doing fine. It's the holidays.
Oh, yeah, sure. 16 and 16. That's fine now. I thought we hang banners here.
Oh, speaking of hanging banners, you want to know a place that not every banner not every accomplishment deserves a banner. I was in Sacramento last night, and
oh no,
God love them, because they still have the same banners as they did when they were at Arco. But the fact that the only banner that they have from the men's side, there's a Sacramento Monarchs championship banner up there, and that should be up there because it's actually a title. You got to take down the Pacific Division banners. You can't do that. You cannot have 3 consecutive Pacific Division banners in your building and be considered a legitimate franchise. I'm sorry. When was the last time that anybody talked about winning a division in basketball? Last time. Can you remember? I can't.
They talk about it in baseball all the time.
Yeah, because it matters.
Oh.
Because you get an automatic berth to the postseason.
Well, you do when you win the Pacific. You're locked into a 4 seed, I believe. I think you are.
It was just, I didn't want, I was with friends and there were a lot of Kings fans there, and I didn't want to be the guy to be like, what the hell are you guys doing? I couldn't hold my tongue.
On the postgame show?
No. I wasn't doing postgame, although I got some thoughts on the postgame.
And you were very outspoken about Kings fans before the show, respecting their passion.
Oh, well, they are a passionate fan group.
More than the Warrior fans?
Yeah.
Better. What's the better environment, Chase or Golden One?
Well, there are more fans that go to Chase Center. What?
It's Sacramento. Come on.
Well, you know the reason why.
It's one of the best environments in pro sports. It's okay.
Well, respectfully, what else are you going to go see there?
Monarchs.
Athletics.
Monarchs don't.
Oh.
You watch your tongue. You're getting on my nerves today, Ken. Easy.
Hey, by the way, can I?
It is a great environment. Although the cowbell's got to die.
The cowbell and the beam. Night.
The beam, actually, I saw for the first time with my own 2 eyes.
You like it?
It was kind of cool.
You like the beam?
Although one of my friends who is a diehard Kings fan did admit it's the greatest gimmick in sports. As long as you know that it's a gimmick, that's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Let's go to Nate in San Francisco. Let's talk about Zion. Why not, Nate? Why not? Nate, how you doing?
Pretty good. Well, I just wanted to bring up Zion right quick because I think one of the last times I called, I made a dumb joke about his weight. And, as much as I don't like doing that stuff, he does not have a basketball body. You can't ask somebody that is wider than they are taller to play this. This sport is it's brutal on your lower body.
Yeah, just give me.
And I think we already got somebody that can bully themselves around the rim, Kuminga. And I mean,
it's not a bad
I don't
call.
really know that much about it. Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, I'm saying it's not a bad call to say, Kuminga's got a few of the traits of Zion. I see it.
Well, the other thing I was going to say is, when Draymond got drafted, he was a big tweener, and that's kind of what Zion is. He can play center, but does he play enough defense for us to have him as a center? Oh, and the other, real quick point was, if we're going to blow it up and trade Steph, the team that we're trading him to. We're trading him to Michael Jordan's team because that's where we're going to get our Danny Ainge haul. All right, that's it, boys. I'll take your comments off the air.
Who is Jordan's team? The Wizards or the Bulls?
I thought he's no longer an owner.
Or the Hornets.
The Hornets,
Yeah,
probably.
he's not.
That does remind me. Zion Williamson, this is the first time I've ever heard of this, but it's another reason I think I'm even more in on the contract. He has a weight clause.
Now, I ain't fat.
Wait.
I'm thick.
Wait. Like that kind of weight clause?
Like he has to do weigh-ins throughout the season.
Okay. We all do weigh-ins on our own anyway, don't we?
7 of them. And if
7 a day?
No. Although, I do feel like you can kind of manipulate it. Like, I wonder if Zion just the whole season is like a boxer trying to make weight. Like, he just dehydrates himself 2 days out. But, so this is the thing. The combined weight and body fat percentage needs to be below 295. And if he doesn't meet that, then his contract becomes non-guaranteed. So you're not on the books as much as you think you are. And in fact, the only reason I think he got damn near $200 million in his first extension is because there was this clause put in, the weight-in clause. I've never heard of this before.
He's willing to waive that to come to the Warriors.
No, look, the team is protected from their investment. Now, obviously, if he doesn't play, you're not very good. You're getting him to play all the rest. But as far as a financial commitment, if financials are indeed a big part of this, it's not really that big of a risk.
You said it.
Now, he is, literally and figuratively, but it's just something to consider, okay? The weigh-in clause.
Let's go to Anthony. Let's go to Anthony Slater of The Athletic. He covers the Warriors. He was on with the morning show. He wants to talk about this. Okay. I think.
Did you read it before you?
Well, we can talk about the Warriors. What do you want the sound on? The Warriors overall, where they're at right now, or what's going on with Draymond Green, which is probably more important than what's going on with the team. Because, it's Draymond, so he's more important than the team. So we'll go to Draymond first.
Well, he is the team.
Slater, what's up with Draymond?
Clear he's banged up. He's on the injury report again tonight with a lower back contusion. Expect him to play. I believe he's probable, but it feels like he's on the injury report like 2 times a week with something minor. He's had the calf thing. Clearly he's physically at a stage of his career that not even just, it's not like, it's just because he's playing center, he's, getting beat up. It's just because he's playing an 82-game marathon and, he's an undersized big in general, even when he's playing the 4. He's kind of has to guide his body through this. And typically, historically, he's been really good about managing it all the way up until playoffs and being able to kind of put the full throttle on. But as we've learned as consumers over the last few seasons, like the Warriors can try to manage their vets like Steph, like Draymond during the regular season, but if they don't put the pedal down enough in the regular season, sometimes you get to the playoffs and you're not in the playoffs.
Boy.
How does that make you feel, Steiny?
It makes me feel like slowly but surely more and more people are understanding the reality of the situation. Now, they still have a long way to go, but I think some people are starting to. Okay, if there's anybody out there in the crowd that's like, hey, just ride Steph and Draymond, let's ride it till the wheels come off. There's 2 things. One is you're an idiot, and 2 is they ain't going to do that. Like they're not like.
What are they doing right now?
My point is like there's a feeling out there. Oh, let's just ride them till the wheels come off. Well, that strategy would include not even trying to get better. So that's not happening. They're not going to ride them till the wheels come off. They're going to continue to ride them until they deem there's a move out there that might make them better. And they're going to ride them till the wheels fall off until they make a decision that maybe we can or should trade one of the 2. So Joe Lacob's not resigning himself to 3 more lousy years because Steph and Draymond have earned the right to be run into the ground and never be moved. That's one thing that's not on the table. That may end up happening, but it's not going to be the Warriors' first choice. You know what I mean? I guarantee you nowhere's Joe Lacob saying, no, we're just going to ride these guys out and, we're going to cosmetically do things around them. That may be the way it ends up, but I don't think anybody believes that's the way this team's going to get better.
Well, that cut from Slater did remind me of something that made me chuckle this morning, which was when I walked in, and I wasn't all there yet, but you woke me up when you said, Draymond's on the injury report tonight. I'm like, yeah, no crap. He's 34 with a bad back. He's going to be on the injury report probably 98% of the season. Curry is too, because he's got knee tendonitis. Like, whether they play or not, and I think they have, I forget how many back-to-backs they have left in the season. I think there was 10 or 11 over the course of the year. But like they shouldn't play in another back-to-back the entire year. I mean, they have to play tonight unless they're not healthy. Like league rules stipulate, because this is what the Sixers did last night. Joel Embiid is not obligated. He doesn't legally have to play last night, but it's a nationally televised game on Thursday. He has to play that game if he's healthy. So Draymond and Steph should not play another set of back-to-backs the entire year. And that's going to be another 6 games at this point or something like that. You know, you got to build that in.
And
but that's the understanding that they'll have to go into next season with.
Right.
That these guys, in order to keep them healthy and keep them as productive as possible, whatever you believe their level still is, they're not going to be able to play at least 10 games, and not just because they're hurt, but because they have to rest, because to Slater's point, it is a marathon at this point, and they've been running damn near 15 marathons. That's why, I mean, that's why the other younger players to me are kind of a concern at this point. It's like, this is when they need them. And I don't think that necessarily just going out and getting another player, making a trade is going to solve that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors play the Sixers tonight at Chase Center, and Steph Curry is questionable. This is what Anthony Slater told the morning show. Hey, what about Steph? Is he going to play? Is he not? What's up, Slate?
Yeah, I do, but it's another older player dealing with the bumps and bruises of the season. I mean, it's always possible he doesn't play tonight, but he's clearly going through some stuff physically. He's not shooting the ball that well.
No, he's not. He's not shooting the ball very well.
Which player was he talking about again? There's like 5 of them that applies to.
He was talking about Steph Curry, listed as questionable tonight for the Philadelphia 76ers ball game with Joel Embiid and Paul George coming into town.
Oh, and Maxey. You forgot the biggest of the bunch.
I'm a little worried about this game tonight for the Warriors.
Why?
Because I'm a big believer in that. When
why
you have
not is a better question.
Like if the Sixers would have won last night, then I would have loved Philly tonight. Then I would have loved the Warriors tonight.
They blew that game last night.
And especially the way they lost it.
Well, I mean, but also it's like Paul George had to play 36 minutes. Max had to play 38.
Yeah, but
Yabusele had to play
Maxey's
24 more than he needed to.
Maxey's going to be fine. And let me tell you, I knowing this guy, he's thinking how he's going to get 58 points tonight, and that's Embiid. Embiid's licking his chops.
Last time he was in Golden State, he got hurt. Remember, he's like dealing with the knee injury.
And wasn't that the game where didn't Jordan Poole have a great game against the Sixers? That must have been 2 years ago.
Oh, at this
had
point,
a great
like
game,
3.
like he brought it home. They were down, and he was, it's funny.
Do you miss that guy?
I don't necessarily miss him, but
that's a question you'd ask Goo.
But for the first time, I have thought, we're missing Jordan Poole. That's my typical way to get me to say, okay, so, who cares? But I will acknowledge, now the Jordan Poole moves look really bad. They do. And I get it. He plays on a team that stinks. But, I mean, the bottom line is you had a player who was a piece on a championship team, and you moved him for a 38-year-old, and then you moved the 38-year-old for nothing.
Well,
and that's
they would tell you that got them out of the apron, but it made them worse. Or under an apron.
It made them worse. It made it a worse product. It made them worse as a team.
Yes. I mean, whatever you think about Jordan Poole, it's like, sorry, I know we got to get a break here.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
It starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Evan, I'm glad Ken did that.
What's up, Steiny?
Really want to I thank you for filling in for Goo, and I really appreciate your work over the past week or two.
No, you didn't know I was going to be in today.
It is so refreshing to engage in conversation with not only somebody who loves sports like Guru,
man,
but somebody who can realize what's right in front of his freaking face. So I appreciate that. And I realized today that I have been growing more and more frustrated with my everyday partner.
New Year.
Because I can't even have a conversation with that guy with him acknowledging that Steph might be declining just a hair. So I appreciate you for coming into the show with your eyes open.
And I appreciate you.
Now come at me, Goo.
For dragging me into the mud. I didn't want to do this today. I had a great time yesterday, enjoyed New Year's Eve and the New Year's, spent it with family and a lot of friends, and I had a great time. And I was even talking to Goo about how fun it's been to fill in for him and talk to you for 4 hours. And today you just came in just picking a fight. And I have to be true to myself. I have to tell people what I believe, which we've done for the last, 3 hours. And we got one more left. But I didn't want to do this today. You forced me to turn a new leaf in 2025. And so as much as I appreciate the kind compliments, what the hell, man?
What do you mean? It's just been a breath of fresh air.
No, that would be at 212.
That is true.
Is Guru still non-committal? That is actually, all right, I don't know if we found...
I forget, where did that come from again?
That was from Jimmy Butler talking about his availability for, I think it was yesterday's game. I actually didn't check if he played or not. But that's a term that we need to start using more in 2025. Like there's stuff that we could leave behind. Like optionality, you got to get rid of that word.
I agree.
2024, it dies with optionality. 2025 is... You know what? That might be the year of non-committal for me. And also, it's kind of where the Warriors are at. They seem very non-committal to one thing or another.
When are we going to finally get some resolution on where, do we know, here's the problem. No problem. We don't really know where Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob stand with this team right now.
Well, they'll be courtside tonight.
But we don't know whether, do they really think it's a team that can win 49 games? Do you think they really think that? Did they think it when they were 12-3?
Yes.
Did they think it when they were 13-9?
Probably.
What about now?
Well, their models would probably still tell you that they can.
Stop it.
What?
No, seriously, stop it.
I'm being serious.
Take your models.
See, people hate when you go there, but I actually do believe that that's a big reason why the roster was constructed the way it is because of the very complicated. I'm not trying to be funny.
How did the models? Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
No, my bad. Because of the very complicated models that they ran.
How do you put Steph Curry's age into the model? In other words, who are you putting in the model when you're saying, here's who we got? We got Steph Curry. Because I got news for you. It doesn't work if you're using the Steph Curry model from 2016.
No, but
somebody
from
needs
2022.
Well, that's too far back, too.
You can't account for age. Even if you think it's going to go in a negative direction. I'm serious. I don't know how you account for... Because this could... Well,
hold on. Okay, go ahead.
No, this could have happened last year. It could have happened a year from now. It was going to happen, but nobody knew when.
Okay,
you can't predict.
Hold on. Let me ask you a serious question.
You've been saying this for some time.
No. It's not about... Okay.
Come at me, bro.
You're John Lynch. All right. We're 6-10. All right. You know what, though? Tell you what. If you're John Lynch, are you going into next season saying Trent Williams is going to be really good again?
Probably not.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
But
so use the model that says Trent Williams is probably not going to be as good as he's ever been.
But he's proven that over a year now.
Right.
A year ago, he was the best left tackle in football.
No, he wasn't. I'm sick of that myth, too.
What are you talking about?
He wasn't the best. No.
He was a first-team All-Pro. Okay, he was one of the best left tackles in football.
Yeah, and you know who's an All-Pro this year? Kyle Juszczyk.
Nope, he was a Pro Bowler.
That shows you what that means.
Well, that position has like 7 guys that play, with all due respect to
Kyle Juszczyk. Yeah, he's a Pro Bowler. Well, he's a Pro Bowler.
Why is he not a Pro Bowler? I'll tell you who's got a gambit.
What a joke.
Is Kyle Juszczyk, because he's always going to be. You know, he's going to be like 34 next year.
Who?
Kyle
Yes.
Juszczyk. He might be 34 right now. But
yeah, great.
He's going to make a Pro Bowl every single year that he plays. If I was him, I would never retire. As long as I could still get out on the field.
Why not?
Because he's going to make money.
Because the fans around the Bay Area will think he's going to get better next year.
And you know what the future could become? And actually, I can see this now.
Prologue?
No. The juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Let's go to Shooter in Virginia. You know, East Coast fans tend to be more realistic about their teams than West Coast. I'm kidding. I'm just messing around. What's up, Shooter?
You're not.
Yeah, I just had a question for y'all. Do y'all really want the Warriors to make a move, to get better, or do y'all just want them to stand pat how they are and just be a very mid team like Steph Curry said in his post conferences? Because I'm telling you, man, Curry, he's smelling the stench in the air, and I think he's smelling that stench from last year when they missed the playoffs. They didn't even get in the playoffs, so. I was asking y'all, what do y'all want to do?
You know what? Hey, Shooter, I tell you what, you were coming in, and I was thinking, oh, boy, he's going to come down. I have a sixth sense about that.
Well, apparently it's wrong.
I know I thought I did. And he's right. Shooter's right. I forget what he was saying now, but I'll say this is what I heard Shooter saying.
Okay.
I just want you to one more time listen to Steph Curry. Just listen. Be objective and really try to get some meaning out of this
Play the
response.
Damn cut.
Here we go. Take a listen.
Independent of just making shots, what do you think is like the not necessarily biggest issue with the offense, but the most easily addressable issue?
Come on, Steph.
If I had those answers, I would think we wouldn't be asking that question, because we'd be able to figure it out on the floor. So I don't know.
Don't take his kindness for weakness. He's a desperate man right now.
Well, he's not that
tell.
desperate. He's a well-paid man, but he's desperate to win. The thing about that is, if you really listen to the silence before you stepped on it.
Hold on, please.
Independent of just making shots.
Listen to him.
Is like the not necessarily biggest issue with the offense, but the most easily addressable issue.
If I had those answers.
That's great. That's great ears.
Well, because I've seen it. When he's searching for answers, you're in the press conference room. Bill King, shout out. That's what it's named after. He's sitting there and he's just searching for answers. And there's been a lot more tapping lately than answers. And that's what he does. Like Klay Thompson, he had his ticks. I would love to go down the list of all the different ticks that players have at the podium. Like Klay Thompson, instead of the tapping, he makes a paper airplane.
He makes a paper airplane.
Yeah.
You know what my parents would have done?
What?
I've told you this. Well, my dad's dead, but he told me this before he died. They tried to correct me from I tend to fidget. Whenever they sat me down for a lecture, they would take everything off the table, like salt and pepper shakers, and I had nowhere to go. No fork I could play with, no spoon. Somebody should have taken that box score away from Klay and made him look at the person in the eye and answer.
Yeah, that's not who he is. Just like Steph Curry will always be a tapper. He's tapping. But in the process of not having an answer, he's tapping all the time.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to figure this out somehow for Steph. I'm going to figure it out for him.
Now, why would you do that?
Because I'm being serious. There's a way, even though it may not be showing itself to us right away, there's a way when it can be a win-win-win. A win for Steph, a win for the Warriors, a win for the fans. I just have to figure it out.
Well, we can't take the mic away from Steiny, so he's always going to have something to fidget with.
Let's go to D in Washington, D.C. What's up, D?
What's going on, brother, my brother Steiny?
Yeah.
Happy New Year to you, man.
Yeah. What's that?
You said Happy New Year's.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, buddy. My man.
Steiny, let me ask you a question, man. I thought in 2025 you would at least change your stance when it comes to Steph Curry and Lacob and Kerr, man. I thought by now you would be a different man.
How so?
It's the same old Steiny. It's the same old Steiny every year. Why would you do? I'm having a hard time understanding why you want. First of all, you want to bring Steph off the bench. That's one. Or you want to trade him to the Kings. Or better yet, but meanwhile, you never fucking find the guts or the hearts to criticize Lacob or Kerr for what they do wrong. Why is that, Steiny?
Oh, Steve Kerr's doing the best he can. This is not a coaching issue, D. I do not think this is a coaching issue with this team.
So what do you think it is, man? What do you think is the problem?
They had a dynasty, and now it's over. Like, that's what happens. You have a dynasty, it's over, and then you're downhill.
You don't think management? You don't think mismanagement mismanagement has something to do with it?
I think re-signing Draymond Green didn't help one iota. But D, you weren't ready to get off Draymond Green because we can't go anywhere without Draymond Green.
The biggest proponent of moving off of Draymond, man.
D,
I've been calling to move off of Draymond for years, man.
This isn't the same D that I remember.
It's DNDC.
Yeah. It's the same D. It's the same D. The one who calls Guru. That's him. That guy. That D.
All right.
Hey, Evan, I at least, as smart as you are, Evan, I thought you would be a different guy sitting in today. At least try to bring a different perspective. But you're not even doing that today, man. What's going on? What happened to you, Evan?
I'm trying, D. I can look. I don't know if you're listening. I told Steiny that I'm pissed at him today because he's extracted it out of me. I don't know how he did it. I've been hoodwinked.
Hey, man, that man is dangerous, man. You got to stay away from Steiny, man.
Hey, D, what do you think? Hey, and I say we because we're Warrior fans. What do you think we should do?
Man, trade the youngsters, man. Trade the youngsters and bring in some other talents to fit next to Steph Curry, brother. That's it.
Yeah. Pack it in. Come on, it's time. Hey, D, thanks, man.
Happy New Year, D.
like
Thank you. He's right, though. You are dangerous.
About what?
Are you kidding me? You ever listen to yourself?
Jeez. My mom used to say, give it up already. Now trade the young guys and get Curry more help. Pack it in. It's over.
Well, to me, if you do, all right, let me try and put on my D hat for a minute. You want to do the legal first?
Yes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Again, it goes back to the two schools of thought that it's either the player's fault or the front office's fault for the predicament that Curry and to some extent Draymond is now in. Management, right? Mismanagement, I think was the term D used. And I hear him. Look, if you had a better draft pick when you had the second overall pick, you'd probably be in a different spot. If, I don't know, you hit on more of your late first or second round picks, if you had more Pajemskis than not, and I'm not talking about him being a perfect player, but just players that can play, that would be able to help you somehow, then yes, you're not in this predicament. But, I would also argue that I don't know if they win a fourth championship without, kind of making some of those mistakes. I don't know if Jordan Poole happens, if they draft LaMelo Ball. I don't know. Like, to me, going down memory lane, it's like they're in this position large in part because they won the title. If they didn't win the title, You probably don't pay Wiggins prematurely. You probably don't pay even Poole prematurely. You definitely don't think about paying Draymond $100 million over 4 years without a thought. So they're in this position because of their success. And that's, I guess, D, that's how I look at it.
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
Look, but 2025, it's a year, well, we didn't get to our athletes yet, but it's a year of realization. You got to realize where you're at. And I think hearing Curry again and again just struggle to figure out what to say. It's, figuring out what the team is now. I mean, even if you did trade the young guys for players who can play, I don't think that it solves your problems. And again, it's like, how much help does he need? I don't think there's one player. Jason Timpf before the new year, discussed Cameron Johnson, right? He's a good player. Definitely could help the Warriors. Is he going to turn them into a top 6 seed with the way that they've been playing? I have my doubts. Everyone sold me on Dennis Schroeder was, this guy's going to take pressure off Steph. This guy's going to help. And he could, he can't play any worse, but it's like he's a minus 107 in 7 games. Just because you make a move and players are supposed to come in and help and be vets, it's like that doesn't just solve your problems.
No, it doesn't. And I wish in a way you can never get away from the names Curry and Draymond Green. And I get it because they're champions 4 times over. But just from a practical standpoint, whether we were talking about Chris Paul or DeMar DeRozan, let's say, or even Mike Conley.
By the way, DeRozan does not help the Kings.
Apparently not.
He doesn't. Dude, he almost didn't finish the game. I know they let him light the beam last night because he walked into a couple steals, a.k.a. being in a position where Maxey dribbled it off his foot and the ball fell in his hands. But DeRozan has actually, you could make a case that DeRozan has hurt their most promising young player. It's Keegan Murray. Murray's been relegated and he hasn't played well. It's like bringing in older guys, I don't know. It doesn't work out the way you think it will sometimes. Might have cost Mike Brown his job.
Well, when has it worked? Is there one that comes to mind?
Well, it does feel like people want the Warriors to just construct the Phoenix Suns, bring in Durant, bring in Beal, bring in a Booker, and not even that works for those teams.
Exactly. And by the way,
but it'll be
Kevin Durant's another one. He's another one where I don't know if it's, but I am sick and tired. I get it. These guys are all-time greats. And because they're all-time greats, this is why I guess it infuriates me more than ever. I'm watching the Suns play the Warriors, and I'm hearing the announcers, and not just the game against the Warriors, but anytime I watch Phoenix, stop telling me Kevin Durant is the same player. He's not. Kevin Durant, he's still good, but Kevin Durant is not as good as he was 3 or 4 years ago. Oh, no kidding, Steiny. Well, that's what happens in the NBA. Well, then acknowledge it. Just acknowledge it. Because, that's what's happening. That team's not going to be going anywhere, Phoenix. How come? Well, maybe because they're still relying on a 35-year-old. And at least they're relying on a 7-foot 35-year-old.
Look, the thing about it is, too, it's, and I don't know, maybe we do have our goggles on, but do people believe that if Curry had the same amount of help, I don't know, had the same roster, you swap him and Durant.
Okay.
But the Phoenix Suns are now the Warriors.
Yeah.
Do people think that would be good enough for them to win a championship? Because I would argue if Curry played with Booker and Beal,
yeah,
that's help.
But okay.
I don't think that team wins a title.
Okay, why are they 2 games under right now?
Well, because their best player's been hurt for a lot of it. I mean, when Durant plays, they're pretty good.
How many
when
games
they're all
has he
together,
missed?
they play well. Durant?
Yeah.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but
I would submit that if Kevin Durant or if Steph Curry right now were on the Suns and he had just taken Durant's place and it were Curry, Booker, Nurkic, Beal, guess what? They'd be around 500. That's what I think that team would be. You know what?
They're 14-8 with Durant.
All right, 14-8 with Durant.
When he plays.
I don't know that they're any better with Steph Curry than 14-8.
No, the only reason I just swapped him, and it's because, like, in my mind, that's what I hear when people say give him help. Like, give him stars.
Right.
Kevin Durant has stars next to him. And, maybe Curry's better than Durant. I think Durant's still playing pretty damn good basketball. I mean, statistically, he's had a better shooting season than Curry. And maybe that's what people think that Curry would do if he had that surrounding cast. But I don't think the Suns might not get out of the first round. They didn't last year. So, how much help is enough help? Because even for someone who I think is still playing as great as Kevin Durant is, Booker and Beal is not enough help for him. So just bringing in Cameron Johnson or bringing in, I don't know, Ingram or whoever, odds are that's not going to be enough help. I'm not sure you can get it. I think that's also something the Warriors are surveying the land and kind of figuring out is even if there was a move to make, is that enough help?
I just got an email from the great Ernie Chavez.
Are you sure it was an email or was it an IG DM?
It's an email.
Okay.
And it's entitled Fact Check. And he says Michael Jordan still has a minority share in the whatever the team is that plays in Charlotte. I forget their name.
Oh, the Hornets?
Yeah. I was thinking, yeah. Got to mix up with the G League.
The
team.
Bobcats? Hey.
Well, another guy gets off the hook.
Steph, KD, and Booker would be enough on the Suns.
For what?
Well, I think 757 of the Comcast Business Text line is arguing for a championship.
That's what happens when you legalize weed. Those are the kind of takes you get.
Well.
Yeah, no, seriously.
You can also find a lot of good.
We've got it.
The medicinal variety.
Well, no, I'm with you.
I'm cutting that out, by the way. It's 2025. I got to grow up.
You're cutting what out? Thinking that teams with Steph and KD are championship teams? I would have cut that out a year or two ago, but I get it. You know what? Oh, I wanted to do this. Okay.
What'd you want to do?
I got something I want to play for you.
A game? I love games.
No, it could be a little game. It could be a little game. But all right, 888-957-95. Voice cracked a little there, like
now that didn't happen
Peter
last
Brady.
year. You're changing.
What do you mean? When it's time to change, you've got to rearrange. Remember that song? Who you are into what you want to be.
Who's that?
Da-da-da-da-da. It's the Brady Bunch.
Oh, no.
When they cut a record at Johnny Dimsdale's dad's studio, what happened was Greg formed a band with the kids, Marcia, Cindy, Jan, obviously Greg, Peter, Bobby. They formed a band, and Greg was the lead singer and songwriter. And unfortunately, during the time that they had put non-refundable $150 into the studio, renting out the studio, Peter's voice changed, which sometimes happens when you're a teenager. So Peter's voice started to change, and it would do that every once in a while. And so, of course, they were rehearsing, and Peter would be the background singer, and his voice would go out, and he was going to ruin the cut. And so Greg got this idea, which, looking back on it, it was brilliant. He crafted a new song with the refrain being Peter Brady's voice cracking. And so his refrain was, when it's time to change, you've got to rearrange. And it obviously worked. You know why? because Greg wasn't married to having Peter be the number one option when he knew Peter was declining. He said, you know what? We'll put Peter in a better position to succeed. We'll take a little of his role away, and we'll have others. What?
Sorry, I was just looking at what the Suns did last postseason with when Booker, Durant, and Beal were helped.
They get swept?
Oh, but they were in those games.
All right, on the other side, I'm going to try to get under Evan's skin. And I'd like
keep singing that song.
When it's time to change, you've got to. What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
It's
not
what we
following
do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru. Hope you're doing well, my man. I'll see you next week. Fingers crossed.
Possibly.
What?
You thought you were going to see him today.
I actually
hope he's
did.
listening too.
I thought I just.
Although to be fair, the vacation schedule fluctuates. Like the boss will say, "What days do you want off?" And then he'll say, however many, and then he'll come back later and he'll say, "Well, actually, if you're gonna offer me, when does the book start?"
Doing a show with Guru is like being a teammate of Embiid's. All right, you stop worrying about Embiid's status and you start saying, "Look, I'm going to go play hard tonight, and whoever my teammates that day are my teammates that day." I love you, Guru.
I think that's a compliment.
Of course.
You just called him a former MVP.
By the way, this is okay. You know what? Hey, Steiny. What happened to the Steiny being all in when the Schroeder trade went down? Play the tape. I was all in. What the hell else are they going to do? They got Schroeder for nothing. That's why I was all in.
Can you get back Melton?
Because at least they didn't give anything up. They gave up an injured player, and they didn't give up any future picks.
That's
Now,
2 seconds.
Now, here's the problem. You're saying what happened to the Steiny was more optimistic about the Warriors, which I was at the beginning of the year. I'll tell you what happened with him. I got a cold, hard slap in the face of reality because Steph Curry and Draymond Green aren't playing at close to the level they've played in the past. And that's why this team is partly 16-16. Because those guys have not had great years. And if those guys would be playing better, I would think that this team could be 19-13. But here's the problem with even saying that. Then, of course, what people say is, oh, so they're the problem, Steiny. No, I'm not saying they're the problem, but I thought they'd be better this year. Steph Curry has taken a step, is a step behind. Draymond Green, step behind. And as long as they are the most important players on this team, then they got to play better. And it doesn't mean they don't need more help. Yes, they do need more help. But we got to also be realistic of the type of help they're going to get and when they're going to get it. But if you say, well, what? Okay, why have the Warriors gone from 12-3 to 16-16? Well, to me, it's because, Steph and Draymond haven't been playing at the level that they played at for the first 16 games of the year. That's a big part of the reason. That's what I would say.
No, I think it's fair because also think about who wasn't playing well during the 15-game start. Pods.
Right.
Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And Kuminga didn't play a whole lot. Or he wasn't certainly as featured as he is now. The young guys weren't playing a ton of minutes. Buddy Hield was shooting the crap out of the ball. Lindy Waters was playing well off the bench. Gary Payton II was at least available. I mean, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, and to some extent Trace Jackson Davis also didn't start very well. So their younger guys weren't the driving forces of a 12-3 start, in my opinion. It was because their best players were playing their best basketball. That's not the case anymore. And that's not an indictment of the young guys. One of the reasons why I feel like someone like Kuminga has to be empowered now is because I don't know if all of a sudden those older players are going to just start playing better because they're banged up and they're getting older and all the rest. But I think that's why a lot of people have pointed the finger at the front office, because their point is kind of like yours, Stein. Like, you should have seen this coming. You shouldn't have built a roster based on the expectation that a 36 and 34-year-old player were going to be the best players on your team for 82 games for 30 to 32 minutes a night. That's unreasonable to expect. And it's beginning to feel like, because of the results, that's kind of the assumption. Like, they assumed that Curry and Draymond would continue to play at the level they displayed for 15 games, but over 65 or 70 games. And that's where I hear people that say, like, that's just borderline irresponsible.
And that's like, who was it? D in Washington, D.C. was saying, what happened to me? Yeah, how come I'm too soft on Lacob and Dunleavy? Well, maybe he's right. Because because every day I come in here and I say what this team and this organization still expects out of these two guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It ain't going to work. Expecting this. So, yeah, I thought Lacob and, to me, I think they have missed the boat with, yeah, can I ask you a question? Why does everybody love Bill Walsh? And he's such a genius. But when push comes to shove about coming off a player a year early as opposed to a year late, and everybody says it's a genius phrase, why does nobody do it? Because they're scared. And I understand that. But guess what? It costs you when you do that.
Well, I think also, and this is something I have an issue with that phrase, because it sounds really good, but in application, it doesn't really work that often. Like, why could Bill Walsh trade Joe Montana?
Because he had Steve Bono.
Steve Young sitting right there.
Oh, Steve Young.
Oh, what you said, Steve Bono?
Steve Bono was good.
Yeah, not as good as Steve Young, but pretty good. My point is, yes, if you have a player that can step in and be literally the league MVP the year after you trade your franchise quarterback, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, but you know what?
Who are the Warriors going to...
I can poke a hole in that right now. You ready?
What?
It's a hypothetical, but I'll tell you right now, had the Warriors drafted LaMelo Ball, and we'd be right where we're at right now. Ball's averaging 30, by the way. And I'm not...
Yeah, a 40% usage
still
rate.
Wouldn't dream in a million years of trading Steph Curry.
Well, because they'd probably be better if they had LaMelo Ball.
I'm just saying. That kind of Hey, by the way, I've wanted to play this for you. And it's a non sequitur. And it's has nothing to do with the Warriors.
Okay.
But I heard this piece of sound the other day, and
who is it?
You'll be able to recognize the voice. This is for Evan. It's I know who it is. It's our Pro Bowl defensive lineman.
I think they're that different. I think they've had a ton of injuries on defense, which hurts them. But the mentality of the head coach, you could see it throughout everybody. It's really a cool team. I could just see from afar that it's probably a fun team to play for. They come out and they play to win every game, and I respect that.
That was Nick Bosa talking about talking about the Detroit Lions, the Lions. How do you feel about our star defensive end saying that looks like a fun team to play for?
Did he say that before or after the end of the new year? Was that yesterday?
It sounds like yesterday.
Damn it.
I know that was the day before.
Well, I was
Let's just
hoping
pretend.
I was hoping something changed between years. I was hoping something changed about this guy that would make me want to believe that I could like him. You
don't like Bosa?
No. I don't like the fact that he's talking about how much fun it looks like another team is when you are arguably the best defensive and one of the most impactful players on your own team. If you want to go have some fun, go to the other side. I didn't like that at all. And look, maybe the question was leading, and I don't know, there's not a lot of original thought. But the point is, why are you talking about another team when your team is going to miss the playoffs? This is on the heels, by the way, of him saying, oh, well, I don't really know what it's like to play meaningless football because, I haven't really done it throughout my career. And, I had to motivate myself because I've never been in this place before. And
it's like a 3.
I just don't really know what to kind of do at this point because, I'm Nick Bosa and I'm really good. And I just, shut up. Like, shut up. I don't want to hear him for the rest of the season. And that, by the way, is 3 days. 72 hours, no Nick Bosa. That's all I want. That's all I want from the Niners. He'll be back next year. I hope he has a great season because the Niners will need him. But you talking about another team that's having so much fun playing football when you have a direct impact on how much fun your team can have. I'm sorry, did Nick Bosa play in the most pivotal games of the season? He was hurt. Okay. Be back next year, get yourself right, and just take a note from your brother on third down.
Oh, help me.
Lay out. Don't play. That's what Joey Bosa does on third down. Take a note from him. Just do it. Like, I don't understand why that is where his mind is. Is he thinking about how great it is elsewhere? Like, Nick.
They look like a fun team, Evan.
Okay, so you're throwing a shot at Shanahan? You'd rather go play for Dan Campbell? I mean, seriously, why is that even? Well, there's probably not a lot going on, but why is that in his head?
Somebody asked him about the Lions. We got the Lions. Hey, it's a pretty cool team.
Yeah, you beat them in the in the NFC Championship last year.
Right.
Were they fun then?
And not as much, but they were pretty fun. They were NFC champion. They were NFC title game fun. Maybe not Super Bowl title ball fun. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley.
In the Super Bowl
Doug wants to blame everybody but Steph and Draymond. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I listened to you guys earlier, and I had something else to do, and then I'm calling back.
All right.
So because I listened to your show, man. I
appreciate it. Thank you.
I miss Goo, but I listen to you guys. But,
I do too.
You're all over. No, you're fine. You're fine. No, but you guys are all over the place, and it's a little bit about what everybody that I've heard is called in on this morning. Okay, Steph, maybe Draymond, but Steph maybe has lost a half step, but not much more than that. He's still playing really well. What the Memphis Grizzlies exposed about 10 days ago or whatever is you take Steph out of the game and we don't have much. That's what it is. Back when we were winning, this current supporting cast is not Sean Livingston. It's not David West. It's not Otto Porter Jr. Okay, and it's certainly not Andre Iguodala. That's it. We don't have and we don't have Klay Thompson. We don't have the old Klay Thompson. Don't say that, oh God, these guys are really lost a step. They're really, yes, age takes its toll on everybody. Is Steph hitting, crossing half court in OKC and hitting a 45-footer? No, he's not doing that now. But Andre Iguodala hit 2 free throws right before that to get there. Okay, we don't have the supporting cast. You look around the league at other teams, and they've got a couple of really good guys, sometimes 3 really good guys, but the other guys are flowing free and they can ball. We don't have that. And the other thing I want to say is that, and one of the callers earlier said this, Steve Kerr, great coach that he is, can't adapt. He's shown that he can't develop young players. That's all around the league. Everybody knows that. Okay, we've said that before. But he can't adapt. He knows one style of play. He knew it in his playing career, and he knows it now. They're averse. They're allergic to having a real big man, and so the league is caught up with what they were doing before, and he can't adapt unless they are satisfied with what they have and trying to develop these young players, which they're not really good at, or they get a couple of really good, solid supporting players. It's not Steph's fault, and it's not Draymond's fault.
Well, okay. Doug, I'm going to do Doug, I hear you, and I disagree with you. But I want to do this with Evan. You know what? Because I'm sick of doing it the other way. And here's the other way. Well, let's look at the supporting cast. No, let's not look at the supporting cast. Let's look at everybody else's top 2 players.
Yeah.
And who are the Warriors' top 2 players? Okay, I don't care who you think is 2. It's either Curry and Draymond, Curry and Wiggins, or Curry and Kuminga. Those are your 2 best players. But for the sake of this argument, let's make it Draymond Green. Well, because he's going to the Hall of Fame, and he's got 2.5 more years left on his contract, and he's still playing 30 minutes a night. Okay, Boston. Jaylen Brown, Tatum. Boom. They're better.
Or Tatum or Holiday.
Take
or
your pick.
Brown or
The New York Knicks. Warrior fans might be in denial, but Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns, Curry and Draymond can't hold a candle to that.
They also have OG and Mikal Bridges.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Philly, Embiid, Paul George, Maxey. Their stars are better. Toronto stinks, but they're still sitting with R.J. Barrett and Scotty Barnes. Yeah, I'll take Curry over
Orlando? Paolo and Franz?
They're better. Paolo and Franz are better than Curry and Draymond. They're better.
Milwaukee?
Better. Because Lillard's better than Draymond. And Giannis is better than Steph.
Miami's
better. Butler, Adebayo. And that's not even Tyler Hero. Grizzlies, better. John Morant, and pick a second player. Houston Rockets, I'll leave them off. They're a true outlier. I don't know what to make of them.
Yeah, they're pissing me off this year.
Dallas, please with Dallas. I mean, who's better as a twosome?
Clay?
Draymond and Steph, or Wembanyama and whoever their second best player is?
Harrison Barnes, Chris Paul,
all right,
Stephen Castle. You didn't even say OKC, but that's
exactly OKC. Chet Holmgren and Shai Gilgeous. Denver. Jokic and whoever.
Even the Clippers. Like, I could argue that, and Kawhi's on the shelf, so leave him out. James Harden and Norman Powell have been able to impact winning more consistently. And that's not saying that Curry isn't better than any of those guys that we talked about. Some of them he hasn't been playing better than this year, but it's like the second guy, the second player. The Warriors have a non-existent second option or second best player on their team because it's a carousel. And Draymond may or may not have supposed to have been that player. He's not. The Lakers, LeBron and AD. Minnesota, Anthony Davis and Rudy Gobert. I mean, Phoenix, Durant, Booker.
I mean, to me, from now on, and this is my resolution, every time I hear, well, Steph and Draymond need more help, I'm going to say, that's right. That's right, because as a star twosome, they're among the worst in the league. Because our two best players here can't, for the most part, our two best players here are not as good as the two best players on 90% of the other teams in the NBA. But that's the way I feel.
Well, it's an indictment on them, but it's also, that's where, again, like two things can be true. The Warriors' best players are not good enough anymore. The front office has failed to surround them or, God forbid, relegate them to lower roles by developing or bringing in better players. I mean, that's how you end up with a team that's just stuck or is mid or whatever. It's like they don't have options right now. And I think that the sobering reality is like there also might not be a move to change it. Even if people want them to make a move, they may or may not. But if they don't, I'd like to believe it's because they're smart enough to recognize that nothing is going to save the sinking ship.
And
that's what, I don't know. That's the way it looks.
Well, no, and like the other thing is I know everybody will take that last 5 minutes and say, boy, this guy hates Steph Curry. No, I blame the organization for continuing to look at these two guys and Clay up until last year and just not acknowledging the reality that we've got to start thinking about life afterwards. But they've done nothing except continue to believe that Steph Curry is as good a number one option as Jokic, Luka, or whoever. And when you talk about their best two players, their best two players are not as good as most other teams' best two players. And then you get into the role players, and I'll give it to you there, too.
Well, and I realize...
So it's a talent issue.
You know, it is. And the young guys are not ready yet to do it consistently on a game-to-game basis, but I don't know. And that's the other part, too, that I struggle with. It's like I hear people that want to just trade the kids and get other guys in here, but I don't know. I don't abide by that either unless it's for someone that is a supreme talent. Like, they are a talent-deficient roster. I don't – that's why, I might have tricked myself into it, but hell, go trade for Zion Williamson. He's the most talented player out there that is available, it sounds like. Like, all right, so Bobby Marks of ESPN threw that out there.
Okay.
The trade was Wiggins, Kuminga, I think Pajemski, and then some combination of picks. I think it'd be 2. Would you do that? Zion Williamson for Wiggins, Pajemski, Kuminga, and 2 future firsts.
Nope. I'm not trading for Zion unless I can keep the picks out of it.
So you would do it just for those 3 players?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why I wonder if you could get Zion without having to give up 2 or 3 first rounders, because that's you also have to brace for, if you're going to take the risk of trading Zion for Zion, then can you really take the risk of not having first round picks? And again, I
think I'd do it.
Would you?
I would. Well, you can't trade back-to-back years, so it's like, they wouldn't have a first round pick this year, that one next year, all the rest. But
let's go to.
I think I'd do.
Real quick, let's go to Kevin Pleasanton, who says Draymond's a better teammate than Steph right now. Kev, are we misquoting you, or is that your sentiment? Kevin in Pleasanton.
Well, Steiny.
Yep.
Well, Steiny, you're dropping so many bombs. I feel sorry for Evan, because Evan, now you see what Guru has to deal with. Steiny is a pro. Okay?
That's a fact.
He is a G. Okay?
He's dangerous.
Matter of fact, I told Steiny before, when I call in dropping knowledge, I say, Steiny, you ever want to go to a bigger market? I got your back. I'll represent you. Okay?
All right.
Steiny is a G. All you fans listening, Steiny is a GOAT. Okay. So now, anyway.
OG.
My statement is Draymond at least admits that his skill sets are declining, have declined. He even said he'll sit the bench. Steph, Evan, going back to your point of the tapping, Steph won't speak up. He doesn't speak up behind the scenes. This hero ball mentality that Steve Kerr pushes down our throats for the past 2.5 years doesn't work. I've called in many times and said the same thing, guys. Until we get rid of Steve Kerr, I don't care if we got Wemby. He's still making Wemby set screens for Steph to run around and play hero ball. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. As Steiny has pointed out, Steph's skill sets have declined. However, I blame it all on Kerr, because guess what? If you know you got an incredible talent like Steph, a once-in-a-lifetime talent, you're supposed to build around him to let his career last longer. Steph still runs around 5 miles a game at his age. That doesn't make any sense. But Steve Kerr has this system, and he's the smartest guy in the room, and it ain't going to change. And guess what, fans? We can say what's best until Steph is gone. Joe Lakers is going to keep this crap going on because it puts butts in the seats and it pays the bills. So I'm sorry. None of these trades are going to happen, guys, because Steph is the mule. Steph ain't going to speak up. The system's going to stay the way it is until Steve Kerr leaves. So when Steiny said Steiny said 2 players, we got the 90% of the league is better than our 2 best. You need to ask Steve Kerr and make it 3. I'm out, guys.
Kev. That's Kevin Pleasanton. He's a G. No, you're a G.
Thanks, Kev.
What's coming up on the we got crossover time. Crossover time coming up. By the way, I'll just give you a little insight. Dib said he's got about 9 bones to pick with me today. And Willard is he's giving way to Grandy. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. Hold on a sec. That segment actually was sponsored by our friends in the North Bay at the Inn at the Tides. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series, 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. You can reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
And now you see what Guru has to deal with. Steiny is a pro. He is a G.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time.
OG.
Dibley in the house with Mark Grandy. No Willard.
No.
Not till next week, probably.
No.
Yeah, Monday he'll be back.
I'll be back Monday.
Yep.
Mark
Yeah.
Willard.
Mark Willard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, boys. How you doing?
Yeah, doing great.
Everybody's more.
Yeah, we're doing
We're
better
more
than
wondering
you are.
how you're
Yeah,
doing,
Are
buddy.
you okay? Is the real question.
I'm fine. I don't want to talk about what happened yesterday.
That's fine. We don't have to talk about what happened yesterday. I'm sorry, Divs.
No.
I still have 10 minutes. We're sorry. We don't have to talk about
You've got 22 minutes.
what's happened yesterday, but
Give
what
or
I
take.
do. Are there people that you know that actually reach out to you to give you grief?
Yes.
Oh,
Like
grief.
who?
Oh.
Like who?
For one,
Give me one name.
I'll give you a name that you know. Former producer John Lukin reached out to me yesterday.
Oh, no.
Because his Texas Longhorns also barely survived. They should not have. There's one name.
Yeah,
But
they
I-
Oh,
almost
I
got
got-
scatterbooed.
I got texts from like 20 people that I hadn't even talked to in months yesterday. Some of them was like, that sucks. I'm sorry. But there was other ones like, man, your Ducks are pretenders, aren't they?
Yeah, Granny went to Oregon, for those that didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be a tough one.
Who among us reached out with T's and P's? Thoughts and prayers.
I got a text from Ev.
Yeah, your roommate.
Got a text from Lucas.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else at the station?
Well, I
I'm
put
not-
it in the chat first, and Lucas had to respond. Otherwise, he'd be a
He probably
D.
wouldn't have.
Yeah.
You're bearing the lead, dude. Your partner for the next 2 days reached out.
Did you?
It got buried.
Oh, boy.
I know you did. You're right. We were talking about the show, and then you were like,
Seriously,
sorry
it's gonna
about
be
your Ducks,
4
too.
hours of animosity.
Was it after 14, after 17,
It might
after
have been after 31 because honestly, I was doing the 2-screen thing. My 2-year-old was asleep, so I do sports on the big TV and I do horse racing on the laptop, and I'm watching my pick four at Santa Anita, which didn't cash. I was 2 for 2, and I'm watching Oregon, and finally I was like, you know
Thoughts
what?
and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers to the frickin' 6 who could not drive down the stretch, but that's neither here nor there. After the 3rd race, I was like, you know what? I'm going to focus in on Oregon. And I started watching it, and I thought, oh boy, this S is over. Over. And I love the Rose Bowl. Like, no matter who's playing, the pageantry, the fact that the sun will set late, like late 3rd quarter, you get that, the sunset, and you get the lights on, and it's all of the tradition, but not this time. That thing was a good old-fashioned beatdown.
The only good thing about that result yesterday was that I decided not to go to the game and didn't drop like $800 on a 1-day trip.
Yep.
Let me ask
one of my
you
friends
about.
did that, and his dry January came to an end quick.
I bet. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, because sometimes when you're out of topics on sports radio, this one comes up. Yeah, Oregon's your team, and they got pretty much blown out. Would you rather have gotten blown out or lost on a last-second field goal?
Well, last year it kind of was the opposite. We lost twice to Washington in heartbreaking fashion. I would prefer what happened yesterday than what happened last year.
Okay.
Give me a quick and painless death.
I mean, you still feel the same.
Like this one was more embarrassing. Last year was more painful. I'll put it that way.
It makes sense.
Which
Very
loss
precise with his words.
Which loss is going to be remembered in Oregon lore? The walk-off field goal to Washington, or the time you got absolutely hammered by the Ohio State
the
Buckeyes?
setting matters because it was the Rose Bowl. We'll remember this one more, no doubt.
It's the same as like looking at the Niners season, where this year has been a
good call.
complete disaster. Is it better to have this kind of year where, okay, you get to week 14 and you kind of know that it's over, or last year where you are so close, you can, shout out Guru, you can taste it, and then you don't get it done. Like, what would you rather do as a fan? Because last year the heartbreak is so much bigger, but this year the disappointment is profound.
To me, this is the easiest one to answer. You would much rather be last year.
I agree.
I mean, it's not even close. You had 17 weeks of upbeat. Oh, I lost 3 in a row, but back when it's like you're there. You get 17 weeks of good stuff. Now we go to the playoffs. And then at the end, there's disappointment. This year, this was the most disastrous season from the start of the year, you had to endure 4 months of this is awful. You know what I mean? So I would rather get there and not win it. That's me. There's nobody that is. Wait, so the offseason, for a 49er fan, the offseason, let's say this year, will be just so much better than last year. Will it?
You hope. You hope it. Well, you hope it. You
Has
hope
the
it's
potential to not be.
an early Brock extension. You hope it's, here's your money, Dre Greenlaw. And then after that, like,
Don't
what are
draft a running back, Kyle.
Oh, Scadaboo's
Don't
coming.
draft a wide receiver, Kyle.
But
Scadaboo's.
What are the big issues and the big
answer.
questions? And
He could throw it, too.
the wide receiver thing we can talk about later with Greg Cosell because you already have 4 wide receivers under contract. You've got Ayuk who'll be ready by week 4, probably maybe earlier. You've got Debo who, and I need to admit this now before Mark comes back, but he's not lost a step. So when I said before that Debo had lost a step, I don't think that he's lost a step physically. Like the offense was not as good.
You
but
do not have to give in there.
No, I do now before Mark comes back on Monday.
What's the explanation for his season if he hasn't lost a step?
The offensive line wasn't very good. The scheme was milk toast with a QUE. Shout out France. And by and large, they didn't use Debo the right way. But you watch him on kick returns. Once he gets those little choppy steps moving, the dude can still move.
By the way, Debo Samuel, if he has indeed not lost a step, he should be really pissed at Kyle Shanahan because this week is one of my favorite weeks in the NFL because it's the incentive week where everyone looks at what you need to get that a little bit of extra chicken.
Needs 130 yards.
There's actually some interesting Niners ones, but did you know that Debo Samuel, to make an extra $200,000, all he needed was 3 rushing touchdowns this year? 3.
How many does he have?
1.
He's got shot at.
Yeah.
He has 1. If he does not get 2 rushing touchdowns on Sunday, Kyle Shanahan should have to pay him $150,000 out of his pocket.
He needs 2 more, not 3 more.
No, he needs 2 more. He's at 1. He needs 3 total.
Okay.
Get my man the ball if he hasn't lost a step and get him his extra cash.
Why? It's about winning the game.
It's about losing the game, first of all.
That's true.
It's about losing the game, which is why, you're going to go with Dobbsy and you're going to run a lot of zone read. But yeah, I'm with you, Evan. Put Debo back there and pound the rock.
Well, Debo's also on the injury report with a wrist and a rib injury. Did not practice yesterday.
Right.
So we'll see.
Tell me who's not on the injury list.
Bosa.
Dobbsy.
No, Bosa's on here.
Of course he is.
Austin.
Flanagan Fowles.
That tackle,
Charlie
Austin,
Heck.
whatever.
Charlie Heck is another one. There are so many names on the injury report.
Street.
So Bosa's on the injury report.
Where's
Burford, Leonard Floyd, Kittle, Lenore, McKivitz, Purdy, Debo, Isaac Yadam, Jair Brown, Ricky Pearsall, Isaac Garendo, Talanoa Hufanga. All
So
on the injury
Sorbay's
report.
not on the injury list. Sorbay's not hurt.
Saubert?
He's healthy.
Yeah, he's healthy.
Okay.
Might be elevated to
While
tight
we're
end
here,
1.
before we pivot to your cockamamie trade Steph idea.
Whoa.
Can we think about it?
Rank these people in order of most likely to be gone. Defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen.
Yes.
Special teams coordinator Brian Schneider.
Yes.
Or the kicker Jake Moody. Rank them in order of most likely to be gone to least likely to be gone. Evan Giddings, I'll start with you.
I will
Pride El Cerrito.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Shout out St. Mary's. I will go.
This is easy.
Special teams coordinator is number 1. I would say Jake Moody's number 2 and Sorensen's number 3.
Steiny?
I'd say Moody 1. He ain't going to kick next
He got
year.
a vote of confidence.
Right.
And then
Before he missed 3.
kicks.
One of them was a bad operation. It was a bad operation.
Sorensen's the safest.
Put him on the spot.
Sorensen's the safest.
Not if Ulbricht's available.
And Salah.
Yeah, well, he got a
Salah
raw
is
deal.
your
so-
boy.
There's only one Salah, and that's Mo Salah.
That's a fact.
Whoa, Steiny, what do you know about
Yeah,
the EPL?
Liverpool.
He's been introduced.
Yeah.
I have been.
What country is he from?
He's from.
No.
Let it go.
I think he's from the continent of Africa.
That's
correct.
true.
That's not a country.
It's a
Count
big.
it.
That's not a country.
That is
All right, hold on.
We're just giving you the
90
country.
I'm going
If
to
you
go
can name
with
all 37 countries.
I'll give you a
Which
hint.
region?
I'll give you a hint.
Morocco.
No.
No.
Hold on.
Northern Africa. That's
Algeria.
No.
no.
Well, first of all, Morocco is northern
Africa.
You're in the
That's
right
true.
area.
But
I am in the right
He can
area.
get a beat for that. Yeah.
No, he gets no beat for knowing his geography.
Well, apparently, you need some help. There's
Tangiers.
That's actually a city.
Yeah.
This
Monte
is my
Carlo.
No.
That's in Europe, and that's also a city. Monte Rio in the Bay Area.
He's from northern
Casablanca?
No. Doesn't start with a northern.
Tunisia.
No.
He's from
Actually a country, though. Don't Google it.
Ethiopia.
No.
He's not from Ethiopia. That's not north enough. Ethiopia is not that north.
You're right. It's not Ethiopia.
Starts with the same letter.
Nigeria?
That's not in
Egypt.
Steiny.
The best Egyptian footballer ever.
Yeah.
I mean, how many can you name? But
There you go. Anyway, back to Salah. How would you answer my cockamamie
I go
contrived question?
same as Evan. Special teams coordinator Brian Schneider, most likely, then Jake Moody, then Nick Sorensen.
Okay. It's interesting because as I
like
watched,
1 and 1A, though. I mean,
yeah, for me, it's a three-way tie because I think all three have to go. But
Okay.
I think Moody would be third for me because at the very least, you bring in somebody to give him competition in, March, April, May, June, July, whatever. That way you put the heat on him. He's under contract. For me, the biggest one is Sorensen because that defense was completely mediocre, beyond mediocre. They did the same thing over and over. And it didn't work. And, you watch yesterday, and Kyle even said it, not yesterday, it was Monday. I feel like I've been off for a week and a half, but Kyle even said, yeah, we needed to go out there and score 40. You need to go out and score 40 because your defense is going to give up 39. That's a problem.
not to the Lions, yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I almost feel like Sorensen's the one guy that I would bet on being back. And yeah, I just feel like...
I think I'm with Stoney.
I feel like they feel like, in Green... I think the half against the Rams is going to go a long way.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Stoney.
And I feel like they have had stretches where the defense has been good enough. And it's only as... I almost think they would keep him rather than... Well, we're going to have to hire our fifth defensive coordinator in 6 years or whatever it is. I think Sorensen will be back.
Part of it also is the availability and Dibs, you bringing up Ulbrich or whoever the other option, Salah.
Mo Salah.
Mo Salah as the Niners' new DC.
If they could get him as DC.
Worth a shot.
More of an offensive player, but I like
a Super Bowl tomorrow.
A shot. Part of it is availability and who would even want the job if it was up for, like someone was offering it. But the other part of it is, I think you're right, Shanahan, I could totally see Kyle Shanahan thinking, well, when the defense was whole for the one half it was whole for all season long, they look like the best defense in the NFL. So if you get a whole defense for a majority of a season, it almost doesn't even matter who the DC is. It's going to be a pretty good unit.
Yeah, what do you think?
You think you would have kept Wilkes around?
No, because Wilkes is doing things he didn't want. And this is my bigger issue, I guess, is that I think Shanahan likes what Sorensen was doing. And if you have a good front four and you can rush four all the time, like you did last year with Steve Wilkes, and Wilkes and the rogue blitzes, I think, was ultimately the biggest problem. But if you have a four-man front that can get home, then your defense is really good. But this year, personnel-wise, you didn't have that. You had Gross Matos out for a long time. You had Hargrave who got hurt, and you could think that Hargrave was a bust or not. I know Mark Willard thinks so. Hargrave in the interior is pretty good. Other than that, you had Jordan Elliott flash, you had Okawanu, you had Bosa when healthy, and shout him out from Monday night. He was awesome.
He was.
That was his best game of the year.
Ugh.
Floyd, though, hurt again. So if you don't have the personnel, it really doesn't matter what your scheme is anyway. I look at the defense and this whole idea about a wide nine. If you're going to run the wide nine, you have to have good defensive tackles, and they didn't. So is it scheme? Is it personnel? For me, the answer is both. And if you want to change the scheme, then you change the coordinator. If you don't want to change the scheme, then you bring Sorensen back.
Yeah, I kind of think the players are the bigger concern for me, and that's why I would feel comfortable with him being back if I'm Shanahan.
Do they have the personnel right now on this team healthy where they could get home with four?
No.
Okay, so even if they're healthy,
we learned early in the year they couldn't do that.
Right.
Okay.
But if you can't get home with 4, then you need to get home with 5 or 6. And if you look at every game, and I could pull out my clipboard with all the notes I've taken, I can't remember more than a handful of plays where they actually rushed 6. And God forbid you rush 7, which is what they call a zero blitz, where the last 4 guys are all playing man-to-man.
Shout out Arizona State
receivers. Yeah.
yesterday on 4th and 13.
I mean,
what are you doing?
Can we go there for a moment?
Oh, my God.
4th and 13 at the
Game on the
28. You don't need, like, you can go
There's
ahead
always
and,
next year.
You can go ahead and give up a 13-yard first down play and not give up a touchdown, but they go zero blitz, zero the hero, and touchdown, and all of a sudden Texas has life. And Sarkisian was
in his bag?
There were things running down his leg. He gave that game
Sark after
away.
dark.
He absolutely wrapped it up.
Was that
as
Jake
a
Moody
Hanukkah
kicking field
gift.
goals for the Longhorns?
Right. Oh my God. I mean, Texas, it was gag
Neither of them has a
central.
kicker.
And then, Arizona State let him off the hook with that zero blitz. But anyway, yeah.
Hell
Don't
of a
look at the
game.
clock.
No, I'm looking at the game.
I think he's waiting for you to come
gotta
down his
love-
road for
Yeah.
the 9.
That is not a
cockamamie
face mask
ideas.
on the Georgia player. Inadvertent.
We don't do play-by-play here.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to ask you this because I was listening all morning. I had to run an errand. I was in the car, and you guys were talking a lot about trading Steph Curry. And Grandy actually hit me. He's like, "See, my idea that you laughed at is being talked about. It's their whole show." And so I tuned in, and I just want to know if you trade Steph Curry in 5 weeks. The deadline's in 5 weeks. 5 weeks from today. Like, what do you do that makes you better now? And or what do you do that makes you better then? That is where I'm really having a hard time.
Well, one of the things I tried to stress is, can we start thinking about it?
Sure.
Okay. This may take a year. This may be a year in the making, but you have to be open to it first. And that is, you can't, like, let's say my thing would be, yeah, I'm open to trading Steph Curry. I'm open to trading Steph Curry because I think you could get a young player back who maybe is a star. Can you get a star in the making, a role player, and 2 first-round picks? I think you might be able to.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe not in a year. You might be able to do it now. I don't know if you wait another year, you could do that.
I mean, but what's going to be the difference? Like he's averaging 22 on 45% shooting. I mean,
you trade him next year, he's going to be 37.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's 36
so, I mean,
right
if you're going to
now.
do it, you got to do it now?
I mean, if you're trying to get the most you possibly can get back for him, it's not like his value is going to go up a year from now.
I actually think the closer he is to the end of his deal makes him more valuable because, right now, if you trade for him, then you have him for 2 more years. Like, depending on how the rest of his career looks, wouldn't you like the option to get off that?
That's interesting. I kind of think the 2 years might help you get him as opposed to hurt you. If you know you can bring him onto your team and he doesn't have to be the best player on their team. Like, I'd almost want him for 2 more years in that situation.
But in that construct, and, if you're thinking about trading him to a team that is contending, what contending team would be willing to part with $55 million worth of player?
Well, here's what I just thought of. A couple I just thought of. Would you be interested in Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah, but would they?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't think Denver is
Curry,
in the spot
Jokic,
yet. Like Denver,
Gordon, they I think they would be.
But who else? Like
Philly.
Well,
no, I mean, who else for Denver? Like you look at Jokic, Curry, and Gordon, and then
I think the Warriors would have to throw in another player. So give them
Moody.
Odds or Moody.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Moody moves the needle for sure.
I wonder what team that is contending, because Steph would want to go to a contending team if we're going to play this game. He doesn't want to go to Charlotte. He doesn't want to go to Detroit and run screen roll with James Wiseman when he gets healthy. He doesn't want to run the small 2-guard thing in Washington. Shout out Travis Schlenk. So if he goes to a contending team, I wonder which of those teams would have enough salary to trade back to make this work.
I don't know. The team, I mean, $55 Phillies won. I think Cleveland.
Cleveland's interesting to me too.
If you
because you get Darius Garland,
you swap him for Garland, and then they throw in a bunch of filler.
Cleveland doing that, considering they're 29-4 or whatever their record is.
But see,
when they find out they're not good enough to win a championship this year, then they might next year.
Like that's the kind of move I'd be thinking of. But I don't. Again, it doesn't mean you can do it.
Yeah, and that's why I texted you the idea of Curry for Embiid, Evan. Just, and I was going to text Steiny, but I knew he wouldn't read it because he's so locked in on content. But
progressive. Yeah.
Like the idea of, if you did Curry for Embiid and knowing that Embiid is 29 and oft injured and whatever, and then you take on his $50 whatever $1 million salary, like who would say no? And you guys actually answered it perfectly.
The only way that you would ever consider doing this is, one, if Steph approaches the front office and says, we got to make this happen. And two, you are dead set. You're 100% certain that you can't win another championship with this core and with whatever trades are on the table. Like if that's your belief and Steph asks for it, then what else is stopping you from doing it? If you're convinced that you can't win right now,
play it.
Do you?
Play what?
I'm going to play this. Does this sound like a guy who's happy here?
Independent of just making shots, what do you think is like the not necessarily biggest issue with the offense, but the most easily addressable issue?
If I had those answers, I would think we wouldn't be asking that.
Yeah,
that was 5 seconds between end of question and beginning of answer.
Finger tapping.
No, that's great cherry picking too, because if
he knows, guys,
if
he knows.
What does he know, Steiny?
If you play the subsequent soundbite when he talked about Slater and he had a nice back and forth, and he talked about
we're mid.
Well, not only that, but what he said is when you're in the West, you're a couple of weeks of a good run away from being a 5, and you're a couple of bad weeks away from being out of it, and so. That's where they are. We're not to that point where it's a desperation sensation. You may think so.
Well, he said he's desperate to win. He
of
said
course. Of course. But you've got 5 weeks till the deadline. If they go, 10-3 between now and then.
But we're not talking about trading him. Just discussing the fact that that's a guy who is trying to figure out if he is desperate to win, how he's going to do it here. And it doesn't sound like he has very many answers.
How about this one? The one
there are no answers, and you said it earlier.
And that's the point. And that's
you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
But
those were your words, Evan, and you're right.
But this is where Steph Curry, okay, like I said it, don't mistake his kindness for weakness. Let's be honest. How much longer is he going to be? Oh, this is fine. This is fine. Like we're coming to that time. When Steph Curry's going to go to Joe Lacob and say, what do you think? Like, I'm not an idiot. I've been in this league 20 years. We ain't going anywhere with me here right now. How can I help you? Like, it's not going to be like, get me out of here. I'm done. It's going to be like, what do you guys think? And they're going to be like, if you're ready to go down that road, then we can talk about it. But we're not going to go there if you're not going to go there. And what's he going to say? No, I'm happy here the way it is. I'm happy to be this kind of player on this kind of team. Like, I think Steph's getting closer to knowing what we all know about what's going on here, which is it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well here. I don't believe.
It never ends well anywhere.
I don't believe it can end well.
Where does it end well?
If you move him now and give him what he wants.
For what?
For something.
That's what I want to know. And this is what you didn't answer the entirety of your show.
But here's the other thing. Like I said, the Orlando Magic traded Grant Hill, or Detroit traded Grant Hill to the Orlando Magic, and they got back Chucky Atkins and Ben Wallace. And everyone's like, Ben Wallace? Well, Ben Wallace became a guy who was a Hall of Famer, who was like the defensive anchor. He wasn't that for a few more years. Like, you got to find a young player who's going to be good in 3 or 4 years.
Well, the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander example is what you aim for.
Exactly.
Maybe not the draft pick haul that the Thunder got from the Clippers for Paul George, but a player who a year or two in has shown some flashes, and then maybe you get lucky and he turns into an MVP
But Paul
candidate.
George was 31 at the time.
Yeah,
this is
You
not a
also
31-year-old
knew that
player.
Kawhi Leonard was coming when you got Paul George. So really, the trade wasn't just for PG. That's why you could give up everything.
Maybe I'll just end it this way. Like you guys, I'll put it this way. You guys that all think Steph Curry is going to be la-di-da, going down the next 2.5 years, this road with this team and this kind of future, I'm telling you, push is going to come to shove, and Steph's going to be like, let's figure this out.
Well,
and then you got to figure it out.
He's got no hammer in terms of a no trade clause, right? And you know what? What you
Steph,
said,
no hammer?
What you said about the business aspect of it was short-sighted, foolhardy, and reckless. Because to think that 530 straight sellouts that they've had doesn't matter to Joe Lacob and his investors is nonsensical.
Right, so then just say Joe Lacob doesn't care about winning.
He's already won.
But so he doesn't care about winning in the future.
He does,
No,
but
he doesn't.
you can't win
It's about
with
selling
Steph,
out.
and you can't win without him. So, and I'm still waiting for you to tell me how they can trade Steph and win. And you can't
Win
answer
what?
that.
Right now, you can't.
Well, you can't win right now anyway. So why not keep your cash cow and fill the building and make more money so that your franchise is worth $10 billion?
It's not going to be worth $10 billion when he retires.
It will be.
You think?
It's worth $9 billion now. And when he retires and the building is empty, then you deal with it then.
Okay.
But to trade him now to
start thinking about it, absolutely.
to me, it's nonsensical.
Joe Montana got traded.
Right.
The greats have gotten traded. Will Chamberlain got traded.
You traded Joe Montana. Why? Who'd you have behind him?
Because you had a guy like Pajemski behind him. It's Steve Young. I got to go on 95.7 The Game. That's a walk-off.
It's a terrible walk-off.
Happy New Year. Welcome in. Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. No Mark Willard. He's back on Monday. It's Dan Dibley, Mark Randy. With you, Dibbs. Happy New Year. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I missed this. There's so much to get into that is, 8 to 10 days old. So I'm going to try to not get into all that, like the Christmas Day game and then the debacle against the Cavaliers and the whole Niner thing where
Monday Night Football.
All that and more, but I'm just happy to be back and, happy to see you.
Yeah, it's great to be back.
Yep.
I know we were both a little under the weather around the holidays.
boy.
I'm glad that we've gotten that sorted out, and we're ready to go here today and tomorrow on Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6. We got a lot planned for you today. Greg Cosell's coming up in about an hour at 3:15. I've already seen some questions come in on the Comcast Business text line and on Twitter. Which one of us is Greg going to stick it to today? I think the most likely scenario is probably both over the course of the interview.
Doubt.
That's in an hour at 3:15. We'll also check in with Dr. Brian Feely on Cleared to Play coming up at 4 o'clock. A lot of injuries to talk to Doc about. We'll get into that coming up in a little bit. But Dibbs, you brought up the terrible Warriors game against the Cavs. That was on Monday night, the same night as the Niners loss against the Lions. They since followed it up. Or they're going to follow it up tonight when they take on the 76ers. But that's what's fresh in our minds about the Warriors right now. A terrible offensive performance, an okay defensive performance against one of the best teams in the NBA, the Cleveland Cavaliers. And it's becoming, Dibbs, more and more apparent as every week passes watching this Warriors basketball team that they're just simply nowhere near good enough to do anything of any real value this season unless a miraculous trade presents itself and they suddenly get like 3 times better, because they have proven they're a 500 team, 16 and 16, 8 and 8 at home, 8-8 on the road. They're just mediocre, as Steph Curry said on Monday.
And if you look at all the metrics, they're in the middle of the pack on offense and on defense. The offense is maybe the one that's most alarming because I think they're 17th in points per game. And you look at who they added, and Dennis Schroeder so far through 8 games or however long it's been, he has not made any real impact. And Buddy Hield was amazing for 2 weeks. And then now Buddy Hield has kind of reverted back to the player that every other team said to us that he was going to be. And
can't make a single shot.
Can't make a shot. And the rest of the offense, they have flashes, and I love what Kuminga's doing, and I do think that he's making himself money. I don't know if it's going to be here or elsewhere, but he's starting to play with that confidence and that assertiveness that everybody wants, but he's not good enough to be your number 2 if you're going to be a really good championship team. But I look at the top of the marquee, and it's Steph and Draymond, and neither one is playing consistently at the level you need to have them play at. And, for Steph, he's an older player. And I said this a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know if Mark agreed or not, but Steph can do it, but he can't do it 3 out of 4 games. It's now 2 out of every 4 games, or maybe 1 out of every 4 games. And Draymond saying, and Steiny played the sound earlier about Draymond not wanting to play the 5 because, he's an older guy, and I don't blame him for that. But the thing that really gave you an advantage is Draymond at the 5 and Steph being otherworldly, and now neither one of them is that. So we can talk about trades and what you want to do, but I don't think that there's a trade or 2 trades out there that take you from where you are to where you want to be.
Yeah, here's Draymond. This was post-game Saturday when the Warriors beat the Suns, and they beat the Suns with Draymond playing a lot of minutes at the 5 down the stretch, and it was an incredible defensive showing by the Warriors in that fourth quarter. Here's Draymond post-game on Saturday after the win against Phoenix talking about playing the 5.
For me coming into the season, I'll be honest, I didn't want to play a ton of 5. It's hard. And it was working. We were 12-3 or whatever we were, and it was working. When it's not working, you have to look at what works. And if that's me at the 5, like I said, I don't love it for entire games at this point, but I love to win. So, and more importantly, I hate to lose. If that's what it looks like, that's what it looks like. You got to win games, or I told the guys we are going to get traded out of here, so we better win some games.
The Warriors are stuck because their best lineup, and in this Steve Kerr era, their best lineup has almost always featured Draymond Green at the 5. But they just simply can't do it enough to where it makes enough of an impact for the Warriors. And if they do it enough and it leads to a couple more wins maybe now in January and potentially into February, then you get to when the games really, really matter in March and April and maybe into the postseason. And suddenly Draymond is a shell of himself because you wore him out playing the 5 in January.
Exactly. And I think about last year where Draymond missed 25 or 26 games, whatever the number was, due to suspension. And he was good later in the year because he had that natural break because he couldn't play for a month based on the NBA suspending him. And this year he hasn't missed a lot of games. He's missed 1 or 2 games, and you have him out there playing the 5 a bunch. And so he's wearing down and he's getting older. And so the same thing applies to Steph, where you need Steph to go out there and get you 28 to 32 a night to win. And he just can't do that night in and night out. And so when he's not doing that and Draymond's not as effective, who do you turn to? Well, Andrew Wiggins has had a nice year, but he's not a real, number 2 who can get you 30 or 35. He can't step forward and Steph, I know you're down a little bit. I'm going to go out there and give you 30 or 35. And Kuminga, he tends to have really big games in losses. And I know he had 34 in the win over Phoenix, which was good. But in general, you don't have that secondary or tertiary scorer to pick up for Steph when he's down.
I also think, and the Kuminga conversation is really interesting because I was on the bandwagon for a long time that the easiest way for the Warriors to get better now and to improve now and to maybe give them a chance to win a championship or at least, be a top 5 seed in the West this season is by trading Kuminga away, because I never felt the fit. I hadn't seen him work alongside Steph and Draymond for long stretches, and it kind of felt like it's almost kind of what happens to Andrew Wiggins. But for Wiggins, it's okay, although you wouldn't like it to happen, where he kind of just he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit, right? Like he does when he's not terribly involved. often throughout the course of a game, which oftentimes is what happens when he's sharing the floor with Steph and Draymond, because they just spam Steph and Draymond pick and roll and they use the motion offense, and that doesn't really fit Kuminga's strengths. So when that happens, and you have Kuminga, who's clearly a valuable piece of your team, and if you're talking about the easiest way for you to get better without making a move, it's by Kuminga just taking a step forward. And he's kind of done that the last few games, no doubt. He's been a lot better. But that had been my opinion on the situation for a while. But now seeing him take that step forward, and I think seeing the Warriors make a little bit of an adjustment and say, hey, you know what, JK, we're not going to just give you the ball every possession, and we're not going to let you go to work 24/7. But even when Steph's on the floor and when Draymond's on the floor and we see you've got a mismatch, we're giving you the ball and we're ISOing you, get to the rim, young man. And he's been doing that often. And so now that that's the case, Dibs, I've kind of had a changing of heart, and I feel like if the Warriors are set on trying to get better now and to win now, which is what I think they should be doing, and I think they're trying to do it, that has to involve Kuminga still on the roster, because you don't take one of the best things you have going for you right now and ship him away when he's only making $7 million and expect to get better in return for that. That's like a near impossible proposition to get better by trading Kuminga away.
Agreed, and we could talk about more trade scenarios as we get deeper into the show, and I know Zion's a name that's been thrown out, and it's going back to New Year's Eve where Bobby Marks had a trade proposal, and many people have now picked up on that and talked about what that might look like. But I look at just Kuminga in December, 21 points a game, and now 6 rebounds a game. He's starting to do a little bit more of that. The free throw percentage is going up. He's averaging 31 minutes a night. He's become more impactful offensively. For me, the bigger issue is, and put aside Steph and Draymond and the fact that they're getting older and they're diminishing, because that's a reality, but it's everyone else. Where is Buddy Hield? Buddy Hield has fallen off the map, and every other secondary and tertiary player, they're not contributing to help this thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, you there's issues all over the roster right now. I think some of it is what you laid out. Your top dogs can't play like top dogs as often anymore. And so if that's the case, you need more help for those dudes than ever before, but you're also getting less help from those dudes than ever before. Some of that is just a couple of guys going through a slump. Some of that is, I think, poor roster construction. If your best lineup features a lineup that you don't want to play very often because it's going to hurt your chances in the postseason, then that's just poor roster construction. If Kuminga's best at the 4, but you need him on the floor with Draymond has to play the 5 in order for Kuminga to play the 4 while those are on the court. Like, you just have so much overlap, and it hasn't been a very efficiently constructed roster. So that is something that the Warriors need to consider as well. One thing that we're going to get into throughout the show today, Dibs, and I'm looking forward to it. Since it's the new year, 2025, Happy New Year. Get it in. Be sure to wait a couple of weeks and then wish Dibs a Happy New Year. You'll get on his nerves.
You get a week. You get till Monday.
This has been a rough year for Bay Area sports, Dibs. We're going to focus just on the Warriors, Niners, and Giants. We can even sprinkle in a little bit about the Giants. What's one thing that each of those teams, the Niners, Warriors, and Giants, should do this year to make 2025 better than 2024? Because there's no doubt it was a rough year for all 3 of those teams. What do each of those teams need to do better this year to make 2025 better than 2024? We can start on that with the Warriors on the other side. We're always open for your calls, 888-957-9570. That's Dibs. I'm Grandy, in for Willard. That's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We are sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Grandy in for Willard. He's back on Monday. So Dibbs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibbs. As always, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. And make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Dibbs, I don't know what your New Year resolution is, but if you do swear, they will get to hear it on YouTube, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Life with a 2-year-old at home, I swear a lot less than I used to.
Good point.
When I had teenagers. And so I don't really curse as much unless I'm behind the wheel. And you know this from...
And then you let it fly.
Oh, yeah. Although...
No filter.
Yeah, and I've tried to really cut back on the beep middle finger stuff because it's a losing game. It's a losing proposition. So I lay off the horn. I keep my hand down, but I will mutter or shout out expletives.
I mutter too.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, you dumb mother father. Or go blank head.
I do that one.
Or you
don't have a stop sign. Go. Go.
The one that gets me, and I should save it for tomorrow. What's bugging me when you're at a traffic light and it's red and it turns green and you look and you wait for the person to go and they're clearly on their phone and it's okay.
What's the appropriate amount of time
3
after
seconds?
3 seconds?
Yeah.
When you can start honking.
Yeah, and I try not to honk. Again, it depends on the region. My horn usage will differ much more aggressive in the North Bay than I am in the East Bay. But
Good point.
3 seconds. And although now my new thing is the quick the three paps
Not
of the
that-
horn. Exactly. Just to kind of wake you up and let you realize that it is green.
Hey, just friendly Good Samaritan here.
Exactly.
Time to go.
Yeah, time to go. Exactly.
Not
So-
just get the hell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's too aggressive. I'm trying to, dial it back. But my resolution actually for this year is to focus on things that I'm good at, as opposed to trying to chase things that I want to be good at. Just focus on things that I'm actually good at. So, and that's why no more fantasy.
No more
sports.
fantasy for you.
Daily fantasy, season fantasy.
We'll see when September
It's-
comes around.
Yeah, it's a long time from now, but I've never been good at fantasy football. And shout out Carter Chickering, our technical director.
Manning
today.
the board right now.
Yeah, had the best team, won the league. Yeah, nobody needed that. Okay.
Did you already go out and spend all the winnings over the holidays?
Nah. No.
Yeah, here and there.
Here and there.
Haven't gotten the winnings yet. It's unbelievable.
Whoa.
Yeah. And he's got family money, as I learned over the holidays.
You know what I've learned is just don't trust Lucas with the winnings.
Maybe we need a new commissioner. And that would probably bring Dibs back.
Again, I focus on the things that I'm good at, and fantasy sports has brought me. I was in this league for 2 years, and it brought me nothing but failure and anger.
I mean, yeah, that's what fantasy does. And when you're not winning,
But I'm good.
It's terrible.
And I'm good. And this year I went against the top scoring team 6 times, and I was 0-6 in those games. As you would figure out.
If you're playing against the top scoring team,
Right,
you're going to lose.
6 times.
Yeah.
And so I'm good. I'm done. I'm good.
All right,
I get it.
I'll check in 8 months, and we'll see where you're at.
Yeah, and fantasy golf starts today with the Century, the TOC. Out.
Oh, so you play fantasy golf?
No, I'm out.
Oh.
I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're out on all of it.
I'm out on all of it.
All right, well, we'll check in
Other than
throughout
horse
the year.
racing, gambling, animals riding animals, that I'm in on. If animals are riding other animals, that I'm into.
Okay, got it. All right, let's move on. Speaking of the new year, Dibs, I threw this out before the break. Let's throw it out to you specifically about the Golden State Warriors to start, although you could take it any way you want. 2024, no doubt, was rough for the Warriors, Niners, and Giants. I mean, the Warriors had a bad year last year, mediocre year, lost in the play-in, and this year hasn't been pretty. So far, this season hasn't been pretty yet. 16-16 this season in 2024. 49ers won playoff games last year in 2024, but then lost in the Super Bowl, followed up with the most tumultuous offseason they've had in a very long time, and then are putting the finishing touches on the most disappointing season in the NFL. And the Giants, of course, as we know, they failed miserably last year, and then they fired their president of baseball operations and are now trying to begin anew. Disappointing year for all 3 teams in 2024. Right. Let's start with the Warriors. What is the one thing the Warriors can do now at some point in 2025 to make sure that this year, this calendar year, is better than the 2024 calendar year was for the Warriors?
Well, I would say to make a trade that is incremental and not major at the deadline. And you're not trading Steph Curry. And for me, any talk of that is complete nonsense because he is your box office cash cow. And you can't possibly get value for him short term and maybe long term if you're able to get multiple first round picks. But I don't think that he is at that spot where you could trade him and get back. You need to get back, $55 million worth of player and picks. I don't think that he is at a point in his career where you could actually do that. And he wants to go to a team that I would imagine he wants to go to a team that has a chance to win. So for me, it's not trading Steph Curry. If I'm looking at this year, it is make an incremental trade in 5 weeks to bring in Vucevic if you can. You give up a couple of your salary matches of expiring guys, and maybe you part with a second round pick or 2, and you bring in a guy, and maybe you go on a run, or you don't, and then you get into the draft, and then you get into next year, and you try to build from there. For me, it's not a desperation move of you got to bring in Jimmy Butler or Zion or Ingram or somebody in the next 5 weeks. To me, that's nonsense because I said it a month ago, this team is in real trouble. They're in real trouble if you make a move, if you don't make a move, big move, small move, no matter what you do, this team is not going anywhere this year. So for me, it's about incremental improvements between now and next October.
So, okay, all those moves that you throw out, the incremental moves that you are a fan of, that still is not enough for you to consider them to be a contender this year.
No.
How you looking to acquire someone who still has time left on their deal? But I'm trying to figure out how an incremental move that doesn't help them this year is something you're still suggesting they do. If it doesn't help you now, and it's an incremental move likely not going to be enough to help you in the future, what's the point of doing it?
Well, if you bring in a player like Vucevic and he's got one more year in his deal, so he's got this year and then next year at 21.5, I'm looking at it now, that at least is a player where you're going to have him next year and he'll be expiring, and that's an asset that you can use to maybe go out there and use him as a trade piece next year, or he's a guy who can help you as a big man who can shoot. And you keep Kuminga, and then you go into the offseason, and if some team wants to offer him $45 million a year, then fine, you let him go. Or
you let him go for nothing. You get nothing in return.
Well, if some team's going to offer him $45 million a year over 5 years, that's $225 million over 5. That to me is a little rich for my blood. If there's a deal out there that you can match, then you match it. And then if you decide that you want to Jordan Poole him, which is what they did to Jordan Poole, they signed him and then they traded him. Jonathan Kuminga becomes a much bigger asset for me in the offseason than he is now. If he plays a full season of this, what we saw in December, 21 points a night, a guy who looks like he might be emerging, then, yeah, he becomes a much more tradable asset if he has a bigger contract in the offseason.
He does, no doubt. Like, part of the reason why I think the most likely scenario for the Warriors is a trade that happens before the deadline, of course, that doesn't involve Jonathan Kuminga. Because if you're trading Kuminga, one, I don't think your team gets that much better because he's been, of late, one of your best players. Like, remember when this Warriors downturn began, they were, they were 12-3?
12-3, yeah.
12-3, and then they go to San Antonio. And they had that, it was like a 17-point lead late in the third, something like that. And they will ultimately blow it. That was at the end of a road trip. It was a back-to-back. They had barely held on in New Orleans the night before. They lose that game. Then they return home. You're like, all right, you lose that one game on the road. San Antonio's not a great team, but they're not a bad team. Back-to-back, it is what it is. Okay. Then they followed up with that rough loss at home to the Nets.
Yep.
Dennis Schroeder led the way for Brooklyn that night.
Dennis Schroeder.
And the Warriors had like an 18-point lead in that game, I think, in the second half, and they blew that one as well. Interestingly enough, I don't know how many of us remember this, those were the only 2 games that Kuminga missed this year. He was out with an illness for those 2 games. Did not play either of those 2 games. I guarantee you, if Kuminga played in those games, the Warriors win both of those basketball games, and not necessarily means they were going to continue on their 12-3 pace, but this down stretch that began with those 2 losses, maybe it's a little bit different. Vibes, mentality, emotions, maybe they change if you win those 2 games. I'm not saying it makes a big difference. My only point is Kuminga is clearly valuable to this team, and I don't think you can get better now, which should be your goal, by trading him away. The other half of it is, as you talked about, he's only making $7 million right now.
Yeah.
So if you're going to trade him away and trying to get someone that is better and more valuable than Kuminga in return, then you have to be incredibly, liberal with how many other pieces you're willing to trade away to make it have any value. Because if you're trading away $7 million for Kuminga and your goal is to get back even someone not making a ton, like Cam Johnson, who's making $22 million, you have to attach $15 more million to just Kuminga to get Cam Johnson back in return. And I think most people would say Cam Johnson's probably worth less than Kuminga as an asset, but he's making like 3 times as much as Kuminga. So it doesn't work that way. I don't think you can trade away Kuminga and get better, partly because he's still valuable to you and partly because the way the contracts work, you're giving yourself a trade involving Kuminga. This is the simplest way I can put it, Dibs. You are trading him at a loss almost no matter what the trade is because he's making so little.
Exactly, because there's no player who makes what he makes who is as good as he is for you. And so you can't bring in a $7 million player who does what he does. That's why I think about this year, 2025. What can the Warriors do to get better in this year? And it is, wait on Kuminga and see what the market will bear. And if Kuminga is going to command $40 million a year, then you can sign him for $40 million and you can trade that $40 million if you don't believe in Kuminga. But I also look at what you have right now, and you've got Looney at 8, and you've got Buddy Hield making 8.8. He's got a 3-year deal after this year that's not that expensive. You've got pieces that are tradable, pieces that are expendable. GP2 making 9.
Yep.
If you just combine GP2 and Kavan, that's $17 million, and you throw in a little something else. Can you get Vucevic for 20? Absolutely, and that makes you better. And I do think that Dennis Schroeder will be better than what he's been. I mean, I would hope that he's better than what he's been, because so far it's been, I think Evan earlier called it, you've got worse since he came in, and it's hard to argue, even though he replaced a guy who didn't play.
You gave up nothing off the current roster.
But what you got is a guy who plays and doesn't play well.
Yeah.
So he may not be wrong, but for me, it's about incremental moves at the deadline, and you get to the offseason, and then you look at it, because you're not going to trade Steph Curry, in my opinion. He's got 2 more years under contract. You got 2 more years of Wiggs. You got 2 more years of Draymond. So for me, I'm looking at this as a 2.5-year project, where it's not do something now in the next 5 weeks or else. It's do something over the next year or even year and a half to help Steph, and then we can talk about the end game after that.
Yeah, I just feel like with those incremental moves that you're talking about, you're in danger of just trotting back out the same team that has proven for 2.5 years now that just isn't good enough. And you're only going to have a worse Stephen Curry as the years go by, a worse Draymond Green as the years go by. And that's why my resolution, if you want to think of it that way, my one thing that I think the Warriors should do in 2025 to make sure this year is better than last year, 2025 better than 2024, it's be bold. Make a bold decision. Don't just stick with the easy stuff, right? And I know some people will think about, not re-signing Clay was bold. I don't know, was it? Like he wasn't very good for you last year, and he was expecting a decent amount of money. I think the bold decision would have been to pay him the money. I think it's be bold and go all in or go all out, one way or the other. And I hate to just flatly disagree, Dibs, but I don't think you can just kind of hang out in the safety of the middle anymore. I think you need something big one way or the other. And if that is saying, you know what, we're going to sign Kuminga to the extension that he wants and use that as a way to acquire somebody else in the offseason, a la Jordan Poole from a couple of years ago.
Right.
You did that to get Chris Paul in here. That was a bold move at the time, but you did nothing to capitalize on Chris Paul's contract slot because you let that expire and you didn't get anything in return for it. Part of it was because you wanted to save money and get out of the aprons, and I get that. But you got to be bold, and you got to follow through on your decisions, whether it is to, I'm going to say the terrible, scary words, whether that is to trade Steph and to trade Draymond or not. I can't sit here and say that I think the best thing for the Warriors to do is just kind of hang out in the middle, make an incremental move, acquire Nikola Vucevic, and hope that it just magically fixes all the problems on this roster. It's go big or go home. And by go home, I mean wrap this thing up, and we're talking about the next era of Warriors basketball.
I just want to know what trading Steph Curry looks like. And this is what I asked Steiny and Evan before, because even if you want to play this game in the next 5 weeks and you decide, you know what, we're going to go big. We're not going to go big. We're going to go really big. We're going to trade Steph Curry. I wonder what that looks like, because Steph doesn't want to go, I wouldn't imagine, and I haven't talked to Steph about this. It's been the holidays and I was under the weather, but I can't imagine he wants to go to Detroit or Charlotte or Toronto or some other bottom feeder team. Of
course not.
He wants to go to a good team. So what good team is going to have, and I'm just checking the number, $55.7 million worth of player that they want to give back. So when it comes to right now, go big or go home, trading Steph Curry, I just don't know what that looks like from an actual trade standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd be curious is talking to someone in the know, and maybe that happens at some point. Maybe we get someone on tomorrow, or maybe you and Mark Willard can find somebody on Monday next week to talk about it about. I don't know what Steph Curry's value would be and what you could get in return for him. But I'm not even talking about necessarily in like a specific example kind of way. I'm thinking more of a mindset kind of way.
Right.
Like,
I get that.
The last 2.5 years has not worked. And at a certain point, if you just, cross your fingers and hope that it works it out, or you acquire a $20 million player and hope that it fixes everything, at some point you're Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill over and over and over again.
But last year you did win 46 games. So to say that it doesn't work is a little, to me, unfair. And I don't mean to borrow from Steve Kerr because he said this to Mark and I and to you and many other people over and over, but they were 46 and 36. So, and Draymond Green missed about a fourth of the season or more, a third of the year. And so for me,
he hasn't missed much time this year, and yet they're 16 and 16.
Right. This team's a little bit different, and this team is still capable of going on a little bit of a run. But to say that last year didn't work, I think is a little bit short-sighted because you did win 46. I know you didn't make it out of the play-in, but
you got embarrassed in the play-in.
You did.
When you had everybody.
Yeah, you did. And I just think that if you're going to make a big wholesale move now, it's not as valuable as a smaller move and a wait-and-see approach and, trying to come back again next year. And, next year when Steph is 37, turning 38, that to me feels a lot more urgent than where we are now with him 36.
Yeah, and I think maybe the area where I could be in agreement with you is you don't have to go all in or all out right this very instant. I'm not saying necessarily trade all of the first-round picks you possibly can, trade Pajemski, trade Trace Jackson-Davis, trade Kuminga, and get whichever best player you possibly can. I think you need to make moves that make you better now, but also make you better and set you up better for the future. So you're not acquiring someone who's on the last year of their contract. Or if you are, you have a handshake agreement that you're going to be able to retain them and sign them to an extension this offseason. You're also not signing or trading for someone who's on the wrong side of 35. You're not going and getting Jimmy Butler, for example, right? You're bringing in someone who has years left on their contract, who is young, still ascending, or at the very least not descending, and you're willing to give up your future first-round picks to do so. And a player that fits that bill is Cam Johnson. But you don't give up Kuminga for that. You make it work elsewhere with a player like Looney or Hield and Moody and a draft pick if needed. And you get Cam Johnson in here, who is one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA, is a plus perimeter defender, and is under contract for 2 more years beyond this season. Would immediately become this team's second-best shooter, even if Buddy Hield is still on the roster. That would help the team now. And then you reconsider in the offseason, what big name is going to become available in the offseason, and who do you want to go out and make it happen? So I'm not suggesting, Dibs, that you burn everything down or you trade away every young asset you have at this very instant, but the trades or the deals that you should consider making are ones that, 1, help you now, but also, 2, are kind of set up for your team in the future. And the bold kind of decision I'm talking about, it's not like there's an easy answer to all of these questions. But I think you got to be ultra specific in what kind of moves you're talking about. And one other player that might fit the description that maybe is available now, might be available this offseason. It's one I know you're out on. A 24-year-old in New Orleans, 24-year-old Zion Williamson. And I know he's had a history of injury and not being able to be on the court.
He's had a present of injuries, and he has a future of injuries.
Maybe.
His whole career has been colored by injury.
24 years old. Imagine you take a risk when no one else is willing, and he, like Steph Curry, suddenly doesn't get injured again. And you're talking about the next face of your franchise that you could get for pennies on the dollar right now, and he's only 24 years old. He's only 2 years older than Kuminga. Imagine a Kuminga-Zion pairing for years to come. Those are the kinds of moves I'm talking about, where it's risky, but be bold. You're not going to get out of the hole that you're in, not all by your own doing. It's the nature of a dynasty, and when it crumbles hard, and you have these tough decisions to make. You're going to have to take a risk. If you don't take risks, you're going to be stuck in this mediocrity until Steph retires. And then when Steph retires, even if you still have Kuminga and Pajemski, guess what? You're going to be way worse, and you're going to win 35 games instead of 45.
For you to make the comparison of Zion to Curry is historically inaccurate, reckless, and quite frankly, it's harmful. And I'll give you the Steph Curry game log in the early part of his career. He played 77 games as a rookie.
Okay.
That means he missed 5. He played 74 as a sophomore. He missed 8. His third year, he only played 26 games. So, yeah, he missed 56 games. That is Zion every single year in a nutshell. Then Curry played 78, 78, 80, 79, 79. That's Steph Curry in his first 7-8 years. He missed a grand total of 2, 8, a bunch, 4, 4, 2, 3, and 3. Zion Williamson has missed half of his career. Half. And I don't know, is he in his 5th year or 6th year? He's literally missed 50% of his games.
He's in his 6th season, only have played in 5. He missed the entire 2021-2022
right.
season.
And he has not played in 2 months this year.
Yeah.
And he also has and I heard Evan say this earlier, that in his contract, it's voidable because he's not been able to make his weight and body mass index regimented contract stipulation.
A weight clause in the contract.
Exactly. So there's a weight clause that makes it so his contract is voidable, and I guess that makes him more acquirable.
Less
you could
risk
trade for him. It's less risk, but he doesn't play basketball, and I don't even know if he really wants to play basketball, and I don't know if his injury in New Orleans is a quote-unquote injury based on the fact that he doesn't really want to play there, but that to me is a scary proposition that I want no part of.
I'd rather take a risk on a good player than just to twiddle your thumbs and hope that it all works out, because it ain't working out. Breaking news. If you just kind of hang out here and don't do anything, it's not going to work.
The Cam Johnson one is more interesting to me. And
I love Cam Johnson
He's
as
a
a player.
great player, and he's a good fit because, as you mentioned, he's
young.
a great perimeter defender.
2 more
and he's
years.
a shooter. You got 2 more years under good team control, and it might cost you Kavon and GP2 and another player a smaller contract, and maybe it ends up costing you a protected first or a couple of seconds, whatever that is. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. I still would prefer Vucevic at about the same salary level.
Yeah, similar.
But to me, those are not bold moves. To me, the bold move would be giving Philadelphia Steph Curry and you take on Joel Embiid for the next 5 years.
That would be bold.
That would be bold.
That's very bold.
Yes.
You're right. The Cam Johnson move by itself would not be bold, but you have to think bigger than that. That's a step in the right direction. Maybe not everything bold is going to happen right this very instant before the deadline, but if you're going to try to make this work either with Steph or after Steph, you're going to have to be bold. Otherwise, you're looking at a lot of mediocrity in the future. Okay, time for a break. Jason in Oakland, I see you on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We've got Greg Cosell coming up in about 20 minutes. Which one of us is he going to get today? Probably both. We'll find out in about 20. That's at 3:15 as we continue right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. It's Grandy and Dibs. Willard back on Monday, enjoying some time off around the holidays, as we all got to spend at least a little bit of time off around the holidays. It was nice.
No doubt.
Good to be back, though.
Yeah.
Happy to be here with you, Dibs.
Yeah, great to be back. I was hoping to go to that Monday night game and join you guys for the crossover down there at the Hilton, but your boy was under the weather. I had to make a late call. Yeah,
Late
exactly,
scratch.
Carter.
You're on
Late
the injury
scratch.
report. Questionable.
Yeah,
Game
I
time
was.
decision.
Yeah, and it's funny because by the time it got to like 3 p.m. that day, I actually was feeling well enough to make the trip. But
Much too late at that point.
much too late to
You would
leave.
not have gotten into the game until it was halftime.
Exactly. So to leave Moraga at 3 and head on down and try to get in the Hilton, and you guys would have been done and the whole thing. But
I'm out.
unfortunately, I actually did watch the game at home, which didn't make me feel much better.
It was a pretty fun
a very
game.
entertaining game. Great game to watch. Yeah. But, it was one of those things where everything was going well, and that offensive lineman with Austin Pleasance and some guy named Heck or
Charlie Heck.
What the heck?
Something like that.
That offensive line did
Nick
pretty
Zakelj.
well. Yeah, and Debo and Garendo was doing his thing, and Brock Purdy was making money, and
Ricky
then,
Pearsall.
right?
How about that?
The whole deal, and Jawan Jennings getting into fights and stuff, and Kittle doing what he does. And shout out the Pro Bowl list, which is out, and 4 Niners are Pro Bowlers. Kittle among them. I think it was Kittle and Warner.
Juszczyk and who else?
Oh,
Bosa.
Bosa. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Was that on the air or was that in our ear? I can
On
never
the
tell.
air.
Oh, nice. It is hard to tell.
Well, then come a little stronger. Don't be so whispery.
Sorry.
Guy's 6'9", 214.
I know. I thought that our own Carter Chickering might get in the game at left tackle at some point on
Should've.
Monday night.
Yeah.
but
Your Lions -3 hit.
Yeah, I don't know if that made the air, but
It did make the air. We put it in there for Fade the Diver for you. And one thing that I found out just now, actually, was we had a trifecta on Lions -3, you, Guru, and Mr. Carter Chickering. I don't know if you know this, Dibs, but most people around here fade Carter much like they fade you.
Man.
So the fact that
Wow,
all
okay.
three of you were on the same pick and it hit, I mean, it was a Christmas, New Year's miracle.
Totally.
What happened on Monday night.
Yeah, that one to me was made perfect sense. And then you watch the game, it's like, oh my God, the Niners might win this game. They look so good offensively. And
No
it was,
punts.
No punts. They didn't punt at all. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Detroit punted once, right?
Did Detroit punt once?
Once, yeah, for sure.
Niners didn't because, they missed field goals.
That's right. We can get into that down the road. But anyway, Greg Cosell coming up in 15.
Yeah, coming up after a break coming up in about 10 minutes. So we'll get into that with Greg Cosell in just a little bit. But let's get back to Warriors here, talking about what's one thing the Warriors can do in 2025 to make sure this year is brighter and better than what happened in 2024. Let's go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Jason in Oakland is standing by. What's up, Jason? Happy New Year. How you doing?
Happy New Year's to you guys, too. What's going on? But good afternoon. But this is what I want to say that nobody talked about. They talked about it, but they, a little bit. We here because of Draymond Green. And it started with the Kevin Durant situation. Then it goes to Jordan Poole. Then it goes to the Warriors paying Draymond Green. Then Klay Thompson feeling slighted of not getting paid because of Draymond Green and probably other things. So you got to look at it in the sense of if the Warriors would have got rid of Draymond Green and brought somebody in that probably would have scored a little bit more and did a little bit more, or maybe not as much as defensively, but did enough to replace Draymond Green, we may have Jordan Poole if he never hit Jordan Poole. We may have Klay Thompson if Klay Thompson didn't feel slighted. So you got to leave it up to the management of not assessing the situation and the future of the Warriors. Because after Draymond Green and Steph gone, if we would have had Poole at this point in time right now, with the scoring in the fourth quarter, nobody can take nobody off the dribble. Jordan Poole can do that. But Warriors chose Draymond Green, and now we're looking in 2025. The Warriors probably don't make the playoff. Eventually, they're about to trade him. After next season, if he's still here throughout this season, they're going to trade him soon, and he's the guy that messed up the future of the Warriors, and management didn't have the foresight to see it that we need to get rid of this guy because he's tearing down the franchise. We lost Kevin Durant because he calling him out his name on the sideline during a primetime game over because he didn't pass the ball to Kevin Durant, one of the best players out of him, Clay, and Steph in their prime, and he taking the ball down and fumbling and falling down. Kicking LeBron James. I don't have nothing against Draymond Green, but the Warriors Brad should have been got rid of him.
Jason, appreciate the call. I'll say this, Dibs. I think there is a growing number of Warrior fans that feel the way that Jason does, that Draymond Green, not necessarily that Draymond Green is the reason for all the issues the Warriors are in, but that Draymond Green is a player the Warriors should consider trading away to try to improve the team.
Well, and I wonder what that looks like as well, because I know Draymond doesn't make as much as Steph, but again, you're going to have to trade Draymond to a team that's really good. Draymond's not going to go willingly to a team that's not good. And I know he doesn't have a no-trade clause, but you know how players can be if they don't want to go to a destination. And Draymond's made enough money to where he can kind of force his way to a team that he wants to go to. So what's the team and what's the return that you're going to get from that team? Because if you're looking at contending teams, you're going to need a contending team to want to get rid of a player who makes what Draymond makes, which is what, darn near $25 million a year. I don't have the exact number in front of me. Actually, I do. Draymond's making 24, and he's on the hook for $53 million over the next 2 seasons. So you're going to need a team to not only think that he fits now and want to give up $24 million worth of their guy, but also want to take Draymond Green for his 35 and 36-year-old seasons. Yeah. And already we see that Draymond is, no disrespect, he's breaking down as most players in his category would. And Evan had it earlier talking about all the minutes he's played and all the games, the postseason games, and he's playing the 5, and it's really physical, and you're going to get Draymond now, and Draymond is not what he was a couple of years ago when they won the title, so you're going to trade for Draymond now and expect him to do what for you as a winning team?
Yeah, our caller, Jason, has a lot of people on the Comcast Business text line agreeing with him. The 510, the 262, the 757, the 707.
Man, a lot of area codes.
All agreeing, all over the place, agreeing with what Jason said. Now, the 262 asks the important question. Do you think the Warriors' loyalty to Green is because of Steph? Not solely. It's not solely because of Steph. The Warriors are loyal to Draymond because Draymond has been one of the main reasons why they've won 4 championships. They do not win any without Draymond Green. There's no doubt about that. But I also think part of the reason why the Warriors re-signed Draymond, and part of the reason why I would be shocked if the Warriors were to trade Draymond, is because he's Steph's guy, and Steph will have to sign off on that. And to this point, Steph hasn't signed off on it. I think the only way Steph signs off on a trade of Draymond is if he also wants to be traded himself. If Steph wants to be here, I think Draymond is here. And as far as I'm concerned, Steph wants to end his career as a Warrior, which means Draymond is going to at least until Steph retires.
Right, and that's almost exactly the same time. It's coterminous. They each have 2 more years after this one. So for me, we can talk about whether or not Draymond Green was the reason they got rid of Jordan Poole and the reason why Kevin Durant left and all the rest of it. But Draymond Green has delivered 4 titles, not solely, but he's been a part of 4 championships.
They don't win any without him.
Right, as has Steph.
Yep.
And you know, people who want to say, well, if Draymond wouldn't have done that to LeBron, they'd have 5. No, they wouldn't, because if they win that title, KD doesn't come here. So you don't get the next 2 without Draymond, you know, popping LeBron James and the family jewels. So we can all play the what if game.
That was a light years ahead move by Draymond right there.
Right. He's thinking, we're going to lose this one, but we're going to get KD and we're going to win the next 2. And really, they would have won the next 3 if it wasn't for 2 catastrophic injuries. Yeah. But whatever you want to think about Draymond Green now, you can't discount what Draymond Green was then. And so now, yes, Draymond Green's making $24 million, and he wants to go, if he wants to leave, he wants to go to a team that can contend. So what's your move? Who's the team, and what's your move? And, you know, the Lakers would probably be the team, but I don't even know if they're really contending anymore. And what would the Lakers want to give up?
They just made a trade. They're trying.
They're trying, right.
They got Dorian Finney-Smith from the Nets.
Which was a great pickup.
And didn't even have to give up a first-round pick to do it. That's the other thing about the trade market. I think teams are so scared of the new CBA that asking prices for teams that are
They're going
selling
down,
pieces
you're right.
going down. You can get a quality piece for not a lot.
And also, the second round pick now has greater value because of the CBA. So you could end up trading a second round pick or a couple of them and be able to acquire a player. I just look at the Warriors right now, and they're 16-16, which tells me that they're on the bubble between contending or not contending. And if you're going to look at this team and think, which way are they going to go? And they've got 5 more weeks, and I think it's 18 more games until the deadline. And if they are 24-24 at the deadline, do they buy or sell? I think that they're way more likely to buy than they are to sell.
Yeah, probably. I'd agree. All right, time for a break. When we come back, we'll hear from Greg Cosell, of course, NFL Films. He breaks down the film better than anyone. We'll ask him everything going on with the Niners right now. That's coming up on the other side. It's Grandy in for Willard. Willard and Dibs coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
What's on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Nick Bosa, Pro Bowler, and we'll get to compete in the Pro Bowl. Is there even a game anymore? It's just like a bunch of mini games now, right?
It's just skills and competitions. And I wonder if our next guest actually watches the film and breaks down things like dodgeball and like player diving on mat to catch it. Or is he ready for the offseason by then?
Well, let's ask him. It's Greg Cosell, NFL Films, who joins us every week during football season. We're running out of these times to chat with Greg Cosell this year,
me sad,
which is very,
Mark.
very
Yeah.
sad. But let's go out to the River Islands guest line, as all guests here on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Greg, Pro Bowl film, you in or out on that?
No, I don't do the Pro Bowl. I don't even know what they do at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, it's dodgeball now and a bunch of other middle school shenanigans. But I wouldn't expect you to waste your time with such frivolity, Greg.
No, I don't. The Pro Bowl's now between the championship game and the Super Bowl, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not really into the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of fans are. Let's get to what really matters, though, which is Monday Night Football, Niners and Lions earlier this week. Let's start on a positive. I want to ask you about Ricky Pearsall, because I know you've been a fan of his all season, and he had himself his best day as a pro, 8 catches, 141 yards, and a touchdown. What did you see specifically from Ricky Pearsall, and how can he help the Niners in the future?
Well, it's not a matter of being a fan. I liked his tape coming out of Florida, and I think that he has a chance to be a good pro. And I think, he's a little quicker and faster probably than some think, although he's not a burner. I know he ran a good 40 time, but he doesn't play as a burner. But I think he's got a lot of juice to him. I think he needs a little more work in and out of breaks, but I think that'll come with time. Don't forget, he missed a ton of time. It's almost as if he started training camp in the middle of the season. So I think you have to take that into account. So coming off of this season and having a full off season, I think you'll see him become a significant part of their passing game next year. And, you can line him up in different spots in the formation. He can line up outside. He can line up in the slot. He can run vertically based on his ability to run routes, not just on pure speed. So I think he gives what this offense demands. I think he'll be relatively complete for this offense.
And what this offense craves, Greg, it's something we've talked about throughout the year, is a man beater. And you look at the game against the Lions, it looked to me like they played a lot of man coverage. Were you seeing him able to beat man-to-man coverage regularly?
At times. I mean, no one wins all the time, and the Lions do play a lot of man, even with all the injuries they have. Aaron Glenn, their DC, has stayed with his belief in playing man and blitzing a good amount. So, ultimately, I think Pearsall will get better at that. He showed that in college. He showed some nuanced, subtle route running skills. And I think when you make the transition from college to the NFL, where the corners are, uniformly better, you then have to understand how you apply your skills to beating NFL corners. So I think that will come in time.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Greg, considering what you're seeing from Ricky Pearsall, and the Niners have also had, of course, a really good season from Juwan Jennings. I know Ayuk is out, but let's just assume we're fast forward into next regular season, and Ayuk is healthy and good to go again. Plus, you've got Deebo Samuel currently under contract and, of course, still on the roster. I'm not asking you to make a personnel decision, but is the 49ers offensive scheme and the way Kyle Shanahan likes to do things, is it worth having 4 wide receivers of that caliber on the roster, considering where else they might need to fill some holes? What do you think? Obviously, you'd rather have more good players than not, but is it worth it for the Niners to employ 4 receivers of that talent level?
Well, are you suggesting they trade someone, or they're not going to cut anybody? So I don't believe, barring something that we don't know will happen in the offseason, but I don't think they're going to trade anyone, so they'll keep everyone. Samuel is sort of a multi-dimensional player who can line up in different spots. I think given the fact that Ayuk's going to be coming off a major knee injury, that they're definitely going to go into the offseason with all 4 guys. I mean, who knows when Ayuk's even ready to do anything really meaningful. So, yeah, they'll keep all 4 guys. And how that plays out, that'll be a function of what happens through the offseason.
Just thinking about it schematically and just watching them throughout the course of the year, how often do they go to 11 personnel with 3 wide receivers? And I'm looking at my notes and I'm looking at a play where they drew a pass interference right before halftime where they actually went with no running backs and 1 tight end and 4 wide receivers. Do they do that often enough to really have that many wide receivers involved in the plan?
Well, they haven't this year, whether they, again, every year is different. Coaches are always screwing around with things, trying to come up with different ways of doing things. You could see them, look, for instance, this year, they played out of no backs and 1 tight end on 12 snaps. They played out of no backs and 2 tight ends on 13 snaps. That's for the whole season.
Wow.
Both those percentages are less than 2%. When they play out of 11 personnel because of the use check factor, they're one of the lower percentage 11 personnel offenses in the league. They don't even play out of 11, 50% of their snaps. But those percentages can change. You never know, how Kyle Shanahan this offseason decides to tweak his offense. That's what coaches do in the offseason. Because, right now, through what have we played? 16 games, right? 16 games.
Yep.
Through 16 games, they're the highest percentage 21 personnel offense in the NFL because of use check.
Yeah, and it's interesting the way that they go about it schematically and formationally. Obviously, all of this comes back to the quarterback, and I thought Brock Purdy had one of his better halves and maybe better almost 3/4 of football this year. I mean, the final numbers are still pretty good in the game, 27 for 35, 377 yards and 3 touchdowns, but 2 big mistakes that cost the Niners in the second half with those 2 interceptions. What'd you see? What does the tape show you on Purdy's game? Was this drastically better than you've seen the rest of the year? And those 2 interceptions, what went into those decisions by Purdy from what you could see?
Yeah, I thought that the first interception, that was an example where I did not think Pearsall snapped out of his break as well as he should have, but Purdy just threw it too high. It was just an inaccurate throw, and he threw it right to Joseph, who was sitting in the deep middle in the coverage. He was a post safety, and he just threw it right to him. He just threw it too high. The second one is a really intriguing play, and I know that's probably been talked about a lot. I think that based on what the Lions did with the coverage, it was probably, and I don't know what's in Purdy's head, but it was probably difficult for him to know whether that was cover 3 or what we call top-down inverted cover 2, meaning that Joseph was actually a middle hole player in cover 2. He was just playing the middle hole from the top down. Normally, when teams play cover 2, the middle hole defender is a linebacker who comes from much closer to the formation and runs the seam. You've all seen that. But I think this was top-down cover 2. My sense is Purdy might have read it as cover 3 because he threw that ball as if Joseph was not going to be where he was. And in top-down cover 2, that's where Joseph should have been. So that's my sense. Only Purdy could answer that. Kyle, obviously others can answer it as well. But that was my sense looking at that play, that I think he read it as cover 3 when it was top-down inverted cover 2.
Fantastic breakdown from Greg Cosell here on 95.7 The Game. I want to ask you about George Kittle and just how you see on film his ability to do what he does, because watching it as, well, I'm not an amateur anymore, Greg, thanks to you. I'm kind of a middle-of-the-road lightweight expert, but when I watch the film, thank you, it seems like George Kittle does things that most receivers and really no tight end can do. What do you see on film as far as him being able to get open so frequently?
Yeah, I mean, some of that's a function of scheme. For instance, you talked about the first half and how well Purdy played, and I thought that the offense was really highly schemed in the first half. I thought it was a really good game-planned offense. It broke down the discipline of the Lions' defense, and Kittle was a function of that. But Kittle is a really, really good player. I mean, he can win one-on-one. He has a great feel for finding voids and zones. We all know what he can do, run after catch. I mean, he's just a guy that I'm sure nobody loves tackling. And he just plays, putting aside the X's and O's, he just plays with a passion that's infectious and contagious. You just love watching him play. But I mean, it's funny. I was thinking today, talking to my guys on the matchup show here, thinking, this guy's a Hall of Famer. This guy's a Hall of Fame tight end. So he's a really, really good player, and he had another 1,000-yard season. I don't know what number it was for him in terms of 1,000 yards.
His fourth. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously we know through the years, because of the way the Niners play with the run game, that he's as good a run blocker at the tight end position as there is in the league. For a tight end, that is a complete tight end. There's other guys that are just run blockers. They're almost glorified tackles, but he's a complete multi-dimensional tight end, and he's a really, really good run blocker, and they use him in that way. And he's obviously a receiver that has three-level dimension traits. I mean, he's short, intermediate, and vertical, so he's a terrific player.
Greg Cosell with us here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. I want to switch over to the defense for a second, Greg. Obviously, it was not a good day for the Niners defensively. The Lions, though, are doing this to almost everybody they play. They put up 40 points. I want to focus on a single Niners player because he's one of the guys that is a free agent this offseason, and a decision has to be made by the 49ers on Talanoa Hufanga, who missed the majority of this season. It feels like, though, a little bit too often to my eye, and maybe I'm missing things that you can tell us about that you see on the tape. It seems like he's just relatively often taking bad angles to try to track down ball carriers, and it was on display a couple of times on Monday against the Lions. What is the tape showing you on Talanoa Hufanga, and how do you evaluate him as a safety?
Well, it's funny because when he came out of USC, I thought that he was essentially a box safety. Now, the Niners have not employed him solely in that way, because I remember when they had Gibson last year, Gibson would always be the tight end matchup when they went cover one, and he would be the deep post player. I don't think he's at his best. Based on film, that's all I can judge it on. Obviously, I don't know him. I always thought he was at his best closer to the line of scrimmage. I don't think he's at his best when he's playing the back end and coming downhill and having to take angles. I think he's much better when he can play closer to the line of scrimmage. So the question is, going forward, how do they see him in the context of the other safeties that they have? I think Malik Mustafa, has played well in his opportunities. He's become a starter. Obviously, they think both Hufanga and Mustafa are better than Jair Brown because he's been benched. So they need to decide what they think of Jair Brown, because it's easy, to get rid of, for people to say, well, this guy's not very good, let's move on. But you need someone to play. So they have to decide ultimately if they keep him, again, we don't know that, but if they keep him, what his role is. As I said, I think he's best closer to the line of scrimmage.
I'm looking at the defense, Greg, and it's something I've been harping on all year with you and with others, and it's the fact that they seem to rush four repeatedly. I know they're one of the least frequently blitzing teams in football, but even when they blitz, it feels like it's only blitzing one additional defender. When you look at the pass rush and the blitz package, what do you see on the film from the Niners as it relates to additional pressure?
Well, that's the way they play. They're one of the lowest percentage blitz defenses in the league, meaning 5 or more. This is the way they've chosen philosophically to play. You can do that if you're good at it. And obviously when a team like the Lions scores a lot of points, you always think, oh, well, they should have put more pressure on the quarterback. But this is how they've chosen to play. I'm sure this goes back all the way back to OTAs and mini camps. This is their philosophy, whether it comes from Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, who knows, but this is the way Nick Sorensen has gone about it this year. They don't blitz very much. They're not, when they do blitz, they do a lot of the same kinds of tactics when they do blitz. So they're really a 4-man D-line pass rush team. That's what they are. And then when you do that, you always have 7 in coverage. So you feel, and they play more zone than man. So you feel like you can win the numbers game when you have 7 to cover 5 eligibles. And this is the way they've chosen to play. One can debate, and I'm sure they'll have this conversation internally. One can debate whether, hey, do we blitz more going into next year? Is this something that we want to change? That will be a conversation that the coaches will absolutely have.
Greg, I'm curious. There's a lot of statistics, I don't know if you've seen them, that suggest that the 49ers offense, when trailing, and specifically in second halves, they tend to have a hard time moving the ball, and specifically through the air. I mean, it becomes a relatively obvious pass situation, and it's always more difficult to throw the ball when the defense knows a throw is coming. but I'm curious what you see on the tape and schematically from the 49ers offense. When you get in those relatively clear passing situations, is the way the 49ers attack defenses through the air, does it make it more difficult to try to throw for the Niners offense specifically? Because you look at Purdy's numbers, they are very, very bad in fourth quarters when trailing, but that was also the case for Jimmy Garoppolo. Is there something about the Shanahan offense and this specific style that makes it difficult to try to throw from behind?
It's a highly schemed offense. And sometimes when you get into those kinds of situations, you need to be able just to, have guys that can win and have your quarterback make, those kinds of throws versus man-to-man coverage. So, I think that it's partly that. I think that's probably fair because when they're at their best, what do we see when the Niners offense is at their best? We see a run game that's really effective, that keeps them on schedule. We see a pass game that often works off the run game. We see them being able to work what they do against predictable fronts, predictable coverages. So when you get into those fourth quarter situations or pure pass situations, that gets harder because the defense it has the tactical advantage. When it's long yardage or pure pass situations, the defense has the tactical advantage. So your schematics become totally different. You have to win with, by being able, in a sense, to be cliched, to make plays, not necessarily by out scheming. So that's probably fair to some extent.
One of the biggest plays that was made was 3rd and 12 for Detroit, down 13-7. And I want to get this right, and I'm going to take a chance because I've heard it both ways, but they ran the hook and ladder. I think it's a hook and lateral, but it seems like the colloquial has become hook and ladder. Amon-Ra to Williams for the touchdown. Which one is it, Greg? Is it hook and ladder or hook and lateral that they ran?
I mean, that's just a semantic.
Greg, I need you here. I need you.
Yeah, I don't know what they call it. I mean, it's, obviously that's a planned play, a scheme play. Ben Johnson does those kinds of things, I don't want to say regularly. You don't see it every week, but that is certainly part of their arsenal when they feel it's necessary. And I think they felt that the way the game was playing out in the first half, that they were not quite in control of it if they had to punt on that drive. So, they called that, and obviously that's, you're not defending that, so you have no idea that's coming.
Right.
It was just really, really well done. I mean, it was beautifully done. And Williams, Jamison Williams, there's probably 3 or 4 guys in the league that have terrifying speed, and he's one of them.
Was it Mark Duper involved in that famous play, Miami, San Diego, that went to overtime, Greg? It's a game that was before my partner Mark Grandy's lifespan, but that to me was the first time I ever saw the hook and lateral.
I believe Don Strock was the quarterback.
Look at you. Look at you. Greg Cosell.
Yeah.
And Kellen Winslow with a blocked field goal, I believe, to help force overtime. Like, man could barely walk.
That, I think, was the Winslow game where he caught so many balls and literally had to be carried off the field, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, epic game back in the playoffs in the early 80s. Yeah, you whippersnappers, pull up a chair, let Uncle Greg and I just walk you through it.
I'll have to go hunt down the
that's
tape.
okay. I started at films here in '79, so I remember it.
Man, yeah, I was in middle school there, and I think I recreated it on the blacktop the next day. Yeah, you're welcome, Greg.
I got one more for you, Greg, before we let you get on out of here. I asked you about Hufanga. I want to ask, though, about one of the young Niners defensive backs. You brought up Malik Mustafa at the safety position. I know you've also talked glowingly about Renardo Green. I know you liked his tape coming out of Florida State. He's been kind of thrust into a starting role because of some Niners injuries and absences. Mooney Ward is going to be a free agent as well, and the 49ers have a decision to make there. It seems like he probably won't be coming back because of, just roster construction issues and money and all of that. Renardo Green, his rookie year, now that it's nearly over, what have you seen from the rookie cornerback?
I would say far more positives than negatives. And I think that, I think this is part of a philosophy that they'll have to discuss in the offseason, because I think, again, this is all based on tape, I think Green's best trait is press man, and this is not a press man team. Now, when I say press man, I don't mean you play at 100% of the snaps, but I think that's his best trait. He came from a school, Florida State, where he started for 2 years. They were a heavy man team and a heavy press man team, and I think he excels at that. So I think you want to give him an opportunity to do that. but I think there's been far more positives than negatives. He's going to be a starter in this league, and he'll start for the Niners next year.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Greg, appreciate the time as always. We'll catch up with you for, I guess, one last time next week.
All right, sounds good, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, thanks. That's Greg Cosell, NFL Films. Does a great job as always, and he joins us every week here on the River Islands guest line. He got me a couple of times there early, Dibs, but I bounced back for the rest of the interview.
You hung in there. You hung in there pretty well, but
I think you got off clean.
Yeah. I kind of tried to figure it out with the things that he is most interested in answering.
Yeah.
It's not about contracts and free agency and hypotheticals. It's about the film. And if you stick to the film, you're going to be doing pretty well. And I had to ask him about the original hook and lateral, which if you get a chance, kids out there, 1982 playoffs, the Chargers and Dolphins into overtime. Chargers win it 41-38. Kellen Winslow Sr., not his felonious son, but Kellen Winslow Sr., with a singular performance for the ages in the playoffs and a San Diego playoff win.
This is probably a generational thing, but when I think of a hook and lateral or a hook and ladder, my mind immediately goes to Boise State over Oklahoma in the Fiesta Bowl.
Of course.
That was an incredible hook and ladder.
And that is still one of the greatest bowl games in the history of college football.
Boise State was back in the Fiesta Bowl, and this time they lost to Penn State.
And I saw something over the weekend that the player involved in that, and he runs over and proposes to his cheerleader girlfriend.
Yeah.
They're still together.
Wow.
And
How
it's
about that?
like 19 years later.
Is it really that? It's been that long?
I think it's been 19 years, but I'll look it up.
Wow.
It's been a long time, but they are...
that was like the 05 Fiesta Bowl is what you're telling me?
That sounds about right.
Or 06, if it was early 2026 or
Let me
2006.
Quick Googlage, and it's, I think 2010.
It was 2010.
Yeah, so 14 years ago.
14 or 15 years ago. Okay. That sounds a little bit more accurate.
I know, it's 07, Boise State over Oklahoma. So, 18 years.
Hell of a football game.
Yep. And again, a hook and lateral. That was that for the 2-point conversion or was that for the touchdown?
No, that was
they also
for the
ran
touchdown.
the fumble Ruski.
I don't remember the fumble Ruski. They scored the touchdown to force overtime on the hook and lateral at the very end of the fourth quarter. And then in overtime, they went for 2 to win, and they used the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty, not the fumble Ruski.
Yeah.
The Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty on front left pylon. They run in and they celebrate.
Yeah. Next time you do radio with Lo Neal, ask him about the time that they ran the Bumble Ruski, and Lo Neal was a part of it, and in the pros.
Yeah.
And they ran it, and the big fellow was able to pick it up, and he has a great story about how he had to wait, and he had to hold it and wait, and then he picked it up and he ran in for the end zone.
It's kind of it wasn't a fumble Ruski play, but the fake fumble that the Lions ran against the Bears a couple of weeks ago. You remember that?
Yeah.
Jared Goff pretending that he lost the ball and running backwards and then throwing. I don't know who he threw it to. It might have been to Jamison Williams for a touchdown, or maybe it was Laporta. Don't remember who it was, but it worked to perfection.
Yeah.
They were wide open against the
Bears.
Bears.
Just looking at the playoffs, and I know the field is not completely set, but if you start to think about your dream Super Bowl matchup and who you want to win the Super Bowl, it's easy to think about who you don't want to win the Super Bowl. Like the Rams, no. The Chiefs, absolutely not.
The Eagles, no.
Exactly. So if we think about who you don't want to win it, then you think about who you do want to win it.
I got mine.
Is it Detroit or Minnesota?
Detroit for me.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how likely that is considering their defense. But for me, it's Detroit versus Buffalo. I have no problem rooting for Buffalo.
Bet the over. I mean, the over-under probably beat 60. That game feels like a 48-47 kind of a game.
It feels like every game Detroit plays is gonna be an over-under.
I'm also in on Detroit. My good friend Derek Petrak, shout out Contra Costa Country Club. He's a Detroit guy, and my old neighbor Cameron Davis, who's on the Detroit staff. So I've got definite family ties to Detroit. But if it can't be Detroit, I'd like to see Minnesota get it done.
I think Minnesota's number 2 in the
Sammy
NFC
D.
For me. Who do you want out of the AFC? You with the Bills as well, or what?
Or Baltimore, Lamar Jackson. I'd like to see Lamar get it done. Derrick Henry.
I know there's no one left over from that team other than the coach, but they beat the Niners in the Super Bowl years ago. I can't. No.
Something about Lamar Jackson and what he's become as a player, because everybody was deriding him as a guy who can't win from the pocket And now he's turned out to be a pretty damn good pocket quarterback. He still runs a lot.
Quietly had an incredible year. Incredible year. I'm not sure why he's not getting more MVP consideration.
Agreed.
I guess maybe because he won it last year. But I mean, he has been amazing. Amazing.
You don't want to see another Harbaugh versus Harbaugh Super Bowl?
I could get behind the Chargers. Chargers might be my number 2 that I would want to see get there. Part of it is because Harbaugh, and also because their quarterback. You know where he went to school, right? We don't need to say
Oregon State. Exactly. Did I get that wrong?
I'll leave it there.
All right.
All right. Time for a break. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And the Warriors are back in action tonight versus the Sixers, which means Warriors Live starts with me at 6. I'm running double duty. I got you covered for Warriors Live at 6. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. More Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. He's back on Monday. It's Grandy and Dibbs holding down the fort the next 2 days this week. Welcome in. Willard and Dibbs continues. Just got off the phone with Greg Cosell, NFL Films. It's sad that we're nearing the end of the Niners season, Dibbs. I mean, at this point last year, we were still crossing our fingers that a Super Bowl trip was in the cards. It was. Ultimately, they fell short, of course. But now we're looking at one more Niners game, and it means nothing other than draft position.
Right.
That's really the only thing that matters. They have already locked up last place in the NFC West, which means we know all of their opponents for next year already. How about that?
It's funny that you said that because
hell of an easy schedule coming up next year.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but I was doing my show prep yesterday, getting ready for doing the show with you, and yesterday it kind of hit me, Jan 1, new year, new Dibs, and I'm ready to get back to it, and I actually had that conversation with myself. What if they beat Arizona? If they beat Arizona, is there any possible way that they can jump Arizona and be third in the division? So I went through all of the permutations. Head-to-head with Arizona would be even. The next tiebreaker is divisional record. It would be even. The next tiebreaker is common opponents, which would be even. The next tiebreaker is conference record, which would be even. The next tiebreaker is strength of victory, and that is the teams that you beat and their record versus the teams that your team you're tied with and the teams that they beat and their record. And
like quality wins. Beating a good team helps you.
And I do believe that is where the Niners are the lesser team because Arizona beat the Chargers and the Niners beat Dallas in one of the only victories that's not a common one. And maybe Arizona beat Dallas as well. They must, maybe not, but I can't remember what it was, but it got all the way down to strength of victory before the Niners actually lost the tiebreaker.
That's crazy.
Which is tiebreaker number 5.
I didn't go through it myself. I just, got the news release. Oh, here are the Niners opponents, and I just accepted it for fact.
Which is great because it's the AFC South week, it's the NFC South week, and then it's the fourth place teams in the East, the Giants, the North, the Bears, and I guess that would be the
last place in where we missed. Oh, the South. No, they play the whole teams. They play everyone in the South.
It's in the AFC. It's an AFC division. It might be. It's not the West. It might be the East, and they play the Patriots again.
No, it's the North. They play the Cleveland Browns.
Thank you. It's Cleveland. So your bonus games are Cleveland, Chicago, and the Giants, and you also play
maybe the 2 worst divisions in football.
Right.
In the AFC and NFC South.
You play Houston, they're good. Indy, who's your quarterback? Jacksonville, yikes. And Tennessee, who's your quarterback?
Probably got a new one next year.
Right. And you also play Tampa, good. But I think that game's actually here next year. And not that it matters. And you've got Atlanta, New Orleans, and Carolina.
Actually is in Tampa.
Okay. I mean, again, so you go to Tampa second straight time.
I'll run through them really quick. So your home dates, we don't know the actual dates, but your home opponents. Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, division. Falcons, Panthers, Jaguars, Titans, Bears. That's at home.
Yep.
On the road, Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks again. Then the Browns, Texans, Colts, Saints, Giants, Buccaneers.
Yeah. The only thing that is a little bit irksome is the amount of travel. And depending on how those games stack, you do go to Cleveland and New York and Tampa. Those are all long trips. You hope that a couple of those are grouped together.
Indianapolis, too.
Yep.
New Orleans.
Yeah, those are, Central Time. Not quite as far, but you hope for some grouping to where you can have at least one trip where you get 2 games and you don't have to fly out and fly back. And the other thing that happened this year that you would hope the NFL doesn't screw you on again is rest differential. Yeah. And I mentioned this in the offseason, and, my partner Mark Willard and many other people kind of poo-pooed it. But now that you saw it play out, the amount of games where they had less rest than the opponent was the worst in more than 20 years. And Warren Sharp, I don't know if you follow Sharp Football on Twitter, but
does a great job.
He's really into a lot of these deep dives into analytics. And I do think when you look at this schedule, so if the Niners don't get a bad schedule on rest again next year, the opponents are pretty weak. And if they have a good grouping and properly placed bye, this team should be really good next year.
Yeah, I mean, they have an opportunity to beat up on some bad teams, no doubt, and nowhere near as challenging schedule-wise as it was this year. You know what? We're in this mode right now. Let's ask this question as it relates to the Niners, because we do got to change gears in about 7 minutes when we've got Dr. Brian Feely of UCSF coming on to talk injuries as we run through Cleared to Play as we do every week. That's coming up in just a little bit. We've already talked about this for the Warriors, and we'll get back to them a little bit later on. 2024 was rough for the Niners as well, though, Dibs. What is the one thing the Niners need to do? I guess since the season is essentially over, we can focus this on the offseason. What is the one thing the Niners need to do this offseason to ensure the 2025 season is better than it was in 2024?
They need to get into a warfare mentality, which is to say they need to dig some trenches. They need to get into the trenches, and they need to rebuild the trenches, because I look at the team right now offensively, and I see a right guard who was a rookie who was fantastic. As a rookie right guard, he was great. Your right tackle needs an upgrade. Your center is not good enough. Your left guard was a revolving door, and your left tackle is a Hall of Famer, but he's maybe down to his last season. I don't know what he has left. And this is no disrespect, but he was injured this year. He had personal tragedy. But I think coming back next year, he'll be 36 or 37.
At the very least, you got to start thinking about life after him.
Correct.
Yeah.
So for me, your first-round pick in the 2025 draft, no matter where it is, has got to be a tackle, maybe a future left tackle, a current right tackle, somebody who can step in and be an anchor piece to your offensive line for the future. You go out in free agency and you get a center, and then you can figure out the left guard from there. Additionally, on the other side of the ball, if you're going to run this wide nine, and the wide nine...
Yeah, explain it to us.
Well, the wide nine is where you have the defensive lineman splits are very wide, and you see Nick Bosa a lot of times almost out by the numbers, and he is very effective in that. But when you have your best defensive player probably, 15 feet from the ball, it allows offenses to run straight up the gut. And you saw it over and over and over again this year. Kyron Williams and James Conner and all these other running backs, James Cook from Buffalo, inside the tackles going right down the middle. If you want to run the wide nine, you need to have good interior defensive linemen. And this year, you had Jordan Elliott. He was good. He did a nice job. And, end of list. Okawanu was good in spots, but
Malik Collins
was
healthy all year.
Yeah.
He's more of an interior pass rusher than a run stopper.
And Javon Hargrave is the same.
Yep.
So you need to go out in the draft or free agency and find a 320, 330-pound plugger, a guy who can eat up two blockers and allow Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw to do what they do best, which is fly to the ball. And this year, your run defense wasn't very good because your interior run defense was bad. So for me, for the Niners, forget wide receiver and Debo, forget Brock Purdy and his contract, and the secondary, you've got some questions. For me, it's D-tackle and offensive line. That's what needs to be fixed.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you can let us know what you think the Niners need to do. The one thing they have to do this offseason to make sure 2025 is better than 2024, you can give us a call, shoot us a text, 888-957-9570. We're going to go to Cleared to Play here in about 5 minutes, but we'll take your call right after if you got something for us. For me, Dibs, I zoomed out a little bit, made it a little more macro, and maybe that's cheating, but I agree with everything that you said. For me, the one thing the Niners need to do above all else, it's adjust their philosophy. And part of it is what you're talking about. In fact, I wrote down here on my notes, stop drafting skill positions, go for the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football. Everything you just said is 100% true. But to get a little bit more under that umbrella, I went with change your philosophy, to adjust your philosophy. Because Kyle Shanahan, I know you hate it, but you got to start caring about special teams. Special teams was bad enough that it cost you multiple games this year. And it's not just the kicker missing kicks. Even if you take out the missed kicks, they're the worst special teams group in the NFL. Special teams, absolutely terrible. Shanahan likes to kind of set it and forget it. You got to at least put enough effort into it to make a change that it doesn't hurt you again. And even more for Kyle Shanahan to adjust his philosophy. Gone are the days in the NFL where you can just be as conservative as all get out. You got to adjust a little bit. You got to be a little bit more aggressive. You got 4th and 2. from the 40-yard line, don't kick a 57-yard field goal. Please, Kyle, go for it. You got Christian McCaffrey. You've got Brandon Ayuk. You got George Kittle. When you have your weapons and it's 4th and short, go for it. Please. You will get it way more often than you don't. So maybe I'm cheating a little bit, Dibs, but it's kind of a 3-pronged thing for me. Adjust your philosophy. Stop going for those skill position players. Beef up on the interior. Worry about special teams for the first time in a while. And adjust the way that you call plays and your aggressiveness. Those 3 things, I think, will go a long way into helping the Niners next year.
Yeah, I agree. And, you look at the Detroit game, and they put up the stat on Monday night about the Lions, and they go for it on 4th down the most in football, and they converted it at a very high percentage as well. And the 49ers don't oftentimes go for it.
They had the 4th and goal touchdown to Amon-Ra on Monday.
And, Kyle is more conservative, and I'm not asking him to change his stripes because he never will, but just to be a little bit more aggressive. And what I saw from Kyle on Monday night was actually a little refreshing. You ran a couple of trick plays and you went for it on a 4th down. I did think that it was interesting that he tried a 58-yard field goal with Jake Moody.
We all knew that was missing. Oh, man.
Right, and I think that he also knew that it was missing. It felt to me like a moment where he was saying to Jake Moody, go out there and show me something here, kid, because the thing about Jake Moody is he's got the leg. He's got the leg to make a 65 or even a 70-yarder. That 58-yarder would have been good from 65 had it been straight.
Wide left.
So it's not a question of leg strength with Moody, and we can say it's the ankle, even though it's actually his kicking side ankle. It's not the plant ankle.
Yeah.
So it looked like he put enough thud into the ball for it to go if it was straight. He's dealing with major confidence issues, and I would bet if that game was a meaningful game for the Niners, he's not going for a 58-yarder in that spot. That felt to me almost like he was trolling the kicker.
Well, you know what Shanahan would have done if it was a big-time game.
Punt?
Yeah, he would have punted.
Get out of here.
I would rather have the field goal attempt than a punt, even if you have a kicker that hasn't made anything recently, which is the case for Jake Moody.
And you turn it over, and Detroit's got it at the 48-yard line because you missed a 58-yarder. But
just go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it. And then you might get it, and then you get a touchdown out of it, although he probably would have then settled for a field goal a little bit later on a 4th and short. That's what he does.
One quick postscript on your special teams. The Niners did climb up to 31st in the league in net punt average.
Wow.
Up from 32nd.
So their name O'Donnell?
O'Donnell, yeah. Neil O'Donnell.
Better than Wisnowski, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
You're out on
sadly.
Wisnowski. I know that. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And it is now time. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line because it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Dr. Brian Feely. Doc, happy holidays, happy New Year. Thanks for taking out the time as always. Good to catch up with you. How you doing?
Pretty good. Happy New Year to you guys.
Yeah, appreciate that. We've just been talking a little bit about the Niners, so I figure we can start there. A scare for the Niners quarterback, Brock Purdy, dealing with another right elbow issue. He heard it late in the game on Monday night. It does seem like the 49ers dodged a major bullet. It's not a UCL tear. It doesn't seem to be a thing that's going to maybe keep him out for the offseason or anything like that. But what can you tell us about what he's going through and kind of how scary it is for fans to deal with a quarterback who's now had multiple injuries to the same right elbow?
Yeah, I think if you look at the mechanism of his original injury, he had a classic mechanism for an ulnar collateral ligament or UCL tear, where his arm was hyperextended. You could see how his ligament would tear. This injury on Monday was much more subtle. It was more like he banged his funny bone, which sounds like an over-exaggeration. Why is somebody going to be out for banging their funny bone? But when you have this surgery, your ulnar nerve, which is what gets bumped when you hit your funny bone, can cause your little finger and your ring finger to essentially go to sleep. So that's what he was describing as my hand and elbow felt like they were on fire. So you can't grip a football, and it can sometimes take a few weeks till it feels all the way better. So no structural damage, which is great, but it can take a few weeks for that nerve to feel like it's fully recovered. And honestly, the season's over. There's no real reason to play him.
And in terms of the actual injury, the UCL injury, now that we're a full year plus removed from, just about a year removed from the incident itself, does it become less likely that there's re-injury as opposed to an average person who hasn't had that injury?
Yeah, it's a great question. For baseball pitchers, we know that even when they've had an UCL reconstruction or repair, they are still at slightly higher risk than the normal pitching population of a recurrent injury, largely due to mechanics. In football players, it's just too rare of an injury. The person before Brock Purdy to have this, ironically, was Nick Mullins after he played for the 49ers. So there's just not that many people that have this in the NFL. The assumption is that this is a bad luck injury. It's not something that is overuse. It's not something just by throwing. It's a traumatic injury. So at this point, the ligament's healed. He's obviously had essentially one great season, one really, really good season without his weapons around him. So we shouldn't expect this to be a recurring problem.
Good news there, and I think the reason why so many Niner fans are concerned is because, one, the history of that elbow, and two, because the Niners have to make a decision this offseason about Brock Purdy's future as it relates to a contract extension. One other player they have to consider their future with is Dre Greenlaw, who, as we know, tore his Achilles nearly a year ago now in the Super Bowl, returned a couple of weeks ago, looked great for half a game, then came out, played like a snap or two the following week in Miami, hasn't played since and has been since shut down with what the Niners are calling a calf injury. How worried should we be about this calf injury following the Achilles tear surgery, repair, and rehabilitation process? And how might that calf injury impact the Niners' decisions on Greenlaw this offseason?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. The more time you give anybody away from an injury and surgery, the more healing you're going to have, the more time you're going to have to recover from any injury process. So I think overall, we clearly showed what happens when Dre Greenlaw isn't out this year. We don't play as well on defense. There seemed to be enough times where Fred Warner seemed like he was missing Dre Greenlaw next to him. Now, in terms of when he gets this calf strain, for him, that was almost like a preseason game in that he hadn't played for an extended period of time, and he goes in and gets a calf strain. That's typically when we see calf strains and hamstring strains in the NFL, is in the preseason and in the first few weeks of the regular season. So most likely they can treat this as a separate injury. We know that the return to play rate from Achilles injuries in that 25 to 32-year-old range in the NFL is pretty good. So I don't know how much it would really affect contract talks other than it's something that one side will bring up. The other side will say it's not a big deal.
Brandon Ayuk had a torn ACL and an MCL, and he had surgery in early November. What would be the prognosis for a pretty standard return to play for a wide receiver at his age in the NFL?
So he's young. He's half the age of the rest of us. So his prognosis is pretty good. When you look at any skill position, receiver, running back, quarterback coming back to the NFL, typically we're looking at a solid 9 months before returning to contact. Any sooner is rare. Usually get some drills around 8 months, but return to play is around 9 months, because going back any sooner, no matter how good of an athlete you are, is a much higher risk of re-injury. When you look at performance that first year back, it's usually not quite as good, but pretty close to where you were the season before. So you can expect he's not going to be quite as good as he was maybe the Super Bowl season, but kind of where he was this year, which was decent, maybe not amazing, but then he should build into it. In the second year back, he should be better.
Doc, I want to transition to the Warriors here for just a second. Steph Curry and Draymond Green both on the injury report tonight. First of all, on Draymond Green, he's probable with the low back contusion. That injury necessarily maybe not all that concerning. I mean, he's probable, should play tonight, but it's more of a season-long thing. He's been on the injury report a lot, And there's been all the conversations about how the Warriors might need him to play more minutes at 5 at the center spot, but he might not be something he wants to do considering the toll on his body. Is there anything the Warriors can do other than rest and limited minutes at the 5 to kind of ease him through some of these minor nagging injuries that he's going through?
No, I think we've seen, particularly in the NBA, that as players reach their early and mid-30s, Draymond's 34 years old now, having that load management is really important. And a back contusion is different than the other things that he's dealt with in his low back. He's had some essentially disc issues. This is more just a bruise in your back, but you can't jump as well. You can't bend forward as well. He's not going to want to dive on the ground nearly as much as if he didn't have a contusion. And the answer, as it is for many of these players in the NBA, is effective load management. Avoid the back-to-back games. Get a little bit more rest whenever you can when the Warriors are up by a lot or down by a lot so that you're preserving yourself for a long season.
And Steph right now dealing with a right thumb sprain, and he's got that nagging knee tendonitis, bilateral, I believe. Both the knees are kind of barking at him. What is capable or what's able for him to do to try to make it through this tough time?
Same thing with tendonitis, which we don't have a great handle on exactly why it happens other than overuse. The answer is usually an extended period of rest, which Steph isn't going to take. If you're an everyday athlete, we would typically say it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks to get back onto feeling where you feel good enough to go for a run, play basketball with your friends. If you're Steph Curry in the middle of the season, you're going to get enough time to maybe get an extra night off to feel a little bit better, but he's probably going to feel it all season. How much does it affect his performance? There's not usually a structural issue with tendonitis. It's more inflammation and a little bit of tendon degeneration. So he should be able to play through it unless it gets really bad. And then he may need an extended rest period, which, with the All-Star game coming up, even though it's in the Bay Area, he should get a little bit more time off during then.
Good stuff. Appreciate the time as always, Doc. We'll catch up with you next time. Thanks as always. And again, Happy New Year.
All right. Happy New Year, guys.
All right. There's Doc Feely here. It's cleared to play. Brought to you by UCSF Health. Again, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. It's Grandy and Dibbs in on Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. It's kind of what we were talking about to begin the show, Dibbs. You need as much help more than ever for Steph and Draymond. One, because they're getting up there and they're just not as good as they once were. Two, because they can't play as often as they once could. And yet the Warriors are getting less help than ever from the supporting cast.
Right, and the idea of Steph dealing with the tendonitis, and Doc said it perfectly, where you don't really have a solution for it other than rest. And, you can do cortisone and whatnot, which I do in my bad knee, my crooked leg, but for me, it's only every 6 months, and you get 2 or 3 months are really good, and I'm kind of in that 3-month period of good, and then after the first 3 months, it starts to go south on you. So if you're Steph and you're trying to do high-level basketball things with 2 knees with tendonitis, you can only do so much. You can't go to the needle all the time, and football players get Toradol, which is a super-duper triple pain reliever, but it's not really good for your body to do that over and over. And now Steph has the thumb as well, and Draymond's got the lower back soreness, and I can understand why he doesn't want to play the 5 all the time. And basically the reality of being an athlete, a pro athlete in your mid to late 30s, you're going to have to deal with this stuff. And if you don't have other players stepping up to help you, you're going to lose games because of it.
Yeah, the latest injury report from the NBA, Draymond is still probable with the left low back contusion. Stephen Curry is still questionable with the right thumb sprain. Also on the injury report, Kyle Anderson, questionable with an illness. Nothing to worry about there, but a couple of guys are out. GP2 still with the left calf strain. Brandon Pajemski dealing with that abdominal tightness. He is also out for this game tonight for the Warriors.
And that is probably the one that's most troubling because, you deal with the ab stuff and obliques, as we know, we've seen from many other athletes, whether it's baseball, basketball, or football. And if you've got an oblique strain or a muscle issue, you can't do anything, twisting or reaching or jumping or stooping or bending, let alone taking charges like Pods does. So that's one of those ones where you got to wait and let it quiet all the way down.
Yeah, not good. We got the 415 on the Comcast Business text line wanted us to ask Doc, how many millimeters of Toradol did the Niners burn through this season? Probably a lot.
Yeah, you would figure.
Maybe only the Lions more.
Well, and you told or you heard Trent Williams talk about it before.
Yeah.
How he was, he was taking the needle for as much as he could, and then he had the personal off-field tragedy that sidelined him, and then you got to the spot where the season was going to be lost anyway.
What's the point?
Yeah, just go ahead and put the needle away and come back next year.
Yeah. All right, time for a quick break. When we come back, we can get back into the Warriors. The question we've been playing with all day here on Willard and Dibs. A tough year for the Warriors, the Niners, the Giants. What's one thing each of those teams need to do this year to ensure 2025 is better than 2024? We'll take your calls and text on that. 888-957-9570. More Willard and Dibs with Grandy in for Willard next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
So many great voices in that one.
Yeah.
I think the first one was Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr tomorrow.
Okay.
Here on Willard and Dibs.
Man,
Believe
hope
at
they
5
win
o'clock.
tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, they need a win. They haven't been below 500 all year, Dibs.
Yeah. Well, they were 12-3. And normally when you start 12-3 and you get 17 games down the road, you're 22-14 or whatever it would be. And yeah, wow.
There's only one instance in NBA history, I think, where a team that started 12-3 finished the season, didn't make the playoffs. And I think there's no instances of where a team started 12-3 and finished below 500.
Wow. Save that for tomorrow. That'll be a fun one for them if they lose tonight.
I'll confirm the stat.
Okay.
I have it buried away somewhere. I'll have to go and find it exactly.
I mean, that is surprising to me because 12-3 is a good start, but that's only 15 out of 82. You got 67 more, and you could suffer a calamity, and I won't even put a name to what that calamity would be. But if you do suffer a calamity of any real, I guess, measure, you could have that 12-3 go south on you, and it could get really bad. But wow.
What makes the Warriors turn around in a bad way so concerning is they haven't had that kind of calamity. They've had some issues crop up, and we always point to the DeAnthony Melton injury as kind of the turning point, but he wasn't important enough to be the sole reason why everything has gone downhill. It's kind of been a mix of things. But it would be easier to understand if, say, all right, your best player hadn't played in 2 months. You're going to lose a lot of basketball games. But Steph has largely been available. Draymond has largely been available. Wiggins has been available. Kuminga's only missed 2 games. Like, your most important pieces, Dibs, have been available almost night after night after night. And yet you have lost 13 of your last 17 games.
Right. And you've done it in kind of a similar fashion night after night, where your offense has gone from really good to, quite frankly, really bad. The game against Cleveland might be the nadir so far, or the low point.
Shout out, Ralph.
Put it in. That would be nadir, but I'll give you 3 for that because it's an effort and it's before your time. But the nadir is the opposite of the apex. It's the low point. It's what you would consider rock bottom. And I don't know if this is rock bottom. I kind of hope it is. But when you shoot 33% from the floor, and I looked at the numbers after the game, and there was 4 for 11, there was 3 for 10, there was 5 for 13. I mean, everybody, almost bar none. I think there was one guy, and it might have been TJD. I think Kuminga shot less than 50%. Everybody shot really, really poorly, and you start to think about it like from a longer sample. Steph has been good most of the time, but there have been games where he's been a little bit off. He had the game where he actually didn't make a basket earlier in this stretch.
In Memphis.
Right.
51-point loss.
Right. So it's been more than just a small sample of this offense being bad, and now you look at points per game, which I know is not a pure elite advanced metric, but it's ultimately one of the most important things is to score points in the association. And I think they're now 17th or 18th.
Yeah, I think the only thing that determines a win or loss is if you scored more or less than your opponent did.
Right. So you can be a bad offensive team and still be good if you're a very good defensive team, but they're not that. They're slightly above average on defense, and they're slightly now below average on offense.
They were elite at both for the first 15. They've been terrible offensively for the last 17. They've been all right defensively for the last 17. They're still a top half of the league defense, but you're right. They're bordering onto very bad offensively, and it hasn't been enough. Anthony Slater earlier today on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Spadoni in for Shasky, talking about the Warriors and who they are right now.
They honestly haven't been average in the last few weeks. They've been well below average. I mean, their offense is basically like Wizards Hornets level. I do believe that they are play-in, maybe with the right move, with kind of, an improving rotation, just better shooting percentages from guys historically who can, that they could maybe bump up towards 6th seed type, which is to me is the goal, right? Get in the playoffs, firmly in the playoffs, but I don't think they're there right now. But who are they? They're a fading giant that, is in year 4 of like kind of a slow fade, while also obviously trying to build up this younger core below them. And they're struggling a little bit to do that. So, we kind of don't know who they are because they've kind of been this for a while now.
Right. They're struggling a little bit to do that, to build up the younger
Fading
core.
giant is what he called them.
He's not wrong, and they've been slowly fading for 4 years. And everything I hear from Slater, great on the Warriors beat from The Athletic, also part of the Odyssey family here with his podcast, Warriors Plus Minus. Check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nice.
Everything I hear Slater say, it's accurate, and I agree. But it leads my mind only in one direction. That's why you got to do something to change. Otherwise, if you just stand idly by, it's going to continue to get worse and worse and worse. And you're going to force Steph to close out his career playing on terrible basketball teams for like the last 5 years of his career in the NBA.
Well, that's a little bit of a stretch, depending on, how far back you want to go. They were champions just a couple of years ago, and that was, 2022. So that would now be 3 years. If they don't win it this year, that'd be 3 straight years with no title. And 2 more years of Steph after this. And I do think that you have a better chance at improving your roster in the offseason than you do at the trade deadline, which is 5 weeks from today. We're inside of 5 weeks because the deadline is not 4/24 Pacific time and 5 Thursdays from now. But if you want to think about a move to make, I don't know if there's a move that you can make in the next 5 weeks that get you from what Anthony was describing, which is a play-in team. Maybe a 6 seed is the ceiling right now.
He said a 6 seed is the goal.
Yeah.
But they're having a hard time doing that.
Well, and if you look at the standings right now, there are clearly 5 teams in the West. And if you want to put the Clippers, there are 3 teams that are elite ahead of everyone. But I look at, Denver and Dallas, who I think they're both better than you. You've had trouble with the Clippers. And then you get down into Lakers. Minnesota has had your number. Then the Spurs, and then you. And I think that when you start to look at the West in that middle tier, in Oklahoma City, they are far and away the best team in the West. I'm not sure if Memphis can sustain or Houston. Those are younger teams who haven't really, quote, done it. But I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt through almost half the season now. They've been that team. And if you're the Warriors and you're 16-16 and you started out 12-3, that means you've lost 13-17. So can you turn it around? And Steph did say that in his quote. He talked about, you're just a couple of good weeks away from getting right back in it, but you're also a couple more bad weeks away from kind of being out of it.
Yeah, well, let's hear from Steph. This was postgame on Monday against the Cavs, that game at home when the Warriors offense was nowhere to be found. Here's Steph Curry postgame Monday.
How the kids say it, we're very mid right now. We're just very average. I think we understand that better days can be ahead if, you're not in that big of a hole in the Western Conference. If you look at the standings, you go on a 5-6 game run. To us, that sounds like a lot, but it is like the numbers. You can make up a lot of ground pretty quickly. It's a tough task, but that fine line between losing hope and confidence and understanding, one good week, you're kind of back in it. That's where we are.
Yeah.
He kind of sounds like
he's down. He's down. You would expect him to be down. They've lost 13-17. And I'm trying to rack my brain to think about a healthy time in his career where he's gone through this. And we all remember the year that they didn't tank. They were just terrible.
2019, 2020.
Thank you. Yeah, it was pandemic. And, Steph was hurt and Draymond got hurt and stopped playing and Clay wasn't back yet. And it was Eric Paschall and Jordan Poole yo-yoing between the G League and the big club, and
Kai Bowman, Glenn Robinson III.
That team didn't tank; they were just terrible.
Chris,
all that. Your memory is incredible, and I love that about you. But I'm trying to remember a time.
Damian Lee.
Yep.
That's all I got right now.
And was that Kelly Oubre or was that pre-Oubre?
No, the next year.
He came the next year. Okay.
Yeah.
You're better at this than I am, but I was just trying to think about
Kelly Oubre in town tonight for the Sixers.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time in Steph's career where they lost 13-17 when he was, as you said, mostly healthy. And that's why you hear him the way he is. And he's down. I mean, he's down, and Steve Kerr is down, and Draymond, he's barking at Buddy Hield and all the rest of it because they don't have the answer. There is no answer. And you can talk about a trade, and that may or may not help, and you can stand pat, and that probably won't help. I just don't know what the answer is.
You bring up a good word or a good phrase. You don't know what the answer is. Steph was later asked post-game on Monday the most addressable issue with the offense, and you will hear this question, and then you will hear Steph not have an answer.
Independent of just making shots, what do you think is like the not necessarily biggest issue with the offense, but the most easily addressable issue?
If I had those answers, I would think we wouldn't be asking that question because we'd be able to figure it out on the floor. So I don't know. Everybody, I think the first thing you think of is turnovers. I think tonight it wasn't that big of a problem. It was just literally the ball wasn't going to the basket, layups, mid-range threes, pretty much everything. Last game against Phoenix, there was that stretch in the second quarter where I had turnovers. Like, that's something you can address. Each game's a little different, but the solution, I'd have no idea.
I mean, it sounds like someone who's out of answers, does not know what the next step is, does not know how to right the ship as currently constructed. I don't know how we can hear Steph Curry talk like that, Dibs, and think that this is a team that is just going to stand pat and not do much to try to improve the roster. I know, like, using the phrase, like, Steph deserves another shot, it's kind of a little cliched. But he desperately needs the help. And we get so hung up on, well, you're mortgaging the future if you go out and try to help Steph win now. And maybe it's all for naught, because even if you get somebody in here, are they even going to be a championship contender? I mean, you're not allowed to trade consecutive first-round picks. Right. You're at the very least going to have a first-round pick every other year. And plus, are we that concerned about the Warriors and their picks? They haven't done a very good job of making first-round picks for a while now. I don't know.
I don't know about that. I mean, Kuminga at 7, the jury's somewhat still out, but he's been a pretty good player, I think. And Moody at 14, you gave him an extension. He was a lottery player.
When was the last time Moody's played meaningful minutes?
It's funny you say that, because I need to apologize to Moses in that I said nobody shot the ball well against Cleveland. He actually was 7 for 8 in that game.
Garbage time hero.
Some of it was garbage time, but Steph was asking... he was asked the question about offensively, what do you do? And it's as simple as this: make a shot. And if you look at their numbers,
they can't make a shot.
They are 27th mark in the league, in the association, in field goal percentage. They're shooting 44%, not from 3, from the floor. Only the Pelicans and the Hornets are worse. They're tied with the Rockets, who happen to be a very good defensive team, so they can get away with the fact that they don't shoot it very well. And from 3, the Warriors they're 17th. They're mid. So the one thing that they've always been best at, now they're 17th. And I don't want to just single out Buddy Hield, but I looked at his December numbers. In 13 games, he's averaging 8.5 points a game, 30% from 3, 36 from the floor in 22 minutes. He's become largely unplayable because he's lost his confidence. He's Jake Moody. Forget Moses Moody. He's Jake Moody. Buddy Moody is what we should be calling him.
To the point where Draymond Green on Saturday in the win over the Suns, when I think he went 0 for 7, all from downtown, Draymond on the court, well, just off the court, in front of the bench, called him out in front of cameras, saying, like, wake the F up or sit the F down. And that's Draymond's way of trying to motivate and to lead, and you might have a problem with it. It's what he's done his entire career here. But that's how bad it's been for Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
You don't have anybody that can make a shot. Even Steph is going through a shooting slump right now. Like, it is bad across the board for just about everybody except for Kuminga.
Yeah, and Draymond's message actually landed. It landed. I give him credit, because Buddy actually came out and made a basket in the next game.
What, he go 1 for 8?
Correct. Correct. So, I mean, the Draymond shakeup, man, it paid immediate dividends. Buddy Hield in his last 4 games is 2 for 21 from 3. 2 for 21. And you go back to the beginning of the year, 5 of 7, 7 of 9. He had a 1 of 11, fine. 7 of 11, 4 of 12, 6 of 10. He was lighting the league up in the early going. And then since then, this December has not been a December to remember. And then you look elsewhere. All right, Dennis Schroeder, the new addition, Shout out Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike. He's come in, Dennis Schroeder, and he's been flatly bad. And Draymond said right when the acquisition was announced, yeah, we need to adjust to Dennis. Well, if you've adjusted to Dennis, he hasn't really done much to help you. And Pods has been inconsistent. Moody can't find the court and all the rest of it. This team they're so broken in so many ways. And offensively, they've been really bad. You would at least think, all right, let's come in there and lock teams down defensively and maybe we can get away with it. But the defense has slipped as well.
They have so many problems, Dibs. Like, you could plug a hole here, you could plug a hole there, they're still going to have a number of issues.
And that's why I look at the deadline, and I think that all your issues are not fixable by a trade or trades at the deadline. So I'm not saying you just ride it out and you go 30-52 and you have a forgettable year, but I just don't know if the fix is there in the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's hard to find a single move that vaults them into championship contention. But I don't know, the way I look at it, Dibs, is you have to try. You got to be desperate and you got to try something. I don't necessarily care if it means trading away 2 first-round picks, a first-round pick in 2027 and another in 2029. Like, if that's what it's got to be to get somebody in here to make the team better and to at least give yourself an improved chance, you got to do it. I don't know what other choice you have. You can't. The worst thing you could possibly do is just hang out and not do anything on either side. I've seen some texts come in on the Comcast business text line. Screw all this talk about buying at the deadline. You got to sell. Trade Steph, trade Draymond, move on, and begin the rebuild now. I don't think that's ever going to happen, although I can see the logic. If your goal, Dibs, is to try to minimize the amount of time between championships, you could make a case that selling your valuable pieces now is the best way to do that. It also means you will bottom out much quicker and you will probably be much worse in the short term than if you don't do that. But if you're trying to minimize the amount of time between championships, that might be the best way to go. But of course, there's so many other considerations than just winning a championship. That's what you always want. But there are other things to worry about.
But that's a foolhardy way to look at it, to talk about minimizing time between championships, because there is no team outside of San Antonio that has been able to have that sort of a gap in talk about championships. Now, the Lakers are different because the Lakers have gone from Kobe and then they got LeBron. They went from Magic to Kobe to LeBron, and the Lakers were able to do things in a woebegone, bygone era to go from one championship era to another. San Antonio did it because their star player got hurt. You got the number 1 pick in the right year, and you got one of the 20 best players in the history of the game in Tim Duncan. So if you're the Warriors and you're thinking about minimizing time between championships, that is the epitome of arrogance and hubris, because you don't get to trade Steph and Draymond, get a bunch of picks, and just reload the dynasty. It doesn't work that way. And Steiny and Evan earlier had a funny one, a hypothetical about, if you could trade Steph and you would get the guaranteed number 1 pick and get Cooper Flagg, would you do it? And you'd be assuming that Cooper Flagg is going to be the next Steph if you would do that deal.
No, I mean, you're looking at it from you have Stephen Curry's whole career left ahead of him. Of course, if that was the case, no. Right. But you're talking about the last few years of Steph when he won't be as good as he was.
But you don't know if Cooper Flagg is really going to be that.
But how much is the last 3 years of Steph's career worth to you? And it could be a ton.
Yeah.
But it pales in comparison to what his whole career was, of course.
Well, what if you could, and I'll just throw this out before we go to the phones. I know a lot of people are on hold and they want to talk, but
888-957-9570.
If you could trade Steph right now for Victor Wembanyama.
Absolutely.
You would do that.
In a heartbeat.
And ride with Wemby.
Sorry, Steph, you are the greatest Warrior ever. You will always be the greatest Warrior ever, but that is the ticket to winning another championship. Wembanyama.
It could be. I mean, it could be. It also,
the Spurs would never do that in a million years. I'll put it that way.
And this is where it becomes interesting to me, because everybody who wants to trade Steph, nobody wants to look at the hard reality of, A, what could you get back? Because if we all say that Steph is a diminishing asset, other teams know that too. So they're not going to give you Wembanyama or Anthony Edwards or Gilgeous-Alexander. You're not going to get a young star from another team. You're going to get a middling star or a middle-aged star, or you're going to get a bunch of picks and hope you hit on them.
Or a young guy who's shown some promise but hasn't fully turned into somebody yet. And you hope that you hit on that guy. Similar to a draft pick, but you have a little bit more intel to go off of it. Like, that's what the Thunder got for Paul George in SGA. Right. And he's now probably going to win the MVP. At least so far, he's one of the leading candidates for the best team in the Western Conference. Like, it's dangerous to say, OKC did it, we can do it. Like, that was a very unique circumstance.
And Paul George was, 31 at the time?
Something like that.
And he still was still in the prime of his career, and Steph Curry is not that.
You're right. And as Evan pointed out, the way the Clippers were viewing that was, well, if we don't get Paul George, we're also not getting Kawhi. So we think of this SGA and all these picks as for both of them, not just for Paul George. Yeah. OKC just happened to be the incredible beneficiary of that.
Yeah, and for me, the benefit of keeping Steph, even if it winds up more like this than it did 2022, I do think that the value at the gate, the value as a franchise, as an entertainment vehicle, is worth more than what fans maybe want to admit. And if I'm the owner or the ownership group, I'm not going to give up my number one marquee asset for future draft picks, which, as you mentioned, they haven't been super great at using first-round lottery capital.
They haven't been. The last three, Kuminga, along with Wiseman before that, and then Moses Moody, their last three lottery picks. And decent return on Kuminga, but you'd probably hope for a little bit more out of the number 7 overall pick in his 4th year in the NBA. All right, let's go back out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Kevin is in San Mateo and wants to join in on this conversation. Kevin, Happy New Year. How you doing?
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. Love your show. Before you get into this, when is your next conference when you're having all the DJs present? They did it last year across the bay someplace.
Yeah, the next summit. I think that we're hoping for a Niners postseason summit here to be determined. So keep it locked here to 95.7 The Game for all the details.
Okay, getting into the Warriors, I'm kind of wondering, and probably half the public, I've been a fan since the 75 win season, so went through a lot of ups and downs. But with Draymond Green, how come he is self-anointed to be the manager? And I bet that if I bet Kerr would not reprimand him for getting out of line with players. I'm not saying the Buddy Hield thing wasn't warranted, but where does he get off in being the second manager?
Well, Kevin, I think that's just who he is, and it's the role that he's held on this team for over a decade now. Draymond has always kind of been one, like a coach on the court because of his basketball IQ and intellect, and he's also always been one of the most fiery competitors, and he shows that in a very vocal way. Like, Steph is also a very fiery competitor, but he doesn't do it as vocally as Draymond does. It's just kind of who he is.
Yeah. And I do think that he's been empowered internally and externally by the fact that he's got 4 titles and he's been there a long time. And, Buddy's new on the team. And if you have any organization, you've got the coach, of course, the head coach and the front office, but then you've got player leaders, and Draymond's been that. And, if it's Buddy Hield, he's going to get after. You would hope that the message is properly received. And Draymond even said it. He wouldn't go to Jonathan Kuminga and deliver the same sort of a message because Kuminga isn't old enough or experienced enough to handle that in the right way.
Yeah, he can bang on tables at press conferences for Pajemski,
right,
but not for Kuminga. Yeah, no doubt. Interesting. A lot of more people want to weigh in on this. We can do that when we come back. 888-957-9570. I see you guys on hold. Hang out there through the break. We'll get to you when we come back. I also think I have the Warriors target at the trade deadline, a player who I think can help them now and set themselves up for the future. I'll tell you who that is when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs. We've got more coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Absolutely incredible.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. He's off for the holiday. He'll be back coming up on Monday here on Willard and Dibs. So it's Mark Randy and Dan Dibley with you. All guests here on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That includes Greg Cosell, who joined us earlier today. It also includes Steve Kerr, who will join us tomorrow, hopefully after a Warriors win. The Dubs back in action tonight at Chase Center taking on the 76ers. We'll get you ready for that game starting at 6 here on 95.7 The Game. But we have been talking a lot of Dubs. Doesn't seem, Dib, like the Warriors have an answer in-house. Kuminga taking a step forward as he has is a major positive development, and you hope that continues. We get another look at him tonight against a Sixers team that is playing pretty good basketball. They've kind of had the opposite season of the Warriors. Warriors started incredible and have been pretty bad since. The Sixers started like as worst as you possibly could. They're still below 500, but have been playing much better basketball of late. Two teams going in opposite directions right now, meeting at Chase Center at 7 o'clock.
It's really interesting because Philadelphia, like you said, started so poorly, and they still have underachieved, and they're still, I think, trying to get everybody back on the floor together and get Embiid and Maxey and Paul George to all be healthy at the same time. And you look at their team, and you got Drummond and so much talent, I think, across the board, that they're more talented than the Golden State Warriors, certainly right now. And the Warriors are in a spot that I don't remember them being in a long, long time, where it's just almost a crisis of confidence more than anything. And you've got Buddy Hield, as mentioned, right now in such a deep, deep funk. Steph Curry, I think, is feeling more just taxation, physical pressure and mental pressure, and Draymond's body is not responding the way he would want. Andrew Wiggins has been steady and solid, but that's about all you could ever say about him. Dennis Schroeder has been a big disappointment in his first 7 games with the Golden State Warriors, and then you go further down the roster, and Pods has been looking for his shot all year. Another guy who doesn't get, I think, the love this year that he deserves because things have been so bad is Trace Jackson Davis.
He's been really good lately.
He's been really good lately, like you're saying, like playing the 5, rim running, rebounding, dunking. TJD has taken a couple of steps forward from last year, but it's largely been overlooked because the overall product has been so bad.
Yeah, he's been one of the few bright spots. I mean, it's been him and Kuminga mostly for the last couple of weeks that have been the Warriors' bright spots. Other than that, it hasn't really turned out to be much. The Warriors started 12-3. They're 4-13 since. The Sixers started 3-14. They're 10-4 since. So these are teams headed in opposite directions. We'll get into that a little bit more once Warriors Live starts at 6. I've got you covered for that. Tip-off coming up at 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Let's go back out to the phone lines because we're talking about how the Warriors can try to figure this thing out and take a step in the right direction and get back above 500 and stay there and turn this into a successful season. That is the challenge for the Warriors. It will not be easy. Let's see what Dale in Walnut Creek thinks as he joins us now. 888-957-9570. Dale, what do you think the Warriors should do?
I don't know what they should do exactly. You guys a few minutes ago mentioned the team a few years ago with Eric Paschall and some other names. The names on the current Warriors squad, the ancillary names are bigger, but they're playing like that team from a few years ago. They're just not hitting shots. And if you don't hit shots, you're not going to do anything. Steph is, as Dib said just a second ago, he's feeling pressure because now all of the other teams can concentrate on him. He hasn't dropped off, hardly at all, maybe a hair, but he's performing not as well because the other teams know that you just stop Steph and you pretty much just stop the Warriors. We don't have, a consistent second option. Kuminga is getting better. He's no Klay Thompson, old Klay Thompson. That's the problem. We don't have someone else that we can rely on. And it looked like Buddy Hield was doing it in the beginning of the season, but now we know why we got him. because he's not consistent. He never has been. It's a big problem. And, when we were good, we had an absolute killer second option who was sometimes the first option because Clay was that good and Draymond was younger. It's a problem. I don't know the solution because you've got to get somebody else who you can rely on game in and game out. And right now, the other guys are playing like that team from a few years ago. The names have changed, but the results are the same. And that's it.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Dale. Some of the names that we already threw out from that 2019-2020 team, Kai Bowman, Marquise Chris, Damian Lee, Eric Paschal, Glenn Robinson III. Some of the others, just for memory's sake, how about Alec Burks? What about Willie Cauley-Stein?
Wow.
Michael Mulder?
Don't forget Mike Mulder.
D'Angelo Russell. I forgot that he was on that team, of course. Yeah. D'Angelo Russell.
That was about 5 teams ago for him.
Omari Spellman. And maybe the best one of them all, Alan Smilageach.
Yeah, the Geach. Forgot about the Geach.
He was supposed to be the savior, Dibs.
Yep.
And it did not work out.
Kevon Looney also
he was
on that team. Yeah. And I'm looking at some of the guys from that aforementioned year, and Alec Burks played in 48 of the 65 games that year, because that's when they went to the bubble and the Warriors didn't go to the bubble.
Didn't qualify.
They were not bubble worthy, but Burks averaged 16 points a game for that team.
Yeah,
and
he was decent.
Right. And you look at this year, and you've got Kuminga averaging 16.8, and Kuminga's been more impactful to this team, but some of the comparisons I think are a little unfair because that team was full of guys who wouldn't go on to do much elsewhere. And this team is just honestly filled with underachievers. And if you look at all the players and you look at their career, Steph Curry is underachieving based on what he's done. 22 points a game. Yeah. And remember when he was potentially going to be a 50, 40, and 90 guy? Well, this year he's shooting 44% from the floor. That's a far cry from 50.
What's the number from deep?
40.1, and he's 92 from the line. So it just shows you that his overall field goal percentage is way off of his elite level. And of course, he's almost 37. And Wiggins is having a great year. He's averaging 16.5 a game and 4 rebounds. Draymond's scoring is about where it normally is. But I look at outside of Steph, who's not played as well as he normally does. And it's interesting to note that he's, as of right now, not an all-star starter. He's currently third among guards in the Western Conference.
SGA and Luka ahead of him.
I would imagine that might change, but if you look at it, in all fairness, those guys both deserve to be all-star starters ahead of him.
Yeah, Luka's injury might play a role in that. Who knows if he's going to be ready to go. He's supposed to be out for a while. He might not be ready by the time the all-star game comes around. So maybe that is the pathway for Steph to be an all-star starter. I think the NBA will probably find a way to make him an all-star starter because it is happening in San Francisco.
Of course.
And it's kind of what the NBA does. The all-star game is more of a popularity contest than a who deserves it. And Stephen Curry, considering what he's accomplished, it's kind of like a lifetime achievement award. And Steph Curry has definitely achieved it over the course of his career.
And if sports are entertainment, then all-star games are like award shows.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have a Grammy Award ceremony without Taylor Swift being nominated multiple times because people are going to watch the show to see Taylor Swift go up there 5'10", she's a stretch 4, and go up there and receive Album of the Year or whatever she's going to receive. So all of this plays into the entertainment part of it. But I just want to ask you, Grandy, when you look at the Warriors this year and you watch them as closely as anybody in this market, who is overachieving on this team? And overachieving. Who do you look on this Warrior team and say, man, he's playing better than I thought he'd be playing? And we're now 32 games into it. And I look at, Steph and Draymond, no. Wiggins, no. I think Wiggins is playing up to where you would want him to be.
Yeah, you probably hope that this is what he could do. Not overachieving, but pleasantly surprised.
The only one that I could possibly throw out there would be Jonathan Kuminga. And it's been more of a recent sample where he's starting to become the player everyone wants him to be. But outside of that, Pods no, Healed no, TJD maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And then the rest of the Moody, Looney, slow-mo GP2 group. I mean, nobody is playing better than you thought they would play.
This is cheating because it's not that he's playing well, it's that he's playing at all.
Pat Spencer.
Lindy Waters.
Okay, there you go.
I didn't think he was going to get to play this often.
No, that's not cheating. That counts.
Now, he hasn't been able to make a shot lately either. He started the season off really well when he was playing, and then has kind of been in and out of the rotation. He's in the rotation now, just like everybody else, can't make a shot. But I think coming into the season, I was not expecting him to play really much at all, and he's been playing.
And that's a great answer, and it kind of underscores my point, which is if you're 11th man, and no disrespect to Lindy Waters, but if your biggest overachiever is your 11th man, you got problems. And I think that you're right in your answer.
And if you were to ask who's the biggest underachiever, you would have to really think about that for a long time because you could choose like 6 different guys.
Right. And it's honestly, I think the correct answer would be Steph, and it's unfair because the standard that we all have set for Steph Curry is so astronomically high that a player who he's having a good year by normal player standards.
But by his standards.
Right. He's 22 a game. We're used to seeing him at 26 or 27. And as I mentioned, a field goal percentage not near 50%, but at 43.7. We're not used to seeing that.
Yeah, so what do you do about it? That's the $1 million question, and we'll go back out to the phone lines in just a second and try to get an answer there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Back out to the phone lines. We go. Up next is Mike in Santa Clara. Mike, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard alongside Dibs. How you doing, Mike?
What's up, gentlemen? First off, Happy New Year to you, gentlemen, and your families, and the whole entire crew. So
you too, Mike. Appreciate
just want to give that out. Thank you, guys. Look, I hate the fact that we've been talking about this all freaking day. You know, I've been listening to the show all day and everything. That the fact that Steph Curry can, possibly just be a trade target at this point. But you know what? As much as it hurts, it makes the most sense. Unless we're trying to find someone, and I just don't think that we have. I'm not going to put it like this. We have the assets to make something happen, but again, does it affect the future? We do have a ton of draft picks. Can we make a move, someone to make like Steph Curry with a second guy relevant at this point? I don't know. But in regards to if we had to, and I don't ever want to see the man ever trade the Dubs uniform for another uniform, but just for the talk of it, I still don't see what we can still get out of the prospect of trading Steph Curry. I still think that we can get a package out of it, but what are you going to get as a player that is going to come with that package? You're looking at like a top prospect. You're not going to get a Giannis. You're not going to get a Luka. You're not going to get just a SGA or anything like that. You're going to probably get someone, and don't quote me on this, guys, I swear. Please don't quote me on this. You're looking at someone who I would like to see that is like, a Cunningham or a Paolo or someone like that, possibly, but with picks behind it, and also seeing what you get with it. So I just don't see something where we can make, again, it's the NBA. Anything can happen. Trades are going to happen, but I just don't see the factor of making a trade, this year, if anything next year. I just don't see it right now. It's just so, belittling right now to even think about it. But at the same time, it can happen potentially at the trade deadline. That's all I wanted to say, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Mike. And don't worry, we won't quote you on it. I think the names you threw out, you're thinking in the right way, but those are two well-established stars that opposing teams would do. Like the Magic aren't giving you his name is Paolo Banchero. They're not giving you Banchero. He's hurt right now and out for a while. But if Banchero was your target, the Magic aren't doing that. The Magic are not trading their best player for Stephen Curry, who's maybe only a couple of years away from retirement. What you're looking for is a younger but promising player on a team that's good but not great. Like the Houston Rockets would be an interesting trade. Now, I don't know if I could stomach Stephen Curry being a Rocket. I probably couldn't. And I want to preface all this by saying I don't think that this is what the Warriors should do, and I don't think they will do it. But if you were to do it, that's what you would look at. You would look at the Houston Rockets, and maybe you center it around someone like Jalen Green, who's having a good year. Maybe you center it off of someone who they just picked in the first round this year, like a Reed Shepherd out of Kentucky. Maybe you go up to the Spurs and say, hey, Stephon Castle, their first-round pick.
Well, even your Houston deal, I'm still looking for $33 million more, and I'm on the trade machine right now, as you and the previous caller are spitting it out.
They got a ton of money tied up with Fred VanVleet.
Oh, bring him in. Let's go.
I don't know how many more years he has left on his deal, but
I think it's 2 more years, and he's making $42.8.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, you
have to get creative, but the centerpiece of the trade would be if you're looking for a player that is currently in the NBA, as in terms of like the main piece, you could get like 3 first-round picks maybe. But if you also want an established player, maybe you're looking at a younger player who has been in the league for a bit, has shown promise, but isn't yet the superstar. You hope that he turns into the superstar because no one is going to give their 24-year-old superstar for a 37-year-old Steph. It's not the way it works.
And
you
I
have
don't think
to invest.
Houston's going to trade, Jalen
Probably
Green,
not.
a guy who he's not a superstar.
They would probably trade Jalen Green before they would trade Şengün.
Perhaps.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, Şengün's more of a unique player, but I think if you're Houston, you're looking to trade Fred VanVleet more than you're looking to trade any of these guys.
No
the guy who's making 42.8. So, I mean, I like the idea of getting younger, ascending possible stars in a trade. But
OKC is also a potential one because they have assets out the wazoo that they could trade you.
Right.
And they might be, I mean, this is only the second year that they've ever, been good. They could use a veteran piece who can help them through the postseason. Like, those are the kind of teams you're looking for that have the young assets that are trying to take the next step.
Yeah, I get that, but you're still talking about, and I hate this idea, and I hate the conversation, but I'm going to play along because people are interested in it, and I, for one, would never in any way, other than if Steph knocked on my door and said, guys, it's been great, 4 titles, we made a good run, I'd like to go elsewhere and try to get ring number 5 somewhere else, please trade me. That's the only way that I would entertain any of this. But if you look at Oklahoma City, you've got Gilgeous-Alexander making 35.8, possible MVP, not going anywhere.
Yep.
Hartenstein, who they just signed to a deal, he's making 30. And other than that, you got Lou Dort at 16.5. Chet Holmgren, they're not trading at 10.8. And then you got a bunch of guys making absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So for me, OKC's not much of a match when you're dealing to guys making 55.7.
Yeah, the money makes it all tough. And I mean, I'm with you. I don't think that this is what's going to happen. And you're spot on. The only way that it does happen is if it is Steph Curry driven. And he goes up to the front office and says, it's been great. I think we can benefit each other if we try to work something out because I want to try to win. It seems very difficult to do that here at the moment. And you guys don't want to spend a lot of time after me being bad. And I can kind of stock your cupboards a little bit. I could go to a contender. I can try to win number 5. And you guys can maybe look at it 3 years from now as well. That was one of the best moves we made because now we're contenders again. And we had maybe just a couple of years of being near the bottom of the league, but now we're back to where we like to be.
Right.
That's in a perfect world. It might not go that way. In fact, it probably won't. But it gives you a better chance than if you just stay on pat.
It depends on what your plan is for the future. And I think that, you've got more time to try to figure this out than this coming deadline. And I understand that Steph is frustrated and you played the sound before. And I'm sure there's more Steph Curry. And I don't remember hearing him this downtrodden after game 32 of a season. When you lose in the finals to Toronto, yeah, you're bummed. And when you lose in a play-in game, you're devastated. And you lose a series to the Lakers, you're very upset. Those are times when, the tone that he struck makes more sense to me. I've never heard him after game 32 sounding that frustrated to a point where it doesn't seem like there's a fix that's in the offing, but
Yeah.
I would get the sense that he's going to give Mike Dunleavy and company this deadline and then into next offseason. If we get to next February of 2026, and this team is still this, and to use Steph's word, they're still mid, I think at that point we have a conversation.
You're probably right. You're probably, I mean, this is not something that's happening this trade deadline. You're very, very correct about that. Like it's not happening now. But if things continue to go poorly, there might come a time where Steph does think about the possibility of ending his career elsewhere. I think what is infinitely more likely, especially this trade deadline or this offseason, is the Warriors trying to do something that benefits the end of Steph Curry's career and also has the potential to benefit the Warriors after Stephen Curry retires. And there's very few players that fit that description because they have to be, one, good enough now to help Stephen Curry. They have to be, two, young enough that they are still good enough to help lead a franchise after Stephen Curry. And they have to be controllable for years to come so that while they are still good, you still have them under your control on your roster. With all of those considerations and all of those characteristics of the team that you're looking for, there is one option to me, Dibs, that stands out around, above the best, above the rest. And that is Zion Williamson.
Yeah, boy.
Zion Williamson, 24 years old, after this year under contract for 3 more years. I know the injury history is scary, but you are talking about a 24-year-old, when he's healthy, superstar. That is good enough. When he's healthy, superstar. That when he is healthy is good enough at this moment to be a legitimate running mate alongside Stephen Curry. And you might be able to get him without giving up Jonathan Kuminga. And you look 4 years into the future, you have Jonathan Kuminga and Zion Williamson leading your franchise. I feel like this is the best move the Warriors can make. And it doesn't mean it's a home run. I'm not guaranteeing it to work. The Warriors in this situation do not have a home run move. They don't have a home run. If they did, they would make it, and it would be clear and obvious. You're going to have to take a risk at some point to try to make this thing work. As I said earlier, the one thing the Warriors can do in 2025 to ensure this year is better than 2024, be bold. And a trade for an injured Zion Williamson is being bold. The contract, he's under the contract for 3 more years, and as Bobby Marks pointed out to you guys last month, it is almost a riskless contract because there's so few guaranteed dollars left. I get that there's a risk because he's not healthy. You're going to have to take a risk. This is not easy. You have to make a tough decision. Zion is a tough decision, and if it works out for you, you will get one of the best players in the NBA for pennies on the dollar. Why is New Orleans even considering trading him? Because they've gone through the worst season imaginable, and they just want to get off from some money. Zion Williamson should be the Warriors' target because he gives them the best chance to win now with Steph and lead the franchise post-Steph.
If you went out to acquire Zion Williamson, to me, unless you really got him for pennies on the dollar, which you can't do because Zion's making
36.7 this year.
Yeah, he's making 36.7, which means you'd have to trade either Draymond or Wiggins and somebody else. And you know, you're going to go out there and acquire a guy who he just doesn't play basketball. So you might as well trade for DeAnthony Melton at this point, a guy who also doesn't play basketball. Zion Williamson hasn't played basketball in 2 months. And if you look at his...
Played 70 games last year, Dibs.
Mark, he hasn't played since November, and he's out with a hamstring. And I don't know if it's a severe enough injury to where it's so bad that he won't be able to play again, or maybe he's just has a hamstring because he doesn't want to be a Pelicans anymore. But yeah, he played 70 games last year. The year before that, he played 29. The year before that, he played 0. So if you want to talk about an injury history, his entire career is injury. His whole career has been littered with injury. He's a guy who has trouble with his weight, so much so that his current team has put provisions into his contract that he has to weigh in multiple times throughout the year. He's shown a lack of a an ability to stay on the court. And yes, when he does actually play basketball, he is a very difficult guy to cover. Not an elite defender, and his style I don't think fits with what the Golden State Warriors do. But you want to go ahead and bring in another power forward to a team that already struggles to find ways to play TJD and Kuminga and Draymond. So now you're going to add a ball-stopping offensive clogger when he plays, which, by the way, is not very often. I am out on this trade for now. I'm out on it in the future. And, you'd have to trade Wiggins,
GP2, and Guy Santos gets it done.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to part with Guy, even though he's out on my picks. Yeah, that is a successful
deal. That makes
deal.
The money work.
Yeah, so it's basically Wiggins, Peyton, Guy, and you'd probably have to give them a second-round pick, or depending on how desperate they are to move Zion Williamson, I'm out on acquiring a guy who does not play basketball.
I hear you. This was Bobby Marks last month with you and Willard. This was about 2 weeks ago now, because he brought up a potential Zion Williamson trade for the Warriors. Here's him explaining that.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Zion just as there's not many superstar players out there. Certainly Jimmy Butler's name has been out there. Brandon Ingram's out there. I think why I talked about Zion, and I think the only reason for Golden State, if you go down that path, is if you're not giving up much to do that. And it's because it's, based on his injury history and the contract. His contract is one of the great contracts out there because there's no guarantees after this year. It's non-guaranteed for the next 3 years after here. So if you're going out and pursuing him, then there's less of a risk taking him on. Then you're saying, like, well, why would New Orleans do that? And that's right. Like, why would the Pelicans do that where they're not maximizing his value here? So I think Zion would make sense if you're giving up a first round pick and maybe one or two players that match. Not giving up Jonathan Kuminga. Not giving up, probably not even maybe Brandon Podziemski, as far as kind of like, if it's Wiggins and an expiring contract, then that maybe makes a little bit more sense because the risk is not there for you if you're the Warriors.
I get the risk, Dibs. I really do. The way this blows up in your face is you trade away Wiggins, you trade away GP2, you trade away Guy Santos, and maybe it still costs a first round pick. Okay, you do that, and then Zion ends up playing 73 games for you over the course of the final 3 years of his contract. Like, that is the nightmare, of course. I just don't know what legitimately better options the Warriors have. Options that, if it works out, both help Steph right now, gives him the best teammate he's had alongside him since Kevin Durant, and then also is a way for the Warriors to avoid bottoming out after Stephen Curry retires.
Well, that's assuming that Zion Williamson actually plays basketball.
It's a risk, no doubt.
I think it's a huge
But if it
risk.
works out, you're talking about stealing. If Zion is anywhere near healthy and plays 60 games a year for the rest of his contract, this would go down as one of the greatest trades in Warriors franchise history.
I just don't think that, yes, plausibility of it aside, if Zion Williamson is able to have a year like he did last year, where he played, 70 games?
70 games,
you were
career
saying?
high.
70's great.
And unfortunately got hurt in the play-in, and the Pelicans lost to the Lakers
he's
in the
played
play-in.
6 games this year, and I'm looking at his contract as per Bobby Marks on ESPN. He has a combined weight and body fat number of 295, which means if the weight is 275, his body fat has to be 20%, which would combine to be 295. According to sources, he's actually on track to meet these weigh-in criteria, but his contract only becomes guaranteed if he plays in 41 games, 51 games, 61 games. So he's not going to make 61 games. If he makes 51 games, which is very unlikely, if he makes 41 games, half a year, and meets the weight, his contract becomes 60% guaranteed for the future. And that is really more where it's trending. The numbers of the contract aside, I think that all this trade talk is centered around making the Warriors better right now. And I don't think that if you bring in Zion Williamson coming off a hamstring issue that he's been unable to get through, that he's going to make you better between February and the end of this year. If you want to entertain a Zion move in the offseason, I'm more open to it.
Okay, I hear you. if what you laid out with the contract, all that is true, like it's not guaranteed unless he plays X amount of games. That's a decent number of games.
Right. 61 games, which he won't meet now.
He won't meet this year.
Because he's already missed like 26 games.
Yeah. So not happening this year. Then what are you even giving up? Like, say the nightmare scenario works out and Zion does not play a lot of games, doesn't meet the criteria, which means you don't have to pay him nearly as much. You're giving up in this scenario. Let's say it's a first round pick plus that whatever is making the money
Wiggins.
work. You're giving up Wiggins essentially and a first round pick.
And GP2 is expiring, and Guy Santos is your 14th player.
Like, Wiggins is a solid player, but we can all agree if you keep Wiggins on this team and you make no other moves around him, even if you make marginal moves around him, you're not winning anything this year. You're not winning anything next year. What exactly are you missing out on if the nightmare scenario for Zion works out?
I think you're missing out on the fact that Wiggins is your second or third best player this year, and he's the kind of guy who you can win with.
So is a play-in appearance worth holding on to that? I mean, you're not very good with him.
No, but you have Wiggins for 2 more years, and Wiggins is a player who you've won with, and you know what he can be. And this year, he's been actually a lot closer to championship level Wiggins than he was the last 2 years.
Not like you're magically going to get better next year, though, if the roster stays the same.
Well, the roster won't be the same because you have all these expiring deals that are coming off, and you'll be able to add a player in the offseason. I would rather have Wiggins through the rest of this year and not Zion and go into the offseason and see what I could do in free agency then, as opposed to trading Wiggins now, who's got a very good team-friendly contract for the next 2 years. As good as Andrew is, he makes less than what he would be paid on the open market right now. And I like to have Andrew Wiggins, a guy who, by the way, shows up every night to play, put aside the personal struggles and the nightmare he went through with his family, which cost him half a year 2 years ago and cost him a handful of games last year. He's usually healthy, and he always plays, which you can't say that about Zion Williamson. He's never healthy, and he never plays. So I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins for the next 2.5 years and go into the offseason and see what I can do in free agency, knowing that going into next year, we're now out of the second apron. They're not even in the first apron or the luxury tax. And so now you could be a little bit more aggressive. You could go back into the tax if you wanted with a bigger free agent move. Yeah. That to me makes more sense. If if somebody wants to pay Kuminga $35 million a year over 5 years, which would be $175. If some team out there wants to give him $5 and $175, well, maybe you could work a sign and trade. So now you have a $35 million salary slot that you can use in a trade to bring in somebody like Zion Williamson.
$36.7 million.
Right. That for me makes more sense because then you end up keeping Andrew Wiggins and you probably keep your draft capital for the most part, and you're going to have room with Looney coming off and GP2 coming off and not Melton, but I think Schroeder's contract comes off as well.
Yep. The Warriors have said that they hope he's a guy they can re-sign and bring back next year. Wow. Some of that might depend on how he plays the rest of the year.
Ask me tomorrow.
He is on the last year of his current deal.
I just think that you've got a lot of flexibility that you are going to build in going into the offseason that I don't want to sacrifice with a dice roll on Zion Williamson and whether or not he can be healthy.
I just think the Warriors' options are all dice rolls at this point. You don't have a surefire thing. Like, nothing is going to feel absolutely positively that's the move you have to make. It's just the nature of dynasties. When dynasties start, petering out, as Anthony Slater said, they're a fading giant, and they have been for nearly 4 years now. Like, you don't have a ton of easy answers. I mean, even when the Spurs wrapped up, they won the title in 2013 or 14. They won the title in 2014, the year before the Warriors won their first. And then after that, I mean, even in the final couple of years of Tim Duncan, they weren't very good then either. It's a little different because of the differing dynamics of the markets that the Warriors and the Spurs are in. But like, even the Spurs dynasty, which we hold in this crazy high regard, I mean, after Tim Duncan, they have been terrible every single year. No one survives what the Warriors are trying to survive. Unless you get insanely lucky, and the Warriors haven't been insanely lucky. And the only way that I can try to figure out this Warriors team, maybe not surviving, but limiting the downtime, is by taking a risk, taking a swing, closing your eyes and swinging for the fences and just hope that it works. Bite the bullet. Be bold. Make a move.
I don't think you're wrong in a vacuum, but I also don't believe that you have to do it in the next 5 weeks. And that's
you might be right. I
agree with you that you have to be bold. And
I hear you at the offseason.
I look at the offseason, and I look at that as not a last dance scenario, but Steve Kerr's contract, I think, has, one more year? And Draymond and Steph, at the end of the season, will each have 2 more years, and Wiggins would have 1 more and a player option. So I think about this offseason as a time where you could make maybe that big swing. And I still won't entertain trading Steph. You can talk about trading Draymond. I think that's a diminishing asset, and you're not going to get as much back as you would have a couple of years ago. Wiggins is always going to be a trade target, a guy who you're going to think about trading. You've got a decision to make on Kuminga. And other than that, you have a lot of players who, by the nature of their age and their salary, they're going to be gone. GP2 at 32 is going to probably be gone. Kevon is making $8 million as a 29-year-old. He'll be gone. And Lindy Waters, his contract is up. And Schroeder making $13 million. He can come back on a lesser deal, maybe at 31. I do think you're going to have roster turnover anyway. And you've got other pieces, Buddy Hield and Slow-Mo, veterans who are making next to nothing that you can either keep or package in a trade. I think the big move that you want to make, it's easier to do it in the summer as opposed to here in January and February.
So then what do they do over the next 5 weeks?
They hope to play better. You hope to make a shot.
That's all it is? It's just hope? Hope that the current roster figures it out?
I don't think that there's a trade out there. And let's play with the Zion deal and the one that you just threw out. Okay. So you trade Wiggins and you trade GP2 and you trade Guy Santos and you get Zion Williamson. Does that suddenly take you from a play-in team to a playoff team? I don't believe so. And even if they're able to get to a 6 seed, are you still at a 6 seed? Are you good enough to knock off any of the real powers in the West?
You get a healthy Zion. I absolutely think so.
Yeah, see, I don't believe so. And I look at, you're going to have Schroeder and Hield, and you're going to have Kevon and Slow-Mo and Schroeder and Draymond and then you won't have Wiggins, and you'll have Curry and Kuminga. I don't think that core, and I look at other cores in the West, and I see 4 or 5 teams with better cores than what the Warriors would have, even with Zion Williamson. And at the expense of probably an unprotected first-round pick. And if I'm New Orleans, I want your pick in 2028 at the earliest. I don't want it now. I don't want it this year. I certainly don't want it next year. Maybe 2027. I want your pick when you stink. I mean, really stink. And if you think that day is coming, then I don't want your pick now. I'll take your pick later.
A little bit of news today from New Orleans related to Zion Williamson. He was getting some work in after the team's practice today. He's working his way back. He'll be back on the court before you know it, Dibs.
Fork or spoon?
He's going.
What's wrong with you people?
Neither. He's just double fisting beignets, Dibs.
Totally.
No utensils needed.
Did you go to Cafe
Du Monde?
Attaboy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Endless powdered sugar on those beignets.
Pretty good, yeah.
Have you walked into the actual restaurant where they have the open air seating but the overhang?
Oh, yeah.
And the ground is just covered in powdered sugar. Oh, my God. It's delicious. The beignets.
Yes.
Delicious.
And while we're here with New Orleans on our mind, I won't say thoughts and prayers because that to me is the emptiest thing, but just you think about people who were there and, people who live there. Steiny's daughter goes to school there and she was home for the holidays, and just an absolute nightmare. And, your heart goes out to everybody who was obviously affected by everything that took place in New Orleans.
I was there 3 months ago, and I walked by where it happened 10 different times. As everyone, that's the most popular street in New Orleans. Everyone that visits New Orleans is right there. Scary.
Sick. Just the amount of sickness among some people in this world, it just it scares you. Yeah. Anyway, didn't mean to go there, but I wanted to throw that out there as recognition. I look forward to seeing the video of Zion out there putting in work.
I'm looking at it right now. Tweeted by Will Guillory, covers the Pelicans. Oh, a little left-handed push shot off the glass and in. He's looking pretty limber there,
His
Dips.
game is nice. I love his game. I loved it at Duke. He was one of the original, not the original, but one of the latest generation of high school phenoms.
Yep.
Where you watch him in high school, it's
His
like
and one mixtape
oh my
was
God.
off the chain.
And then at Duke, and he actually ripped his way out of his own shoe.
That's how powerful he is, Dibs.
He was so good.
Imagine him wearing a Warriors jersey.
I just imagine
he would
him,
jump out of the gym at Chase Center.
I imagine him actually playing basketball consistently. And last
Imagine
year was
Tim
the
Roy
anomaly.
calling a Zion Williamson elevation sensation from Zion.
It'd be pretty awesome, but I'm kind of stuck on what Zion's career has been. And, last year was clearly the anomaly where he was healthy. And I'm going back to previous year where he played on this date in NBA history, January 2nd, 2023. He had 26 at Philly in a loss. And that was the end of his season. He did not play the remainder of 3 months of that season. And the previous year, 2021, he played pretty well. Played a lot of games that year, but he had a couple of stretches where he was injured. It just scares me, Grandy.
I get it. And 888-957-9570, you can let me know if I'm going crazy. I think the Warriors move that helps them, maybe not now because Zion's working back from an injury, but it helps them in the Steph Curry window, and it helps them beyond the Steph Curry window. It's trading for Zion Williamson, and you can do it without giving up Jonathan Kuminga, and suddenly you have a 3 in Curry, Zion, and Kuminga for now, and then you have a duo of mid to young 20s, 24-year-old Zion, 22-year-old Kuminga to build around after Stephen Curry. 888-957-9570. You can call me crazy. You can say it's the last thing they should do, or you can agree with me, or anything in between. Give us a call. Shoot us a text. Again, 888-957-9570. You brought up something, Dibs, that Anthony Slater, Warriors insider, brought up on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Spadoni today. Spadoni in for Shasky. And it was about Kuminga, because the Warriors also have a decision to make on Kuminga. Either think about trading him in the next 5 weeks, or consider letting him leave in the offseason for nothing if some team offers him more than you're comfortable paying him. Slater was asked, what is Kuminga's value around the league? Here's what Slater said about that.
Well, I think there's skepticism at times on what he'll ultimately be from an efficiency standpoint. And, in like an ultimate winning environment, there's still like a load of talent in there. And on the right night, he really intrigues a lot of people in the league. But we understand what his salary desires are. And the fact that his salary next season probably, if he has his way, is going to bump up from, single digits, like the 9-ish millions up towards, 30 beyond. Like, that makes him, that makes the league kind of question whether that's worth it or not, right? Like, there's a lot, somebody is going to have to take, pretty heavy, pricey risk on him. And I think that's what everyone's trying to figure out. That's also why everyone in the league doesn't mind the fact that, hey, play him 30 minutes so we can get information on him.
Yeah. And that's what the Warriors have been doing lately. Steve Kerr has said they want to stick with the current starting 5, which is Curry, Schroeder, Wiggins, Draymond, and Trayce Jackson-Davis, but play Kuminga off the bench starters minutes. And that's what they have been doing of late. Slater said a couple of weeks ago this was information gathering season for the NBA on Jonathan Kuminga. It is still that. The more I think about it, though, Dibs, it seems very unlikely the Warriors trade Jonathan Kuminga this trade deadline. One, because he's on the last year of his deal, and what team wants to give up, a chunk of assets to acquire him when he might leave in 6 months? And the other part of it is he's making so little right now that if the Warriors are trying to actually get better right now, which they should, it's almost impossible for Kuminga to be a part of that, because he's not making enough for you to bring in anything of any value back in return for him.
He becomes a throw-in in a deal, and you don't want to use Kuminga, an asset, whether or not you think he's ascending or whatever you think he is. This year he's playing worth more than what his contract currently is. Now, is he playing to the level where he's a $35 or $40 million a year player? I don't think so. We had somebody on the show a couple of weeks ago, and might have been Bobby Marks, it might have been an NBA person after the fact, where they were putting the market more at 25 or 30 million a year. And I think that might be closer to where the actual range will be for Kuminga. So if I'm the Warriors and I have Jonathan Kuminga under contract and he wanted the max in the offseason, and that didn't happen, nor should it have happened, even though Franz Wagner got the max and, other players in his class got huge money. If I'm the Warriors and I want to be in a wait-and-see information gathering mode, which they clearly are, you hold all the cards. You let him play. You play him as much as he earns and as much as he's going to help you win. And then at the end of the year, you sit back and say, all right, association, other 29 teams, now tell me what you think of Jonathan Kuminga. And if a team out there says, we want to pay him 5 years and $125 million, 5 and 125, and the Warriors go, we'll match that. 5 and 150. We'll match that. 5 and 175. Now, so I think that there's a point where no matter what Kuminga gets in a contract offer, the Warriors have the right to match it. He's a restricted free agent. So
and Kuminga would be forced to then accept and come back to the Warriors for that amount.
Or the Warriors can, sign him to that contract and trade him, which is ostensibly what they did with Jordan Poole. It took Jordan Poole a year because, Jordan Poole was signed. He was given an extension before his last year of his deal.
The 2022 offseason after they won the title.
Right. He got the extension.
That year was the last year of his rookie deal.
Correct. So by the time the rookie deal ended, then they traded him once his new value kicked in. And I don't know all the rules about, a sign and trade for a player on a restricted free agent deal, but the Warriors do have the ability to sit back and see where the value is around the league. I guarantee you the Warriors have already in their mind a number that they'd be comfortable paying. And if the offer comes in from another team, if it's Charlotte or Detroit or whoever it is, and that offer is way bigger than they want to pay, well, now they're in a spot because you don't really want to lose him for nothing, although they did Chris Paul, right, in this offseason, where...
A little different, though, but yeah.
Yeah, a little different, but you want to be able to recoup at least a salary spot if you end up parting ways with Kuminga.
7th overall pick.
Right.
2021.
Yeah. NBA champion.
He was a big impact on that championship team.
NBA champion.
You're right. Just like James Wiseman is an NBA champion.
Patrick McCaw has 3, I believe.
Shout out the Toronto Raptors where he got one.
Yeah,
over
2
the
here
Warriors.
and 1 there, yeah. So
legend.
Absolutely. Champion.
Moody, also a champion.
Yeah. And that to me becomes the interesting one is, Moody comes up and it's 3 years and 39. And, the Warriors are like 3 and 39. And Moody looks at it and goes, yeah, okay. I'm probably right now, the way you use me in my development, I'm a $13 million a year guy. And if Kuminga thinks that he's a max money guy and the Warriors say, go prove it, and he doesn't go out there and prove it, then you got to let the market dictate what you're going to pay him. What are you looking at? Pat McCaw, 3 rings?
No, I was looking at Moses Moody, exactly what it was.
3 and 39, right?
3 for 37.5.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he's making 11.5 or next year, 12.5 the following year, and then the last year, 13.4.
And honestly, if you look at that deal, even if he stays this player, which is a shame because I think he's better than what they use him as, that's a good contract for both parties. He's basically their 9th or 10th man. He's mostly reliable injury-wise. And when he's on the floor, he's pretty good on both ends. He's a good guy to have on your team.
He doesn't get in. No, right. Doesn't play.
Well, and that's the eternal question for Steve Kerr. And, all the Steve Kerr haters out there. And I heard somebody call in earlier with Steiny and Evan and talking, looking basically to run Kerr out. We're going to run this guy out. Well, yeah. And that's one that always leaves me scratching my head.
That's what the great Carter behind the glass put out a tweet of me talking about Zion. And one of the first responses says, and then get Kerr out of here too.
Right.
It's probably the vocal minority, but it is an opinion that is definitely out there. Speaking of the Warriors and some news, we talked about Stephen Curry and his injury. He was questionable all day with the right thumb sprain. He is probable. Steve Kerr speaking pregame saying the thumb is taped up. He just warmed up, and we think he's going to play. So it seems like the Warriors will have both Draymond and Steph available tonight against the 76ers. Warriors off of 2 days rest. The Sixers on a back-to-back. You got to have this game, Dibs. You got to have it. And good news, it looks like they're going to have Steph.
Well, I mean,
is it a must-win, Dibs?
Of course. Yeah, it's a must-win. You don't want to fall below 500. You haven't all year. You were 12-3, and I don't know. Like, yeah, you got to have it because at some point you need to stop the skid and you need to get back to where you feel like you can be a confident basketball team. Because you watch this team and put aside Cleveland, they're one of the best teams in the association.
They're amazing.
And they're flat better than you, and they took it to you. But other games in this losing, skid, it's not a streak, but over the course of these losses, they aren't playing like a team that believes in themselves, and that's something we're not used to seeing.
And you can hear it in Stephen Curry's voice every time he takes the podium, waiting to answer a question, trying to come up with the right words. You can feel and sense and hear his frustration, and you just begin to wonder what the conversations are like behind the scenes, because this isn't something that Steph Curry is used to, but it's becoming this feeling I'm sure that he's feeling after a lot of these losses. It's a feeling that's becoming all too common because it feels like a lot of what has happened really the last 2 years, but almost the last 2.5 years.
It's just been, games that are winnable that they don't win. And it used to be, so easy from the outside looking in. You look at it, it's like, oh, the Warriors, they're this, and they're going to shoot it great, and they're going to get up and down, and they're going to play defense, and 30 assists a night. And this team is, even if they're in a bad stretch, you always would figure they'll flip the switch, and by the end of the year, they'll be right there, and then they'll go on a run. And we're so spoiled by the championships, and yet this year it looked. And Steph made reference to this. He's like, 12-3 kind of had you thinking a certain way about what this team was and what we might be able to be. And then now you've lost 13-17. And, it's one thing to lose 4 out of 5. It's one thing to lose 7 out of 10. That's a bad stretch. And that's, 2 or 3 weeks. But when you drop 13 out of 17, that's a whole month. I mean, that's a month now of.
How many wins do they have in December?
Oh, geez.
Let me see.
I mean, that's a tough one to probably 4 would be my guess. And I'm looking at it. Yeah, 4. There you go.
Yeah, Houston, Minnesota, and Phoenix.
4-9 in December.
Yikes.
And even at that, you look at the losses. You lose to Memphis by 51. Okay, bad night. You get throttled. The loss to the Lakers on Christmas, that's a game that you feel like you had and you should have won. Wiggins gets beat by Reeves. And Kuminga's help side defense with his posterior. It's like, those are the moments where if you're Steph, you look at it and you think, I mean, what did he do in that game? He was absolutely heroic.
38.
Carried him.
Yeah.
And a couple of huge shots down the stretch. And it all comes down to one defensive possession, and your young phenom is not playing proper help side, and Wiggins gets beat by Austin Reeves and you lose. That one's the one that hurts.
It's rough. Tough pill to swallow for sure. All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, more time for your calls, for your texts, 888-957-9570. Also, the question we've been throwing out all day long. It's been a rough 2024. It was a rough 2024 for the Warriors, Niners, and Giants. Spent the most of the show talking about the Warriors side of that, a bit on the Niners. But what's one thing the Giants can do in 2025 to make 2025 better than 2024? We can talk about that and anything you want. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. Dibs and Grandy with you. Wrapping things up next on 95.7 The Game.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Sing it, Dibs.
It's still, I mean, I'm sorry, 40 years later, 43 years later, it holds up. It holds up as one of the all-time jams.
Apologies to the YouTube audience. Carter coming back with Billie Jean.
Yes. Not my lover. She's just a girl, Mark, who claims that I'm the one, but the kid is not my son.